Chapter 221. In Kyoto, the continuous rain has washed away the bloody smell in the air. As Chiosi said, Kyoto has been very turbulent these days. Also, very bloody. Since the fake Will and Lin Buffon's recall to the capital from Saibei were clarified, the regent, who regained power, has made drastic changes to the Dali Temple style and re-examined the unjust, false, and wrong cases that occurred in the Dali Temple during the 6 months since he was away from Kyoto. Since the Dali Temple minister was demoted and imprisoned for taking bribes, officials from all over the country involved in the case have been escorted back to the capital for trial. Those with serious cases were directly beheaded at Kaishika without even having to choose a day. Facing the dissuasion of the royalist officials, the regent's original words were, "If the deep land under the foot of Kyoto cannot suppress those so-called demons and monsters, then the world has long been full of demons. So what difference does it make whether you choose your life or not?" For a while, everyone in Kyoto was in danger. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would become the one who suffered. After many twists and turns, Master Zhong finally met his disciple, Eugene, the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, who was about to be exiled to Sichuan, in prison as he wished. At this moment, Eugene still had the high spirits that he had when he said in the hall that he would report Lin Buffon's signed confession to Yen Junyo. After Master Zhong dismissed his attendants, he could no longer keep up his disguise. He immediately rushed to Master Zhong in a panic, grabbed Master Zhong's arm with both hands, and said excitedly, "Teacher, you must save me. I am innocent. I really did not confess under torture, and I really don't know how the wound on Lieutenant General Lin came from." Facing this student, who was still respectful to him even though he became his son-in-law and was a third-rank official, it would be a lie to say that he didn't like him. Master Zhong narrowed his cloudy old eyes, touched his head, sighed, and said softly, "You were treated as a rat, and you really thought the Emperor couldn't see it?" "The Emperor saw it?" An awkward and strange expression froze on Eugene's still pretty face. Master Zhong nodded. In the simple eye contact between the teacher and the student, everything was self-evident. Who of those who could gain a foothold in the court was not a shrewd person? It was just that Yen Junyo deliberately said to delegate power to confuse the audience, and for a moment everyone focused on the tit-for-tat between him and the Emperor. When there is a problem with the people above, isn't it the one who talks the most who is dragged to take care of the disaster? The Emperor probably never expected Yen Junyo to suddenly say something like delegate power. Because, in the eyes of the Emperor, Yen Junyo has always been strong and has the final say, so the Emperor is also ready to confront the regent head-on, and even plans to take him down on the charge of treason when the regent makes a military remonstrance. Who would have thought that the regent, after returning from a trip to Nanling to quell the rebellion, would actually learn to be cunning and treacherous? In addition to disobeying the imperial order and robbing prisoners, he dared to stand alone in the court and say nonsense about delegating power. But the group of old ministers in the court took his nonsense seriously. As if he was helpless, Master Zhong patted him on the shoulder. "Jeaner, saving your life is the greatest effort of the old man and the Emperor." At this point, he looked around vigilantly, then took out a crudely made purse from his sleeve pocket and stuffed it into Eugene's hand. The purse was not heavy. Eugene squeezed it gently and vaguely felt that there were only a few pieces of silver and a few silver bills inside, and a piece of paper with a different texture from the silver bills. "These are the last things that the teacher can do for you. Xiener will also follow you on the road, so you two should take good care of her." Understanding the meaning in Master Zhong's eyes, Eugene squeezed the purse tightly. "Student, thank you, teacher." Regent Palace. Lin Buffon, who was tortured to the point of not looking like a human being and should have been seriously injured and bedridden, was unharmed, holding an umbrella, facing the drizzle, and looking at the rows of potatoes planted in the backyard of the palace with joy. Like a child, he confirmed again and again with the butler Li, who was more than a head shorter than him. "Are these all the plants that the princess told you to plant?" "Yes, there was only one row when the princess left the mansion, but the prince said that the exotic flowers and plants in the mansion were useless except for showing them to people. So he asked the flower farmers to transplant all the exotic flowers and plants to the most northern greenhouse in the mansion, and plant potatoes and sweet potatoes in the backyard. Can I really take some back to Saibei?" This was the focus of Lin Buffon's attention. Since arriving at the palace, Chu Shan took him to roast this kind of fruit once, and he fell in love with this fragrant and sticky taste, and most importantly, it can fill the stomach. If this kind of fruit can survive in the northern frontier, it will definitely solve many food problems, and the soldiers will not have to eat those difficult-to-digest millet all the time. Steward Li stood beside Lin Buffon, looking at the potatoes with his eyes shining. "It is the prince's intention to take it to the northern frontier, But we have to wait for the prince to write a letter to the princess, and the princess will reply to allow it, because the fertilizer left by the princess has been used up by the ones we planted, and the specific planting method will be known after the princess comes back. No need to wait for the letter. Yin Junyo, who is wearing a black dragon-shaped brocade robe, and Chu Shan, who is wearing a royal blue suit, stood behind the two of them at some point. I will personally pick her up. Whether it's the planting method or whether she can be brought to the northern frontier, you can ask her in person. Kyoto is clean. The stupid woman can go home. From the few words Yin Junyo said, Lin Bufan could extract, the prince is leaving Beijing again? But prince, in this situation. Yin Junyo nodded. I know what's going on. During my absence, you can correct Dong Ren's disguise technique, and Chu Shan. Before Yin Junyo finished speaking, Chu Shan quickly expressed his opinion. Your Majesty, I also want to go to the south. I have been sick in bed these days due to exhaustion. You and Lin Bufan can take care of me here. Yin Junyo's words were neither salty nor bland, but he determined Chu Shan's whereabouts. When Chu Shan came to his senses, Yin Junyo had already walked away with an umbrella. Chu Shan quickly followed the fast-moving figure. Your Highness. I am your man in life, and your soul in death. Please let me follow you. Your Highness. Perhaps because he was annoyed by Chu Shan's calls, Yin Junyo stopped in a corridor. I am going to pick up the princess. Why are you joining in the fun? Chu Shan's ears blushed, and he dared not look directly into Yin Junyo's sharp eyes. I am going to pick up the princess too. Yin Junyo didn't even bother to give him a look this time. If you don't tell the truth, stay in Kyoto. Stay in Kyoto? Chu Shan blurted out. What about Chunshou? As soon as he said that, he met Yin Junyo's teasing eyes. What else does Chu Shan not understand? Your Majesty, you know? Yin Junyo sneered coldly. You better stop being an old cow eating young grass. Chu Shan, shocked. Your Majesty, it was such a long time ago, and you still hold a grudge against me? Chapter 222. Xiong Mansion. Because of the loan sharking and Su's retaking of the household, Xiong Mansion has been in dire straits for the past 6 months. When Su came out of prison, Zhang Qianer had already taken full control of Xiong Mansion's household. Because of the influence of the circle curse, Su was simply in conflict with water. Before entering the prison, she fell into the water every day. After entering the prison, sometimes the swill bucket in the prison would run over her and pour all over her. Sometimes it was raining, and other cells did not get flooded, but her cell did not block the rain. In short, she had not felt comfortable for 2 consecutive months. As time went by, everyone in the prison knew about Su's evil ways. Perhaps it was not her fate. After being tortured by a series of waters, Su was in much better shape after she came out. Under Xiong Shi's suspicious eyes, she took charge of Xiong Mansion's internal affairs again. After knowing that Xiong Yun's marriage gift was actually the loan money of Zhaijui from the north of the city, she wanted to faint, but she couldn't. Zhang Qianer, who let go of the internal affairs of the mansion, still had a light veil on her face and looked like she was not competing with the world. Before the new year, the daughter-in-law paid all her own money to get a chance to negotiate with Zhaijui, so that Zhaijui could give her some more time. Now that the internal affairs are managed by the mother-in-law, then such matters will naturally be decided by the mother-in-law. Before returning to the backyard, she smiled and praised Su. In terms of the management of household expenses, the daughter-in-law admits that she is not even 1/10,000th as good as the mother-in-law. The mother-in-law can just go all out to deal with Master Zhaijio. Deal with? She is a woman, dealing with that. Rogue leader in North City, Su was dumbfounded. Wasn't the betrothal gift paid by Xiong Jila? How did it become usury? She wanted to go to the regent's mansion to ask Xiong Jila for an explanation, but the emperor's decree had come down before the new year, and she could not go to the regent's mansion to harass the princess for any reason. Can't see Xiong Jila? What to do with that huge debt? It rains when it rains. The official's wife, who she borrowed 100,000 taels of silver in the name of Xiong Jila, immediately sent someone to ask her to pay back the money after she knew that she stabbed Xiong Jila and was thrown into prison by the emperor. The emperor released her out of kindness. She also threatened that if she didn't pay back the money before the end of the month, she would ask her husband to ask Xiong for money. Su immediately quit. What a joke! Can Xiong Shi know about this? Besides, wasn't it agreed that the money would be given to her? Why are these people so realistic? Seeing that Xiong Jila, that bitch, ignored her, everyone wanted to add insult to injury, right? Just when she was crying out to the heavens and the earth, but nothing worked, a person appeared and changed her current situation. What do you mean? In front of her was a thick stack of banknotes. Su looked at the person warily. Because of Zhang Qianer, she didn't think that the two of them could sit together so peacefully. The wife of the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Yao, was wearing a graceful royal purple cross-collared skirt, and her hair was like clouds with a golden-laid jade peony hairpin. She looked elegant and dignified. She was over 50 years old, but because of proper maintenance, she looked 5 or 6 years younger than Su, who was 3 or 4 years younger than her. Yao looked at the red nail polish on her fingers elegantly, without even raising her eyelids. Qianer has already told me about Sheer. After all, she was young and ignorant, and paid the price for her kindness, and then... At this point, she raised her head and gave Su a look. My master told me to put the overall situation first, so I let you go. Su couldn't stand Yao's pretentiousness, and frowned and asked, Then why are you looking for me now? Yao pushed the banknote towards Su again. My eldest daughter is going to be the regent's concubine. I heard that the regent's concubine has a deep relationship with the eldest son of the Xiang family, and she listens to her brother's words. It turned out that it was Yuner who had something to ask of her. Su finally understood Yao's intention. Yuner is stubborn. Xiang Jila did such an excessive thing to him, I'm afraid. Before Su could speak, Yao interrupted Su arrogantly. It's just a matter of time for you, Madame Xiang, to decide whether to do it or not. With my Qianer's beauty, it's only a matter of time for the regent to fall in love with her. He found you only for Qianer's sake. She seemed helpless as she said this. Sheer is stubborn and won't enter Xiang's house unless she wants to. I have to find a way to help my silly daughter, Madame Xiang. Do you understand what I mean? So she wants to strengthen the relationship. Now, Su can finally accept Yao's money without any psychological burden. Taking up the banknote and taking a general look, Su met Yao's gaze inquiringly. There are only 50,000 taels here. What about the rest? Yao reached out and brushed off the non-existent dust on her body, and said in a calm voice, The rest can naturally be supplemented after the regent princess nods her head. But, after hesitating for a moment, Yao looked at Su. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Now the regent has been married for more than half a year. If the regent's wife is pregnant at this critical moment, it might be a bit tricky. No, Su calmly put the banknotes into her clothes. The girl was almost frozen to death when she was 7 years old, and her foundation has been damaged. In addition to her care over the years, if she can still give birth to a child, then a barren woman can also be a mother. That's good. Seeing Su so calm, Yao was relieved. There were only a few dirty things in the harem, but Su's cruelty was beyond her expectation. Yao's problem was solved, and it was Su's turn. It's not a big problem to persuade Yuner, but last year the emperor issued an order not to let people from Xiangfu go to the regent princess for any reason. If you want to ask her out to see Yuner, I'm afraid you need Madame Zhang's help. Yao's mouth curled up, but the smile didn't reach her eyes at all. The regent prince has been ill recently, and the princess is still on her way back to Kyoto from the south. It won't be too late to make an appointment after the princess arrives. It would be best if her Qianer could take down the regent prince during the time when the regent princess is away. Of course, it is worth spending a little money and making preparations for both situations in exchange for the protection of the regent palace. At least she knew in advance that the regent princess could not have children, which means she has taken the initiative. If the regent princess is willing to cooperate obediently, it will be fine. They will each get what they need. In the future, if Qianer is favored, she will also let Qianer remember her kindness. If she doesn't cooperate, don't blame her for being ruthless. In Dahuang, if a woman who cannot have children is divorced because her husband's family dislikes her, she will be burned to death. Chapter 223. The days slipped away silently between fingers. Chuncho followed Jinyu to inspect the newly opened shop early in the morning as usual. After Chuncho left, Chiosi followed Xiang Jila as usual, and Liu habitually kept a distance of 10 feet from them. As the weather gradually became hotter, they gradually changed into light summer clothes. Even Liu's blue shirt became lighter. But what surprised Xiang Jila was that after changing into thin clothes, Liu didn't seem to like petting rabbits very much. Occasionally, when she wanted to pet the rabbit, she would lift the rabbit's ears and pluck it from a distance. Most of the time, she would use the wooden rabbit that Xiang Jila bought for her later. Liu, do you see anything special about this fan? This was the third time Xiang Jila asked Liu while turning the folding fan in his hand today. Liu raised her eyelids, and after seeing the smile on her lips that she couldn't suppress no matter what, she gave her 2 cold words. Boring. Xiang Jila touched his nose. Why is it so difficult to ask them to mention Jun Newell? At least ask about the origin of her fan. This is the fan that Jun Newell holds to fan her. Reluctantly, she turned around and looked at Chiosi, who followed closely behind her without even glancing at the fan. Seongjila decided to give up communicating with these two wooden men. I haven't seen Jun Nuo for a month, and I don't know how he handled things in Kyoto. During this month, in addition to being busy with various things, she has been communicating with Gongding No. 3 about memory restoration. Fortunately, the 1 month of hard work was not in vain. Each of Chu Shan's confidants is a talent, and she is a person who cherishes talents, so she will not let talents go unnoticed. After some coercion and inducement, she successfully coaxed the 5 best confidants of Chu Shan to join the Southern Wuling General Alliance, and assigned them tasks. In the September Wuling Conference, if you can become the leader of the Wuling, you can get the title of Wuling Leader. If you can't, find a way to get to know some people in the world. If you encounter financial difficulties and homelessness, you can bring them to Chuncho. After a few times, the problem that Chuncho was worried about being too busy at the beginning was solved. As for the other 6 confidants, Seongjila used her eloquence to describe Chu Shan's loyalty to Yin Junuo from childhood to adulthood. After listening to them, several confidants cried and said, they really did not follow the wrong person. Commander Chu is indeed a passionate man with feelings and righteousness. Then, under Seongjila's deception, arrangement, they embarked on the arduous road of weaving an intelligence network for the prince and swearing allegiance to Commander Chu until death. The remaining 7 people were not idle either. Seongjila arranged them all in Onjin. Onjin's tea house has been open for more than 3 months. Because of the more than 30 dancers, the business was much better than other tea houses, and there was a hint of expansion. Since she wanted to expand, she couldn't just limit herself to tea houses. She got involved in every industry, and after a lot of twists and turns, she came back to Jinyu and Chuncho. Fortunately, Chuncho was very talented in accounting. Except for the beginning when she was not used to changing the short dagger in her hand into a brush, she entered the state very naturally at other times. In Jin Yu's words, if Xiao Qing manages the business, there will be no problem in going north to be a royal merchant. Although Jin Yu's words are somewhat exaggerated, Chuncho is indeed beyond her expectations. If this trend continues, it is not impossible for her to let Jun Nuo restore Chuncho's freedom in 3 years. Everything is developing in the direction she expected, except for her incomplete memories, which make her very uneasy. The heart-eating incident was obviously something she did in her previous life, but the memory of the heart-eating was like being erased in her mind. She even had a bold guess. Is there a possibility that what she did to Jun Nuo in her previous life was more excessive than the impression left in her memory now? But for some reason, the memory hairpin seemed to be imprisoned since it failed to repair all the memories last time. No matter how she tried to bleed, the result was that an external force came out of the hairpin, causing the hairpin to fall off her hand and fall to the ground. Host, maybe you have been too busy recently. Why don't you relax for a few days? So, she relaxed too much without being careful. Now, whenever she picked up the folding fan, she would think of Jun Nuo's otherworldly appearance when he held an umbrella with one hand and fanned her with the other. Whenever she picked up the folding fan, she would want to hear a few words about him from other people's mouths. It turns out that missing someone is really addictive. She has to get used to it. While she was stunned, the doorkeeper hurried over. Miss Cousin, there is a girl outside the door who claims to be the chief escort of Jinwei Escort Agency and is here to see Mr. Mu. Seongjila suppressed the sadness in his heart and frowned. Little girl? If she remembered correctly, the chief escort of Jinwei Escort Agency should be an elderly man. However, the agency's backtracking a few days ago had made her realize that there was something going on. It seemed reasonable for a little girl to come. Please ask her to go to the front hall. Ji-Ro sat uneasily in the front hall of Jin's house. The teacup placed beside her did not move at all. Her hands, which were covered with thin calluses and a little sweat, loosened and tightened and loosened again. A few days ago, she had asked Zhang Bo and his men to reject the request of the young man surnamed Mu to by the Jinwei Escort Agency, and drove him away. Now that she came to the door with such a desperate attitude, would others help her? As soon as Seongjila stepped into the front hall, he saw a girl wearing a black outfit with 2 swords on her back sitting on the right side of the main seat. The girl's facial features were delicate, and had no special features when viewed separately, but when put together, they made people feel inexplicably harmonious and comfortable. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and perhaps because of years of escorting, the skin on her face was still a little rough and spotted. Seeing her look like she wanted to speak but didn't want to, it must be bad news. You looking for me? Seongjila calmly withdrew his gaze and spoke first. A melodious female voice came from the door, and Ji-Ro immediately turned her head to look. The person came with his back to the light, wearing a plain casual dress, and his long black hair was loosely tied up with a transparent cloud-patterned jade hairpin. Under the light and shadow on his back, the whole person looked radiant and people couldn't look away. Ji-ro was stunned, and after a while, she found her voice. I'm looking for Mr. Mu. You are Mr. Mu? Seong-jila nodded. It's me. Chapter 224. After receiving Seong-jila's affirmative answer, Ji-ro asked again uncertainly, You are a woman? Seong-jila looked down at his own advantages, and looked up at Ji-ro's equally turbulent waves. Isn't it obvious? Ji-ro blushed when she noticed her gaze, and said with a bow, Sorry. Ji-ro was abrupt. After a pause, she looked at Seong-jila's long hair and reminded him. If you are unmarried, Mr. Mu does not need to tie up a woman's hair. Ji-ro's idea was very simple. She just wanted to find a topic in a roundabout way, and then cut into her plan to get Mr. Mu to help. Unexpectedly, the other party smiled at her gently. I know, I'm already married. For a moment, Ji-ro felt her heart pierced. Obviously, this Mr. Mu looks 2 or 3 years younger than her, and he's already married. If Uncle Zhang and the others knew, who knows how they would urge her to get married soon. Ahem, the topic has gone too far. Let's get back to it. She cleared her throat awkwardly, and bowed to Seong-jila, performing the etiquette of a Jianghu person. I heard a few days ago that Mr. Mu wanted to buy our escort agency, and there was a misunderstanding with our escort, which was very unpleasant. Ji-ro came here this time to apologize to Mr. Mu, and I hope Mr. Mu will not bear grudges against me. Very unpleasant? That's not the case. Seong-jila waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, it's over, I don't take it to heart. Miss Ji doesn't need to come here to apologize. Besides, I don't see your sincerity in apologizing for your shy look. Thinking that Seong-jila would not forgive her, Ji-ro made up her mind and said, If Mr. Mu is willing, Ji-ro is willing to transfer the escort agency to you at a price 20% lower than what Mr. Mu offered a few days ago. Although she was reluctant. However, Zhang Bo said that Mr. Mu wanted to take over the escort agency just to hire his own thugs to escort. It's better for the escort agency to fall into the hands of Mr. Mu than those people. Daddy has been escorting for decades, and he and his uncles have gone through life and death many times to gain the reputation of Jinwei Escort Agency. I didn't expect that the elders' lives of honor were defeated by that gambler. Less than 20%? Seong-jila's fox eyes lit up slightly. It's not easy to make money, and it's a sin to waste money casually. But you are so anxious to get rid of it. Is it because the escort agency is in trouble? Although she had some guesses in her heart, she was not a kind person, and had no interest in helping others for no reason. Ji-ro's breathing was slightly staggered. She stood straight, but her fists that loosened and tightened and loosened mercilessly betrayed her inner entanglement. After a mental struggle, she took a deep breath, met the scrutinizing eyes of the woman in front of her, and smiled bitterly. It is true that I have encountered a little trouble. On the street, the escort flag of Jinwei Escort Agency was thrown to the ground mercilessly. A dozen younger escorts were knocked to the ground, and could not get up for a long time. A hunchback disabled old man in his 60s was struggling with a dozen burly men holding sticks. Not far from the men, there stood a cold blue-shirt scholar. The scholar held the account book in his left hand, and a pen in his right hand, writing something on the account book from time to time. We don't know Ji-gang or not. Our chief escort is Ji-ro. If you continue to smash things and hurt people like this, we will report to the police. Old man, go and report if you have the guts. The leading man spitted at the old man who was talking in a mocking manner. The man was more than 8 feet tall, with dark skin, developed muscles all over his body, and a black eye patch on his right eye. He was called One Eye in the Jianghu. It was rumored that he was a master hired by the Fugui Casino at a high price from other places, and he had just emerged in Bailing recently. Because he was ruthless and cruel, and his men were all very good at fighting, he was highly valued by the boss of the Fugui Casino. Every time he encountered a hard bone, he would make him run, and no matter how hard the bone was, it would still be chewed crispy after being beaten by him and his men. He thought that the Jinwei Escort Agency was so difficult to deal with that the boss was so afraid to send him out, but he didn't expect that there was only such a hunchbacked and disabled old man, and a dozen useless brats. They were not resistant to fighting at all. It was simply a waste of his time to go to the brothel. At this time, he just wanted to quickly solve these things that were in the way, complete the task of handing over the escort agency, and then go back to the land of pleasure to find a girl to make himself comfortable. The old man was leaning on a crutch, and his right calf and below were wooden prostheses. When his cloudy eyes looked at the one-eyed man, his eyes were red. His cracked lips trembled slightly, repeating over and over again, "Beast, beast." While speaking, he looked earnestly at the people around him, wanting them to report to the authorities. However, the onlookers were extremely frightened of One Eye. Under the earnest gaze of the old man, they all stepped back. The blue-shirt scholar stepped forward and comforted him. "Old man, it's not that we are wrong. It is clearly written in black and white that the chief escort of your escort agency, G-Gang, owed a gambling debt of 200,000 taels. Now our boss has only accepted your small escort agency, which is already a big disadvantage. It is only natural to pay back debts. Let alone reporting to the authorities. Even if you want to sue the emperor, you will not be justified at all." After listening to the blue-shirt scholar's words, One Eye pointed at the blue-shirt scholar and laughed. Listen, scholars are good at talking, you are unreasonable, and you are threatening me? Pooh." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the dozen or so tall and strong thugs, and waved his hand. "Break all these things that are in the way, throw them out of the escort agency, and lock them up. Who dares?" With a furious roar, everyone's eyes fell on the one-legged old man. The old man was still hunched over and leaning on a crutch, but his momentum was completely different from the weak look just now, almost falling down, and his momentum suddenly rose. "Uncle Zhang." "Master." The young men who were knocked to the ground stood up one after another, supporting themselves with their scabbards. The old man called Uncle Zhang slowly loosened his cane, and reached for the bump on his back with shaking hands. "The chief escort is not here, we." While he was speaking, a scimitar with a cold light and a strange shape was pulled out of his hunchback very smoothly. The blade rang excitedly when it saw the light, as if celebrating its return to the light of day. Along with the clanging of the scimitars, there was also Zhang Bo's sonorous and imposing voice. "Guard the last escort." As if influenced by Zhang Bo, the younger generation wiped the blood off their faces, straightened their backs again, and answered loudly, "Yes." One Eye looked at everything in front of him, and smiled playfully. "Oh, so I underestimated you just now. Old man, it seems that there is something interesting when he gets angry." In a flash, One Eye had already drawn his sword and chopped at Zhang Bo mercilessly. Zhang Bo blocked it with his scimitar, and easily dodged the fatal blow by turning sideways. With a clang sound, the two swords collided and sparked a little. Both of them took 2 steps back at the same time. Chapter 225. One Eye glanced at his aching palm, then looked at the old man who took 2 steps back, and could only stand with the help of several young men. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good kung fu." After saying that, he raised his knife and chopped at the old man again, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a rabbit. The old man had already used up all his strength in the previous attack and block. Facing the fierce knife wind of One Eye, the old man used his last breath to push the young man, who was supporting him, to the side. He prepared to concentrate all his strength on his wrist to meet the attack of One Eye. It happened in a flash. An ebony folding fan with a jade bead flew out from the crowd of onlookers and hit One Eye wrist squarely. One Eye wrist felt numb, and the long knife fell. The folding fan with a jade bead, as a fan pendant, seemed to have life, and returned to a slender hand with distinct joints. One Eye looked in the direction where the folding fan came from. A handsome man in a white cross-collared robe and a plain dark-patterned waistcoat was holding the folding fan that had just attacked him, raising his eyebrows and looking at him with a smile. The man's black hair was half tied up with a jade crown, his body was as tall as jade, and he had an extraordinary demeanor. Behind him was a grey-clothed guard with a straight posture and a murderous aura. When he looked at the long sword that fell on the ground, the man's eyes slightly condensed. He said lazily, "Single sword, One Eye, it really lives up to its reputation." One Eye was alert all over. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business?" The blue-shirt scholar did not take the meddling person seriously at first, but when he heard the voice of the speaker, he could not help but turn his head to look at the speaker. After seeing the appearance of the person, his face changed drastically. The prince? He was not mistaken. This was indeed the prince. But when did the prince's clothes become so plain and elegant? At first glance, if it weren't for Liu Yun standing behind him, he would have thought he had recognized the wrong person. Shinmachi's mouth corner slightly raised, his eyes were cold. "Take a walk along the way, and come to join in the fun. I didn't expect that the rich casino now likes to collect debts in this way." It has been a long time since he asked about the casino's affairs, and now he dares to invite even a character like Single Blade and One Eye? Hearing the displeasure in his tone, the blue-shirt scholar's pupil shrank slightly, and he immediately said respectfully, "Today's situation is special, I hope the prince will not be offended." After saying that, he immediately moved closer to One Eye and whispered something in his ear. One Eye looked at Shinmachi with fear. Then he spat at the door of Jinwei Escort Agency unwillingly, raised his hand, and said, "Let's go." Lu Yun stepped forward with a cold face, blocking the footsteps of One Eye who was about to leave. "IOU." One Eye glanced at the blue-shirt scholar, and seeing that the blue-shirt scholar kept winking at him, he reluctantly took out the IOU with a signature from his pocket. Seeing that there was no excitement, people dispersed in twos and threes. Only Xiangjila, who was dressed in plain men's clothes, and Jiro, who was carrying 2 swords, were left. After watching Shinmachi throw out his folding fan like a god to block Zhang Bo's knife, and send away the debt collector with a few words, he now saw him taking the IOU from the guard beside him, and walking towards her with a smile. Jiro, who had never experienced any love affairs, had an uncontrollable heartbeat. Closer. Closer. He stopped 1 step away from her. Then he handed the IOU to Mr. Mu with both hands. Fate is indeed mysterious. Once it comes, it can't be stopped, right? Mr. Mu. The sun was setting in the west, and the breeze with warm and hot air gently lifted and lowered the willow branches on the shore. On the bank of the Ro River, 2 plain figures, one tall and one short, walked side by side. Xiangjila looked coldly at the man walking beside him with a smile on his face. The man still held the ebony folding fan in his hand, and at the end of the fan was the jade bead that she had dropped from her hairpin a few days ago. The princess has been invited many times, but she has not come. I have no choice but to resort to this last resort and have a chance encounter. As he spoke, he still had that cynical smile on his face, and he looked very harmless, but the restraint in his eyes made Xiangjila alert for no reason. Shinmachi, what do you want? Her voice was very soft, but her tone was obviously hostile. Shinmachi's smile froze slightly, but soon returned to normal. In your mind, am I the kind of person who always has a reason for everything? Shinmachi was smiling when he said this, but Xiangjila could hear his self-mockery in his tone. As a friend, I just want to invite my friend to meet and reminisce about the past. Is this request too much? Friend? Xiangjila curled his lips sarcastically. You and I are friends, so why do you want to plot against Jun Nuo? Shinmachi stopped in surprise, and looked at Xiangjila. The latter's eyes met his gaze without any warmth, just like in the last life, as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. I remember that when we met last time, I told you very clearly that Jun Nuo is my bottom line. The slightly warm breeze carried the breath of the river and blew between the two of them. The fishy and salty smell was suffocating. It was this kind of look again. It was this kind of cold and calm look without any emotion. Obviously, she had not experienced the endless killings in her previous life. Her voice had not been ruined. Her beautiful face had not been ruined, and except for marrying Yin Junyo, all the unbearable things had not even happened yet. But she was unwilling to give him even a half-warm look. Their cooperation in the previous life was very pleasant, wasn't it? His eyes gradually darkened when he looked at her, and his voice was unusually low. Xiangjila. This was the first time he called her name in his past and present lives. There was an inexplicable tenderness in the deep voice, which made Xiangjila feel unusual. Awkward. Yes, awkward. This awkward feeling was like adding salt to the soup, but the taste was sweet, which made people feel strange and frightened. Xiangjila didn't care whether it was scary or not. Every time Yin Junyo called her by her full name, it was definitely not good. She didn't think it was different when Shinmachi called her by her full name. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. As if she saw her intention, she moved slightly. His figure was 1 step faster, blocking her way and reaching out to grab her wrist. In the previous life, even when Xiangjila used a long whip to strangle his neck when they first met, Shinmachi had never fought with Xiangjila in person. So she naturally thought that his martial arts would be inferior to hers. Now it seems that Shinmachi's martial arts is stronger than she imagined. Fortunately, she did not come to the door impulsively after knowing that he had calculated Jun Nuo otherwise. At this time, the corners of his eyes gradually turned red, and his voice was slightly hoarse due to excitement. Are you afraid of me? He took a step forward, and Xiangjila immediately took 2 steps back. However, the big hand holding her wrist was like an iron clamp, and she couldn't break free at all. She could only pull the corners of her mouth in a perfunctory manner and try to keep a distance from him. What? He took advantage of the situation and pulled her hard, ignoring her struggle, and held her tightly in his arms. Why do you want to marry Yin Junyo? Chapter 226. Xiangjila was tense, as if she didn't understand why he suddenly became like this. When he hugged her tightly, she was even ready to pull out a long whip and strangle his neck. Why did you marry Jun Nuo? Isn't it obvious? She has said it so many times. I like him, so I married him. The air suddenly became quiet. Xiangjila could even feel that he was slightly startled by her words. The weather in late spring is always slightly warm and a little chilly. At this moment, Shinmachi felt that his heart seemed to be affected by this horrible weather. When he heard her words, I like him, so I married him, he felt a little cold. Soon, he held her tighter. Even his tone became a little unreasonable. Impossible, he forced you to marry him, and you also assassinated him because you were dissatisfied with the marriage. The ambergris filling her nose made her frown for no reason. Your Highness, you lost your composure. She didn't even figure out what was wrong with Shinmachi. In the last life, they kept a safe distance. Guilt is not joy, Xiangjila, you have to understand. Hearing his reminder, Xiangjila smiled. How could I not know? Why did I cooperate with you in my last life? Don't you understand it now? Don't understand? He understood it too well, so he was still timid towards her, because he was afraid that he would make things worse if he was not careful. But he was unwilling to accept it. Why couldn't he be reborn earlier? If so, he would have enough time to arrange to go to Kyoto to find her, and let her fall in love with him before getting married. Even now, as long as she showed a little bit of disgust for Yin Junyo, he could take her away from Yin Junyo without caring whether she was married or not. But she didn't. She didn't care about their friendship in the previous life at all. She was cold and polite to him. Her heart and eyes were filled with Yin Junyo. Another mental blow. Shinmachi even felt that he didn't have the strength to hug her. Xiangjila took the opportunity to break free from his arms. After 5 steps away from him, she said coldly, Prince, have you ever been sincere? Do you know what sincerity is? Prince, have you ever been sincere? Do you know what sincerity is? 2 words, neither light nor heavy, stopped Shinmachi from going forward to take her back into his arms. Looking at the cold-looking woman in front of him, his eyes slowly covered with a layer of confusion. Sincerity? What is sincerity? And how can one be considered sincere? Seeing the confusion in his heart, Xiangjila's eyes quickly flashed a hint of understanding and determination. Even his tone became heavier. Although I don't understand why you suddenly lost your composure, I still want to make a statement to you for your abnormal attitude. No matter what happened between Junnuo and me in the last life and before in this life, since I'm back, then, my body and my heart belong only to Junnuo, so don't waste your time on me. Don't waste time on her? Shinmachi used his backhand to chop a bowl-sized willow tree beside him in half. His voice was filled with a bit of madness due to excitement. It's not fair, Xiangjila, it's not fair. The duel between him and Yin Junyo had not even officially started, but she had already unilaterally declared that he had lost. How could he accept that? The few strands of long hair that were scattered due to excitement added a bit of brokenness to his handsome face. It made people want to step forward and protect him. Xiangjila finally understood the seriousness of the problem. She met his hurt eyes without giving in. Her fox eyes were full of frankness and seriousness. Her voice was even louder than his. Whether in the last life or this life, Junnuo and I love each other. What's unfair, besides? At this point, she seemed to be immersed in some beautiful memories, and even her expression softened a little. For things like feelings, it's always true to heart, not even a little less. Shinmachi choked. He wanted to tell her that he was also sincere. However, when she asked what sincerity was, he couldn't answer a word. He could only watch her slender figure getting farther and farther away from him. At night. I don't know if it was affected by what happened during the day, but Xiangjila didn't sleep well. I always felt like I was dreaming, but it didn't seem like a dream. I don't know when a tall and noble black figure appeared in front of the bed, with a faint halo under the moonlight, as if an immortal had descended. But this immortal seemed to be murderous. Feeling the shadow beside the bed, Xiangjila opened her eyes sleepily. After seeing the person clearly in the moonlight, she was stunned for a moment, and then a flash of ecstasy flashed in her eyes, and then she showed a stupid smile to the person in front of the bed. Silly Junyo. You came into my dream again. After saying that, she sat up as if she was dreaming before, boldly stretched out her hand to hook the visitor's neck, and enthusiastically moved forward to pull the visitor to the bed. Stayed longer in the dream today. Why do you run so fast every time? The little woman's little emotions, which seemed to be accusing and coquettish, made the visitor's murderous aura disappear, and even his cold and lonely phoenix eyes softened instantly. Falling on her, his eyes dimmed, his fingertips with thin calluses brushed across her eyebrows, and asked in a low voice, How long do you want me to stay? Today's dream is a bit real. She closed her eyes again, and nestled in his arms. It's better not to leave anyway. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she seemed to hear a chuckle. When she realized that she was not dreaming, it was too late. The bed curtains were put down at some point. It was hard to tell whether it was the longing for reunion or the thought of love. The two just wanted to have each other impatiently at this moment. The sky gradually brightened, and the room was still full of charming atmosphere. A woman's delicate and slightly hoarse voice came from the tent. Junyo? Yes, I'm here. Junyo? It's me. When did you come back? What's with the palm print on your chest? Why is your face injured? You are tired. Sleep for a while. But now immediately, close your eyes. Silly Junyo is so fierce. Feeling the little woman's breathing gradually even in his arms, a complicated look flashed in Yin Junyo's eyes. What? She married someone else after his death in the last life, and now she just feels guilty towards him. He didn't listen to any of Shinmachi's lies. She said that she had given him her body and her heart, and he had kept them. No one could take them away. So what if she was just playing with him? So what if she didn't love him? It was enough that he loved her. A forced melon is not sweet, but he insisted on twisting it off and leaving it there. Shinmachi must be crazy. In order to sow discord, he even said such nonsense as past and present lives. However, a layer of uneasiness gradually gathered in his heart. He lowered his head and gently rubbed the top of the little woman's head, muttering to himself, "You have to be good. Don't try to escape. Otherwise." As soon as this thought came out, his hand slowly stroked the smooth, white, and slender legs that were still on his waist. A trace of madness flashed through his eyes. These legs are so beautiful, it would be a pity to break them. Chapter 227. The sky was not yet completely bright in the morning. Chuncho got up early in the morning and prepared to send the account book that she had checked the night before to Xiangjila. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Chushan standing at the door like a small mountain. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly reacted. Holding the account book, she bowed to Chushan, "Commander Chu." Chushan's eyes flashed with a trace of hurt. "Chuncho, I have told you many times not to call me that." Chuncho's eyelids were half drooped. "Yes, Chushan." The voice was distant and polite. Chushan clenched his fist slightly, glanced at the books in her hands, and asked, "Are you going to send the account books to the princess?" Chuncho nodded, "But seeing that Commander Chu is here, I think the prince must be with the princess. In this case, I will send it later." After saying that, she took a step back and was about to close the door. At the moment when the two doors were about to close, Chushan stretched out his hand to hold the door, and squeezed himself in through the gap in the door. Chuncho stepped back quickly, but he grabbed her arm and pressed it against the door panel. The door panel that had not been closed just now closed with a bang. The sudden tenderness on her lips made Chuncho look at the man in front of her with wide eyes, and instinctively stretched out her hand to push him away. The man seemed to have expected it, and raised her hands to the top of her head with one hand. She swept her crotch kick, but her legs were held down by the man halfway through the sweep. He also meanly pressed his leg between her legs, making her unable to move. Chuncho's mind boomed, and there was only a blank left. Chu. What is Chushan doing? Soon, the accelerated heartbeat and the feeling of suffocation made her whole body soften. She helplessly let Chushan conquer the city, and in the end, she only felt that she was full of grievances. Didn't he want to treat her as a sister? The thought of sister flashed through her mind, and Chuncho immediately regained her reason and bit Chushan's lower lip hard. Chushan felt pain and barely let her go. He buried his head in her neck, with an unstable breath. Chuncho had a faint girl's fragrance on her body, which filled his nose and smelled particularly good. He spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Chuncho, please stop hiding from me, okay? I like you. I want you to be my wife." Like her, Chuncho also leaned against the door with an unstable breath, letting him rest his forehead on her shoulder. I thought my heart would be ripple-free when facing him, but his words stirred it. Recalling the nonsense he said before, she suppressed the huge waves in her heart and pretended to be calm and returned his previous words intact. "I remember that Commander Chu treats me as his sister. We are 4 years apart in age. You should stop making suspicious moves. If you want to find a girl." "Sister?" He said he wanted to find a girl. Now he wanted to hit someone when he heard the word. "Fuck your sister." After saying that, Chushan lowered his head again and pressed his lips against Chuncho's. The force was so strong that the place where his lower lip was bitten immediately bled. There was a faint smell of blood between their breaths. Chushan didn't let her go until Chuncho was about to lose her balance. When he looked at her with eyes that used to be filled with a strong murderous aura, there was only an emotion that Chuncho didn't understand. It was like a gentle net that trapped her tightly in the middle, and she could never escape. Chuncho. Duan Qing, listen, I, Chushan, can only be with you in this life. You have kissed and bitten me. Don't think about being irresponsible. When Chushan spoke, his face was almost close to hers. Chuncho felt that her whole body was wrapped in his burning breath. When she heard these words, she felt as if she was dreaming. My heart was beating fast. What should I do? Chushan said that she was the only one who could do it. What should she do? Should she go to the princess now to discuss whether she should accept Chushan? Seeing that Chuncho still had no reaction, Chushan became anxious and let go of her to open the door and walk out. I will go out and tell everyone that I kissed you and was bitten by you. I am yours. The door was quickly opened a crack. Holding down by Chuncho, she blushed and held his hand, lowered her head, and spoke in a voice as low as a mosquito. You, say what you just said again. When Chushan left Chuncho's room, it was already bright. There was a small cut on his lower lip that was bleeding, but it did not affect his joy at all. The prince was right. A man should be a husband. Now he could go to the prince and tell him that he was going to have a wife soon. The prince should not think of bullying him as a bachelor. At noon, the first thing Xiangjila did after bathing and changing his clothes was to take off Yan Zhenyuo's clothes and check the injuries on his body and face. Did you go to fight with others? This is different from the previous killings using internal force. These are physical fights, without any internal force. TSK, look at the bruises at the corners of your mouth and eyes. If someone's fists were harder, your eyeballs would have been knocked out. And the bruises on your chest and back, I don't know if there will be internal injuries. Xiangjila chattered non-stop, while applying medicated oil to his back, like a worried mother scolding her disobedient son. Yan Zhenyuo lay on the bed, closing his eyes, and enjoying the little woman's service. Prince, are you not going to explain to me where all these injuries come from? Yan Zhenyuo didn't even lift his eyelids, and said coldly, men's affairs, women should not interfere. The hand that was pushing the medicine oil on his back paused, and Xiangjila responded with a smile. Care is not okay. You can care about other things. There is no need to care about such trivial matters. Trivia? Is he injured or a small matter? May I ask, your majesty, if such an injury is a small matter to you, then what is a big matter to you? I'm hungry. Seeing that he didn't want to communicate anymore, Xiangjila's hand, which he wanted to put on his back, suddenly felt a little lost. Clenching his palm slightly into a fist, Xiangjila forced a flattering smile. Okay, you are the boss. If you are hungry, I will cook for you right away. Go ahead, don't make it too complicated, just make some stewed potatoes and shredded chicken porridge, less salt, less oil, and no onions. So, she has changed her career to become a cook now? Pingnan Palace. In the master bedroom. The 40-year-old palace doctor put away the medicine box again, and told Lu Yun, Your Majesty can't walk around freely these days to avoid hurting the muscles and bones of the injured leg. The right hand is seriously dislocated. Your Majesty should try not to hold a sword recently. Lu Yun nodded, sent someone to get medicine from the palace doctor, and returned to Shinmachi's bed. At this time, Shinmachi was half leaning on the bed. Because of his serious injury to one leg, no matter how he sat, his posture was very awkward. The corners of his eyes and mouth were bruised, his right face was swollen, and there were pinch marks on his neck. Chapter 228. When he looked at Lu Yun, he was not as angry as Lu Yun imagined, but unusually calm. Lu Yun finally couldn't help but speak, Prince. Why are you doing this? It is appropriate for them to keep a low profile in their current situation, and the prince also knows it. Why is he always so irrational when facing the regent? Shinmachi smiled indifferently. He still saved my life after all, didn't he? After you told him that Xiangjila remarried him after his death in the previous life, he didn't beat him to death, which shows that his words still played a certain role. Although Yan Zhenyuo did not mention his attitude, once the seeds of doubt were planted, they would take root and sprout. Lu Yun. I am here. Remembering what she said yesterday afternoon by the Ru River. Shinmachi looked at Lu Yun, still with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Do you know what sincerity is? And what should I do to be sincere? Ah. This. Seeing that Lu Yun was even more confused than himself, Shinmachi wanted to wave his hand, but found that his right hand was still hanging around his neck, so he could only sigh. Forget it. In an elegant pavilion in the Jin mansion, Xiangjila was holding a spoon and feeding a certain Mr. Yin porridge mouthful by mouthful. Chu Shan came over with a smile on his stained lips. Get lost? The certain old man who was having breakfast was very unhappy about being disturbed by someone. Only then did Chu Shan see clearly that the princess was sitting on the prince's lap. nestling in the prince's arms and feeding him porridge spoonful by spoonful. He immediately retracted his half-step foot, then stepped back a few steps, and finally retreated outside the pavilion. Prince? Xiangjila blushed and was about to leave Yin Zhenyu, but Yin Zhenyu held her waist with one hand. Continue. Xiangjila glanced at Chu Shan, who looked at Xiangjila for help. Finally, while Chu Shan felt that the days were passing by like years, Xiangjila finally finished feeding him half a bowl of shredded chicken porridge. She put down the bowl and spoon in her hand, called the maid to take away the unfinished food in the pavilion, and then smiled and told Yin Zhenyu that she had something to do today, and asked him to wait for her in the mansion for half a day, and she could set off back to Beijing after she finished her business. Seeing the little woman so obedient, Yin Zhenyu nodded and said only go early, and come back early without saying anything else. After Xiangjila's figure turned to the corner of the corridor and could no longer be seen, Yin Zhenyu looked at Chu Shan with a chill. What's the matter? Chu Shan immediately stepped forward and looked at Yin Zhenyu with admiration. Your Highness is really amazing. Your subordinate will have a wife soon. Yin Zhenyu's eyes softened slightly, but his tone was as cold as usual. Promising. He was bitten on the mouth by a woman, but still looked proud. It was really embarrassing for him. Then he gently placed his slender hand with distinct knuckles on the stone table in front of him, and tapped it lightly. How is the investigation of Shinmachi going? When talking about business, Chu Shan's eyes were filled with tenderness, and he regained the solemnity and restraint that a guard should have. The death of King Ping Nan is probably not simple. Yin Zhenyu paused slightly after tapping the table. Continue to investigate. Yes. After Chu Shan retreated, Yin Zhenyu looked at the slowly flowing river next to the pavilion, his narrow eyes half closed, and from time to time he flashed a few complex and solemn expressions. Although he knew that what Shinmachi said was nonsense, the point he mentioned still made him alert. He would die. Why would he die? No, he couldn't die. If he died, no one would protect the stupid woman. When Xiangjila brought Qiuxi and Liu to the Jinwei escort agency, the door of the escort agency was closed, but there was noise behind the door. She and Qiuxi looked at each other briefly. Qiuxi understood, and took Liu and Xiangjila to the dark alley, turned over and climbed over the wall to enter the escort agency. In the center of the escort agency, there is a large open space. On weekdays, when there is an escort, it is used to place the guests' goods. If there is no escort, it is the training ground for the escorts to practice martial arts. At this time, a group of people stood densely in the training ground. No one knew what they were doing in the center. Everyone was standing on tiptoe to look inside, and for a moment, they ignored the three outsiders. Qiuxi roughly estimated that there were more than 50 people. When Xiangjila heard the number of people Qiuxi reported to her, he frowned slightly. When we came yesterday, it seemed that including Miss Ji and the kitchen maid, there were only about 20 people. Today, the number has increased by more than half. A dark-skinned boy in the crowd recognized Xiangjila standing behind the crowd, and immediately squeezed out of the crowd with shining eyes and ran to Xiangjila. Mr. Mu, you are here. The boy's skin is dark, which makes his teeth look inexplicably white. If you go out at night and smile, and meet a passerby with a lantern, the weak yellow light, and the white teeth will definitely scare people to death. After yesterday, in the boy's mind, Master Mu is a person who knows powerful people. If there is something that cannot be settled, let Master Mu go to find the powerful person from yesterday, and it will be right. Infected by the boy's enthusiasm, Xiangjila also raised the corner of his mouth and smiled back. It's so lively today. Did something happen? The boy looked at Xiangjila's smile and felt inexplicably scared. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. General, Master Ji is here and wants to take back the escort agency. Robbing? Xiangjila narrowed her eyes. The escort agency had already completed the handover yesterday, and now she was the owner of the escort agency. Today, she was going to settle the affairs of the escort agency with Ji Ro, and see whether the escorts of the escort agency would stay or go. Someone actually robbed her? Qiuxi. With a soft call, Qiuxi flashed into the crowd, threw out a few people who were making trouble, and easily opened a way for Xiangjila. Ji Gang, who was still in a stalemate with Ji Ro, looked at the person who came to Ji Ro and confronted him. The person looked even 1 or 2 years younger than Ji Ro, and couldn't help but laugh at Ji Ro sarcastically. What? Is this kid the one who bought your escort company? As he spoke, he lifted up the 30-gene black iron curved knife and stood up. His half-exposed and muscular arms jumped a few times with strength because of his movements. It was obviously a demonstration to her. Xiangjila narrowed her eyes, and kicked the square table in front of her as if it had life. Ji Gang was directly knocked back to the chair and stuck tightly. She stretched her legs to press against the edge of the table, leaned her upper body, and smiled roguely, which was quite masculine. Just sit down and talk. Who are you trying to scare by standing up with a knife and showing off your pork tendon? Chapter 229. When Ji Gang was knocked back to his chair by the square table at first, he was stunned. It was not until the square table in front of him was stuck in front of him that he reacted and stretched out his hand to block it, trying to push the square table away. Unexpectedly, the square table had just moved a little, and the outstanding boy at the other end ruthlessly kicked the edge of the square table, and the square table that he pushed away returned to the position where he had just been stuck. Only then did he calm down and carefully look at the boy. The young man was not very tall among their people, but compared with the local people in Bailing, he was not too short either. His skin was very white, which made him stand out among the escorts, who had been escorting for many years, and had dark yellow skin. His long hair was tied up high with a plain headband, and he wore a long robe of the same color as the headband. In addition to a waist belt of the same color, there was also an ordinary folding fan pinned between the waist belt, without too much embellishment. The plain and elegant clothes glowed with color under the sunlight, and it was obvious that they were made of extremely precious materials. The two followers who followed him had decent temperaments, and they were probably the sons of some wealthy family who came out to experience life. However, he was really surprised. When did such a rich son come to Bailing, and he didn't even know about it? Who are you? When he spoke, his tone was completely free of the contempt just now. Although he was a gambler, it didn't mean he was stupid. Considering that One Eye didn't take back the escort agency yesterday, he more or less guessed the reason. However, no matter what the reason was, Jinwei Escort Agency was handed over to him by his father. Now that he has saved it, it should naturally return to his hands. Why did this brat come to join in the fun? Xiangjila did not reduce the strength of his feet at all. He took out the folding fan from his waist with his backhand, opened it, and shook it a few times. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and the smile did not reach his eyes at all. It doesn't matter who I am. Are you Ji Gang? The words that came out of her mouth were questioning, but the tone was affirmative. Yesterday, I heard Ji Rose say that her brother was addicted to gambling and used the escort company as collateral. I thought he would be a gambler with red eyes, no relatives, and a mess. I didn't expect him to look so chivalrous. It's true. You can't judge a person by his appearance. While Xiangjila was talking, Ji Gang stretched out his legs and kicked up from under the table. The fragile square table was directly broken into firewood by the internal force of the two people. After the square table was broken, Ji Gang took advantage of the flying wood and immediately stood up, swung his long knife, and flew up to hit Xiangjila in the face. Xiangjila leaned sideways and blocked the long sword with his folding fan, easily blocking it back. Compared to Ji Gang, who took a few steps back in a slightly embarrassed manner, Xiangjila sat steadily in the position where Ji Ro had just sat, waving his folding fan comfortably, and the difference in their martial arts skills was immediately apparent. What? You were a coward yesterday, and you're back to bully people today? Seeing that his attack was easily resolved, Ji Gang's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and he had to soften his tone. This is our family affair. I hope this young master won't meddle in it. Family affairs? I think you may have made a mistake. Folding the folding fan, Xiangjila stood up and walked to the people who had gathered spontaneously since she saw her, forming an obvious confrontation with the people brought by Ji Gang. Jinwei Escort Agency was bought by me yesterday, so the one who came back to meddle in other people's business is you. Impossible. I am the chief escort of Jinwei Escort Agency. Who dares to make the decision if I don't agree? Ji Gang blurted out without thinking. Then, he pointed his scimitar at Ji Ro, his eyes full of resentment. Ji Ro, it's you, you beast. You actually want to sell the property left by your father. Tell me, are you shameless enough to hook up with this pretty boy? That's why you want to give all our family property to him? The words were so harsh that even Chiu Si, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown, and Liu tightened her grip on the wooden rabbit. On the other side, Ji Ro shouted back louder than Ji Gang. Ji Gang, weren't you the one who proposed to sell the escort agency? From the moment you bet the escort agency on the Fukui Casino and took away all the powerful escorts, you are no longer qualified to be our chief escort, let alone a son of my Ji family. As soon as Ji Ro finished speaking, the middle-aged man behind Ji Gang spoke with a dignified face, like an elder. Ji Ro, what nonsense are you talking about? Is this how you talk to your brother? Zhang Bo behind Ji Ro was more majestic than the middle-aged man. Wu Qian, shut up. The middle-aged man called Wu Qian instantly lost his momentum after being yelled at by Zhang Bo. Although he had left the Jinwei escort agency with Ji Gang, Zhang Bo was still a great figure in the hearts of his generation, and they had to give him some face when facing him. However, Ji Gang was determined to fight with Zhang Bo. Seeing that his people were scared by the old man's yelling, he immediately said, "Uncle Wu is right. Why should you shut up?" In his eyes, no one except him is qualified to touch this family business. So what if he loses it all? With the strong escorts he took away, and the remaining prestige of the name Jinwei escort agency, it will not be difficult for him to make a comeback somewhere else one day, but now someone tells him that his things are not his anymore. How can he accept this? Ji Gang glanced at Wu Qian. Wu Qian received Ji Gang's eye signal, and was about to continue speaking, but was shot by Zhang Bo's glare. His majestic look immediately subsided a little, and even his tone slowed down a bit. He comforted Jiro. "Jiro, I'm not saying anything to you. The chief escort said he wanted to sell the escort agency at the beginning, but it was just talk. He didn't really sell it. Do you have to care so seriously about such a small matter?" As soon as the voice fell, the people behind the middle-aged man began to agree. That's right, the chief escort was just confused for a moment, and made a small mistake. What's more, isn't the escort agency doing well now? You even care about such a small matter. You are too petty. How can you be a good escort leader without any foresight? That's right, it's just gambling. What man doesn't dabble in it? We live on the edge of a knife all year round. If we don't have some fun, life will be too boring. You are a girl, and you still can't get married. Now that you are the head escort, you don't need to get married anymore. All of a sudden, all the malicious words from all sides turned to target Ji Ro for not getting married at her age, and insisting on occupying the family property. Xiang Jila, who was standing aside, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up, all of you. You are rebelling, right? Chapter 230. Xiang Jila's words were wrapped with internal strength, and they were domineeringly poured into everyone's ears. Everyone present couldn't help but cover their ears. Because her height was not much of an advantage in front of the other group of tall escorts, Xiang Jila walked to the bench next to the martial arts training ground, stretched out her legs and swept, stacking 2 benches. She flew up and stood in front of everyone with her hands behind her back, holding a folding fan. There was no expression on her face, and her eyes were cold. Under the sunlight, she was glowing with color, giving people a sense of awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. I said, I am the owner of Jinwei Escort Agency now. If you want to quarrel, fight or kill, get out of here and don't pollute my territory. Another tall and strong middle-aged man behind Ji Gang shouted fearlessly, You are robbing and robbing. We will report to the police. Report to the police? Xiang Jila narrowed her eyes. Reporting to the police will make the matter worse, and Jun Nua may be alarmed. If Jun Nua knew that she was so cowardly that she had to reason for a small matter, he might get angry, and say that she was timid even though he had his support. TSK. It's better to just do it directly. Thinking that Xiang Jila didn't say anything because he was afraid, Ji Gang's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Yes, I will report it to the police. This was originally my property, and now you have seized it. Ah. Before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his mouth. He reached out and touched it, and immediately there were 2 more front teeth on his hand, lying quietly in his palm like peanuts with blood. His expression turned cold, and he was about to get angry, but the person who had just thrown the folding fan to hit him in the face was 1 step faster than him. Chiosi, teach them the principles of life. Being busy giving orders to Chiosi, Xiang Jila completely ignored the eagerness that flashed across the Yu's eyes. Finally, there was a chance for someone to try her new poison. After swaggering out of the county government office with Yen Junyuo's badge, Xiang Jila dragged Chiosi and Liu to the Jin mansion without stopping. Hurry up, or it will be dark. Returning to the mansion over time, she could fully imagine how dark someone's beautiful face would be. After returning to the Jin mansion, Xiang Jila secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that the son-in-law had already had dinner. After eating something hastily, she casually dismissed Chiosi and Liu and went to the bedroom without stopping. When she walked outside the door, she vaguely heard the sound of water inside. He was bathing. Thinking of his strong body, tangled and powerful muscles, and his beautiful waist without a trace of fat due to years of martial arts practice, his posture was upright and clear. Xiang Jila, whose mind was suddenly filled with yellow waste, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What are you doing outside? Come in. His voice was as clear as usual, as if he thought it was normal for him to bathe, and she was watching from the side. Xiang Jila, who almost choked to death by his own saliva, pushed the door open with shaking hands. Come! Come! After the original embroidered screen was destroyed by the assassin last time, Jean Yu specially spent a lot of money to customize a plain screen with solid wood and steel plates for her. In Jean Yu's eyes, the heavier the object, the safer it is to hide behind. Although Xiang Jile explained that if an assassin really came, the thicker the screen would be useless. But Jean Yu insisted again, and Xiang Jile didn't say anything else. Behind the screen, there was a lot of steam, and the sound of splashing water could be heard from time to time. Xiang Jile wondered if she had worn too many clothes today, and why she suddenly felt so hot. As if she was surprised that she hadn't come over yet, the person behind the screen called out tentatively. Lulu? Xiang Jile felt even hotter. I'm here. The emotion in her voice was not right. Was she nervous? Yin Junyuo behind the screen raised his eyebrows. He didn't seem to understand why she was suddenly nervous. He leaned over the edge of the tub, his eyes half closed. His voice was unusually lazy and low. Come and help me get rid of the blood stasis. On the other side of the screen, Xiang Jile wiped the sweat off his forehead, took out the morning medicine oil from the medicine box, and walked behind the screen with heavy steps. His long hair had been tied up, and what came into view was a snow-white back with blue and purple. Although the lower half of his back was underwater, Xiang Jile could still see the underwater scenery at a glance through the refraction of the water light. Seeing the underwater scenery clearly, she finally felt less embarrassed. Fortunately, the man was wearing long pants. I have to admit that Yin Junyuo's skin is really good. Not only is it white, but it also turns white again quickly after being tanned. Even if it is injured, as long as the wound heals, there will be no scar left. It is so delicate that even she, a woman, can't help but be jealous. Without waiting for her next move, Yin Junyuo raised his eyelids. What are you hesitating about? Xiang Jile's neck shrank, and he was about to pour the medicine oil on his back, but he reached out and held the wrist holding the medicine oil. The medicinal oil will disperse when it comes into contact with water. It's useless. Besides, he didn't like the smell of the medicinal oil. Xiang Jile glanced at his back and pursed his lips, which had become dry since he saw him. Without the medicinal oil, dry push? Why not? After saying that, Yin Junyuo leaned over the edge of the tub again, looking like he was letting her do whatever she wanted. Okay, as long as you're happy. Xiang Jile resigned himself to putting down the medicinal oil, moved a stool, and sat next to the tub, stretched out his hand to test the water temperature, and after feeling that the temperature was acceptable, he quietly poured some internal force into his right hand to help him push away the bruises on his back. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was harmonious and quiet. With a warm and soft feeling on his back, Yin Junyuo relaxed his guard for a rare time and enjoyed the massage of the little woman with all his heart. Just when he was about to fall asleep, a soft call came from his ear. Junyuo. The voice was so soft that he thought he had heard it wrong. If one day, you get tired of me. Aw, silly Junyuo, why are you hitting my head so hard? It hurts. Xiang Jile quickly reached out to cover her forehead where he had hit her just now. The culprit who hit her head snorted coldly. Stupid woman, stupid brain thinks stupid things. Tired of her? Ha! She really dares to think. Xiang Jile covered her head and protested. How could I just? Just as she started to speak, with a splash, she was pulled into the bathtub by a strong force. Then came the oncoming masculine breath. The man who was lazy as a cat just now pressed her into the water and sealed her mouth with his lips, regardless of her struggle. Suddenly, the bathtub was full of overflowing water. Until the moon was at its zenith, and the water could no longer overflow, the little woman's hoarse protest came from behind the screen. Silly Junyuo, are you dahe? It hurts to bite someone carelessly. Next time if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will bite off your tongue myself. Do you think I can't hear what you are trying to test? Stupid woman. Chapter 231. The next morning, the morning light had just spread all over Bailing. More than a dozen people and 2 carriages were already standing outside Bailing City. Jean Yu was reluctantly saying goodbye to Xiang Jile. Seeing the obvious damage on Xiang Jile's lower lip, she felt very distressed. It's already late spring. How could there still be wild cats biting people? Xiang Jile's ears turned red, and he laughed dryly. I don't know either. Jean Yu nodded seriously. Next time you come to stay, I change your room and make sure there are no wild cats. After saying that, she glanced at Chu Shan who was whispering to Chuncho not far away, and came to Xiang Jile and whispered, but General Chu was also bitten yesterday. It's really strange that these wild cats don't bite anyone but you nobles. Suddenly seeing Yan Zhenyu quietly walking behind Xiangjila, Jin Yu immediately lowered her head in fear. General. General, I don't mean to offend you. Xiangjila turned his head and looked behind him, then turned back and held Jin Yu's hand and patted it. Okay, Aunt Jean, you don't have to be so afraid of him. He's a very nice person. Yan Zhenyu, who was praised as a good person, raised his eyebrows, naturally put his arm around her waist, and nodded to Jin Yu. Mrs. Jean, don't be too reserved. As long as the elders were good to his woman, he would be happy to give them more tolerance. This tolerance naturally included Jin's house. He had secretly sent people to protect it before leaving to ensure that the incident with Jin Hua would not happen again. In the past, Yan Zhenyu's aura was so strong that people in the mansion were walking on thin ice. Now he suddenly spoke to her in such a friendly manner. Jin Yu didn't know how to react for a moment. Xiangjila spoke at the right time to resolve the embarrassment. And Jean, we say goodbye now. If you want to visit Kyoto in the future, tell Chuncho and send a letter back. I send someone to pick you up. Jin Yu's voice choked, and she nodded. Okay, be careful on the road. As she spoke, she stuffed Xiangjila with a bag full of silver and banknotes. There are a lot of expenses on the road. It's not easy for you two to save a little money. You should save as much as you can. In Jin Yu's opinion, no matter how high Yan Zhenyu's official position is, he is no higher than those first-rank officials in the capital, especially since he is a military commander and he may offend people at any time. Give them some money to support themselves. If they can't make it in Kyoto, they can still come back to the south to find her. Although she is still a little afraid of Yan Zhenyu and Chu Shan. Xiangjila's eyes were hot, and she took the purse given to her by Jin Yu. Okay, thank you, Aunt Jean. Seeing her take her money without any defense, Jin Yu smiled with red eyes. Silly child, why are you being polite to Aunt? As they talked, Chuncho also followed back to Jin Yu. Xiangjila took Chuncho aside and told her a few words. After returning to Beijing, I will send people to deliver letters here from time to time. You can help me deliver them to Mr. Qin. Later, I will let Chiosi take you to the escort agency to recognize your face before catching up. Xinwei Escort Agency will also be under your control in the future, but the escort agency can only be used as a surface cover. If all our people pass the test later, we need to establish another organization. You will listen to my arrangements at that time. Although she didn't understand Xiangjila's intention in making such an arrangement, Chuncho still bowed her head respectfully. Yes, princess. After waiting for a long time, Chuncho didn't show any other reaction. Looking at Chu Shan, who was still looking at her from time to time after returning to Yan Zhenyu's carriage, Xiangjila touched Chuncho's shoulder teasingly. That's it? You don't plan to ask me when I will transfer you back to Kyoto? Chuncho's pretty face flushed at first, and then shook her head firmly. Public affairs are public affairs. Private affairs are private affairs. The master's affairs are above all else. Since she asked to stay in the south to help the princess, she would never let her love get the better of her at this critical moment. Therefore, she never told Chu Shan that she had a mission in the south. Chu Shan always thought that she was staying with Jin Yu to comfort Jin Yu for the princess. As for the return date, even she herself couldn't say. However, Chu Shan also said that he respected her choice and would ask the prince for her blessing after she returned to Kyoto. A weight fell on her right shoulder, and Chuncho raised her head quickly. He met Xiangjila's extremely serious eyes. Chuncho, thank you. Chuncho's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes were full of brilliance. It is my duty to share the worries and work of my master. Not long after leaving Bailing, Chu Shan began to miss Chuncho. Along the way, he frequently turned his head to look at the carriage behind him. But as long as he thought of his own prince's eyes protecting his little wife, he couldn't help but shudder. He had no doubt that if he looked at the princess a few more times, the prince would dig out his eyeballs. After a long journey of nearly a day, they finally stopped by a gentle and lush river to water their horses and rest. While Yan Zhenyu was walking away, Chu Shan approached Xiangjila fearlessly. Before he could speak, Xiangjila interrupted him. I know about your relationship with Chuncho. If you are sure that you are sincere to her, I will help you. You don't need to ask about other things. She knew that Chuncho could stand loneliness, but Chu Shan certainly couldn't. His hypocritical and arrogant personality was very much like his master. The mistress had said so much. Chu Shan naturally would not ask for trouble again. It was rare that the prince was not glaring at him beside the princess. Chu Shan could not help but smile to Xianggjila and joked, Princess, how come you were bitten by the prince too? Bitten by the prince too? Xiangjila glanced at the gap on Chu Shan's lower lip that had not yet healed and raised her eyebrows at him. Why, Your mouth was also bitten by your prince? Chu Shan's smile froze immediately. Princess, what horror story are you telling? The prince bit him. If he really got so close to the prince would have killed him. Xiangjila was amused by his look of seeing a ghost. Then your word also is very intriguing. Chu Shan immediately retorted with a red face. How could a grown man like me be bitten by the prince? It was Chuncho, the grumpy little wild cat. Oh, Xiangjila understood. It turned out that he was showing his affection in front of her. I didn't expect Chu Shan to have such a lovely side. But, a little wild cat? Xiangjila immediately thought of a furry little thing wiggling around in her arms, and her heart was about to melt. However, as soon as she thought of Yin Junyo, the picture suddenly flashed, and the furry little wild cat suddenly turned into Dahe. She shuddered immediately. Your Chuncho is a little wild cat, and your prince is even more cruel than Dahe when he bites people. Chu Shan hissed. Really? Is the prince so cruel? If Dahe bites people, he can even bite people to death. Do you still think your prince is a gentleman who is kind and considerate to women? This subordinate can be absolutely sure that gentleness has nothing to do with the prince. Yin Junyo, who appeared behind the two of them silently at some point, said, Chu Shan, after you are well, carry Yusong and run back to Kyoto. Yusong, who was drinking water not far away, moved his ears. When he heard Yin Junyo's words, he kicked the horse's hoof angrily and snorted, Bad luck. Chapter 232. Yuancheng, the capital of southern Chu. It was already noon when Huang Fujing returned to his mansion after court. Facing the servants who came to greet him eagerly, he handed over his helmet and said in a cold voice, Have you had lunch, young master? The servant who took the helmet paused slightly. Huang Fujing stopped and swept his cold eyes over the people following him one by one. Why, you didn't have lunch again? The servants looked at each other. The young master kept saying that he was not hungry, so the kitchen could only heat up the food or snacks and send them to Ayin when he needed them. Huang Fujing frowned. It has been more than half a month. Xiao Er has been really abnormal recently. He used to be a rascal who would not dare to fight for 3 days, but now he seems to be a different person. He is so well behaved that it is unbelievable. Even the teachers who taught him military tactics and archery in the past few days were very pleased and said, The young master has made rapid progress in the past few days. If he had been like this a few years ago, he would have been able to fight with General Wang. At first, he didn't care. His Xiao Er, as long as he had martial arts and strategies to protect himself, that would be enough. After all, wisdom can lead to harm, and sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. Because of his worry, Huang Fujing turned around and went to Huang Fujiao's study room when he was about to go back to the main courtyard to change clothes. The door of the study room was wide open, and Ayin was standing outside the door respectfully. When she saw Huang Fujing was about to salute, he raised his hand to interrupt her. Huang Fujing deliberately slowed down his steps and breath, and entered the study room quietly. A shadow fell in front of the desk, and Huang Fuxiao did not raise his head, and Wu Zi wrote on the paper. Ayin, you don't need to call me for lunch, I'm not hungry. From the dense words, Huang Fujing could tell that this was a policy paper. He deliberately cleared his throat. The familiar voice made Huang Fuxiao pause, and a drop of thick ink melted on the paper. Why, do you need me to treat you even for lunch? Huang Fujing's voice was as rough as ever. Huang Fuxiao lowered his head, his eyes slightly hot, and felt ashamed in his heart, too ashamed to face his father. Realizing his inappropriateness, Huang Fujing's voice became a little harsher. Stand up and talk, a real man. How can you stand tall with a hunched back? Huang Fuxiao forced himself to suppress the bitterness in his heart, stood up immediately, stood straight, and met Huang Fujing's beautiful eyes. Seeing his fox eyes slightly red, Huang Fujing realized that he might really be in a bad mood. The expression on his face softened for no reason, and he reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. This is my son, Huang Fujing, standing up and acting like a dog. Acting like a dog? Father, are you sure you are praising me? Recalling the torment of the past half-month, Huang Fuxiao took a deep breath and said to Huang Fujing with a bitter smile, Father, you don't have to lie to me, I'm not your biological son at all. As soon as he said this, Huang Fujing jumped up like a beast whose tail was stepped on. Nonsense, which bastard did you listen to? Wait for me to pull out his tongue. Seeing Huang Fujing defending himself, Huang Fuxiao felt even more guilty. Father, I also went to the Prime Minister's mansion on the day you came back. Could the words that Uncle Yin said in person be false? His voice was not loud, but Ayin at the door could hear it clearly. Yin's eyes suddenly widened, and even the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Huang Fujing turned back and glared at Ah Yin, who immediately closed the door of the study room from the outside. For a moment, only the father and son were left in the room. Huang Fuxiao could even hear his heartbeat accelerating, and his palms were wet and covered with a thin layer of sweat. I am Xiao Shila's biological brother, but not your biological son, so Xiao Shila didn't call you father, right? He was so stupid that he actually thought that Xiao Shila didn't call him father because he was not used to it, but he ignored that Xiao Shila might have known that he was not his biological father. Father. Uncle Huangfu, I'm sorry. His existence wasted the best years for father. Uncle Huangfu to get married and have children. More than 10 years. How can he make up for these years to Uncle Huangfu? A few larks stopped on the branches outside the window at some point, chirping non-stop, making people feel extremely irritated. I don't know how long it took. Silly boy, try to call me Uncle Huangfu again? I beat you to death, believe it or not. He was hit on the head with a slap as usual. Huang Fuxiao covered his head in disbelief, and his eyes were suddenly filled with tears. What are you crying for? Huang Fujing stretched out his right hand to hold his neck, and stretched his left hand to the top of his head to mess up his long hair. From the day I raised you, you are my own son. Take back your worthless horse urine. My son, Huang Fujing, must be a man who stands tall and sheds blood but not tears. A sudden big hand ruffled his hair, and Huang Fuxiao suddenly remembered the year when he was 5 years old. He and his father were still living under the roof of General Huangfu's mansion. There were many people in the mansion, and the relationships were complicated, so it was inevitable that there would be intrigues. Because he had never seen his mother, everyone in the mansion laughed at him for being a bastard who had a father but no mother. At that time, his father was trying to gain a foothold in the court, and because he had military merits, people in the mansion were more or less afraid of him. However, everyone in the mansion looked down on my father, thinking that a bastard dared to come back to the General Huangfu mansion to share a piece of the pie. In front of others, they all acted very friendly to the father and son. Behind the scenes, whenever my father was not around, he would be insulted and tripped up by him. He would also threaten him. If he didn't want to be kicked out, he would just bear it. This went on for half a year. Until one day, my father returned to Yuancheng early to suppress bandits, and met him, who was insulted and beaten by his fellow clan members. My father got angry, and beat up the dozen or so fellow clan members, who were only 2 or 3 years older than him. Then, he took him and resolutely broke off the relationship with the direct line of the General Huangfu mansion despite his grandfather's opposition. Chapter 233. He still remembers clearly that it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and his father tracked the bandits day and night just to come back and spend the festival with him on this day. When the two of them walked on the busy street with simple bags on their backs, Huang Fuxiao's weak heart actually relaxed silently. Because there were too many people on the street, and he was still injured, Huang Fujing directly lifted him up and let him ride on his neck. Huang Fujing was already very tall, and Huang Fuxiao looked only 3 or 4 years old at the age of 5 because he was hungry and full. Sitting on Huang Fujing's neck did not bring too much burden to Huang Fujing. You little brat, if you get scolded or beaten, you have to fight back. Why do you have to endure this kind of humiliation? Recalling the purgatory like 6 months, Huang Fuxiao shook his body, his fox eyes reddened, and he still said stubbornly, Xiao doesn't want to embarrass his father. Huang Fujing reached out with his big hand, pressed down little Huang Fuxiao's head, and ruffled his hair. Silly boy, what are you afraid of? We are men who stand tall and upright. Although we don't cause trouble, we are not afraid of it. Even if the sky falls, we will fight back. Little Huang Fuxiao touched the hair that was messed up by Huang Fujing and sniffed, Father, they all laughed at me for not having a mother. Where did my mother go? Huang Fujing paused, a flash of pain flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly raised a bright smile. They want mother to make up the numbers, because father is not good enough. What do you think of father? Little Huang Fuxiao nodded without hesitation. Father is good, Xiao likes father the most. That's it, silly boy, don't ask such stupid questions in the future. Okay, if anyone dares to say that Xiao doesn't have a mother again, Xiao will fight back. If he can't beat him, he will come back to ask his father for help. Just as he finished speaking, he was hit on the head. Look at you, a woman, you can't beat him, but you still cry and fight back. The harder you cry, the harder I have to hit you. Do you hear me? Little Huang Fuxiao rubbed his head that was hit, and nodded as if he understood. I heard it. The Huang Fujing without a beard in his memory overlapped with the Huang Fujing with a long beard now. Huang Fuxiao realized at this time that his father was also very handsome when he was young. But when did his father start growing a beard? It seemed to be when he was 7 years old. He had a high fever for no reason, and when he woke up, his father looked haggard. Then, he never shaved his beard clean again. It must be because of him again. Thinking of this, Huang Fujiao's nose was sour, and the watery light in his fox eyes could not be hidden. Father. This time, Huang Fujing did not let him hold back his tears. He just loosened his hand that was holding his neck, looked at him with relief and helplessness, and chuckled. Silly boy, don't say such stupid things again in the future. So what if we are not related by blood? Is the relationship between us two fathers over the years not as good as the blood in your body? You are my son, no matter you are 17 now, even if you are 70, you are still my son. A tight string in his heart suddenly broke. The tears in Huang Fujiao's eyes could no longer be held back, overflowing and rushing out of his eye sockets. He wiped his eyes vigorously with his arm, and nodded vigorously. As long as father does not dislike Shower, Shower will always be father's son. Who is his biological father? He has never seen him, let alone the so-called family affection. Although he didn't know how his father brought him around, but how was his cultivation and attention to him different from that of his biological son? In the future, he must not be as playful as before. He must protect his father, as much as his father protected him. Reaching out and rudely wiping away the tears on his face, Huang Fujing grabbed Huang Fujiao's shoulders and led him out of the study. That's the way it should be. Let's go, let's have a drink together, and leave for Dahuang Kyoto to find Xiaoxila in a few days. Leaving in a few days? Has the king agreed? Huang Fujiao thought that his father would have to wait for a while before he could take him with him. Huang Fujing narrowed his beautiful eyes and waved his hand nonchalantly. I agree. Yin Junyo is a very nice guy. He delivered a letter to the king before my father submitted a memorial. When I circulated it, I saw that the letter listed a lot of benefits of establishing diplomatic relations between the two countries. It was written so passionately. If it weren't for him snatching Xiaoxila, I would have wanted to ask him if he wanted to be sworn brothers with me. From brothers to father-in-law and son-in-law, the sense of distance came all of a sudden. Thinking about it, I really feel a little unwilling. Huang Fujiao looked at Huang Fujing with disdain. Father, is it really okay for you to betray so quickly? What about the promise to fight the old man together to get Xiaoxila back? Huang Fujing immediately retorted. How can this be called betrayal? This is called recognizing heroes and respecting heroes, don't you know? Seeing that Huang Fujing was about to make another long speech, Huang Fujiao immediately pulled away Huang Fujing's hand, took a few steps away, and interrupted. I understand everything, but I want to know more about what happened later that made the king agree so quickly. How could you agree so quickly? Huang Fujing sneered. Isn't it because I, your father, came up with a quick idea? What did you say? When the king asked all the ministers who wanted to go to Dahuang, he looked at your father. Then what? I cursed Yin Junyo, saying that we had a grudge when we were fighting, and that if I went to Dahuang, I would definitely be killed by Yin Junyo, so I would never go to Dahuang, and asked the king not to have any ideas about you. Asked the king not to have any ideas about him? Huang Fujiao choked. Father, you are the only one who is so powerful in the whole court. So, in the end, it's you and me who will go to Dahuang, right? Huang Fujing laughed sarcastically. That's it. After all, the king meant that only people with high status can show the importance of establishing diplomatic relations this time. We are the best choice. High status? Huang Fujiao's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. It sounds good. If they really had a grudge with Yin Junyo, they might die in the hands of bandits on the way back from the mission. When he was being hunted, he saw with his own eyes how powerful Yin Junyo's men were, and also witnessed Yin Junyo's killing methods. It was simply hell on earth. Chapter 234. Yin Junyo, that pervert, was quick, accurate, and ruthless. He twisted off the opponent's head without blinking an eye. What's more terrifying is that when the opponent's blood was splattered, his clothes were still not stained with blood at all. Thinking of being hunted, Huang Fujiao seemed to have not seen Zhang Lingyun come to his house for a long time. He couldn't help but look at Huang Fujing. Uncle Yun. With just a few words, Huang Fujing knew what Huang Fujiao wanted to ask. He waved his hand to comfort him. It's okay. The old man was beaten by me, and had to stay in bed for several months. In fact, he just couldn't stand my high profile, so he sent a dozen secret guards to scare you. His secret guards had already returned to report when you left Manchu. I didn't expect that someone else would take advantage of this opportunity. The person who really wanted to kill you is someone else. He became more and more angry as he spoke, and added with a red face and thick neck. I have promised him not to be too impulsive. Similarly, I have also warned him that if he dares to think of touching you again, I will kill him. Seeing Huang Fujing's excited expression, Huang Fushao lowered his head and said nothing. To be honest, when he knew that the person who wanted to kill him was not Uncle Yun, he was actually very happy. He secretly planned to find time to talk to Uncle Yun after returning from Dahuang. But at the same time, his heart was also covered with a layer of haze. In Nanchu, who was the one or those who wanted to kill him? After a long journey, Chu Shan finally returned to the gate of Kyoto carrying Yusong before he died. Yin Junyo also let him go generously, letting him go back to his house to rest. Lifting a corner of the car curtain and looking at the majestic city tower, Xiangjila felt as if he was in another world. In the last life, when the gate of Kyoto was broken, the city tower had already collapsed halfway. Try to shake off the nightmare that lingered in the last life, she couldn't help but secretly glance at the person beside her, and her slender little hand quietly reached into his palm and intertwined with his 10 fingers. Feeling the strength of his gentle grip, she leaned against him, and her restless heart settled down at once. Tired? A strong arm wrapped around her waist, and his clear voice came from above her head. The light and sweet osmanthus fragrance on his body was as pleasant as ever. She nodded and closed her eyes. A little? Suddenly, she felt her waist tighten, and her legs were in the air. When she reacted, she had changed her posture, and lay in a strong and powerful arm. If you are tired, take a nap. I'm here. Xiangjila raised the corner of his mouth slightly, rubbed against his arms, and found a more comfortable position. Okay. Maybe his embrace was too warm. Maybe he made her feel more relaxed than ever before. Xiangjila, who had only wanted to nestle in his arms and close her eyes to rest, actually fell into a deep sleep. Feeling the even breathing of the little woman in his arms, Yin Junyo first quickly pressed her acupoints, then knocked on the wall of the carriage and whispered, "Go around noisy places, don't disturb the princess." The plainclothes guard driving the carriage responded and immediately changed direction. In front of the regent's palace, Zhang Qiner sat in the carriage, watching her maid Chun Ao being driven out by the guards again. Go, 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 I say you are a ridiculous maid, you keep emphasizing Miss Zhang in front of us. You have to understand, this is the regent's palace. Do you think your daughter is so beautiful that our prince must see your daughter as long as you send a letter? Let's not talk about whether Miss Zhang is beautiful or not. The prince's beloved princess is something that Li Guanjia preaches to them every day. If they really let some official daughters into the palace, and let the princess misunderstand something, then they can wait to be exposed. Other masters say I peel your skin carefully, but that's just talk. The skinning mentioned in the regent's mansion means peeling off the whole skin, without any discount or missing any corner. Feeling the icy gaze behind her, Chun Ao stiffened and worked harder. Brother Bing, please be accommodating and report it again. I promise that your prince will never blame you after seeing my young lady. Thinking of the punishment for incompetence, Chuantao's eyes were red when she spoke. They thought the guards would be soft-hearted after she begged so hard, but they didn't expect the regent to be ruthless, and even the guards in the mansion were cold and hard. Seeing her red eyes, his tone became even more impatient. Go, 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 don't get in the way here, so as not to disturb other nobles who come to the mansion. Butler Li said that the princess would return to the mansion today. If the princess saw something she shouldn't see, just thinking about it, they all felt that they would not see the sun tomorrow. Even the hand that closed the door was more forceful, so how could he have the heart to be gentle with women? Chun Tao, who had returned home in defeat, walked to Zhang Qiner's carriage with a pale face. She said in a trembling voice, "Miss, the people in the palace said." Before Chun Tao finished speaking, the people in the carriage interrupted her coldly. Useless things. Just as Zhang Qiner was speaking, 2 low-key carriages passed by them, and drove into the back alley of the regent's palace. Through the back alley is the stable of the regent's palace. Could it be that the little beggar is back? Zhang Qiner in the carriage frowned slightly. I heard that the little beggar was also assassinated on the way to the south. At that time, she secretly prayed that the assassins would succeed. If she died in the south, the position of the regent princess would be vacant. Who would have thought that she could return home safely now? Those assassins were too useless, right? For some unknown reason, she told the coachman, "Follow those 2 carriages." The coachman hesitated. "Miss, this is not good. The back alley is the territory of the regent palace. If they are discovered, they will be in trouble." Zhang Qiner didn't think so. What's wrong with that? She suddenly wanted to see what that lowly little beggar looked like when he came back. I heard that the sun in the south was very strong, and the little beggar must have been sunburned when he came back. No matter how good things are, They can only be compared when they are placed together. She just wanted to let the servants in the regent's palace see clearly how noble and spotless she was compared to their little beggar princess, who had to ask her for a penny even to buy a steamed bun. Seeing that the driver refused to drive the carriage into the back alley, Zhang Qiner, who was dressed in exquisite plain clothes, could only lower her dignity and quietly followed Chuntao behind the carriage. Before she could get close, she was discovered by the guards guarding the stables at the back door of the palace. "Who are you? This is not the place for you, go go go." She was mercilessly taken away by the guards with a spear. Zhang Qiner looked back without giving up, and just happened to see Yan Zhenyo stepping on a mahogany horse stool and getting off the carriage through the gap in the fence, holding someone in his arms. The man was as outstanding as she remembered, with a cold aura that kept strangers away. He was wearing a dark black robe embroidered with gold silk, tall and graceful, and seemed to have no effort when holding the woman in his arms. However, when she saw the woman with closed eyes in his arms, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Regent. Junyo. How could Junyo? How could he use the hands that held her to hold that lowly little beggar? Chapter 235. After settling Xiangjila, who was soundly asleep, Yan Zhenyo told Qiusi, "Princess, come and report when you wake up," and then strode towards the study. In front of the study, Steward Li had been waiting respectfully. When he saw Yan Zhenyo, he immediately straightened his slightly hunched back and went to greet him. Yan Zhenyo nodded slightly to him. "Those who were riding in the same carriage with Qiusi will be placed in the backyard wing first, and when the princess wakes up, she will arrange accommodation for them." "Yes." After bowing his head and agreeing, the wrinkles on Li Guanzha's face turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. "Your Highness, you have been away for a while, but your relationship with the princess has made rapid progress again?" Nosy. Although he was very disgusted with Li Guanzha's words, Yan Zhenyo couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Seeing his own prince like this, what else did Li Guanzha not understand? He quickly nodded and followed suit, and the joy in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. "Yes, yes, yes, this old servant is nosy, this old servant is nosy. It is estimated that there will be a young master in the mansion soon. Well, he has to ask the kitchen to be more careful, and not let the princess get too close to the stove. No, the princess cannot go to the pond and Dahe too often. Oh, his life is full of worries." Just then, Lin Bufan also came. "Your Majesty, the guards at the gate reported that when you returned to the mansion just now, the carriage used exclusively by the women of the Minister of Personnel's mansion was parked in front of the gate of our mansion." Yan Zhenyo pushed the door into the study, sat down behind the desk, and spoke slowly. "If there are any other messy carriages blocking the door in the future, just drive them away, and don't report it." The slender and bony fingers tapped the table habitually. "Have there been any other unusual movements in Kyoto these days?" Lin Bufan bowed and said, "After knowing that the prince was ill, the emperor sent the imperial physician to consult twice. According to the prince's instructions, the subordinates concealed the past by saying that it was a stomach disease. After the imperial physician returned to the palace to report, the emperor sent people to send many precious medicinal materials for the prince to rest well. Many ministers in the court came to visit the emperor after seeing him bestow precious medicinal materials, but were turned away by his subordinates. Sure enough, it was his work." Thinking of the heart-eating that Dongren had gotten before, Yan Zhenyo's eyebrows slightly raised. "Still haven't found any clues?" Lin Bufan shook his head, his tone slightly disappointed. "No." Yan Zhenyo nodded, continue. "Ever since Master Zhong visited Eugene, he has been ill, and hasn't attended the morning court for several days. Eugene is now on his way to Sichuan. Master Zhong has had less contact with Master Zhong recently. In addition, the exchanges between the Ministry of Personnel and the Xiang Mansion seem to be more frequent, but Prime Minister Ming still stays indoors." When Lin Bufan mentioned Eugene, Yan Zhenyo's narrow and long phoenix eyes were slightly half-closed, and the expression in his eyes was unclear. "Keep a close eye on Eugene." "Yes." After thinking for a while, Yan Zhenyo ordered Lin Bufan, "Let Chu Shan come to see me." Nan Chu. It was still the secret morning hall. This time, on the altar of the morning hall, there were two more gilded plain-patterned double-eared vases on both sides, as long as an adult's arm. In the vases, there were several fresh lotus flowers with dewdrops in a staggered manner. Standing in front of the altar was still the young man in the ochre-red robe with 9 dragons. Standing behind the man was still the man in black. Huang Fu Jing and his son will leave for Dahuang soon. You can follow them in person. Just don't lose them, and don't alert them. Yes. After the man in black left, the young man's majesty faded, and an indescribable aura lingered around him. He stared at the portrait behind the altar for a long time without saying a word. The days passed quietly, and it was almost April. After Xiangjila woke up in the mansion, the first thing he did was to settle Liu. Knowing that she liked lotus, he specially settled her in a small exquisite courtyard not far from the lotus pond, and also selected a few skillful maids to take care of her daily life in her courtyard. Liu's living habits did not change because of coming to the regent's palace. The first thing she did every day, besides playing with rabbits, was to find Xiangjila. However, since returning to Kyoto, Yanjunyo has been busy, and Xiangjila has been busy. In addition to arranging her affairs in the south, she also had to communicate with Lin Bufan about the potato issue before Lin Bufan returned to Saibei. In the backyard of the palace, Xiangjila pointed at the rows of potatoes in the yard and looked at Lin Bufan seriously. If this kind of fruit suddenly appeared in your camp, it would be too conspicuous. So, this time when you go back to Saibei, I can only let you take a small part back. After you go back, distribute it to your most trusted confidants. If anyone asks, you can say that I went to the south to visit my relatives and brought back southern specialties to Kyoto. Lin Bufan was a smart man, and he understood Xiangjila's meaning immediately. He immediately bowed respectfully and saluted Xiangjila. Thank you, princess. Xiangjila nodded, reached into his sleeve pocket, and took out a small booklet. Around November this year, potatoes will be popularized from the south to the border. The potato planting method in the booklet was summarized by my friends when I was in the south. There are also simple potato cooking methods and eating taboos. After memorizing the above contents, you must burn the booklet and never let others know. The booklet was only the size of a palm and only had a dozen pages. For some reason, Lin Bufan felt that it was heavy in his hand. This was the trust from the princess. Moved for a moment, he stood straight and even raised his voice. I will definitely live up to the princess's trust. Xiangjila was amused by his serious look. Okay, pack your bags and be careful on the way. I take my leave. After Lin Bufan left, Xiangjila put away his smile and turned his eyes back to the potato in front of him, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. If food is used well, isn't it a weapon to defeat the enemy? She has already written it so clearly in the booklet. Lin Bufan should understand what she means. A familiar sound of footsteps came from behind. She regained her usual look and turned her head with a smile. Are you used to the climate in Kyoto? Liu still had a man's bun, a thin green shirt, and even the gloves on her hands were specially made into a semi-hollow style, comfortable and breathable. Seeing that Xiangjila's smile to her was still as bright as ever, her eyes lit up slightly and nodded. Not bad. Xiangjila went forward and took her arm. When I'm free, I take you to Kyoto for a walk. Liu didn't respond to Xiangjila's arm, but Xiangjila knew that Liu agreed. Sometimes the relationship between people is so subtle, from the beginning with a purpose, to entering the game without knowing it. Chapter 236. Nanling. Pingnan Palace. After nearly a month of recuperation, Shinmachi's injuries have finally recovered. Except for the more serious leg injury, the other injuries have basically recovered. At this time, he was sitting in a wheelchair listening to Liu Yun's report on the past few days. One-eyed group of people, subordinates have made other arrangements. Xu Yun also said that this time was an accident and it will never happen again in the future. The more than 20 escorts in the county government have been itching all over since they entered the cell. Later, an old doctor said that it was a strange poison made by the Gu King. There is no medicine to cure it, only relief. When he heard the word poison, Shinmachi's eyes flashed with solemnity. Now, is he going to be used by her? In the last life, Liu didn't seem to start refining poison so quickly. Is it because he noticed that he was doing something to her, so he wanted to protect her? That's right, at the age of 12 or 13, it's the time for love to begin. I didn't expect that Liu, such a cold person, would fall in love so easily. I didn't expect that this girl had only been back for less than a year in this life, but she had changed the direction of so many things. He could have taken her by force. However, with her personality, she would probably destroy herself with him if she got him. Well, since Yanjunyo has begun to doubt, it is only a matter of time before the couple breaks up. What's more, Yanjunyo died early in his previous life. After his death, many people thought he was faking his death, and even his tomb was completely destroyed. Therefore, he may not live long in this life. He is too powerful, so powerful that as long as Da Huang is there, the other countries dare not attack rashly. There are so many people who want him dead. Thinking of this, Shinmachi's hand slowly touched the ebony folding fan that he never left. Sure enough, he was impulsive. But then again, if there was no one who could poison around him, it would be inconvenient to act. No, there is another master. Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Yun and whispered, "Send someone to Kyoto to keep an eye on the Xiong mansion." The side hall of the Xiong mansion. With a clang sound, Su threw the teacup in her hand to the ground in hatred. That little bitch Xiong Jila, she didn't even send anyone to tell us when she came back these days. Does she still have the Xiong mansion as her mother's home in her eyes? Xiong Yun sat aside with a pale face, and said with a weak breath, "It's just that Gur is kind and worried about the injury of that bitch every day. Now not only is she not dead, but she also caused her mother to suffer several months of imprisonment. After returning to Kyoto, she didn't even set foot in her mother's home." At this point, Xiong Yun coughed twice and took a breath. "When she comes to ask for my forgiveness, I will definitely teach her a lesson and vent my anger for my mother and Gur." After saying this, he couldn't help coughing again. Su forgot to get angry now, and hurried to his side to pat his back, with a distressed look on her face. "Child, stop talking so much. You have been weak since the last injury. Go back and rest, don't think too much." Thinking that Su had treated him like her own son since he was a child, Xiong Yun held Su's hand, his eyes full of apology. "Mother, I am sorry for you, and I have wronged you and Sister Gur. If possible, I really hope that bitch Xiong Jila is not my sister." A flash of inspiration came to her mind, linking together what had happened in the past 6 months. The color on Su's face faded, and she shook Xiong Yun's hand with all her strength, and even her voice changed a little. "Silly child, stop talking nonsense like that." Xiong Yun's eyes flashed with confusion. "Mother, did I scare you when I mentioned that bitch Xiong Zila?" Su's face turned pale, and she shook her head. "No, Yuner, don't think too much." After saying that, she called the servant standing not far away. "Take the young master back to rest." After Xiong Yun left, Su fell on the armchair with a pale face. Recalling the disappearance of Lu Dan in the past few months and Xiong Jila's abnormal behavior towards the Xiong mansion. Her back was already covered with fine cold sweat, and the breeze made her body cold. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. She comforted herself softly. With the current temper of Xiong Jila, the bitch, and the support of the Regent, if she really knew that Yuner was not her biological brother, she would definitely turn the Xiong mansion upside down. She was just a baby back then. What could she know? Yes, it is impossible to know. After all, brother, she asked her to throw Qin's child to the farm in the countryside to fend for herself. She was afraid that the bastard would come back and take everything from Yuner, so she asked Lu Dan to throw the bastard into the icy river and drown him. After Qin's death, she was very considerate and confessed to him about the child. At that time, she had already given birth to Yuner, Tianda, and Winch for him. Fortunately, after knowing that the child was dead, brother, she did not say anything else. Instead, he paid more attention to Yuner and loved her more. Later, Lyre was born. Originally, with a family of several people and a few concubines, the Xiong mansion could live a good life. But Xiong Jila, that little bitch, appeared in front of her every day with a face that looked almost exactly like her dead mother, which annoyed her. Whenever she saw her foxy face, she would remember that her damn mother had made her a concubine for several years, and she hated her. When she was 7 years old, she wanted to drive that bitch away, but Gur said to her, "Mother, sister is so beautiful, she will definitely have a lot of beautiful clothes and jewelry in the future." This sentence woke her up from her dream. Yes, that little bitch is so beautiful at such a young age, and she will definitely be able to charm a lot of old perverts when she grows up. It was this sentence that made her think and raised her in Xiong Mansion. After all, having an extra servant, who doesn't cost money, will not waste much food in a year. As long as the little bitch reaches the age of marriage, she will marry her off and give her children a better future. More importantly, the little bitch is very talented in cooking, and the food she cooks is much more delicious than the cooks in the mansion. Therefore, on the surface, she has done her best as a loving mother. As long as Yuner and Tianga have something, the little bitch will definitely have something that looks similar. After all, it is a great blessing for the Xiong Mansion to give her a bite to eat, and let her stand beside Yuner and Gur to practice calligraphy and martial arts. Such days were quite effective, and fortunately the little bitch was obedient. She thought everything was under her control. She finally found a few places for the little bitch to go, and let her be a concubine, but she was stunned by the imperial decree of marriage. Marry the regent? The emperor's decree was too strange, wasn't it? Xiong Jila, that little bitch, on what basis? After receiving the decree, she immediately consulted brother Shi. Anyway, the regent had never seen that little bitch, so wouldn't it be better to let her distant niece replace Xiong Jila, that little bitch? Then to let that little bitch marry into the regent's mansion directly, if it weren't for the fact that Prince Ching had found Brother Shi and talked about something. Brother Shi would have agreed to her suggestion long ago. However, thinking of her distant niece's outstanding appearance, Sue immediately came back to her senses. She called the maid next to her and whispered something in her ear. After the maid took the order and left, Sue finally breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel was going to be the regent's concubine, and her distant niece had a lower status, so it would be okay for her to be a concubine, right? Chapter 237. Kyoto Camp. Did she really give this to you? Destroy it after reading it? Yin Junyo frowned slightly and handed the palm-sized booklet back to Lin Bufan, who was standing respectfully in front of him and disguised as an ordinary soldier. Yes. After a brief silence, Yin Junyo's knuckles habitually tapped the desk. In this case, you should keep it secret, as she said. After a pause, he added slowly. If I am not here, the princess's order is my order, and you must obey it unconditionally. His voice was very soft and his tone was very slow. It was like a thunderclap in Lin Bufan's ears. Lin Bufan looked at Yin Junyo in disbelief. Your Majesty? He naturally understood what the prince meant, but if he did this, it would be too risky for the prince. Although the princess now seemed to be thinking about the prince, who could guarantee. If there is no other important matter, you should set off to return to the northern frontier today, and don't stay in Kyoto. Seeing that the master picked up the wolf-hair jade pin and buried his head in the map of Sichuan, making some marks from time to time, and looked unwilling to say more, Lin Bufan had to swallow back his words of comfort. Subordinate, obey your command. After Lin Bufan left, Yin Junyo raised his head from the map. Looking at the still shaking curtain, Yin Junyo's eyes quickly flashed a complicated look. She could think so comprehensively about the potato matter. The date was so accurate, it seems that she was not idle when she was in the south. Chuncho stayed in the south, there must be something behind it. But why is she so familiar with the geographical location of each city in Dahuang? She has only been to the south, right? Suddenly, Shinmachi's words she just feels guilty about you echoed in my mind. The wolf-hair jade brush in my hand snapped into two pieces. Regent's Palace. Xiang Jila, who was sitting with his legs crossed behind the desk in the account office, frowned slightly after listening to Chiosi's report. So, the person who showed up at the grain shop later and wanted to find Lu Dan actually knew Zhao Liansher? Chiosi nodded, his voice as cold as usual. Zhao Liansher was like seeing a ghost when she saw that person, but it was a pity that he was too rogue, like a dogskin plaster, and he was determined to blame Zhao Liansher, and now the two of them lived together. The events of the past seemed to involve more and more people. Xiang Jila rubbed his brows with a little tiredness. Apart from these, are there any other discoveries? Chiosi shook his head. For the time being, the Su family does not know that Zhao Liansher has come to Beijing for escape. Do we need to let them meet? Xiang Jila thought for a while. Don't let them meet for now. Find an opportunity to let the people who are watching Zhao Liansher test Zhao Liansher, and that person to see how much they know about the events of the past. Her intuition told her that Zhao Liang must know more than Lu Dan. When she heard Yin Junyo talk about Uncle Jing and her mother, she became more and more curious about why her mother gave up Uncle Jing, who had a deep relationship with her and had good conditions, and married Xiangxi, who was just an unknown person at the time. Yes. After Chiosi left, Xiangjila quickly sorted out the other information Chiosi brought back to her in her mind. She was surprised that Zhai Jiomo actually showed mercy to the Xiang family. What happened to the promise of being stingy and holding a grudge? But she couldn't take care of the Xiang mansion now. She had more important things to do. Whether the Yin family secret training was true or not, it couldn't be delayed any longer. Chiosi couldn't find the so-called secret passage when she explored the palace at night a few days ago. For this matter, she probably had to ask Zhai Jiomo for help. Footsteps sounded outside the door, and Xiangjila immediately restrained her thoughts. She looked up and saw that housekeeper Li came to her with 4 maids, each holding a pile of tall account books. Princess, this is the detailed income and expenditure of the palace in recent years. Please take a look. When Xiangjila saw the 4 piles of account books that were nearly as high as a person, her head suddenly buzzed. She held her forehead and groaned. So many. Uncle Li stepped forward considerately and smiled. These are already sorted out in simplified versions. There are also account books for the prince's private treasury. The account office is still sorting them out. When the simplified version is sorted out, I will show them to you one by one. Are there any private treasury accounts that have not been sorted out? Xiangjila immediately fell on the desk weakly. Please spare me, I really can't manage the household. It would be more satisfying to let her kill people than to let her manage the household. Seeing that Xiangjila really didn't seem to be interested, Li Guanjia immediately waved his hand to let the maid leave. Tentatively, he said, "If the princess doesn't want to see it today, then this old servant will ask them to put it aside first and wait until you feel better to see it one day?" If she had to see the accounts, she would really be in a bad mood every day. Before I married into the palace, would the prince see these accounts? Uncle Li was stunned. "No. It's really unfair." Xiangjila muttered softly. "Why is it unfair?" Uncle Li continued to speak to Xiangjila with a smile. As long as he thought about the deep relationship between the prince and the princess, the prince was in a good mood every day, and the more he looked at the princess, the more he liked her. The prince actually loves the princess very much. The princess doesn't need to supervise the accounts personally. All the details of the mansion are arranged by the old servant. After the princess reads these account books, she only needs to check the income and expenditure of the mansion regularly, and some personal exchanges. In fact, the interpersonal relations in the Regent Palace are basically more inflow than outflow, so there is basically no need to look at it. The prince said that he married the princess to let her enjoy the happiness, not to let her help him manage the harem, not to mention that there will only be one princess in the prince's harem in the future. Even if there are more in the future, there may be a few young princes and princesses. Butler Li said a lot in one breath. Of course, he would never tell the princess that he was talking nonsense about the young prince and princess. After all, the prince only said that there would only be one princess in the harem in the future. Hearing the young prince and princess, Xiangjila's face turned red for no reason. Whether to have a child or not, she hasn't thought about it that far yet. However, she likes the process of reproducing life with him. "I don't know what the prince is busy with recently." She blurted it out with a thought in her mind. After so many days, she finally asked it. Butler Li's cloudy eyes flashed with a hint of joy. In addition to arranging the upcoming visit of the envoys from Nanchu to Beijing, the prince also has to deal with the affairs of Sichuan. He said that although he is very busy, he is still in Kyoto, and asked the princess to stay in the mansion and not run around. It turned out to be Nanchu and Sichuan's affairs. Seeing that Butler Li was more excited than her, Xiangjila couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "I know for sure he's still in Kyoto. Who else would suddenly appear in her bed in the middle of the night? It's just strange that he didn't touch her." The prince has instructed that if the princess really misses the prince, she can send Cindy to deliver a message to him. "Do I need Cindy to pass on a message?" Xiangjila's ears blushed. No need to pass on a message. Silly Jun knew he wouldn't even say nice words to coax her in front of her, but he acted openly in front of Uncle Li and the others. She wouldn't let anyone pass the message. When he comes back tonight, she will definitely turn the tables and become the master, crushing him in all aspects. Humph. Under Xiangjila's earnest pleading, in the end, Butler Li was considerate and let her go temporarily. Xiangjila, who was free, ran to find Li Yu without stopping. As soon as she stepped into Li Yu's yard, she saw Li Yu alone holding a small bronze mirror, sitting in front of a round stone table under a tree, looking awkwardly and tangled at the bright red lipstick in front of her. She was hesitating whether to take off her gloves or just use the small lip balm brush to apply it on her lips. Her movements were clumsy and awkward, and it was obvious that she had never used lip balm before. Xiangjila suddenly remembered that she seemed to have mentioned to her yesterday that her lip color was too eye-catching, and it would be better to cover it up. Unexpectedly, she took it seriously all of a sudden. She immediately quickened her pace and walked to Li Yu's side. "I help you." Li Yu glanced at her and silently handed her the small brush in his hand. Xiangjila took the small brush from her hand, put the bronze mirror in her hand on the stone table, and smiled. "As a girl, you should know how to dress up well. In fact, you are very beautiful, do you know?" An inexplicable feeling came over her heart, and Li Yu's ears were red. She was about to turn her face away, but was stopped by Xiangjila. "I will help you apply it, don't move." After saying that, she raised her chin with one hand, and with the other hand, she carefully and seriously swept the small brush stained with lip balm on her beautiful lips, again and again. So close. Xiangjila looked better when he looked closer. Her skin was so white and smooth, her eyes were so bright, and her nose and lips. Li Yu stared at her without blinking, and her throat suddenly felt a little dry. Not long after, Xiangjila stepped back with satisfaction and handed the bronze mirror to her. So red. But it seemed that only such a bright and flamboyant red could cover up her weird lip color. When she turned to look at Xiangjila again, she found that she had applied the same lip balm as her without knowing when. "The color of this lip balm is really good, but it's a bit too bright. Have you used up the mirror?" Let me see it. Liu mechanically handed the bronze mirror to her. I said, it was really applied crookedly. After saying that, she put the bronze mirror on the round table, picked up the embroidered handkerchief, and gently wiped off the excess lip balm in front of the bronze mirror. The lip balm on her lips seemed to have life, making her whole person dazzling. That touch of beautiful red attracted Liu deeply. At that moment, she felt that she seemed to be able to understand Yin Junyuo's happiness. She couldn't hear what was happening around her. At this moment, her mind was full of people constantly approaching her. Closer. Closer. Princess, Miss Zhang, the Minister of Personnel, wants to see you. The little maid guarding the gate came quickly. Xiang Zila turned her head at the right time. Liu only felt something brushing lightly from her lips, and Xiang Zila's face was rubbed with a faint red. Her heart was beating like a drum, and she stood up a little embarrassedly. I go back to my room and rest for a while. Xiang Zila looked at Liu's running back in confusion. It was not even noon yet, so why was she resting? No need for lip balm or mirror. Front hall. Zhang Qiner, who was elegant and graceful, sat at the head of the main seat with a calm expression. Behind her stood a round-faced maid who was unfamiliar to her. The maid was fanning her carefully. When Xiang Zila came to the front hall, he saw such a scene. Looking at Zhang Qiner's dignified and elegant demeanor, if you don't know her, you would think she is the mistress of the mansion. Wait. This is her territory, and Zhang Qiner comes to her territory and acts like a mistress? As soon as this thought came out, Xiang Zila's fox eyes suddenly became much deeper. When she saw Xiang Zila, dressed in red soft gauze, appearing in front of her in an ostentatious manner surrounded by several maids, Zhang Qiner's calm expression finally changed. She did not stand up to salute, but just nodded slightly to Xiang Zila. Miss Xiang. Miss Xiang? Xiang Zila immediately narrowed his eyes in displeasure. What does Miss Zhang mean? She tolerated Zhang Qiner's impoliteness, but she couldn't tolerate her being called Miss Xiang. Isn't it obvious that she didn't acknowledge her identity? A trace of sarcasm flashed in Zhang Qiner's eyes, and she slowly stood up, trying to present every movement to Xiang Zila perfectly, so that she could see the difference between the two. Xiang Zila couldn't tell whether there was a difference or not, but she just felt that Zhang Qiner's posture was a bit pleasing to the eye. What was going on? Jun Nuo, who values the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, should prefer this attitude. As soon as the thought came out, she stopped immediately. Jun Nuo was not such a superficial person. Thinking that she had hit Xiang Zila, Zhang Qiner walked to Xiang Zila gently, with a somewhat earnest tone. Qiner came here this time to ask Miss Xiang to return the prince to me. People should accumulate virtue. Miss Xiang, don't break up other people's marriages at will. The prince and I are a natural match. You are not worthy of the prince. Xiang Zila listened to Zhang Qiner's words with a stunned look. She reassembled her words, and reassembled them again and again. After confirming that she had not heard wrongly, she looked at Zhang Qiner with sympathy. Are you okay? You are so seriously ill. The Shangshu mansion has no money to see a doctor for you. It's really impossible. I will pay you some medical fees, and you can go see a doctor? Puff. Someone outside the door was laughing and covered his mouth. Xiang Zila raised his eyebrows and looked outside the door. Zhang Qiner thought Xiang Zila was making fun of her, and said unhappily, Miss Xiang, don't change the subject. What did I change the subject? Xiang Zila walked slowly to her. Zhang Qiner felt a sense of oppression for some reason, and instinctively stepped back, but Xiang Zila grabbed the collar of her exquisite plain dress unexpectedly, and forced her to look at him. The two people's breaths intertwined. Zhang Qiner pretended to be calm and said, Xiang Zila, what do you want? I warn you, if you dare to touch me, the prince will never let you go. Why is she afraid of Xiang Zila? Xiang Zila is obviously younger than her, and half a head shorter than her, isn't he? I don't want to do anything, I just think your face is a little pale today, and your makeup is too plain and doesn't match your clothes. I add some color to you. At the moment when Xiang Zila finished speaking with a smile, Zhang Qiner immediately felt a sudden burning pain on both cheeks, and even golden stars flashed in front of her eyes. The man who was smiling just now changed his calm attitude just now, picked up her collar again, leaned close to her ear, and his tone was like frost. Dare to covet my man on my territory? Who do you think you are? Openly come to her house to rob her man? Do you think she is dead? Chapter 238. After saying that, she stretched out her hand and pushed hard. Her cheeks immediately swelled up, blood streaked at the corners of her mouth, and Zhang Qiner, who had no power to resist, fell heavily to the ground due to inertia. The maids and soldiers outside the door heard the movement in the front hall and rushed in. Xiang Zila ordered coldly, throw them out. Throw them out? Zhang Qiner's beautiful eyes widened because of Xiangjila's boldness. Xiangjila, you are so bold. I am the eldest lady of the Shanshu mansion. I haven't met Jun Nua yet. How can you do this to me? Before she finished speaking, she felt a pain in her shoulder. She was held in a half-sitting position by Xiangjila. Xiangjila stepped on her shoulder, tilted his upper body slightly, lifted her chin, and looked down at her beautiful eyes. He sneered. Miss Shangshafu? Her voice was soft and slow. His eyes were like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, wrapping around Zhang Yuner inch by inch. Zhang Qiner felt a chill on her back, and couldn't help shivering. She secretly tried to break free, but found that she couldn't move at all. Seeing this, the maidservant following Zhang Qiner immediately ignored everything else and knelt in front of Xiangjila, hugged Xiangjila's thighs, and begged, Princess, please be magnanimous and don't bother with my daughter. My daughter just lost her mind because she liked the prince too much. Before the maidservant finished her words, she was kicked aside by Xiangjila. Get out if you don't want to die. Being pleased with Jun Nua? What a joke. After the maidservant rolled aside, she was immediately controlled by the maidservant outside the door. Zhang Qiner has always been the focus of attention since she was a child. Now she is being stepped on by this little beggar. Where can she put her face in the future? Her face is calm, but her fists that she clenched involuntarily and her trembling voice have already betrayed her unrest. You are so presumptuous. I must let the prince divorce you, a vulgar and vicious woman like you. Let Yan Zhenyuo divorce her? Xiangjila chuckled and stretched out his hand to pinch her jaw. Use a little force. Do you have the ability? The dull pain from her jaw made Zhang Qiner more certain that Xiangjila must be jealous of her. She didn't even doubt that this vicious woman would ruin her beautiful face out of jealousy. No, Jun Nua hasn't discovered her beauty yet. She can't ruin this face. Enduring the severe pain in her jaw, Zhang Qiner frowned slightly. Why not? Jun Nua loves my talent and my beauty, as long as I speak. Before she finished speaking, the force on her shoulder and jaw suddenly loosened, and Zhang Qiner's cheek felt a burning pain again. Her head was buzzing, and for a moment, she really blacked out. Before she could recover, the culprit who beat her half knelt on the ground, and once again lifted her jaw with a sharp hand and looked at her. The sparkling fox eyes were filled with the emotion of wanting to chew her up and eat her alive. Who allowed you to call him like that? It must be said that a beauty is a beauty. Even if she is in trouble, her cheeks are swollen, and her hair is scattered, she is still an elegant beauty. What a pity. Such a beautiful person is actually mentally ill. Jun Nua loves her talent? Her beauty? Ha! Ignoring the bloodthirsty and angry flames in Xiangjila's fox eyes, Zhang Qiner looked at her with pity. Xiangjila, I know you are afraid that the prince will not want you after seeing me, and I also understand your inferiority complex. It turns out that she is not only mentally ill, but also crazy. Poor Jun Nua, he finally got a peach blossom, but it turned out to be this kind of stuff. Before Zhang Qiner finished speaking, Xiangjila impatiently called the closest personal guard to her. You, go to the Shangshu mansion and ask Shangshu Zhang whether he will send someone to pick up his daughter, or let me throw her back. By the way, tell Shangshu Zhang that if the Shangshu mansion cannot afford the money for Miss Zhang's medical treatment, then lock her up. If she dares to step into the Regent's mansion again next time, this princess will directly give her a set of Shangshu mansion specialties. After saying that, she immediately left Zhang Qiner and asked the maid to restrain her movements and wait for Shangshu Zhang to come and pick her up. She didn't want to waste any time on her. If she had known that Zhang Qiner was crazy, she would have just not seen her. Not only does it affect her mood. She slapped her several times, her hands were sore. Zhang Qiner, who was free, thought Xiangjila was retreating, and once again showed her suicidal nature. Xiangjila, do you dare to let the prince make a choice? The impulse to beat someone to death that he had just suppressed suddenly emerged again. Xiangjila suddenly turned around and kicked Zhang Qiner, who had just stood up, back to the ground. Zhang Qiner spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, adding a few red plums to the snow-white collar that originally had only footprints. Xiangjila ignored her struggle, pressed down on her, and looked at her with an extremely serious and solemn look. I know better than you what kind of woman the prince likes. If my prince is really the kind of person who values appearance, he can just look at himself in the mirror every day. Why marry her? If he is willing, who among the talents of men in the world can compare with him? You think your appearance and talent are just worthless jokes in his eyes. It is important to know yourself. Not all men like self-righteous women like you. Don't tarnish the word noble. After saying that, she relaxed her legs, snorted coldly, and told the guards and maids around her "Don't follow me," and then turned and walked away. Because she was angry, her steps became faster and faster. She was thinking about what would happen if she was not by his side one day, and Jun Nuo would be harassed by these guys, and she became even more angry. What the hell are they? Can't the one who likes Jun Nuo be more normal and smart? Just ruin her Jun Nuo like this? She shook her head. A scene suddenly appeared in her mind. The women that Jun Nuo would meet in the future would be as outstanding as Zhang Qiner in appearance and talent, but not Zhang Qiner's self-righteous and morbid personality, and would match and harmonize with Jun Nuo. She suddenly realized that Zhang Qiner might just be the beginning. After the regent married the princess, concubines and noble concubines would be sent to him in an endless stream. As long as she thought of Jun Nuo looking at other women with tender eyes. A surge of sourness quickly spread in her chest. With a sour feeling and anger, she suddenly punched the pillar of the corridor. With a crisp sound of click, Xiang Jila felt a sharp pain in her right wrist. And the pillar that she had just punched suddenly had a half-dented fist mark. The piercing pain made her eyes red instantly. Damn, because of anger, she got out of breath, and her internal force didn't protect her wrist. I don't know if she hurt the bone. The bastard Yin Junyo only knows how to attract bees and butterflies everywhere. Chapter 239. Almost at the same time, a familiar dark figure quickly appeared in front of her and held up her injured wrist. His Xiangjila couldn't help but cry out in pain. A clear and somewhat hurried voice came from above his head. How stupid are you to hit the pillar with your own hand? Xiangjila struggled to pull his hand back, but he held it tighter. Don't you want your hand anymore? Thinking back to the lack of communication between the two of them these days, and then thinking back to Zhang Qiner's self-righteous look when she said that she was not worthy of him, Xiangjila's anger, which had just subsided, rose again. She had been thinking of teasing him about his popularity, but when she saw the concern in his eyes, she cried, "My hands hurt." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her shoulders tighten, her legs lifted off the ground, and then Yin Junyo held her and almost trotted back to the main courtyard. When he met servants who were paying their respects along the way, he kept repeating, "Call the imperial physicians. Bring all the active imperial physicians out of the palace for me." When the 5 or 6 imperial physicians were almost torn apart by the carriage, they finally arrived at the regent's palace. When they hurriedly got off the car and entered the mansion, they just saw the people from the Shangshu mansion carrying Miss Zhang, who was bruised and vomiting blood, on a stretcher. They thought they were treating Miss Zhang, and they all surrounded her. Butler Li, who arrived in time, stopped them anxiously. "Dear doctors, this is not it. Please follow me." Seeing Butler Li's anxious face, they instinctively thought that something had happened to the regent. The doctors, who didn't have time to catch their breath, immediately put away the half-put-down medicine box and followed Butler Li to the main courtyard desperately. I was afraid that if I went too late, something might happen to the prince. However, when they stepped into the front hall of the main courtyard and saw the princess being held in the arms of the regent like a child, the medicine box fell to the ground. Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows. "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you come and see the princess's hand?" His voice was not loud, but it made the people present feel inexplicably creepy. Several people picked up the medicine boxes and gathered around the two people with cold sweats. I thought that the people from the regent's mansion reported the news so quickly, and it must be that something big happened to the prince or the princess, but I didn't expect it to be. Your Majesty, the princess's hand was just slightly dislocated, and now the position of the bones has returned to normal. I will prescribe a prescription for the princess to apply externally for a few days, and she will recover. Yin Junyo's eyes were fixed on the imperial physician, who had just bandaged Xiangjila. Are you sure? The imperial physician nodded immediately. I am sure that the princess's hand is fine. She only needs to apply medicine regularly in the next few days. After asking this question several times, and confirming that there was no problem, Yin Junyo raised his hand and asked people to leave. The air was still filled with the smell of the bone-setting water. His eyes fell on her bandaged hand, deep and dark. Why did you smash your hand against the pillar? The prince doesn't know how to feel sorry for me, so I just let her die in pain. This hypocritical and sour tone. Calling her the prince, and the concubine one after another, the distance between them was far apart. Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows. He raised his hand to lift her chin, so that she could look at him. Only then did he realize that she had applied lip balm today, and there was a lip balm mark on her left side of her face. He couldn't help but extend his fingertips to rub the lip balm mark. Unexpectedly, the mark was rubbed off by his thumb. How did you get it there? He rubbed the bright red that remained on his hand with the tip of his index finger and thumb. The beautiful eyebrows twisted slightly. The fat marks were from the outside to the inside, from deep to shallow, and she used her right hand whether she was drawing eyebrows or applying lip balm. If she accidentally rubbed it when applying lip balm, then, according to ordinary people's habits, the fat marks should appear on the right face instead of the left face. Also, the marks can't be so shallow. Then, it is very likely that her left face was rubbed with someone else's lip balm. With a guess in his mind, Yin Junyo's eyes darkened. It's better not to be what he thinks. Attention was diverted at once. Xiangjila also approached his fingertips in confusion, looking at the red on his hand. Oh right, how did you get it there? Why didn't she feel something on her face? Seeing that the surprise on her face didn't seem fake, Yin Junyo wiped the grease on his hand with a silk handkerchief and pulled her closer to his arms with the other hand. Since you don't know, let's not worry about it now. Let's talk about it now. As he said that, he put his left hand around her waist, gently held up her injured right hand with his right hand, and rubbed her head with his chin. The tone was a little softer than before. When we were in Biling, you said that no matter what the grievances between us are, we should not hide them, but should make them clear to each other and avoid misunderstandings. So, can you tell me why you were angry just now? That strange and unfamiliar tone, although he couldn't tell what it felt like, he just felt that the little woman must be angry with him. He shouldn't have done anything excessive. Recently, he was so busy that he arrived at the mansion in the middle of the night. When he went back to bed and saw that she was sleeping so soundly, he had already resisted touching her. Is she angry that he came back to bed in the middle of the night and disturbed her? It was all Chushan's fault. He asked him to go back to the mansion to see what was going on there, but he ended up eavesdropping in the front hall. When he wanted to go up and twist the idiot's ear off, the little woman had already left the front hall in a hurry and refused to let anyone follow her. Her face was livid and scary. It was the first time he saw her so angry. While she was angry, she was actually stupid enough to smash her little claw, which was so thin that it would break if it was bent, against the pillar. He felt pain just by hearing the crisp sound. Unable to get a response from the little woman, Yin Junyo called out softly, "Lulu?" After a tentative Lulu, Xiangjila sighed resignedly. She leaned into his arms, with a gloomy mood. "Junyo, I was very angry just now, because Zhang Qiner said I was not worthy of you. You are mine. Even if I am not worthy of you, I don't want to share you with others. This is the key." While she was angry at Zhang Qiner, she was also angry at herself for being useless. When she was in Biling, she had made up her mind that after arranging everything for him, she would steal his child and give him to another more perfect woman. However, Zhang Qiner's appearance and those shameless words made her realize her own heart. She couldn't be so cool at all. Not even a little bit. Thinking of this, her mood became even more depressed, and even her voice choked slightly. "My lord, I know I am not perfect, but I will try my best to be the ideal princess in your mind. If one day you feel that you can't tolerate me, you must tell me. I will disappear in front of you very obediently, and won't cause you any trouble." After saying that, she closed her eyes, waiting for the expected stupid woman and the slap. However, this time, he did not knock her head. Instead, he solemnly lifted her chin and gently kissed her colorful little mouth. The smile on the corner of her mouth could not be suppressed no matter what. "What on earth are you thinking about every day in your stupid head? You are annoying enough, I don't want others. If there is someone who bumps into you next time, you can get rid of him as you like. Don't worry about offending anyone, your God is always there." Chapter 240. Yin Junyo said several words slowly and calmly. But Xiangjila focused all her attention on his words. "It's annoying enough to have you alone." He didn't say anything else to coax her afterwards, and she immediately quit. She raised her head from his arms, her fox eyes widened, her little face puffed up, and she didn't forget to use her left hand to extend her index finger and poke his chest every time she said a word. "What do you mean, it's annoying enough to have me alone? Yin Junyo, explain it to me clearly." As she spoke, she twisted restlessly a few times in order to break free from the big hand around her waist. She didn't know if she had touched something she shouldn't have touched accidentally. After feeling that she had sat in the wrong position, Xiangjila felt that the person holding her behind her suddenly stiffened, and her left hand was suddenly grabbed, and even the force of the waist being strangled became stronger. Then, her right shoulder sank, and the warm breath sprayed on her neck in a messy manner. After a while, his low and slightly hoarse voice came to her ears. "Little cutie, stop messing around, your hand is still injured." Hearing him call out little cutie in a low voice, Xiangjila felt a warm current instantly spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, flowing to every corner of her body. Her face turned red uncontrollably. Little Cutie was the nickname he called her every time they were in love. Before, he called her Little Thing. After being called that by that damn bandit, she couldn't look Yan Junyo in the face. After doing this once or twice, he immediately found out. In the intimacy behind, he called her Little Sweetheart naturally. Now thinking about it, it seems that they haven't been intimate for a few days. It's rare to see him in broad daylight today. Her eyes fell on his legs in a very unpromising way. Seongjila's heartbeat suddenly accelerated for no reason, and she suddenly felt like drinking some cold water to calm down. What's going on? But she felt that her injury was not a problem. She only injured her hand, and there was no injury elsewhere. Besides, it wasn't her who moved. While Seongjila was thinking wildly, the servant reported cautiously outside the door. Your Majesty, lunch is ready. Yan Junyo nodded and raised his hand to let the people leave. Then he directly carried her horizontally and was about to walk out. Seongjila instinctively put her arms around his neck and buried her head in his neck. At first, she really never dreamed that such a powerful person would smell so sweet. Seeing that he was about to leave the main courtyard with her horizontally in his arms, she suddenly tightened her arms around his neck and leaned close to his ear, breathing like orchids. Junyo. After a sweet Junyo, she clearly felt the body of the person holding her stiffen. She smiled secretly and whispered in his ear again. Compared to lunch, Zia Guigui wants to use Xiao Nuo. As soon as the words were finished, the person who was walking in big strides just now stopped immediately, and even the back of his ears turned red. Now, it's still daytime. Someone pretended to be calm, but the hoarse voice had already betrayed his truest reaction. Besides, you still have a wound on your hand. Seongjila smiled and stretched out his right hand wrapped in gauze in front of him and shook it. This has no effect, you see. He sighed, his tone was somewhat helpless. It will hurt. Did she think he didn't want to touch her? He just wanted to. So he was afraid that he would lose his composure when he contradicted her. After taking a deep breath, his voice slowly regained its clarity. Be obedient, wait until your hand is completely healed, and I will compensate you. Now that it's come to this, can Seongjila still refuse? Of course she can. Not only can she refuse, she can also make trouble unreasonably. When he was gently reasoning with her, she immediately broke free from his hand and fell to the ground from his arms. Since the prince doesn't want to, then I will go back and solve it myself. If the prince wants to find me again in the future, I can't. After saying that, she really puffed up her little face and turned around and walked back. Seeing this, Yan Junyo immediately stepped forward and held her left hand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the little woman's wet eyes. The nonsense on his lips turned into whatever you want. As soon as the words came out, the little woman, whose eyes were red just now, smiled instantly. She stretched out her hands to him. Yan Junyo's eyebrows softened on the spot. Resigned to his fate, he picked her up again and walked towards the main courtyard. But he did not forget to warn, I am not a gentleman, you still have time to regret it now. Seongjila hugged his neck and wrinkled her nose. It's not me who is working hard, you should be careful with your waist, your majesty. TSK. Stupid woman, who are you looking down on? You are the only one in the world who dares to threaten me. You can't ask for a concubine next time. I don't know where he learned these sour words from. Seongjila rubbed against his arms flatteringly and whispered, Didn't the prince also say that he only wants me in the world? It's not difficult to hear her little pride in her tone. Yan Junyo, He knew that stupid women would be proud. So he was right not to listen to Uncle Lee, and not to coax women. Humph. But, who is that damn Zhang Qiner? How dare she make his woman so angry? At the end of noon, in the dining room, the prepared lunch still lay quietly on the 8 immortal table. After Lee, the housekeeper, finished the aftermath of the front hall, saw that the lunch had not been touched at all, and called the guard standing by and frowned and asked, The prince and the princess have not eaten yet? The guard bowed his head respectfully. No. It's not time to eat. Did the princess quarrel with the prince because of Miss Zhang? Li Guanjia was puzzled, and saw Chu Shan walking towards the stable with a sad face. He immediately stopped Chu Shan. Why are you the only one here? Where is the prince? Seeing Li Guanjia, Chu Shan wanted to cry even more. Why am I so unlucky? I always run into bad luck. Guanjiali looked at him in confusion. I'm asking you why the prince is not with you. What bad luck are you talking about? Chu Shan said in a low voice, The prince is busy with the princess. Wasn't he just in a hurry to report to the prince what he heard in the front hall? How could he have accidentally overheard the prince's conversation? If the prince wasn't still busy, he probably wouldn't have been able to solve the problem by carrying the jade horse around Kyoto until dark. After Chu Shan said this, what else did Li Guanjia not understand? He immediately gave Chu Shan a gloating smile. You deserve it, you bastard. I told you to keep making noises every day without paying attention to the situation. After saying that, he waved his hand at Chu Shan and told him to do what he had to do. Then he went back to the dining room and asked the servants to clear the lunch. He also sent someone to tell the kitchen staff to prepare some nourishing soup for the princess when preparing dinner. After explaining everything, he looked up at the sun hanging in the sky, and the wrinkles on his old face blossomed like a flower because of his smile. It seems that the prince has really seen the light this time. Chapter 241. Dusk fell. The lights in the regent's palace lit up one after another. After calling for water 3 times, the door of the bedroom in the main courtyard finally opened. The refreshed male master was carrying the drowsy female master to the dining room. He ran into Chu Shan, who had just slipped Yu Song back to the stable. Seeing Yan Zhenyuo holding Xiang Jila horizontally, Chu Shan immediately smiled at him, as if he had seen a ghost, which was uglier than crying. He didn't dare to tell the prince that the soft and doting voice of the prince, when he called little darling, was still lingering in his ears. Otherwise, he was afraid that his ears would not last through the night. Fortunately, the prince seemed to be in a good mood at the moment, and he just nodded slightly when he saw him. Come to the study to see me later. He immediately felt as if he had been pardoned. Yes, I will take my leave first. After Chu Shan left, Xiang Jila moved in Yan Zhenyuo's arms and spoke softly, his voice still a little hoarse. Put me down, I can walk by myself. Yan Zhenyuo raised his eyebrows slightly. My legs are not weak anymore. Xiang Jila blushed soft. Yan Zhenyuo sneered, then shut up. Xiang Jila, Since the bandage on her right hand had already fallen off during the second intense sex, Yan Zhenyuo was worried that her tendons would be dislocated again, so before dinner, the miserable imperial physician was summoned to the regent's palace again. The imperial physician, who was full of doubts and wanted to ask why the bandage fell off so quickly, chose to shut up after seeing Yan Zhenyuo's cold eyes, and warned, Princess, you can't move your hand anymore, otherwise it will affect the recovery progress. Yan Zhenyuo raised his eyebrows, and looked at Xiang Jila with a half-smile. As if to say, I told you, you must listen. Thinking of his initiative just now, Xiang Jila coughed lightly with an awkward look. Okay, I know. Then, the imperial physician gave a few more instructions on what to avoid and what to pay attention to, and then he boarded the carriage back to the palace tremblingly. After carrying her back to the dining table in the dining room and putting her down, Yan Zhenyuo scooped a bowl of soup for her very naturally. The exquisite thin-bodied porcelain bowl held in his bony hands was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Xiang Jila stared blankly at him, blowing the clear and oily hot soup to cool it down a little before feeding it to her. The moment the soup entered her mouth was instantly filled with a rich taste of ginseng and angelica. It was black chicken stewed with ginseng and angelica. When she and Yan Zhenyuo couldn't get up every day, they had this soup. She was traumatized by it. Xiang Jila instinctively wanted to reach out and grab the bowl, but he dodged it flexibly. You can't hold the bowl by yourself until your hand is healed. Well, secretly pouring it out won't work. Xiang Jila could only accept his fate, and let him feed the whole bowl of soup into her stomach mouthful by mouthful. As Xiang Jila drank the last mouthful of soup, Yan Zhenyuo took the opportunity to put down the bowl of soup and asked casually, Who is Zhang Qiner? Halfway through the last mouthful of soup, Xiang Jila immediately got a gasp and started coughing violently. Yan Zhenyuo reached out to help her breathe. I just asked casually, why are you reacting so strongly? After a while, Xiang Jila's face flushed and his breathing calmed down. She looked at him in disbelief, her tone still bitter. You don't know the eldest daughter of the Minister of Personnel? Humph, she said that she truly loves you and asked me to return you to her. As soon as Xiang Jila finished speaking, Yan Zhenyuo's face darkened visibly. Ridiculous. Thinking of the little woman's hand being dislocated in anger, he restrained his expression, served her rice himself, and stuffed a piece of braised beef into her mouth. Since you know that I only want you, it's not too much to just beat and kill the rest of the irrelevant people who are talking nonsense in front of you. This answer is straightforward and righteous and merciless. Xiang Jila couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, but his tone was still unyielding. Isn't it because I'm afraid that you won't be willing to let go? Besides, if I really beat and kill someone who values the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues so much like you can't guarantee that you will accuse me of being jealous. Before he finished speaking, Yan Zhenyuo sneered and picked up another piece of stewed beef for her. Show me one person you are jealous of, don't just yell. If she is really so jealous, he would love it. Xiang Jila chewed the beef in his mouth a few times and swallowed it. Am I not jealous already? Didn't you see I was very angry at noon? If you are jealous, just go and kill those who are causing trouble for you. What's the point of hurting yourself? After saying this in a cold voice, he stuffed another mouthful of rice into her mouth. Xiang Jila glanced at him. Didn't you see that person walk in and get carried out? Anyway, you can only be mine. No other woman can covet you. Halfway through, she finally reacted. She kicked someone's foot. Yin Junyuo, you are so childish. She actually tried to trick her. Ignoring the tickling kick on her calf, Yin Junyuo's eyes flashed with a smile. He stuffed another mouthful of stewed beef into her mouth. You are not jealous, but obeying your husband's wishes. If someone dares to say you are jealous in the future, do you know how to reply? The words "it's not jealousy, it's obedience to my husband's" will instantly dissipated most of the sour bubbles in Xiang Jila's heart. No matter how Zhang Qiner liked Jun Newell, she was very satisfied with his attitude. She immediately smiled with satisfaction. I just say it directly, it's the prince's order. The prince doesn't like the hustle and bustle of the backyard. I'm here to guard the backyard for the prince. Unless the prince nods, no one can steal my man and territory. The little woman in front of him smiled like a flower, and Yin Junyuo couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pinch her delicate right cheek. Remember what you said, and protect your man and your territory. Waving her left hand to knock off the claw on her face, Xiang Jila raised her eyebrows, and her beautiful and charming fox eyes flashed with a determined light. That's a must. As soon as she finished speaking, a mouthful of fresh fish meat was stuffed into her mouth. Before Xiang Jila had time to swallow it, a mouthful of rice was stuffed into her mouth unexpectedly. She immediately protested vaguely, Hey, how can you feed someone like this? Yin Junyuo Tsk Ed, you just said to obey your husband's will, and now you dare to dislike it? This is not a conflict. After speaking, her little mouth was rudely stuffed with a mouthful of fish meat with bones removed. Xiang Jila hummed and groaned as he rudely fed her the whole dinner. Although the man in front of her was not very good at taking care of people, it did not affect her good mood at all. Chapter 242. That night. In the study. Your Highness, since you have taken more power in the fake will, the forces of all parties have been eyeing you covetously. The people from the Shangshu mansion coming today are probably just a test. Yin Junyuo stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the tiny stars floating on the lake as the moonlight cast into the lake. Did the imperial physician, who came to the palace today, go to Zhang's mansion? Chu Shan recalled. Imperial physician Chen and Imperial physician Zhang stopped by Zhang's mansion on the way back to the palace. I know. After Yin Junyuo finished speaking, Chu Shan finally reacted, Your Highness, you are worried. Yin Junyuo sneered, If they really dare, we will see how much they can pay. He had no intention of talking to Chu Shan about those disgusting people. Yin Junyuo changed the subject. Has everything in the lake not been fished out yet? Chu Shan lowered his head. We have already fished out more than half. He had discovered that since the princess entered the palace, there were fewer and fewer places to hide things in the palace. Yin Junyuo nodded slightly. Clean it up as soon as possible. If he hadn't gone to the south, he wouldn't have known that stupid women are afraid of both cold and heat. It's fine if she treats him as a heater when it's cold. When the weather is a little hot, she will kick the quilt all night long, and after kicking the quilt, she will put her legs on him without caring about her image, saying that it's cool. It's really. She doesn't have any girlish manners. No matter what, she still has to clean up the things at the bottom of the lake, lest she wants to go play in the water on a whim when it's hot someday. Thinking that she was followed by ordinary maids today, Yin Junyuo turned and looked at Chu Shan with a slightly raised eyebrow. Chiosi is busy recently. Chu Shan nodded. Uncle Li said that the princess often asks her to do things. As for what the matter is, he can't ask if the princess doesn't tell him. After walking back to the desk with his hands behind his back, Yin Junyuo lifted his robe and sat down. He tapped the table with his knuckles, and was silent for a while before speaking softly. How is the investigation of the heart-eating incident going now? Since Dongren encountered obstacles in his in-depth investigation after returning to Kyoto, Yin Junyuo no longer asked her to investigate and directly handed the matter over to Chu Shan to handle. After all, Chu Shan is an expert in investigation and counter-investigation. Chu Shan paused for a moment before he said with shame, The clue is broken in Sichuan. Sichuan again? Yin Junyuo paused as he tapped his knuckles on the table. A hint of coldness flashed across his narrow eyes. Send a few more people to Sichuan, and follow closely anyone who has contact with Eugene. Chu Shan responded respectfully, then glanced at Yin Junyo hesitantly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Yin Junyo noticed it immediately. What? Is there anything else? The two villains in Chu Shan's heart fought briefly. In the end, he told Yin Junyo what he was thinking. Before I returned to Beijing with the prince a few days ago, I left behind a group of confidants. Now they are all missing. I am worried. Chu Shan did not say the rest of the words. Everyone understood the meaning. Yin Junyo's eyelids were half closed. Chuncho is in the south. The princess is short of manpower. Maybe she was sent out to do some work. To do things? His people are 10 times more talented and loyal. What kind of work can require all his people to come out? Seeing Yin Junyo still trying to comfort Xiangjila, Chu Shan couldn't bear to remind him. But what can the princess do? She's even busier than the prince. His knuckles lightly bent as he tapped the table, and Yin Junyo's expression turned cold. Chu Shan, you're overstepping your authority. Chu Shan immediately knelt down and bowed his head. I know my crime, but prince... Before he could finish his words, Yin Junyo raised his hand to interrupt him. No need to say more. I know what's going on. You go back first, and let Xian Yin and Dongren come tomorrow. The prince was obviously avoiding the question. If he continued to talk, the prince would not only blame him, but also make him unhappy. Chu Shan had no choice but to get up and leave. Yes. When Yin Junyo returned to the bedroom, he just saw Chiu Si and several maids leaving. In the bedroom, the bright lights had been blown out, leaving only a few dim lights that could barely see the outline of the room. Xiangjila had already tied up his long hair into a loose bun and changed into his bedclothes. When she saw Yin Junyo, she immediately greeted him with a gentle look and took his hand. I thought you wouldn't come back so early. Under the dim light, the little woman's smile flickered. Yin Junyo was silent for a moment, and tentatively said softly, Chiosi seems to be very busy recently. I will arrange 2 more people to stay with you tomorrow. It's funny to say that he always likes to be straightforward and take the initiative, but he is particularly passive in front of her. As long as it involves letting her make a choice, she will become cautious. For fear that the next moment, what she says, or a small action she makes subconsciously will make herself doomed. I thought she would subconsciously refuse if I put someone next to her again, but I didn't expect that she not only didn't refuse this time, but also smiled even brighter. Really? I don't have enough people, so I just want to ask you for a few people. Ask him. For a few people? What do you want people for? Xiangjila pulled him to the screen and habitually wanted to undress him, but he held her hand. Don't move your hands, otherwise they will be dislocated again later. I'm not that weak. Having said that, Xiangjila still obediently let him hold her hand. When answering his question, she winked at him playfully. Things that can get your people to help must be big things. As the saying goes, men are responsible for the outside world, and women are responsible for the inside world. You are in front to protect me from the wind and rain. As your wife, I will naturally help you solve your worries. Otherwise, how can our little family stand up? The hand that untied the waist belt paused slightly, and his phoenix eyes condensed slightly, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Small home. Stand up? The word home is too far away and too heavy for him. Can a person like him really have a small home like ordinary people? Not noticing the change in his expression, the little woman took his waist belt with her left hand and skillfully put it on the screen. She spoke again casually. By the way, you mentioned to me before that Lin Bufan wanted to know about potatoes, and I told him how to grow them. However, potatoes are not suddenly appearing in Saibei now, so I asked him to take a small part to Saibei first, so that they can have a head start and know that potatoes can be eaten. When winter comes, potatoes will be introduced from the south to the north, and Lin Bufan will start planting them according to my method. In that case, even if the emperor suspects something, he will not suspect us. The prince has been too popular in Kyoto recently, and there must be many people watching in the northern part of the border. It is always better to be careful. Surprised that the little woman gave him a thorough analysis. Yin Junyo couldn't help but wonder if he didn't know her well enough, maybe. She was not as simple as he thought. Why do you tell me this? Didn't she ask Lin Bufan to keep it a secret? Xiangjila gave him a look that said you are so stupid, and said it as a matter of course. You are my husband, not an outsider. Besides, do you think Lin Bufan would hide this from you? Chapter 243. After hearing her words, Yin Junyo felt his heart throb uncontrollably. He blurted out, so Chuncho is in the south. Xiangjila nodded generously. Do things for me, and please tell Chu Shan for me that his people are very useful. I have placed them in the south, and will return them to him when I am done. From the moment she used Chushan's people, she was prepared to not be able to hide it from Yin Junyo. He was meticulous, and it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. It's better to let him know earlier, so as to avoid any misunderstandings later. Settled in the south, Shinmachi is also in the south. Yin Junyo's eyes narrowed slightly. Putting his untied outer robe on the screen, he walked to the six-legged mahogany carved basin stand behind the screen to wash. No more questions. However, he just gave a small glance, and Seongjila immediately smelled something unusual. Hurry up and followed him. Junyo, don't you believe me? She specially used Chushan's people to tell Lin Bufan about the potato. Didn't she tell him that she was working for him? These two people are the most trustworthy people in the world for Yin Junyo, and she is sure that they will tell him these things. But looking at his scrutinizing eyes, Seongjila tried his best to control the urge to hit him. Silly Junyo, you are not imagining things again, are you? Hearing this, someone immediately turned his head away from her. No, she explained too quickly, and his intuition told him that she seemed to be covering up something. Or covering up something for someone. However, he didn't want to touch upon that matter yet. Now he was getting along with her like this, and he was content with it, and didn't want to make any changes. Even if the whole world told him that she had hidden something from him and might have second thoughts, he wouldn't believe it. Unless she told him in person, or he saw it with his own eyes, it wouldn't count. No, her ears were red, and she was clearly lying. Seongjila gritted her teeth and pinched his arm. Yin Junyo, you idiot, if I find out that you doubt me again, you're dead. God knows, she is now full of him. She almost dug out her not-so-kind heart and put it in front of him. He reached out and easily grabbed her rebellious little hand. He didn't want to discuss this issue with her anymore. He carried her back to the bed. Talked about something else. Seongtienga is pregnant, Yin Beimos. What does Seongtienga's pregnancy have to do with her? She was talking to him about not thinking too much. Don't change the subject and talk to me about who is pregnant. I definitely won't be able to give birth in the next few years. What? What? Seongtienga is pregnant? Seongtienga is pregnant? Or is it Yin Beimos? They hooked up so quickly in this life. After she came back, she was busy investigating the truth of the past and the Yin family's secret training, so she was a little more relaxed about this couple. After all, Seongtienga never went out, and her people didn't give much news. As for Yin Beimos, his broken leg had been recurring since she went south, so she asked Chiosi to send someone to keep an eye on him. After learning that he was normal, and she had more important things to do, she naturally wouldn't waste time paying too much attention. Yin Junyo tightened his grip around her waist. In order to rescue Su, Seongtienga had planned to use the beauty trap to deceive Yin Beimos, but Zhang Qianer found out and got involved, framing Seongtienga and making the fake come true. According to the spy's report, Su and Seongtienga concealed the child very well, and planned to give birth to the child, and then use it to threaten Yin Beimos, so Yin Beimos still doesn't know about the child. After a pause, Yin Junyo added, Zhong Xiuxiu is also pregnant. The child is from a guard in Yukuin Palace. Su didn't know about it, and always thought it was Xiong Yun's flesh and blood. Did Xiong Mansion stab the residents of Guanyin, the goddess of childbirth? So exciting? No wonder Zhong Xiuxiu goes to the palace every day. Seeing Seongjila's petrified expression, Yin Junyo pinched her little face with interest, then hugged her, and lay on the bed with her clothes on, and bent down to stamp her hair. In addition, according to Nanchu's pace, brother and others can enter the capital around the Dragon Boat Festival. Seongjila, who had come back to his senses after being held by Yin Junyo and lying on the bed, heard that Huang Fuxiao and others could enter the capital around the Dragon Boat Festival. His fox eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately turned over and lay on Yin Junyo's chest and looked at him. Really? Can my brother and his friends really arrive in Beijing around the Dragon Boat Festival? Yin Junyo glanced at her injured hand, helped her move to a comfortable position, and nodded. Well, if you have anything you want to do, just tell me. What the Xiong family did to her was enough for him to wash that dirty mansion with blood. But he couldn't act rashly without the little woman's permission. Now, he could only persuade Nanchu, the idiot, to join him. After receiving his affirmative reply and support, Seongjila, who didn't know what Yin Junyo was really thinking, couldn't help but raise his mouth. At first, she thought it would take at least a few months, but she didn't expect them to be so fast. In this way, she had to speed up the deployment of the Xiong Mansion's past affairs. When her brother came, they would seek justice together. It was time for the Xiong Mansion to pay back what they owed. No, the Xiong Mansion not only owed them, but also Jun Nu in the last life. Recalling the tragedy of the last life, Her nose was sour, and she couldn't help but lie on Yen Junua's chest. As if sensing the sadness around her, Yen Junua's hand slowly swept across her back. She whispered, "Don't be sad, the Xiong mansion is not worth it." Xiong Jila nodded. Of course she knew that the Xiong mansion was not worth it, and her sadness was never for the Xiong mansion. By the way, feeling someone's hand slowly reaching down, Xiong Jila looked up at someone suspiciously. What? Did Guai say during the day that if your husband doesn't touch you, you have to solve it yourself? The topic changed so suddenly that Xiong Jila didn't even realize what was going on. Instead, Gongjing No. 3's excited voice immediately came into her mind. Host, be self-sufficient. After reading so many pamphlets, it's time to do it in front of him to make him jealous. Xiong Jila was struck by lightning. Pervert system. If she wasn't held by Yen Junyo now, she would have wanted to go into the space immediately to pry open its shell and see what was inside. Little darling? Such an obvious indication. Xiong Jila turned over in a cowardly manner, trying to escape. I just wanted to piss you off. How would I know how to solve it? Besides, my hand is still injured. Really? Are you sure this is not the solution? Sudden attack. Xiong Jila whimpered softly, her eyes wide open. Yen Junyo, you fed her 3 times today. With a slight movement of her body, she gave a certain pervert an opportunity to take advantage of her. A trace of innocence flashed across Yen pervert Junyo's eyes. But she told me she wasn't full. Yen Junyo. Good boy, I'm here. She's full. You hypocritical guy, look, how hungry she is. Feeling empty all of a sudden, Xiong Jila naturally understood what he wanted to show her. She would never see it even if she died. Stupid man. Pervert. Chapter 244. Inside the Furong tent, the moment the two reached the top, the system space that had cut off all contact with the outside world when it noticed that the two had entered a state of ecstasy suddenly moved. The memory hairpin flashed with dazzling green light and flew out of the warehouse like an arrow, as if trying to break through the complicated talisman. Gongjing No. 3 immediately turned into a red light and caught up with the memory hairpin. After the dazzling red and green light balls collided, a strong white light was produced. The green potato seedlings around were instantly scorched. After a while, the memory hairpin finally stopped. Let Gongjing No. 3 press it to the ground. Gongjing No. 3, who had stabilized the memory hairpin again, was now smoking all over, his wings were translucent, and even the pink on his body slowly faded back to the original white. Looking at the emerald green hairpin on the ground, the small egg body was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Ever since the owner wore the bracelet and saw the small part of the sealed memory, the seal of the talisman has become more and more unstable. There should be no mistakes. Which link has gone wrong? Is it because the little ghost cultivator has used blood to activate it too many times? No matter what, once the seal is broken, the hairpin will inevitably break. At that time, not only will the hatred consciousness sealed by the little ghost cultivator return to its original position with the recovery of memory, but all the memories of the owner will also return to their original position. In order to make the bracelet appear here, it and the little ghost cultivator paid a great price. Fortunately, the little ghost cultivator was powerful and took the initiative to capture the owner. If the owner's memory is fully restored, then, according to his temperament, thinking of the possible consequences later, Gongjing No. 3's little egg body trembled, and even the mechanical eyes flashed a few times. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. After a night of fried fish, Xiong Jila felt refreshed. When he opened his eyes half dead from the bed, there was no one around him, and even the place where he had slept was cold. Obviously, the person next to him had gotten up long ago. Where did the stupid man get his energy from? 3 times during the day and 3 times at night, he was not afraid of losing his chi and blood. After letting Gongjing No. 3 repair her, she finally felt alive. The only flaw was Xiao 3. Do you still have the strength to help me recover my wrist? As soon as she finished speaking, Gongjing No. 3's weak and aggrieved voice came into her mind. Host. Xiao 3 has tried his best. The dog system is not normal. Not caring that he was only wearing a thin inner garment, Xiong Jila lifted the quilt and immediately entered the space. The scorched potato seedlings have regained their green vitality. Gongjing No. 3 shrugged his wings and nestled beside her functional soil, his body turned back to the previous white color. A pair of mechanical eyes flickered, as if he was ready to fall asleep at any time. Xiong Jila felt a sudden tightening in her heart, and she ran to it in 2 steps at a time. What's wrong with you? Isn't it the system? Why does it look more tired than her? Host, Xiao may 3rd disappear for a while to upgrade again. Seeing Xiangjila, Gongjing number 3's voice became sluggish. Xiangjila didn't care that the injury on her right hand had not yet fully healed, and immediately stepped forward to embrace it with her left hand. Did something happen? If she remembered correctly, every time Gongjing number 3 upgraded, it was because of new progress in her relationship with Yan Zhenyu, but never like now. So listless. Host, don't touch the memory hairpin by yourself recently. This thing is a bit weird. Gongjing number 3's languid voice drew Xiangjila's attention back. During the period when Xiao 3 disappears and upgrades, you must come in on time to do daily tasks. The rewards for companion tasks are now all unique small clothes. If you need other rewards, you need to wait for Xiao 3 to come back to distribute them. By the way, during the period when Xiao 3 disappears and upgrades, the system space can still be used normally. Remember not to take off the bracelet. And, Xiao 3, what's wrong with you? It was the first time that Xiangjila heard the dog system chattering like this, and he once again thought that it might not be a simple system. She held Gongjing number 3 in her arms, and the worry in her fox eyes was undisguised. You make me feel uneasy. Did something happen in the space? Although the possibility was small, it was the only possibility she could think of. After a moment of silence, Gongjing number 3 seemed to have made up his mind. Take out the memory hairpin. The tone was indescribably solemn. Xiangjila frowned, nodded, and regardless of the pain in his right hand, he embraced Gongjing number 3, stretched out his left hand, and changed his mind. The emerald green and transparent ray cloud pattern hairpin immediately lay obediently in her palm. Gongjing number 3 flapped his wings and flew to her, explaining, Last night, a small part of the memory hairpin came to me again. Memory hairpin is just the name given to it by Xiao 3. Its original name is called Changjue. The past has become a memory, and we will live well from now on. I bid you a long farewell, and wish you eternal peace. These are the original words that the master husband said to you after you caught up with the master husband in that life. As soon as Gongjing number 3 finished speaking, a dazzling white light appeared in front of Xiangjila. This familiar feeling. Xiangjila knew that she must have returned to a certain memory node. After seeing the scene in front of her clearly, Xiangjila's fox eyes instantly widened. This is the Regent's mansion before Yan Zhenyu's last expedition. At that time, although the Regent was already in decline, the servants in the mansion still served the master tremblingly. The carved beams in the mansion were still exquisite, and the flying eaves were still majestic. The only difference is that the two sides of the corridor are no longer surrounded by flowers. It is clearly midsummer, but the whole house is bleak. She immediately staggered to the main courtyard. Jun Nuo should have just gotten out of bed at that time. It seemed that he went to war not long after talking with Uncle Li in the study. Xiangjila easily passed through the door of the study, and saw the scene in the study. He felt that he had difficulty breathing. In the study, a straight and thin back, leaning on crutches and wearing a coat, stood in front of the window, and a hunched figure stood behind him. Your Highness, your injury has not healed yet, so you really shouldn't work too hard. Xiangjila recognized it. It was Uncle Li's voice. In the previous life, after Yan Zhenyu was seriously injured, Uncle Li seemed to have been drained of all his energy overnight, and most of his hair turned gray. Even his voice was not as full of energy as it is now. The man on crutches sighed softly. I am not here, so I trouble you with all the affairs of the mansion. Don't mistreat her. This cold voice is Zhenyu's voice. The voice was filled with fatigue and weakness that she had never heard before, and a hint of relief. Xiangjila felt an ominous premonition and uneasiness in her heart. She tried to suppress the tears that were about to well up in her eyes, and listened with her emotions suppressed. My lord, why are you doing this? When he said the word why, Butler Li's voice was also trembling. Chapter 245. This is what I owe her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the wilderness when I was 13, and I would have died on the battlefield when I was 14. How could I have become the regent of Dahuang? In the study, there was silence for a few breaths because of Yan Zhenyu's words. In the end, it was Steward Li who sighed, and shook his head to break the silence. People always have to experience it before they can cherish it. Now I see that the eldest lady of the Xiang mansion is really interested in the prince. If the prince this time? Before he could finish, Yan Zhenyu interrupted Li Guanjia's words with self-mockery. She felt guilty, Uncle Li. Guilt is not joy. What I need is never her pity and guilt, but her willing joy. This time, when he spoke to Li Guanjia, he called himself I instead of this king. Like a junior who confides his thoughts in front of his elders. But now I understand that if I am not the one who makes her laugh from the bottom of her heart when she sees me, no matter how much I do, it will only make things worse. She wants me dead. I've always known that. But I can't bear it, Uncle Lee. She's surrounded by beasts. If I die, who will protect her? After saying the words, who will protect her excitedly, his strength seemed to be drained away all at once. He said dejectedly, but I didn't expect that such a strong-willed person like her would pay such a price for my death. Speaking of this, the veins on his hands clenched on his crutches bulged, and just when Xiang Jila, who was standing by and crying, thought he was going to get angry, he chuckled softly. Forget it. Just follow her last time. She saved my life and gave me an obsession. Now I give everything back to her. All the right and wrong should end. Hearing the inappropriateness in Yin Junyuo's words, Li Guanjia suddenly raised his head, and his turbid eyes suddenly turned red. Your Majesty. Yin Junyuo slowly turned around and met his eyes. The narrow and long phoenix eyes, at this moment, were full of vicissitudes. Uncle Lee, I have disappointed you. If the day comes that I can't come back, I will definitely let people delay it for a while in advance, so that you have enough time to escape from the Regent's palace. At that time, you must draw a clear line with me, and don't be implicated. Having said this, he slowly and clumsily walked behind the desk with his crutches. He pulled out an exquisite envelope from under a pile of documents that had been piled up for a long time and wanted to hand it to Butlerly. Seeing this, Butlerly immediately stepped forward and took it with both hands. Yin Junyuo smiled bitterly. Now that she feels so sorry for me, given her personality, I guess she will definitely not live alone after knowing that I can't come back. Uncle Lee, I need to ask you to help me give her the divorce letter and find a way to let her live well. As soon as the words divorce letter came out, Xiang Jila could no longer care about crying and rushed to the two of them. That divorce letter. She saw it. On the exquisite gold-painted envelope, there were not the words divorce letter, but, my wife Jila. A flash of white light flashed before her eyes. When Xiang Jila came back to her senses, she found herself back in bed. Her face was cold. A familiar spasm of pain in her chest, her left hand immediately covered the left side of her chest, frowned and clenched her teeth, and swallowed the fishy sweetness in her throat. Gonging number 3's concerned voice came into my mind. Host, when Xiao 3 is not around, don't let your emotions fluctuate too much. Your heart is not in good condition, so you shouldn't be too sad. Until the spasmodic pain subsided, Xiang Jila panted, wiped the tears from his face woodenly, and communicated with Gonging number 3 with his consciousness. So, the memories sealed by the memory hairpin actually contained a lot of pain that I couldn't bear, so they were sealed at that time, right? Gonging number 3 was silent for a while. Yes, your heart meridian was severely damaged because you experienced pain far beyond what life can bear in the previous life and the other world. For the rest, host, don't ask, Xiao San doesn't remember it either. There was a faint and familiar sound of footsteps outside the door. Xiang Jila immediately regained consciousness, knocked his injured right hand hard against the head of the bed, and a sharp pain came from his hand again, and the tears that had not yet recovered burst out again. Just met the person who walked into the room. Why are you crying for no reason? Yin Junyuo strode to the bedside and half helped her up. Xiang Jila fell into his arms, crying miserably and holding her hand in front of him. I just accidentally hit the head of the bed. Maybe I need to ask the imperial physician to bandage it again. Yin Junyuo, He had never seen such a stupid woman. The imperial physician came hurriedly, and the imperial physician saw that the wrist position was indeed dislocated again. Under the suggestion and reminder of the imperial physician, and under the supervision of someone, Xiang Jila's right hand was gloriously hung on his chest. Except for sleeping, he was not allowed to put it down at any time before he recovered. Xiang Jila looked at herself being picked up and put on a wheelchair like a cripple, helplessly looking at the person who put her down. Your Majesty, my hand is injured, not anywhere else. Is this really okay? Someone stood in front of her with his hands behind his back, bent down very considerately, raised his sword-like eyebrows, and came in front of her to look at her, looking at her with a smile. You can be dislocated twice in a row in the same position. Xiang Jila, you really make me look at your stupidity and clumsiness in a new light. If I don't let you sit in a wheelchair, I'm worried that your legs will be crippled tomorrow. Stupid and clumsy Xiang Jila, who might even lose his legs tomorrow. Seeing her look like she had nothing to say, and could only sit obediently in the wheelchair, and dared not resist at all, his mood finally dissipated a little bit of the haze. He stretched out his hand, and pinched her face habitually. Then he put away the lively expression on his face, straightened up, and turned to look at the two maids, who had been following him not far away. He said in a cold voice, "Come and meet the princess." The two maids walked to Xiang Jila, and saluted respectfully. Your servant Xianyan. Your servant Dongren. Greetings, princess. Xiangzila looked at the two of them. The maid in yellow clothes, who just called herself Xianyan, was a little shorter than Xiaoxi, with simple and ordinary facial features. She was the type that was hard to find in a crowd. And the maid who just called herself Dongren, wearing green clothes, looked a little more beautiful than Xianyan, and her figure was somewhat similar to hers. Could it be? Before she could even say her guess, Yan Zhenyuo spoke first. Chuncho Xiaoxi is good at short blade fighting, Xianyan is good at whip and spear, and Dongren is good at light skills and disguise. If you have something to do, it will be more convenient for you to have them by your side. Chapter 246. Xiangzila looked at the man standing beside her with his hands behind his back in surprise, as if she had not expected him to explain to her so patiently. Your Highness, don't you have to do anything else today? Yan Zhenyuo looked at the sky and just said busy when the servants reported from outside the door. Your Highness, Princess, lunch is ready. Yan Zhenyuo nodded and raised his hand to let the people leave, then naturally bent down and picked up Xiangzila horizontally. I was passing by while doing business, so I asked Xianyan and Dongren to come over to recognize the master, and by the way, I had lunch before going back. I didn't expect that you, a fool, would hurt your hand again even when you get up. Stupid Xiangzila. Stupid man, is she stupid? She is not stupid at all, okay? Besides, the Regent Palace is located in the northwest of Kyoto, and it is not convenient to go to any department. Are you sure you were just passing by? Soon, Xiangzila proved his guess. A lunch was spent in being rudely fed again. This man is treating himself as a stuffed duck. The kitchen specially made several exquisite side dishes for her, as well as the bowl of black chicken stewed with ginseng and angelica that has not changed for thousands of years, all of which were stuffed into her stomach without leaving any. Until she shook her head desperately and said, I'm full, really full. Someone let her go and put the chopsticks that were picking up other dishes back to the edge of the bowl. Seeing someone who fed her and then ate something casually, Xiangzila couldn't let go of the corners of her mouth no matter what. She hadn't seen Chushan show up since he came back for so long. She knew that the poor Chushan must have been left behind by him to handle official business. This person said he was passing by, but in fact he came back specially to feed her. Although he refused to admit it, she knew it all. After lunch, they rinsed their mouths. Yan Zhenyuo picked her up again. I'll be back at dinner time. You should lie down and recover. Don't let yourself get hurt again. When he said don't let yourself get hurt again, Xiangzila heard the subtle helplessness in his tone. Suddenly, his helpless words from his previous life rang in her mind, but I can't bear it. Her heart suddenly soured and swelled, and suddenly she became soft and all the words of rebuttal were swallowed back. She raised her eyes and stared at his perfect profile for a while, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, she straightened her waist and leaned close to his cheek while he was holding her horizontally and kissed him lightly. Ignoring the man's sudden stiffness due to her sneak attack, she blushed and nestled back into his arms. She rubbed the delicate dark embroidered dragon pattern on the front of his clothes a few times and whispered softly, Junua, I think I'm spoiled. What should I do? She took a steady step forward, and the man holding her snorted coldly with red ears. It's not like I won't let you be arrogant. You are the only one in the world who can do whatever you want by relying on my pleasure, stupid woman. After Yan Zhenyuo left, Xiangzila lay on the bed and tried to communicate with Gongjing number 3 several times. After finding that they couldn't communicate, he gave up. After thinking carefully about what it said and did since Gongjing number 3 appeared, there seemed to be no pattern or logic to follow. Also, she didn't have any heart disease at all. But when she saw the memory of the previous life, her chest couldn't help but spasm in pain, and her chi and blood surged uncontrollably. Is it really because of what it said that the heart veins were damaged because of the pain that shouldn't be borne? It seemed to know a lot about her and Junua. It had sworn to her before that it was the witness of her and Junua's love. So, what exactly is it? The soft sword named 100 Blades by Yan Junua, the nameless soft armor, the long whip in her hand that Yan Junua couldn't make with the same texture, the hairpin named Long Ju, and the few things that became ineffective after she used them, as if they didn't belong here. All these things reminded her that Gongjing number 3 was definitely not a simple system. The so-called copy it mentioned. I'm afraid it's just an excuse. The more she thought about it, the sleepier she felt. Xiangzila's eyelids were gradually fighting. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Xiaoxi reported softly outside the door. Princess, someone came from the palace and said that the Queen Mother wanted to summon you to the palace to accompany her for dinner. Xiangzila opened her eyes irritably. Her sleep was suddenly interrupted, and she would want to hit someone. She lowered her eyes to look at her tightly bandaged right wrist, and a trace of ridicule flashed across her eyes. Zhang Qin'er was beaten yesterday, and the Queen Mother summoned her today. Needless to say, everyone knows who did this. Sitting up resignedly, she sighed and called out to the door. Get ready and enter the palace. Chiosi, Xianyan, and Dongren entered the palace one after another, followed by several maids. Glancing at Xiangjila's bandaged right hand, Chiosi couldn't help but frown slightly. Princess, your hand. Xiangjila raised his hand, and waved it in front of her. It's okay, it's your prince who's making a fuss. It's just the right hand that's injured. Isn't the leg injured? If she can't hit someone, can she kick someone? Besides, now that her hand is injured, Mu Junyan definitely can't go to find Zhai Jioma before it heals. Entering the palace at this time is just the right opportunity for her to check it out. Seeing that the master didn't listen to the advice, Chiosi hesitated and reminded him, the prince. Oh, that's right. The person who delivered the edict was so open, it would be impossible to hide it from Ju Nuo. After taking a look at the sky outside the window, Xiangjila turned to Chiosi and said, Send someone to bring a message to the prince for me. Yukuin Palace. Zhong Xiuxiu, with her 4-month-old belly just showing, gently and skillfully massaged the shoulders of Queen Mother Zhong. After a while, Queen Mother Zhong, with her hair full of gorgeous pearls and jade, was very pleased and gently patted her little hand on her shoulder. Okay, Xiuxiu, I know you are filial. People who are pregnant should not be too tired. Hurry up and sit aside. Zhong Xiuxiu, who was wearing a woman's bun, smiled shyly, yes, aunt. After that, she was supported by 2 palace servants, and sat down beside her in an exaggerated and cautious manner. After she sat down, Queen Mother Zhong asked slowly, Is what you just said true? Zhong Xiuxiu nodded vigorously. She looked frightened. Xiuxiu didn't dare to hide anything from her aunt. It is said that Miss Zhang just came to her house to get close to her, but she broke several ribs of Miss Zhang because of jealousy. Not to mention her beautiful face that made all men unable to resist being moved, it was completely destroyed, and now she is still lying in bed. At this point, Zhong Xiuxiu looked angry and unwilling. Xiangjila relies on the fact that she married the regent, and is so arrogant. First, she didn't recognize her family, didn't obey her parents, brother and sister-in-law, and now she is jealous. If aunt doesn't teach her a lesson, won't she ignore you, and the emperor's cousin in the future? Chapter 247. Listening to Zhong Xiuxiu's words, Queen Mother Zhong looked at her in surprise. Xiuxiu, who taught you to say these words? It was so organized and purposeful, it didn't sound like something she could say. Zhong Xiuxiu's smile froze, and her eyes looked away guiltily. It's Xiuxiu's own idea. Is it really her own idea? Queen Mother Zhong's slightly shrewd eyes fell on Zhong Xiuxiu. Seeing that Zhong Xiuxiu still didn't dare to look at her, she immediately knew what was going on. He nodded to Zhong Xiuxiu and said, Don't worry, the prince is confused, but I am not. Although the prince deliberately concealed the fact that Xiangjila broke off relations with the Xiang mansion, the attitude of the regent's mansion towards the Xiang mansion was obviously distant. If you are a little more careful, you can find clues. Regarding the usury, the Xiang mansion is obviously in dire straits, but the 2 mansions seem to have suddenly reached a tacit understanding. The Xiang mansion dared not go to the regent's mansion, and the regent's mansion also ignored the Xiang mansion. Xiangjila's attitude can be seen. If it was the previous Xiangjila, the Xiang mansion would probably let her fend for herself, but now Xiangjila has the regent palace behind her. How could the Xiang mansion easily break off relations with her? Poor her simple Xiuxiu, who has become a sharp knife in the hands of others again. At present, the only one who can make Xiuxiu so obedient is probably Xiang mansion Su, Xiuxiu's good mother-in-law. Oh, she is smart. She plans to use these things in the backyard to win back the regent palace to the Xiang mansion. She was making a plan that made a lot of noise, and she really thought that others were fools. However, the emperor had suffered so much in the court, and she should indeed get some interest back from Xiangjila. In this way, it is not impossible to give them this favor. It is better for the Xiang family to treat Xiuxiu well otherwise. Thinking of this, a trace of sharpness flashed across the bottom of Empress Dowager Zhong's eyes. In the carriage, Chiosi looked at the closed door, and was extremely surprised. I really didn't expect that Yusong would be so obedient to pull the carriage for the princess now. You know, among all the horses in the stable, Yusong is the most fierce, and difficult to tame. In addition to the prince, only Commander Chu can carry it, and run without being kicked by it. Today, when the princess went to the stable in person before going out and asked Yusong to pull the carriage, Yusong, who was originally going to neigh in protest, heard the princess say, "Song Song, I want to ask you for a favor," and actually let the groom put the reins on it. Xiangjila blushed, smiled and said nothing. She couldn't tell Chiosi that when she was in the south before, she wanted to get closer to Yusong so that it wouldn't be shy. As a result, Yin Junyo took her to stand in front of Yusong, kissed her cheek in front of it, and told it that this was the mistress. In her impression, horses could not have expressions and emotions. However, the moment Yin Junyo told it to recognize the mistress, she clearly saw Yusong's eyes light up, and then it broke free from the reins like crazy, ran around the stable twice with its mouth open, and then came back and obediently put its face in front of her for her to touch. She knew the importance of war horses to a soldier. What's more, Yusong is so spiritual. In the previous life, after Yin Junyo died, Yusong cried all night, refused to eat or drink, and finally rushed out of the stable when the soldiers were not paying attention, and hit himself to death. This is a comrade in arms who has been with Yin Junyo through thick and thin, and has been with him through life and death. She immediately rubbed her face against its face, and called it Song Song. The carriage suddenly stopped, interrupting Xiangjila's memories. The guards outside the carriage respectfully told her, "We have arrived at the palace gate, and there are people waiting outside the palace gate." After letting Chiosi explain a few words to the carriage driving guard, Xiangjila got off the carriage with Xian Yin. Perhaps because of the previous lesson, Queen Mother Zhong did not seem to make things too difficult for her this time. A sedan chair had been prepared for her at the palace gate, and 4 eunuchs with lowered eyebrows and submissive eyes were beside the sedan chair poles. After taking a subtle look at the eunuchs carrying the sedan chair and glancing at the guards under the palace wall, Xiangjila got on the sedan chair, as if he was flattered without noticing anything. When the eunuchs lifted the sedan chair, he slightly tilted his head towards Xian Yin and Chiosi. Chiosi touched Xian Yin's hand, and the two of them tacitly protected the 2 sides of the sedan chair in a diagonal shape. When they were halfway along the way, the eunuch next to Xian Yin was about to twist his foot slightly, and Xian Yin quickly pinched his right arm. There was a harmless smile on his honest face. "My lord, the nobleman on the sedan chair must not make any mistakes. If you don't want any accidents to happen, you better keep safe all the way." The eunuch whose arm was pinched felt a sharp pain in his right arm, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. At this moment, a eunuch beside Chiosi was about to repeat the old trick, but Chiosi calmly pressed a short dagger against his waist. Does this eunuch need to be alert? The eunuch immediately straightened his back, and dared not slack off. Xiangjila seemed to be unaware of what Xian Yin Chiosi had done, and closed her eyes on the sedan chair. Until the sedan chair traveled a distance again, Xiangjila felt a very subtle creaking sound coming from the right side of her waist. She immediately opened her eyes, took a breath, and landed gracefully. At the moment she landed, a pole on the right side of the sedan chair showed a strange bend. Her eyes turned cold. As expected, it was still such a low-profile trick. If she was really pregnant at this time, even if she landed in time to ensure the safety of the child, she would probably have a miscarriage after such a shock. His left fist tightened slightly, and Xiangjila glanced at Chiosi, who immediately said in a cold voice, "Why don't you change a sedan chair for the princess?" Several eunuchs looked at each other, but no one was willing to move. Just when everyone thought Xiangjila would get angry, Xiangjila suddenly laughed. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, as if she saw something that made her happy. After a while, she laughed enough and said softly, "This palace is the Queen Mother's palace after all. We outsiders should follow the old rules." After that, she stretched out her left hand, made a half circle with her index finger and thumb, and blew a whistle. A loud neighing sounded through the palace gate, and soon, a white horse with a green mane on its head arrogantly knocked away the intercepting guards, and ran to Xiangjila. Xiangjila held the reins in his left hand, and mounted the horse neatly. He looked down at the guards, who were trying to surround him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. His cold voice was full of majesty. "What? You don't even recognize the prince's favorite horse?" As Xiangjila finished speaking, Yusong snorted in cooperation. The guards around hesitated for a moment, and made way. Xiangjila sneered at the guards, and then clamped his legs around the horse's belly. "Song Song, let's go!" Just like the last time they broke into the palace, 1 man and 1 horse galloped all the way to Yukuan Palace without any hindrance. Just like the last time, when Xiangjila arrived, Queen Mother Zhong and Zhong Xiuxiu were still talking loudly without noticing. Even seeing Xiangjila appearing in front of the palace gate on Yusong in a majestic manner, Zhong Xiuxiu was stunned for a moment. Xiangjila seemed to be more beautiful than when she saw him half a year ago. Chapter 248. In the sunlight, the woman sat on the horse, holding the reins with her left hand, and hiding her right hand in her sleeve. She was wearing a luxurious dark purple brocade with gold silk and dark patterns, and cloud-shaped shoes with gold buckles on her feet. Her long black hair was tied up in a bun and fixed firmly, with a 3 phoenix inlaid white jade and pure gold hair crown. On both sides of her hair were white jade inlaid pure gold hairpins of the same style as the hair crown. With her already delicate facial features and porcelain white and translucent skin, the whole person was radiant in the sunlight. Against the backdrop of the court dress of a noble woman, her whole body was awe-inspiring and majestic. Zhong Xiuxia was stunned. Is this really Xiangjila? Obviously. She was still malnourished half a year ago, but now in just half a year, she seems to have grown up suddenly. Her every move is full of indescribable elegance. And the unique tenderness of a newlywed young woman. This is clearly the aura of being well cared for. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiuxia's eyes quickly flashed with a trace of unwillingness. If it was her who married the regent, it must be her who has changed so much now. Seeing Xiangjila, and thinking about the series of bad things that Xiang Mansion encountered after she married Xiang Yun and Xiang Yun, she had no place to talk. I thought Xiang Yun was handsome and practiced martial arts. They had such an intense communication before they got married, so Xiang Yun should be very powerful. I didn't expect him to be a useless person. I finally tried my best to make him a little interested, but she was still young and had just tasted this kind of thing, so how could she be satisfied? It just so happened that she stayed in the palace during those days, and met a nice guard. The two of them hit it off immediately. However, after just a few hits, she actually got pregnant. Just when she wanted to abort the child with a guilty conscience, Su came back. It was impossible to abort the child. Once aborted, it would easily arouse suspicion. Fortunately, she had had sex with Xiang Yun once or twice before and after those days, so she could just rely on Xiang Yun. Just when Zhong Xiuxia was wandering in her trance, Xiangjila had dismounted and led the reins into Yukuan Palace. There were several guards outside the door who were transferred in. They recognized that it was Yan Junyua's warhorse and gave way. Yusong snorted angrily. Xiangjila glanced at it and touched its face with amusement. This temper was exactly the same as its master. Chiosi caught up and took the reins from Xiangjila's left hand very smoothly. Xiangjila ordered Yusong, "Be quiet and don't bully Chiosi." Yusong responded to her by kicking its front hoof and snorting with a low neigh, as if protesting, "Do I look like that kind of horse?" Xiangjila shook her head in amusement. When she turned around, her eyes accidentally fell on Yusong's hind legs. Under the bright reflection, she seemed to see a thumb-thick scar near its tail. The color was different from other parts. It was not visible without careful observation. Has Yusong been injured before? Xiangjila frowned slightly. Empress Dowager Zhong walked to the front hall door with the help of a palace maid. Seeing Xiangjila and a horse not taking her seriously, she spoke majestically. "Xiang, what do you mean? Last time she rode to Yukuan Palace in public, and this time too, a mere princess is so bold. Does she still have the Queen Mother in her eyes?" Xiangjila turned her head and bowed slightly to Queen Mother Zhong with a fake smile. "Your servant greets the Queen Mother." Queen Mother Zhong wanted to give her a cold snort, and didn't let her get up. If other concubines in the harem had faced Queen Mother Zhong's behavior, they would have apologized with fear and trepidation, fearing that Queen Mother Zhong would be unhappy and the emperor would not summon them again in the future. However, Xiangjila had no such worries. Queen Mother Zhong did not let her get up, so she straightened her back and smiled at Queen Mother Zhong. "Don't blame me, Queen Mother. I had no choice but to ride into the palace." After that, she glanced at Xian Yin, who came later. "Xian Yin, tell the Queen Mother the reason for the incident on my behalf." Xian Yin received Xiangjila's eye signal and immediately bowed and retreated, pulling several eunuchs, who were tied up like dumplings behind Xiangjila, and Xiangjila immediately made way. From beginning to end, her right hand was hidden in her sleeve, behind her back, and her expression was so natural that no one could see any clues. When several eunuchs saw Queen Mother Zhong, their eyes lit up, and they were about to open their mouths to protest their injustice, but they were all shut up by Chiosi's cold eyes. Just now, this maid dragged them to the corner, and performed a neat blowing hair, and cutting it off in front of them, and also put the dagger to their mouths for a gesture. Wasn't this a clear warning to them? The ugly appearance of several eunuchs, who were afraid of death, was in full view. Xian Yin stepped forward and knelt on the ground to pay respect to Queen Mother Zhong. Her posture was so standard that no one could find any fault with it. "Hello, Queen Mother. I am the princess's personal maid, Xian Yin." These daring servants said at the palace gate that they were following your order to welcome the princess, but they secretly harbored evil intentions and repeatedly tried to harm the princess. If it weren't for the princess's good fortune, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to enter the palace safely today. The princess knew that the queen mother was always kind and would never do such a dirty thing, but she was afraid that these people would tarnish her reputation. So she asked the servants to capture them first, and then the queen mother would deal with them when they arrived at Yukuan Palace. Surprised by Xiao Yan's eloquence, Xiang Jila, who was cooperating with Xiao Yan for the first time, did not give Queen Mother Zhong any chance to scold Xiao Yan, and let Xiao Yan retreat on her own. Queen Mother Zhong took the opportunity to scold Xiao Yan, but the words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out or go down, and even her well-maintained old face froze in the action of opening her mouth. But Xiang Jila seemed not to notice her embarrassment, and changed her cold demeanor just now, smiling at Queen Mother Zhong. I have heard from the prince before that the Queen Mother is the most easygoing and generally does not hold grudges. Although there were some small misunderstandings when we first met, putting aside these cumbersome rules, we are sisters-in-law and a family behind closed doors. How can there be overnight grudges between sisters-in-law? Isn't that right, sister-in-law? Queen Dowager Zhong, who was not very good at scheming, suddenly became sisters-in-law of an ordinary family from the royal empress dowager and princess. She was about to refute. Xiang Jila had already turned around and ordered the guards beside him coldly. Why don't you drag these slaves who are plotting against the law and trying to sow discord between this princess and the queen dowager and beat them to death? Does the queen dowager need to order this little thing personally? Hearing Xiang Jila say beaten to death, the eunuchs carrying the sedan chair didn't care about being afraid of Qiu Si, and knelt down and cowed out in the direction of the queen dowager. Queen dowager, spare me, we are just... Before the eunuchs finished speaking, the nanny beside Queen Dowager Zhong spoke first. Princess, why don't you shut up these dog slaves who are trying to sow discord between the princess and the Queen Dowager and beat them to death? Chapter 249. The clumsy farce finally ended after several eunuchs were beaten to death. Queen Mother Zhong glanced at the nanny, who had always been by her side, and the nanny immediately gave her a look that reassured her. Recalling that Xiang Jila had just said a lot of words to flatter her. If she continued to hold on to it, she would appear petty and unworthy of Xiang Jila's praise for her broad-mindedness. Therefore, although she was holding back her breath, she still concealed the displeasure on her face and sat back on the main seat steadily. When Xiang Jila saw Zhong Xiuxiu sitting on the left side of the main seat, she looked up at Queen Mother Zhong and saw a flash of satisfaction in her eyes. She was confused. Sure enough, before she opened her mouth, Queen Mother Zhong spoke with a little arrogance. Xiang, Xiuxiu is now your daughter-in-law in the Xiang family. According to seniority, she is also your sister-in-law. It is not too much to sit on the left side, right? She would take a handful of sand even if she fell to the ground. Isn't that what Queen Mother Zhong said? Hearing that the Queen Mother still insisted on calling him Xiang Jila, who had just achieved his goal, did not continue to flatter, but curled his lips politely and stood up straight. What the Queen Mother said is very true, but before I went south, the Emperor issued an order to sever my relationship with the Xiang Mansion. Now the Xiang Mansion is just a residence of a third-rank official to me. This young lady Xiang has no fiefdom, no imperial decree, but her seat is. Xiang Jila did not explain the rest of the words, but anyone with a little bit of brains knew that the Queen Mother's arrangement was not appropriate at all. It was because she was the Queen Mother. If the mistress of an ordinary family had made such an arrangement, she would have been criticized for not distinguishing between the superior and the inferior. Zhong Xiuxiu was a brainless person. When she saw Xiang Jila say this, she immediately stood up. Xiang Jila, what do you mean? Queen Mother Zhong was worried that she had a miscarriage, so she immediately gave the maid behind her a look and asked her to sit down. You are about to become a mother, but you are still so impatient. How can you be so impatient? When she said the word mother, she emphasized her tone and looked at Xiang Jila. Come over here, let the Regent Princess take that seat. Let? Xiang Jila raised her eyebrows. That's not necessary. Since the Queen Mother wants to reminisce about the past, then these so-called superiors and subordinates are probably secondary. It's just a seat, and I won't argue too much with a pregnant woman. After saying that, she really sat down to the right of Queen Mother Zhong. After sitting down, Queen Mother Zhong first looked at Zhong Xiuxiu's slightly protruding belly, and then looked at Xiang Jila's slender waist, and a hint of darkness flashed across her eyes. I heard that you beat up the eldest daughter of Minister Zhang yesterday. Seeing that Queen Mother Zhong was confused, Xiang Jila was too lazy to put on a polite smile and nodded seriously. Yes, she openly came to provoke me, the princess. If I don't teach her a lesson, won't everyone think that my regent palace can be bullied in the future? Zhong Xiuxiu, who was standing aside, deliberately stretched out her hand to support her waist, puffed out her slightly visible belly, and interrupted coldly. I'm afraid some people are jealous by nature, can't stand seeing others more beautiful and talented than themselves, and are worried that the prince will change his mind, so they do such petty things. Xiang Jila sneered and was about to speak when Queen Mother Zhong took over Zhong Xiuxiu's words. Xiuxiu's words are not without reason. You and the regent have been married for more than 8 months. Even Xiuxiu has dreamed of bears, so why haven't you seen any movement? Dreaming of bears? Queen Mother Zhong is really bold to say that. Is it definitely a boy? Seeing Xiang Jila looking at Zhong Xiuxiu's pregnant belly without saying anything, Queen Mother Zhong continued to say sternly, as the regent princess, if you don't have the ability to expand the royal family, you should go back to the mansion and make arrangements to fill the regent's harem, so as not to delay the regent's offspring. Queen Mother Zhong thought that since she had said such harsh words, Xiang Jila would say with a guilty look on his face, it's my fault. I take care of it when I get back home. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, Xiang Jila sighed in an exaggerated manner. It's not that I haven't thought about this question, but after thinking about it, I still want the Queen Mother to answer my doubts. Queen Mother Zhong thought she was still trying to quibble, so she spoke impatiently. If you have thought about it, go back and take care of the filling of the harem. What can I answer if you come to me? Xiang Jila looked like she couldn't speak. I just want to ask, how can I, alone, give birth to a child for the prince without the prince's participation? Poof! As soon as Xiang Jila finished speaking, Zhong Xiuxiu, who was drinking water opposite her, immediately spit out the tea in her mouth. Then, there was a violent cough. Xiang Jila blinked. When she looked at Zhong Xiuxiu, her face was full of curiosity. Why, Madame Xiang, do you have any experience in this regard? As she spoke, her eyes fell on Zhong Xiuxiu's pregnant belly again. Zhong Xiuxiu turned away her eyes guiltily. No, don't talk nonsense. My child was born with the participation of my husband. How could there be such a ridiculous thing as you said? After that, she hugged her belly in a protective posture and forced a smile to Queen Mother Zhong. Queen Mother, please forgive me, it was Xiuxiu who lost her manners. Although Queen Mother Zhong didn't understand Zhong Xiuxiu's sudden loss of manners, she saw her face suddenly turn pale and guessed that she was unwell, so she didn't pursue it too much. With a wink, she asked the palace maid to take Zhong Xiuxiu away. After Zhong Xiuxiu left, Queen Mother Zhong looked at Xiang Jila, with a hint of displeasure on her face. Even Xiuxiu knows that's ridiculous, Xiang Shi. You still ask such a question, aren't you teasing me? Xiang Jila looked innocent. Didn't the Queen Mother tease me first? It was less than a month after I married the prince, and the prince went south to quell the rebellion. We were married for 8 months, and for 5 months we were separated. For the other 2 months, the prince was either recovering from his injuries or dealing with military affairs in the south and official documents in Kyoto. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to sleep. I couldn't even see the prince on weekdays. Speaking of this, she tucked the non-existent tears in her eyes and choked. It takes 2 people to have children. How can I help the prince have children alone? Chapter 250. Xiang Jila had thought about going directly to Yukuan Palace to confront Empress Dowager Zhong like she did last time. But whenever she thought about the message she sent to Yin Junyo, and the message Yin Junyo sent back was stay at home to recuperate and don't go to the palace, she couldn't help but feel guilty. She knew Junyo was worried about her hand. But she had a reason to go to the palace this time. So, she chose to retreat in a roundabout way, and didn't use force if she could. It was a bit troublesome, but at least she wouldn't hurt her hand. I just don't know if Queen Mother Zhong can understand her hard work. Queen Mother Zhong, who didn't know what Xiang Jila was thinking, saw Xiang Jila's wrong look, and her first reaction was whether Xiang Jila was stupid. The scene a few months ago, when she whipped into the palace and argued with the emperor, was still vivid in her mind. For this reason, she had some differences of opinion with the emperor and had a dispute. Later, this woman also knocked Xiuxiu unconscious. If the emperor was not afraid of Yin Junyo and didn't let her openly cause trouble for Xiang Jila, why would her Xiuxiu suffer such a grievance? It is undeniable that she is very pleased with Xiang Jila's appearance today, who has been smoothed by real life and has to become a resentful woman in the boudoir. Knowing that she is not favored by the regent, Empress Dowager Zhong immediately feels more confident. Since your husband doesn't touch you, you should find the reason yourself. Is the regent really so busy with official duties that he doesn't even have time to go back to his room to sleep? Isn't it because you are not attracted to him? Just like herself. Although the late emperor made her the queen, he and her were both in love with each other. However, Only she knew that the late emperor only stayed in Yukun Palace on the 1st and 15th day of each month to give her a decent stay, and the rest of the time he stayed with other concubines. As a man, which man doesn't love delicate beauties? But she didn't expect that Xiangjila would fall out of favor so quickly, and even had no children by his side. In this way, the people she prepared would come in handy. Thinking of this, she really winked at the nanny beside her. The nanny received the signal from Empress Dowager Zheng, lowered her head, and walked quickly to the door, and gave a few instructions to the eunuch at the door, and the eunuch hurriedly withdrew. Xiangjila, who was wiping tears secretly, looked out the door, and a trace of darkness flashed across her eyes. Seeing that Xiangjila didn't respond to her words, Queen Mother Zheng didn't get angry, and drank a sip of warm tea by herself. After receiving the master's reminder, the tea-serving maid respectfully held a cup of warm tea and handed it to Xiangjila. After hesitating for a while, Xiangjila still stretched out her left hand to pick up the teacup. The moment she touched the teacup, the familiar and cold system prompt sound rang in her mind again. The voice was still the voice of Gongjing No. 3, but the tone was not the tone of Gongjing No. 3 communicating with her after the upgrade. Ding! The following is a prompt from the hang-up function. The system detects that the tea contains a large amount of safflower extract. Overdose can cause nerve damage accompanied by skin allergies. If taken by pregnant women, it is easy to cause fetal hypoxia or even miscarriage. Please use with caution. Still not letting her go, Xiangjila tried hard to suppress the raging anger in his heart, biting his back teeth slightly, and put down the teacup calmly. He turned his head, and glanced at Xiaoyan standing behind him, and Xiaoyan immediately bowed down. Empress Dowager Zheng looked at Xiangjila whispering with her maid as if no one was around, and her brows tightened slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she inadvertently saw a dozen graceful figures outside the door. The scolding words on her lips turned into a smile from the heart. She glanced at the nanny beside her. The nanny ordered, "Let them all in." Upon hearing this, Xiangjila immediately turned her attention to the door. Outside the door, 16 tall women wearing exotic costumes and covering half of their faces with gauze walked in. Each of them had fair skin and was wearing gauze. Their graceful and hot figures were looming with the fluttering gauze. Even she, a woman, couldn't help but take a few more glances. She turned to look at Empress Dowager Zheng. Her eyes were cold and smiling. "Empress Dowager, what are you doing?" Empress Dowager Zheng gave her the most sincere smile of the whole time. "I originally planned to prepare these beauties for my son. Each of them is outstanding in talent and appearance. Since we are sisters-in-law, I will not care about these. Take them back tonight, and arrange them all to the Regent's room tomorrow when everything is ready." "Arrange them all to the Regent's room? Don't you care about these? Is this person okay?" She was so angry about Zhang Qiner that she wanted to kill someone. Now there are more than a dozen of them. Xiangjila, who could no longer bear it, decided not to endure it anymore. She turned around and looked at Xiaoyan, who looked normal behind her. "You have to testify for me that I was very polite and reasonable with the Queen Mother the whole time and never used force. It was the Queen Mother who insisted on forcing her to do something, so you can't blame me." "Forcing her to do something? You can't blame her?" A sense of uneasiness instantly enveloped the Queen Mother Zheng. She pretended to be calm and said, "What do you mean? I am doing this for your own good. How come you are forcing me to do something?" "For my own good?" Xiangjila hesitated and repeated what Queen Mother Zheng said. Then he set his eyes on her and smiled brightly at her. "Then I really thank you." In the imperial study, Yin Beiki looked at Yin Junyo, who suddenly entered the palace, feeling guilty and surprised, but he was only stunned for a while, and soon, he buried his thoughts in his heart. "Uncle, why did you suddenly come to the palace?" Yin Junyo nodded slightly to Yin Beiki as a greeting. "The emperor hastily asked me to transfer troops from the northern part of the border to Sichuan. I think this is inappropriate." It turned out to be about Sichuan. Yin Beiki's eyes darkened, and he smiled at Yin Junyo. "Uncle, please be patient. I have my considerations for doing this." "Considerations?" Yin Junyo raised his eyebrows. A trace of sharpness flashed across his narrow and long phoenix eyes. "Are you sure that the emperor is not joking with the kingdom of Dahuang by doing this? The civil strife in northern Qi is gradually subsiding. Once the civil strife ends, it is only a matter of time before the army marches south. As the border with northern Qi, if the defense is not done properly, northern Qi will tear a hole into Dahuang at any time. I know the seriousness of the problem, so I discussed it with my uncle." Yin Junyo refused without thinking. "Your Majesty, there is no need to say more about the withdrawal of troops from northern Qi, but..." When he said "but," his tone was rarely solemn. The riot in Sichuan is a bit strange. To be on the safe side, Your Majesty should send someone to Sichuan to investigate. So frankly, let him send someone to Sichuan. Is Yin Zhenyo really unaware, or is he pretending to be unaware? Yin Beiki pondered for a moment. I still think that the Sichuan incident was caused by the emperor's uncle. Before Yin Beiki finished speaking, Yin Zhenyo interrupted him coldly. Your Majesty, I am now in charge of the military affairs of the northern frontier, the political affairs of the south, and the affairs of the court, and I am also in charge of the punishment and laws of the entire Dahuang. I am already very busy. Chapter 251. Yin Beiki choked. It seems to be the case. After the fake Will and Lin Bufan's torture, the originally neutral ministers all moved closer to Yin Zhenyo. If he didn't show more trust and respect for Yin Zhenyo, those old guys would have something to say again. Not long ago, the man in the south mentioned to him that the Dragon Guard was lurking in Sichuan and Kyoto. Now he has sent people to investigate, but he doesn't know when there will be news back. I thought that my brother had taken great pains to find the heart-eating poison from a Gu mountain in Sichuan and asked Xiangjila to poison Yin Zhenyo, so that Yin Zhenyo would die without anyone noticing. However, seeing how energetic he is now, he doesn't look like he was poisoned at all. Could it be that Xiangjila didn't poison him? In May, the envoys from Nanchu came to establish diplomatic relations. In order to show the importance of establishing diplomatic relations between the two countries, the Lord of Nanchu sent the General Wang Huangfujing from Nanchu. The Emperor entrusted the reception of the envoys from Nanchu to me a few days ago. Yin Zhenyo's clear voice drew his attention back. In just a few breaths, his thoughts had already turned around 1,000 times. The control of things was not as smooth as he thought. Yin Beiki suddenly felt that he was a bit of a wimp as an emperor. What was going on? Although he thought so, he still smiled politely. The more capable, the more work. I believe in the emperor's uncle. Yin Zhenyo's eyes flashed darkly, and he declined. I can handle the matter of Sichuan for the emperor for the time being. However, for the matter of receiving the envoys of Nanchu, please let the 6 ministers cooperate with each other to make arrangements. The smile froze for a moment, and Yin Beiki shook his head, his face full of sincerity. They are full of mistakes in their work, and they are not as thoughtful as the emperor's uncle. The establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries is not a trivial matter. I can order them to assist the emperor's uncle, but when it comes to making a decision, the emperor's uncle still needs to spend some effort. I made this arrangement because I know that you have a grudge with the king of Nanchu General. Otherwise, do you think my arrangement is a joke? Faced with Yin Beiki's hypocrisy, Yin Zhenyo seemed helpless. Since it is the emperor's request, this king will obey the order, that is, because the late emperor brother took good care of me, otherwise, this king would not want to care about these things at all. Yin Beiki roared without any image in his heart, and he had already taken over nearly 2/3 of the power. If you don't want to care, you can come back. He smiled humbly on his face. Uncle Huang is right, thank you for your hard work. If God wants you to die, he must make you crazy. I will let you be crazy for the time being. After a while, Yin Beiki saw that Yin Zhenyo had no intention of leaving the palace. He couldn't just drive him away, so he had to change the subject. Uncle Huang, if you are not in a hurry to leave the palace, there is one thing I would like to hear your opinion on. Yin Zhenyo sat in his seat and nodded to him in a rare good temper. Your Majesty, please speak. Yin Beiki personally took a memorial from the imperial desk and walked to Yin Zhenyo. After seeing Yin Zhenyo took the memorial, he slowly spoke. Zhang Qijing reported today that the imperial aunt hid his beloved daughter yesterday, impeaching the imperial aunt for not observing the virtues of a woman, being jealous, and not worthy of being a regent princess. 2 imperial doctors from the imperial hospital testified that Miss Zhang is now seriously injured and bedridden. Does your uncle know about this? As soon as Yin Beiki finished speaking, Yin Zhenyo closed the memorial with a snap and threw it casually on his desk. Sneered. Zhang Qijing is so shameless. Yin Beiki frowned. What the emperor's uncle meant. Before Yin Beiki finished speaking, the eunuch outside the door hurried in. Your servant kowtows to the emperor and the prince. Yin Beiki said with a little displeasure. What's the matter? The regent princess made a scene in Yukuan Palace, beat the queen mother, and hung her upside down on a tree, and now she has ridden the prince's jade horse and disappeared. Hearing this, Yin Beiki, who had been calm just now, suddenly lost his composure. What? As the last word of what fell, the man in front of him, who had just sat more steadily than Mount Tai, had already disappeared. Xiangjila rode Yusong and followed the route given by Shinmachi to knock away the guards, who intercepted him. Turning east and west along the way, she saw the heavily guarded Chaoyang Palace from afar. She immediately turned over and got off the horse. The man and the horse hid behind a relatively lush bush. After making sure that they were not discovered, she breathed a sigh of relief and touched Yusong's horse face. Yusong's fur color is really special, and it will be discovered if you don't pay attention. But there is no way, the palace is too big, and although her qigong is okay, she can't fly far. If she runs in the palace with her 2 legs, she will probably be intercepted by the guards before she runs far. Looking around, Xiangjila saw a pond of white lotus about 10 feet away from the bushes. The weather in April is not yet completely warm, but the white lotus in the pond is about to bloom, and even the air is filled with the fragrance of lotus. Xiangjila patted Yusong's head, and Yusong lay down obediently. Song, wait for me here. When I come back, I treat you to sweet potatoes. Yusong was about to neigh, but was stopped by Xiangjila's index finger in front of his mouth. Shoo, keep quiet. I'm leaving soon. Don't get caught. If you are caught, just run back to Yuquan Palace to find Chiosi, okay? Yusong exhaled hard, and his wet and hot breath hit Xiangjila's hand. Xiangjila touched its face with satisfaction and asked again, You are so powerful, you must know what to do, right? In the previous life, it led her and Yin Junyo back to its own tent from the enemy camp without any guidance. When she let it out just now, she also told it which way to run where there were fewer people. Yusong is so smart, there should be no problem. Right. After receiving Yusong's affirmative response of breathing wet and hot on her hand again, Xiangjila took off her heavy and luxurious outer robe and put it on the saddle of Yusong lying on the ground. She rubbed her right hand that was injured again just now. She felt much more relaxed after taking off the outer robe, loosened the muscles and bones in her shoulders, and rubbed Yusong with her face. Okay, I'm going out now. You have to be careful. After saying that, she crouched and approached Chaoyong Palace. When she reached the corner, she slipped into the space. When she came out, she had changed into men's clothes and wore a mask. In order not to be discovered, she wore pure black sheepskin gloves on both hands and tied the cuffs with wrist guards. When she touched the injured wrist on her right hand again, she unconsciously softened the force for fear of further injury. It was really difficult to hide in the broad daylight. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and the guards' defense was not as strict as at night. Xiangjila took advantage of the brief gaps when the guards were patrolling, going in and out of the space, and dodging into Chaoyong Palace. The space in the bracelet is good in every way, except for one thing, which is that unless you go to Yin Junyo as a companion, you don't have any ability to teleport at all. In the front yard of Yuquan Palace, Xian Yin and Chiosi were guarding under a straight and 3-meter-high tree. The Queen Mother was hung upside down on the tallest and thickest branch, with a brocade handkerchief blocking her mouth. The pearls and jade on her hair had already fallen to the ground because of her trembling. The Nani who had been following her was not much better. She was tied to the tree trunk mercilessly. Not far away, there were wounded lying on the ground in all directions. Outside the wounded, there were a bunch of stunning beauties with bruised faces and swollen noses, and wearing thin gauze and revealing clothes. Chapter 252. Zhong Xiuxia was trembling on the side, relying on the presence of several palace maids, and shouted at Xian Yin and Chiosi, You better put the Queen Mother down, otherwise you will alarm the Emperor and wait for your heads to be cut off. Seeing that Xian Yin and Chiosi did not respond, Zhong Xiuxia pushed the palace maids around her in frustration. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you call the guards to take down these 2 slaves? And Xiangjila, if the guards see her, bring her back. In fact, the guards who could stand up to protect Yuquan Palace had already stood up again. Because they were afraid of the Queen Mother, who was hung upside down on the tree, they only dared to surround the 2 people from a distance, gesturing with their swords, and did not dare to take a step forward. When Yin Junyo arrived with a cold face, he saw such a scene. He couldn't see the figure he had been thinking about day and night. He shouted to Xian Yin and Chiosi on the spot, Where is the princess? Hearing Yin Junyo's voice, the others seemed to see a savior. Even the Queen Mother, who was hung upside down on the tree with her mouth blocked and her face flushed, couldn't help shaking a few times, trying to attract Yin Junyo's attention. However, Yin Junyo's attention was completely focused on Xian Yin and Chiosi, not even a glance at them. At this moment, he was cold and fierce, even more frightening than usual. Xian Yin and Chiosi looked at each other, then stepped forward and knelt in front of Yin Junyo. He told Yin Junyo everything from the situation Xiangjila encountered when he entered the palace to the fact that Empress Dowager Zhong intended to put people in the palace. The more Yin Junyo listened, the gloomier his expression became, and even the breath around him seemed to carry a bloody smell. Yin Beiki, who came later, instinctively took a few steps back. Finally, when Xian Yin finished saying, the princess said she was in a bad mood and wanted to take a walk on the horse, so she asked 2 of her subordinates to watch the queen mother hanging here for half an hour before letting her down. Yin Zhenyuo smiled. His narrow and long phoenix eyes seemed to be stained with frost and snow. He walked under the tree with his hands behind his back and took the dagger from Qiuxi's hand. The sharp dagger flew almost close to Queen Mother Zhong's body to her feet and cut the hemp rope hanging her. Under the strong inertia, the dagger deeply embedded in the branch where Queen Mother Zhong was hanging after cutting the hemp rope. Queen Mother Zhong screamed and fell from the tree. When she saw Yin Zhenyuo standing straight and relaxed under the tree, she became even more desperate. She immediately closed her eyes and waited for the severe pain to come. However, the expected pain did not come. She stopped falling, and the complicated and exquisite palace dress was held in Yin Zhenyuo's hand like a rag. She secretly rejoiced, but she didn't feel lucky for 2 breaths. She only felt that she had experienced a dizzy moment, and then she was thrown to the ground with her legs upside down. While falling, she felt that her noble jade buttocks were about to be broken into 2 pieces. She ignored her messy hair, gritted her teeth, and was about to sit up and start scolding, but suddenly she felt a dull pain in her chest, and she was stepped on again and fell flat on the ground. Only then did she see the person who stepped on her. Third brother. Yin Zhenyuo looked down at her, with charming upward curves on both sides of his mouth, but he looked at her as if he was looking at a dead person. A tempered sedan chair? Tea mixed with safflower? Queen Mother, how afraid are you that my wife will bear my child? As he spoke, he stepped harder. Send me a beauty? Is it because you are too comfortable in the harem and want to experience a different life? Queen Mother Zhong's ears had been buzzing when Yin Zhenyuo stepped on her chest. Now that he stepped harder, she felt a sweet taste in her throat and blood kept coming out of the corners of her mouth. The guards around wanted to stop him, but they all stopped because Yin Zhenyuo's aura was too terrifying. Yin Beiki clenched his fists, trying to suppress his impulse to retreat, and shouted coldly at the dark figure, Regent, this is my harem. You beat the current Queen Mother in public. Are you going to rebel? The hat of rebellion was pressed down like this, and the cold light in Yin Zhenyuo's eyes became even colder. He took back his legs from Queen Mother Zhong and turned to walk towards Yin Beiki. As soon as the word rebellion came out, Yin Beiki regretted it immediately. He had suffered such a loss not long ago, and he was angry for a while. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards Queen Mother Zhong. His mother would always cause trouble for him. As Yin Zhenyu approached, Yin Beiki felt the atmosphere around him become more and more oppressive. He clenched his fists and looked at the phoenix eyes that were similar to his own, but not as deep as his. His expression softened a little. Uncle, I... Before he could finish, Yin Zhenyu raised his hand to interrupt him. If the emperor is determined to slander me, then I am not afraid to confront him in front of all the civil and military officials to see whether the Queen Mother's behavior towards my princess is right or wrong, and whether it is right or wrong for me to teach her a lesson myself. Is it right or wrong to confront the whole court? In the Dahuang culture of 3 unfilial acts, the worst is to have no heir. If people knew that the dignified Empress Dowager actually used such a dirty and stupid method. Not to mention whether the position of the Empress Dowager Zhong can be preserved. Even he, the emperor, will probably suffer criticism for a long time. Yin Zhenyu really is. He is right, but not forgiving. Yin Beiqi's hands were hidden in his sleeves, loosening and tightening, tightening and loosening, and finally smiled humbly to Yin Zhenyu. Uncle, it is the mother's confusion in this matter. Yin Zhenyu has always understood the principle of quitting when things are going well. Seeing Yin Beiqi give in, he did not dwell on what Queen Mother Zhong did, but nodded slightly. Your Majesty is reasonable, and I am not a person who would make trouble. I will find the princess later, and you can apologize to her and let this go. Hearing this, the smile on Yin Beiqi's face became more genuine. This is natural. My mother was confused first, and did such an excessive thing. I can't let my aunt suffer in vain. The words sound nice, but who knows how sincere they are? Yin Zhenyu didn't take Yin Beiqi's words too seriously. When he saw the queen coming after hearing the news, Yin Zhenyu raised his eyebrows and said coldly, while the emperor, queen and queen mother are here, I will make it clear here. It's not the turn of others to meddle in the affairs of my harem. The princess is jealous, and I allow it. The princess is arrogant, and I get used to her. If you are dissatisfied, come to me. Chapter 253. Yin Beiqi watched Yin Zhenyu say something so naturally that he thought he would never hear from Yin Zhenyu in his life. He was shocked. Such a cold-blooded person. He actually showed his weakness so openly in front of others. If he didn't have someone to rely on then, Xiang Jila was actually the one who made Yin Zhenyu attack them. He said he was interested in marrying him, but he had already thought of all the calculations behind it. In order to make this play realistic, he even let Xiang Jila stab him. As soon as the thought came out, Yin Beiqi's back was instantly covered with cold sweat. So, Xiang Jila never gained his trust from beginning to end. He might have known about the heart-eating incident a long time ago. In this way, it made sense that he was not poisoned. The whole audience was silent. Even the wounded, who couldn't get up from the ground, didn't dare to breathe too hard, for fear of being affected by the smoke. But there was someone who groaned fearlessly. A moan that made people think of something else diverted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and found that the one who spoke just now was a beautiful lady at the bottom of Luohan Mountain. I don't know what method she used to avoid Xiang Jila's poisonous hand. The beauty's fair and round face was embedded with a pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes. Just a shy glance was enough to seduce people's souls. The position below the eyes was a light veil of the same color as the veil on her body. The plump little mouth that was looming opened and closed, as if making some silent invitations to someone. Is this the beauty that Xian Yin said, the carefully selected beauty by Queen Mother Zhong? A trace of bloodthirsty light flashed in Yin Zhenyuo's eyes. Since these are beauties that the Queen Mother has spent so much effort to collect, don't waste them. Come on, help all the beauties up and see if there are any that suit the Emperor's taste. With a casual hand wave, the maids and eunuchs, who had not dared to move just now, came forward to dismantle the Luohan Mountain. Yin Beiqi, who was suddenly called back to his senses, quickly stated his position. No, uncle, I don't need it. Yin Zhenyuo frowned slightly and looked at him. His narrow and deep phoenix eyes seemed to see through his innermost thoughts at that moment. Yin Beiqi tried to calm himself down and looked back at Yin Zhenyuo frankly. Until whether you need it or not is one thing, whether you are qualified or not is another thing. After saying that, Yin Zhenyuo walked slowly to the side of a guard with a sword with his hands behind his back and turned around. With an unexpected wrist flip, the sword of the guard beside him came out of the sheath with great force as if it had come to life. After mercilessly cutting off the slender neck of the woman, who had just moaned, the saber returned to Yin Zhenyuo's hand amid a tragic and terrified scream. The air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood, and the queen retched on the spot. Yin Beiqi looked pale as he watched Yin Zhenyuo make a beautiful knife flower and quickly sheath the saber. Uncle, what do you mean? Isn't my meaning obvious enough? Yin Zhenyuo first raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yin Beiqi, then looked disappointedly at the dozen or so beauties who had covered their mouths to prevent themselves from making any sound since he sheathed his saber. It seems that the Queen Mother's vision is not very good. These so-called beauties are timid and have no manners at all. Now they have disturbed the Emperor. Drag them all away and beat them to death. When the two words beat to death came out lightly, Queen Mother Zhong fainted on the spot without catching her breath. Zhong Xiuxiu, who watched the development of the situation with a pale face, was not much better. She was just a woman in seclusion. After getting married, she also stayed at home. She had never seen such blood spurting out like a water column, and a head rolling on the ground with a hideous face. So after Queen Mother Zhong fainted, she also fainted with a pale face. In order to save the lives of Queen Mother Zhong and Zhong Xiuxiu, Yin Beiqi waved his hand without saying a word and asked people to carry them down. In the sunlight, where Zhong Xiuxiu had stood before, there was a pool of water that appeared at some unknown time and was reflecting the light. Zhong Xiuxiu was frightened to the point of peeing. He entered Chaoyang Palace with difficulty. His eyes were full of majestic bright yellow. Xiang Jila quickly eliminated the points where Chiosi had failed to investigate in the palace before, and finally found the entrance to the secret room after failing twice. It was called the entrance to the secret room, but in fact it was just 5 steps away from the end of Yin Beiqi's dragon bed. There were 2 pieces of marble that were slightly darker than the surrounding area. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't see the difference. Judging from the size of the entrance, it could only accommodate 1 person. No wonder Chiosi couldn't find it. She was looking for the wall. The entrance to the secret room was half a meter away from the wall. To put it bluntly, it was a basement. It couldn't be found without lifting the exquisite brocade carpet on the ground. The drawings were only 70% reliable. Xiang Jila held her breath and listened to the movement outside. After making sure that she didn't alarm other guards, she groped to the wall behind the dragon bed. In the dim light, she touched a slightly raised place. She pressed it lightly, and the 2 marbles moved to both sides as she thought, revealing a corridor that could only accommodate 1 person. The jade horse hid behind the tree, drowsy in the sunset, unaware of the chaos outside. Suddenly, its wet nose and ears moved. The horse's eyes opened immediately. It stood up quickly. It would not have mattered if it hadn't stood up, but once it stood up, there was a movement, and everyone outside the bushes easily found it. They surrounded that area. Under the sunset, the horse's pure white body lazily shook its mane, and the shiny dark green mane reflected light as it swayed. On the saddle was a luxurious dark purple women's outer robe. I don't know who shouted first, I found Yusong. Not long after, all the guards made way. Soon, Yusong saw his master with his own aura walking towards him with a cold face. And he was useless. Cowardly. He quickly snorted and took a few steps back. When Yin Junyo saw the luxurious outer robe on him, his face immediately became extremely ugly. Where's she? Yusong turned his horse's face and looked around. After looking for a long time, he didn't see the hostess. He had to look at the lotus pond behind him, and then lowered his head dejectedly. In the lotus pond, there was no movement for so long. Could something have happened? Yin Junyo's face became more and more ugly, and he turned and walked quickly towards the white lotus. There was no movement in the lotus pond. The lush and green lotus leaves that were as tall as a person blocked a lot of vision. He immediately raised his hand with a sullen face and ordered, "Clear up, find." A eunuch who followed him hurriedly stepped forward to stop him and said, "Your Majesty, this is not allowed. This is the favorite of the concubine Xian." Yin Junyo gave a cold look, and the eunuch's voice gradually faded. Chapter 254. The lotus pond in the palace is different from the lotus pond outside the palace. The lotus pond originally did not plant lotuses, but was just an artificial lake surrounded by white marble. The lake water was brought from the mountains by underground channels, and it brought a cool breeze. Later, Yin Beiki ascended the throne, and the concubine in the palace, who was also the current virtuous concubine, loved lotus. So Yin Beiki specially sent people to find many water lily seeds and turn the artificial lake into a lotus pond. It was announced to the outside world that the queen loved lotus, and for a time, the deep love between the emperor and the queen was repeatedly passed down as a good story. Since he became a monk halfway, there was not much mud in the lotus pond, and the water was brought in from the mountain, so the lotus pond was surrounded by a faint fragrance, but it was also full of potential dangers. When Yin Beiki arrived, a quarter of the lotus pond had been cleaned up. He looked at Yin Junyo, who was half a head taller than him, and had an equally ugly face. For the first time, the uncle and nephew reached a synchronized expression. As the guards pushed away the lotus leaves more and more, Yusong's wet nose snorted angrily, his ears moved slightly, and he kicked the horse's hooves and used his head to push Yin Junyo back. A flash of cold light passed by, and Yin Junyo's expression changed. He held the reins of the jade horse with one hand, dragged Yin Beiki back 3 steps, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Protect the emperor." As soon as the voice fell, a large splash suddenly appeared in the water. Under the bloody sunset, the blood of the guards was like colorful flowers blooming on the lake. I don't know who shouted. There is a water ghost. Water ghost, here is not a real ghost, but a nickname for an assassin who is good at holding his breath, named because he often holds his breath in the water to assassinate his target. As soon as the voice fell, more than a dozen assassins suddenly appeared from the water. They were wearing grass-green waterproof suits with only their eyes and noses exposed, and they had ruthlessly harvested the lives of the first batch of guards. In the secret room of Chaoyang Palace, in front of a tall bookshelf filled with various notes, Xiang Jilo was looking through the notes with a light flashlight that she had taken out from the space. As she expected, the current notes did not record anything about Jun Newell, but only the life and death dates of the previous 2 regents. It was not as Shinmachi said, with only a desk, a copy of Yan's secret instructions and Phoenix country notes. All the contents were different from what Shinmachi said. However, she did not come without any gains this time. She was still skeptical about the saying of favoring the legitimate son over the illegitimate son, but after seeing that Yin Beiki was the eldest illegitimate son, her doubts were dispelled, and she was even more grateful that she had made this trip. It turned out that Yin Junyo's father, the emperor, made the regent edict not to protect the youngest son, but to protect the Yin family's kingdom. The Yin family's kingdom was not legitimate, so even if the Yin family was a dragon, it was only an evil dragon. Later, a master suggested that if you can't take the right path, do the opposite. Let the legitimate sons of each generation bear all the faults, and use the blood of the legitimate sons to nourish the fortune of the illegitimate sons. That's why there is this ridiculous and absurd tradition that every legitimate son of each generation must receive a regent's will and go to the battlefield to build military merits. What's more terrifying is that every legitimate prince will have a confidant by his side since he was 2 years old. After going to the battlefield, the confidant will be the key to testing whether the prince can finally become regent. Only one of the confidant, and the prince can survive in the end. Seeing this, Xiangjila's eyes were a little sour, and he didn't dare to read any more. What pain can be more painful than being stabbed in the heart by the person you trust the most? It was really hard for her to imagine what Junhua had gone through back then. After closing the biography of the Regent of the Phoenix Kingdom and putting it back in place, Xiangjila flipped through another notebook. It was called a notebook, but it was actually the romantic history of Yin Junao's life. It turned out that Empress Dowager Zhong was not made queen for no reason, but because she was useless, obedient, and had a legitimate son. However, looking at Yin Beiqi's appearance, he seemed to not know that he was the eldest son of a concubine. Could it be that Yin Junao wanted Yin Beiqi to overturn this secret training? Otherwise, she really couldn't understand why all the previous emperors wrote the will of accession and the will of regent at the same time, but Yin Junao left a will of accession alone and didn't write a will of regent. Of course, it could also be because he knew Yin Junhua was there. If the will of regent was released, Yin Beimo would probably be torn apart by his uncle and brother before he went to the battlefield. What shocked her was that Yin Juanyong's death was actually planned by Yin Junhua's father. What a cold-hearted father must be to be able to abuse his own son like this. If it is true as the notes say, Yin Junhua must have suffered a lot under the education of his father. Putting the notebook in her arms, Xiangjila bit the flashlight and continued to look for other useful information or information that was unfavorable to Yin Junhua. When she passed the other side of the bookshelf, her steps paused, and she suddenly thought of a very serious problem. The notebook must have been recorded on time, so it is so complete. If even Yin Beiqi didn't know the existence of this secret room, it should have been full of filth. But now the bookshelf is spotless. Thinking of this, Xiangjila's heart was pounding. Who could that person be? How could he enter the palace so quietly? Or did he have other ways to get to this place? Thinking of this, she slowly put down the notes in her arms. She secretly decided that she would find a reason to tell Junhua about this place. Her eyes accidentally fell on a book called The Life of the King of Pingnan in Phoenix Country, and Xiangjila took it out and opened it. King Pingnan Shuzinyo became the regent, took the imperial edict, captured the Wolf King and trapped him in Ganjing Mountain, and never came out again. Xiangjila lowered his eyes and thought carefully. Pingnan Wang Shu should be Shen Yanshu, the former Pingnan Wang. I didn't expect that the one who stole Junhua's will was actually the former Pingnan Wang. Why did he do this? In her previous life, before she looked for Shenmachi to cooperate, Lin Bufan mentioned to her that the former Pingnan Wang did not die on the battlefield, but died tragically at the hands of Yin Junao. Shenmachi decided to start a rebellion after knowing the truth. She didn't think too much at the beginning, but now when she thinks back, it seems that something is wrong. Since the king of Pingnan can inherit the title of a king of a different surname and guard a region, if Yin Junao has no ulterior motives, he will definitely not get any good results if he rashly moves him. It is very likely that Shenmachi and his son had ulterior motives when Yin Junao was alive, and were discovered by Yin Junao. But Shen Yanshu must have used some method to make Yin Junao believe that he had no ulterior motives, so he did not move Shenmachi and kept the Pingnan Palace. As soon as this idea came out, it grew wildly in Xiangjila's heart like weeds. She slowly clenched her hand holding the notebook. If she had treated Shenmachi in the south with a glimmer of hope, neither making friends nor making enemies for Junhua, then, after seeing this notebook, Shenmachi and she would never have an alliance in this life. She would never rebel against Junhua in this life. The ground was noisy, and Xianggjila did not dare to delay too much at the moment. He put the Yin family secret training into the space, and hurriedly left the underground secret room, not forgetting to pull the carpet before leaving. Chapter 255. When Xiangjila left Chaoyang Palace, the last rays of sunset had already disappeared into the mountains. The eunuchs hurriedly lit up the palace lanterns, and the guards and imperial guards were vigilantly searching everywhere. Taking advantage of the dark sky, Xiangjila easily hid behind a big tree. Her first reaction was that she might have been discovered. Her second reaction was that she shouldn't be that unlucky. Just as she was about to go back to the space to change clothes and do the companion mission to be with Yin Junhua, a familiar big hand suddenly rested on her right shoulder. The force was so strong that it almost took her shoulder off. The familiar sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance made her heart beat for a moment, and then she tried to get away with a feint with a backward kick, but the opponent just pressed her shoulder as a leverage point and evaded flexibly, with 5 fingers hooked and still firmly grasping her shoulder pad. The meaning was obvious. the opponent had no intention of letting her go. Just as the opponent was about to give her a ruthless shoulder throw, Xiangjila quickly used her left hand to hit the opponent's wrist with all her strength. With her shoulder loosened, she finally got a moment of freedom. She turned around and was about to fly away, but the opponent blocked her way faster than her. She raised her leg to block Yan Zhenyuo's sneak attack, turned over and wanted to take 2 steps back, but was mercilessly pressed against the tree trunk by the opponent. Xiangjila landed on one foot, and the leg that blocked him pressed on his shoulder to form a straight split. Yan Zhenyuo saw her thicken soles from the corner of his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed quickly in his eyes. Xiangjila used the tree trunk as a fulcrum and quickly put away her splits, intending to do a backflip to get away. Unexpectedly, Yan Zhenyuo took the opportunity to grab her calf. Is it the same hardness as the shoulder bone? Yan Zhenyuo's sword-like eyebrows slightly frowned, and while thinking, he waved his palm again to test it. Xiangjila endured the pain in her right hand, and barely fought him for more than 20 moves. In the end, she couldn't beat him, so she instinctively wanted to whip him. When she raised her right hand, her wrist was in great pain, and her movement was obviously paused. Her right hand was soft and weak, obviously injured. Yan Zhenyuo's eyes darkened. Combined with her subconscious blocking action when she was testing him just now. Combined with a coincidence he encountered in the south before. The one who saved Huang Fushao from his people was a whip master, and the assassin who appeared in his bedroom before was also a whip master. And the same long whip that could not be customized, the stupid woman was not unfamiliar with it at all. Now, he can finally be sure. Facing Xiangjila's sweeping kick, he immediately let her escape easily. Xiangjila, who was now free, didn't care whether it was reasonable or not, and didn't even dare to look at Yan Zhenyuo. He immediately hid in the dark and slipped into the space. Yan Zhenyuo was not idle either. After Xiangjila left, he flew to another tree and kicked down an assassin wearing a grass-green waterproof coat from the lush tree. Without giving the assassin any chance to fight back, he kicked the assassin in the back of the neck, and the assassin immediately stopped moving. It was unknown whether he was dead or fainted. Looking at the direction where Xiangjila left, Yan Zhenyuo's expression was complicated and tangled for a moment, but he finally picked up the assassin, whose life or death was unknown, and left the bushes. Xiangjila, who had changed back into the dress she wore before entering the palace and came out of the space, saw that Lianqi was surrounded by strict guards, and the first thing she worried about was Jun Nua and Yusong. From Jun Nua's sudden appearance near Chaoyang Palace just now, combined with the messy footsteps she heard on the ground in the underground secret room, she guessed that something big must have happened in the palace. Just now, she was so happy to beat Queen Mother Zhong that she didn't think too much. Now that she thinks about it carefully, it seems that she really got into trouble on impulse. The emperor is so filial, and the queen mother of a country was hung upside down on a tree after being beaten. Isn't it a big deal? But she didn't regret it, and she had a good time fighting. Judging from the seriousness of the guards, it is estimated that Yusong was found near here and fled to find Chiosi. Then the whole palace locked the area near here and planned to dig deep to find her, the culprit, and punish her. Zhenyuo came to the palace to rescue her, but he didn't expect to find his wife before he met Mu Zhenyan, the assassin. Now that he came out and didn't see any trace of Yusong and Yan Zhenyuo, Xiangjila's first reaction was that they might be dealing with the emperor in Yuquan Palace. Reasoning or something, Jun Nua's hot temper, who likes to take action directly, is too easy to suffer, so she should hurry to his side to help. The patrol here is so strict now, if she walks back on her own 2 legs, she will be easily discovered. After thinking about it, Xiangjila flashed into the space again. Hard work pays off. After she looked through the companion tasks again and again, she finally found a task that was not too abrupt and corny among dozens of companion tasks. One field battle with the Regent? War is it? It must be that Jun Nua and I are going to go out and complete a field troop leading operation. There is such a serious companion mission. It seems that I have wrongly blamed the dog system before. No matter what, let's go to Jun Nua first. After selecting the mission, Xiangjila appeared near Yan Jun Nua as she wished. However, before she could react to where she was discovered by several patrolling guards. Meet the princess. Xiangjila was shocked to realize that she had come to a corner not far from the imperial study. Isn't it Yuquan Palace? After such a big commotion, they are going to the imperial study? She asked several guards to calm down and immediately smiled awkwardly. I am lost. Where is this place? The leading guard did not doubt him, and stood up respectfully, and bowed his head to answer. This is the imperial study. The prince has been looking for you for the whole afternoon. I will report to the prince right now. The princess should not wander around, so as not to get lost again. Yin Junyo has been looking for her for the whole afternoon. It seems that the problem is quite serious. Xiang Jila did not dare to delay any longer and nodded repeatedly. Go quickly, the princess is waiting here. The leading guard seemed to be very worried about Xiang Jila, and specially left 2 guards beside her. Xiang Jila resisted the urge to roll her eyes and waved to the guard. I won't leave, go quickly. After the guard left, Xiang Jila's brain turned quickly. She sorted out all the experiences of the 2 lives and the reasons why her husband did not take concubines. After she was sure that she could make Empress Dowager Zhong speechless without any dead ends and the emperor could not find any fault, she slowly began to regain her confidence. By the time she had recovered her thoughts, Yin Beiki and Yin Junyo had already walked in front of her, followed by a large group of people. A small corner was instantly illuminated by palace lanterns as bright as day. Seeing Yin Junyo's stern expression, Xiang Jila immediately gave him a domineering look of rest assured. Just as she was about to speak, she didn't expect Yin Beiki to be 1 step faster than her. Today's matter was caused by the Queen Mother's confusion, which caused the Imperial Aunt to worry and work hard. I am here to apologize to the Imperial Aunt on behalf of the Queen Mother. Xiang Jila, who had been sharpening his sword and ready to go, ? The night was as cold as water. The sound of horse hooves came from the deep palace. Yin Junyo held the reins with his right hand, held Xiang Jila in front of him with his left hand, and rode out of the palace with her. Outside the palace gate, Chiosi and Xian Yin were already waiting by the carriage, and the carriage had been supplemented with another horse. Xiang Jila turned his head and glanced at Yin Junyo, who had not said a word all the way, and told Chiosi and Xian Yin, You go back in the carriage first, the prince and I will be back later. Chiosi and Xian Yin got on the carriage respectfully after receiving the order. After watching the carriage go away, Xiang Jila changed his calmness and poked the person behind him with his elbow. Jun Nuo, please move for me, I want to watch you. As soon as she finished speaking, her waist tightened and she turned around to face him. Under the moonlight, his outstanding eyebrows seemed to be coated with a halo, so holy that he seemed like an immortal. She pressed his legs with her legs, reached out, and climbed onto his shoulders, shyly leaned over to kiss his cheek, and nestled into his arms to rub against him. Smiling, she coaxed him softly, Let's go to the Barren Mountain tonight, okay? The Barren Mountain, the place where he first met. After Yin Beiki apologized to her on behalf of Queen Mother Zhong, and knew that Yin Junyo was furious because of Queen Mother Zhong, she suddenly wanted to go back to the place where their fate began. Yin Junyo took a look at her right hand that had been rebandaged, from only needing a bandage at the beginning to needing a splint today. You still have a wound on your hand. Wound? This little injury? Xiang Jila sat up straight and looked him in the eye, and was about to speak with a wave of her hand. Yin Junyo interrupted her with a serious face. Don't force me to tie you to the bed. Seeing that he seemed really angry, Xiang Jila's momentum dropped instantly, leaning in his arms and responding listlessly, Okay, if you don't want to go, then don't go. It's not that I won't go, I go after your hand is healed. Yin Junyo corrected. Xiang Jila sighed hard, with a sense of self-abandonment. From applying medicine for a few days to now taking care of it for a month, who knows when my useless hand will get better? If you listen, it will get better soon. Xiang Jila muttered unhappily, Isn't it because of you that the injury got worse? Why did you come out to attack her out of the blue? What are you mumbling about? I said, Starting tomorrow I will sit in a wheelchair and do nothing, is that okay? Do nothing? Yin Junyo pulled the reins with a little force, and the speed of the jade horse slowly slowed down. He looked down at the person in his arms, and raised his eyebrows with a smile. Xiang Jila, your credibility is already in the red with me. Do you think I will believe it? Xiang Jila opened her mouth slightly, met his teasing eyes, and said angrily, If you don't want to go, then don't go. Anyway, that damned barren mountain is where I first met you, so it doesn't matter if you don't go. At the same time, in the imperial study, the eunuch held a vermilion tray and presented it to Yin Beiki's imperial desk. On the tray was a confession with red seals. Your Majesty, this was personally delivered by Lord Chu, who is beside the prince. Yin Beiki's expression flickered as he looked at the confession in front of him. He spoke softly to the eunuch who brought the confession. The emperor's uncle said that the assassin this time was the work of the prince of northern Qi. Do you think I should believe him? The eunuch knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. You are stupid. Yin Beiki glanced at the servant, who was crawling on the ground and begging for mercy, and felt a sense of grievance in his heart. He waved his hand and broke the teacup beside him, and shouted in a low voice, "Come here." The guard outside the door responded and entered. "Your Majesty." Yin Beiki turned his back and did not look at the servant in front of the imperial desk, and his tone was as gentle as talking about the weather. "Drag this servant, who committed treason, away, and beat him to death." The guard who received the order covered the eunuch's mouth and dragged him out. The screams of the servant outside did not last long. Not long after, the guard came back to report, "Your Majesty, it has been handled." Yin Beiki still had his back to the door, and waved his hand to let the guards leave. After the guards left, he slowly turned around. His handsome eyebrows and eyes were cold as ice. "One day, I will be above you. I will no longer be bullied by you." In a delicate courtyard with red walls and green tiles in the north of Kyoto, Jijioma, wearing a pure white silk shirt, sat in front of the candlestick, in a good mood, applying hair oil to his waist-length hair, and carefully picked out the split hair, and trimmed the split ends with a pair of delicate pure gold scissors. The candlelight flickered, and a man in black appeared like a ghost. He quickly left a letter, and then disappeared into the night like a ghost. After an unknown period of time, Jijioma finally took care of his precious hair. After slowly putting the pure gold scissors into an exquisite wooden box, he turned around and opened the letter left by the man in black. There were only a few words in the letter. When he saw the word failure in the letter, his eyes were cold, and he sneered with a smile. Something without bones. On a barren mountain, beside a collapsed cave, a horse with a snow-white body, dark green mane, and two luxurious wide-sleeved outer robes on the saddle was happily chewing a few sweet potatoes in front of it. Not far from the horse, a bonfire was burning brightly. Xiangjila, dressed as a lady of noble birth, sat by the bonfire, with the torn wide sleeves of her right hand hanging in front of her chest, and her left hand was busy pulling the roasted potatoes out of the fire. "Jun Nuo, are you ready? The potatoes are cooked." Not far away, Yin Junyo, wearing a dark-colored waisted robe with dragon patterns, and two wide sleeves lifted high, walked towards her quickly with two pheasants that had been gutted, cleaned and skinned. "Come on, put the pheasants on this small stick, and roast them to drain the oil." After Yin Junyo did as he was told, Xiangjila gave another order. "There's not enough firewood, go pick up some more." After a busy period, the two of them gathered around the fire, and had dinner while looking at the full moon hanging high in the sky. Xiangjila finished eating the potato in her hand, looked at the man beside her, who looked so noble even when peeling the potato skin, and couldn't help but gently touch him with her shoulder. "Isn't it a different flavor to cook outdoors? Fortunately, I went back home and got some potatoes and sweet potatoes, otherwise I would have starved to death." The person next to her responded by silently handing her the potato. She took the potato and fed it to him. "I've eaten several potatoes and roasted chicken, I'm already full, you eat." This time, Yin Junyo did not refuse and let her feed him the whole potato bite by bite. Xiangjila glanced at Yusong, who was chewing the sweet potato, and then looked at Yin Junyo, who was eating the potato. He could not help but say with Indi, "If the pony I rescued had not disappeared, I would probably have a tacit understanding with it like you and Song Song." Chapter 256. As soon as Xiangjila said this, she regretted it. Although the horse was very spiritual, it was the beginning of her bad fate with Yin Beima. When she was only 10 years old, she was ridiculed by Xiang Yun for asking Xiang Tiange to return a plain silver hairpin from her mother. He said that their mother had worked hard to raise them, but now she couldn't even give a hairpin to Tiange, and she was petty, and didn't have the temperament of a young lady from the Xiang family. Xiangjila disagreed with this statement, and fought with him on the spot. Her mother had only passed away 3 years ago. Apart from a tablet, she had not received any of her mother's belongings. Now she was just taking back a worthless silver hairpin from Xiang Tiange as a souvenir. She did not think she was wrong. Although Su Sure allowed Xiangjila to practice martial arts with a martial arts master in order to show equal treatment, the two siblings practiced the same moves. However, Xiangyun had always been spoiled, so how could he be a match for Xiangjila, who was used to doing rough work? After a few moves, he was beaten by Xiangjila. Xiangyun was beaten black and blue, and could no longer bear it, so he yelled, "Xiangjila, try to hit me again. Mother is watching you from heaven. How can you treat your own brother like this?" Xiangjila, who was originally aggressive, seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant, and her fox eyes, which were originally bright, lost their luster in an instant. She let Xiangyun press her to the ground and beat her up, and finally hit her knees with a stone. Seeing that she couldn't get up for a long time, he took back her mother's hairpin. She didn't dare to fight back, fearing that her mother would blame her in her dream. Her mother had told her more than once that her brother was adopted by Aunt Sue because of her, So no matter what misunderstandings her brother had about her and her mother, she should be more tolerant of him. Since her mother passed away, her brother and father have been the closest people to her in the world. Later, she was inevitably punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, on the grounds that she had hit her brother and disobeyed her father and brother. Under Xiang Tiange's plea, her punishment of kneeling for half a day to reflect on herself turned into kneeling for a day and a night. No one cared about how she got injured, and no one asked why she limped. Until the second half of the night, she was really hungry. There was someone guarding the kitchen of Xiang Mansion, so she couldn't get in, so she secretly climbed over the wall and went out of Xiang Mansion through the dog hole. That day, she didn't know what day it was, but she knew that the moonlight was very bright that night. Just as she blocked the dog hole of Xiang Mansion, she saw a pony running recklessly into the back alley, followed by a burly middle-aged man with a butcher knife in his hand. The pony was very thin, and the color of its fur was very strange, as if it had alopecia, with patches of fur. It was unknown whether it had contracted some disease. Its head was smashed by a stone, and the blood had not yet dried. The right side of its buttocks was also bleeding. It ran to the back alley, as if it had used up all its strength. It fell to the ground all of a sudden, and couldn't even stand up. When it saw Xiang Zila, who was also limping towards it, it let out a weak whine. Perhaps because they were both in trouble, Xiang Zila, whose head was also smashed by Xiang Yuan, and who didn't have time to bandage the wound, had the illusion that he and the pony were both wanderers in the world. She didn't know where she got the courage from. She picked up a big wooden stick by the alley, ignored the pain of the burrs piercing her hand, limped to the pony, guarded the pony like a guardian, and spoke to the middle-aged man in a trembling voice. "You, don't come over." The middle-aged man first looked at Xiang Zila in surprise, who was covered in wounds and limping in front of him. After discovering that she was dressed in ordinary clothes, the surprise in his eyes turned into ridicule. "Little girl, why are you running to the back alley in the middle of the night? You are not a thief. You stole money and were caught by the master and beaten to death, right?" Looking at the pony behind him, Xiang Zila looked at the middle-aged man vigilantly. "You don't care why I came here anyway. This pony is dying. You can't hurt it anymore." Hearing this, the middle-aged man seemed to have heard a big joke. Looking at her worthless clothes, his eyes were even more sarcastic. "What, little kid, you want to save the sick horse?" As he spoke, he spread out the hand that was not holding the butcher knife and handed it to Xiang Zila. "Okay, give me the money." Xiang Zila's neck shrank, and he looked away guiltily. I don't have any money." The middle-aged man withdrew his hand and lost his patience. "No money? I'm sorry, the flesh and bones of this horse are my income tomorrow. I can't give it to you." After saying that, he easily pushed the weak and hungry Xiang Zila aside, raised the butcher knife, and was about to end the life of the foal. Xiang Zila, who was pushed to the ground, felt a burning pain in her palms. The barbs on the stick that had only pricked her hands just now were embedded in her hands. She ignored the pain in her hands, got up again, and smashed the stick into the middle-aged man's hand with all her strength. The middle-aged man, who had not expected her to be so unyielding, actually had the butcher knife knocked off his hand by her. He was so angry that he grabbed her collar and lifted her up from the ground. He raised his hand and was about to slap her in the face. "You are looking for death." Xiang Zila instinctively closed her eyes and prepared to take the slap. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound of click in her ears, and the collar that was being held loosened, and she was thrown to the ground again. The middle-aged man who had just held her collar was covering his wrist and looking at the alley entrance. A tall man who looked very scary and smelled of blood, wearing black clothes and covering his face, walked over. "Pick up the silver on the ground and get out." The middle-aged man then noticed that the one who hit his wrist just now was a heavy silver ingot. Seeing the murderous horror of the man, he immediately dared not act recklessly, picked up the silver ingot on the ground and ran away as if being chased by a ghost. Then, the tall masked man in black walked up to her, handed her a bottle of medicine respectfully, and said coldly, "This is given to you by the master. Wash the wound with clean water and apply it. The wound will scab tomorrow." After leaving the medicine bottle, the masked man in black did not stay for long. Please wait a moment." Xiang Zila ignored the pain in her knees and limped after him, clutching the medicine bottle in her hand. However, the man in black was so fast that before she ran out of the alley, a low-key carriage passed by the alley in front of her. The driver was the man in black. The setting moonlight illuminated the corner of the curtain lifted by the breeze, allowing her to smell a strong smell of blood and see the beautiful and familiar profile of the carriage. In the carriage was a very good-looking person, who seemed to be injured. and it was very likely that the injury was more serious than hers. Otherwise, why was the smell of blood so strong? This was Xiangjila's first reaction. Chapter 257. The foal neighed weakly from behind. She immediately turned around and walked to the foal, not daring to delay any longer. Without clean water, she took off her outer clothes and wiped off the blood stains on it bit by bit. The foal was very well behaved and smart. Even though it was in pain and its muscles were twitching, it did not struggle at all. After Xiangjila applied medicine to it, it rubbed Xiangjila's injured leg with its head. Xiangjila was so considerate and sensible that he wanted to take it back to Xiang Mansion. But she knew that was unrealistic. It was not easy for Xiang Mansion to raise her. According to the tight situation of Xiang Mansion where every penny was worth a penny, if she took it back, she would definitely be sold. After a struggle, she decided to hide the pony temporarily in the back alley. During the day, she would find time to sneak out and occasionally bring some vegetable leaves to it. Although one person and one horse often went hungry, it was a rare happy time for Xiangjila. After a few days, the pony's injuries gradually recovered. Even the original bald spot has slowly grown. Light green hair? When Xiangjila first saw the strange coat, she thought it was rubbed with dirt somewhere. After all, it was the first time she saw such a strange horse. Of course, she had not seen many horses before. The foal's coat color is special. Not only its body, but also the hair on its forehead is light green. Its mane is normal, black and cute. Because its body is light green, and its legs are snow white, Xiangjila gave it a very down-to-earth name. Dekong, I know you are a special horse from now on. I will call you Dekong from now on. Xiangjila, who was only 10 years old and had small arms and legs, proudly named the pony with his hands on his hips in front of it. The pony snorted at her for the first time. It seems you like this name very much. Xiangjila smiled and patted the horse's face that was getting longer and longer. Pony, oh no, now I should call you Dekong. Dekong snorted again in annoyance, lay on the ground, turned his head to the side, and stopped looking at Xiangjila. Several days passed like this. Just when Xiangjila thought she could depend on Dekong for life, Dekong suddenly fell ill. At that time, she didn't realize that Dekong was a horse, and it was very bad for its growth and development to have no place to run in the back alley all year round. At that time, she only knew that if she didn't have money to find a doctor for Dekong, she could only ask the cook of Xiang Mansion indirectly about how to treat the sick horses in the stables of the mansion. After finally finding a few folk remedies, she was so happy that she thought she could cure the green onion. However, when she happily went to the back alley, the alley was already empty. She looked everywhere like crazy, constantly making assumptions, and finally, when she saw the middle-aged man who was holding a butcher knife and was about to hit the green onion that day carrying a load of horse meat to deliver to the tea house, she collapsed. She cried and went forward to ask the middle-aged man to return her green onion. Even the owner of the tea house was alarmed. The helpless middle-aged man had to explain to the owner of the tea house, and showed him the horse's skeleton to confirm that it was an adult horse. The shopkeeper was relieved, and so was she. It was better to just disappear than to be killed. As long as she didn't know whether it was dead or alive, Xiangjila firmly believed that Dekong was just lost and couldn't come back. After Dekong disappeared, she was depressed for a long time. Later, Sue asked her to do more and more things, and she no longer had time to think about Dekong during the day. She could only dream occasionally at night. In her dream, she returned to the night when she saved Dekong and the man in the carriage in the back alley. That very beautiful profile. She had never seen such a beautiful profile, so beautiful that even if it was just a blurry outline, like a silhouette, she remembered it clearly. So clear that even the silhouette of the green onion gradually blurred, but that outline still appeared in her mind from time to time. Until, when she was 12 years old, when she went out to buy food, she met Yin Beimo's carriage on the street. At that time, Yin Beimo happened to be named King Qing and had a new residence outside the palace. In the crowd, when she saw his handsome profile when he got off the carriage at the gate of the Qing Palace, she suddenly overlapped the blurred profile. Although the profile didn't look as perfect as the first time, she attributed it to the fact that the second meeting was definitely not as stunning as the first time. Since then, the man named Yin Beimo has lived in her heart. Before she met him again, she always thought that there was a light in the darkness of her life. However, she didn't expect that this light would eventually drag her into a more desperate abyss. The surging memories made Xiangjila's eyes colder and colder. Immersed in her own memories, she didn't notice the strange expressions of Yin Zhenyuo and Yu Song for a moment. It wasn't until a long while later that the only sound was the occasional beep of the charcoal fire. Xiangjila came back to her senses, and turned her attention back to Yin Junyo. I don't know if it was the influence of memories or the moonlight, but she didn't feel much when she stared at his profile in the past. However, today's Junyo, at first glance, looks a bit like Yin Beimo. Or maybe Yin Beimo is a bit similar to Junyo. No matter how the Yin family got their kingdom, the men in the Yin family are all outstanding in appearance and deserve it. Yin Junyo glanced at her confused expression, then glanced at the bright moon in the sky, and seemed to have made some kind of decision, and called out to the jade horse not far away. Daikong, come here. With just 4 words, Xiangjila's muscles were all tense. The jade horse, called Daikong, first snorted angrily, and under Yin Junyo's glare, it walked in front of Xiangjila with its head down. Ignoring Xiangjila's stunned look, it gently nudged Xiangjila with its head. Xiangjila mechanically turned her head to look at Yin Junyo. Tears were about to burst out of her crystal fox eyes. Yin Junyo, I need an explanation. She spoke word by word with a hoarse voice, and the tears in Xiangjila's eyes rolled down like beads that had broken off the string. Just now, she was thinking about how to kill Yin Beimo, the white moonlight in her heart. Now, with a sudden turn, she felt like she was choking in her heart, and she was forced to hold back her tears. Chapter 258. The name of Daikong. It was obvious that only she and Daikong knew it. At that time, she had forgotten about the deserted mountain and had no contact with him. How did he know it? Her heart was beating fast. At this moment, she was a little homesick. She wanted to ask him how he knew it was called Daikong. She also wanted to ask how Daikong got into his hands. She wanted to ask more. Was he the man in the carriage that night? Has he been interested in her since then? Or did he already care about her earlier? But when the words came to her lips, she was choked in her throat and couldn't say a word. There was a hint of expectation in her heart, and at the same time, there was a sense of timidity and grievance. At this moment, Xiangjila didn't even know what she was expecting. What was she afraid of? Why was she aggrieved? It seemed that he saw through her thoughts, maybe because he was guilty. Yin Junyo, who was sitting next to her, didn't hug her immediately this time, but touched his nose, then cleared his throat, looked at the bonfire in front of him, and said softly, as if he was lost in memory, "Back then, it was not convenient for me to get off the carriage. Besides, you were still young and couldn't hide your thoughts. If people could see the clues, it would implicate you." In the first 2 years of his regentship, he was not yet fully grown in Kyoto and faced constant assassinations. In addition, the loss of the regents made him walk on thin ice every step of the way in Kyoto. At that time, he was always on guard against assassins and spies who might appear at any time, and he didn't even dare to take off his clothes when sleeping. She was so special to him that she couldn't let others know. The night he met her, he had just returned to Kyoto from abroad incognito and was assassinated outside Kyoto. After killing the assassin, he was covered in the assassin's dirty blood. He didn't dare to get off the carriage for fear of scaring her. Because of that incident, his habit of wearing light-colored clothes changed to dark clothes all year round. The green onion was picked up by Chu Shan in the back alley of the regent's palace. It was already starving to death at that time. I wanted to send someone to send the green onion back to you, but the servant said that he saw you arguing with someone on the street and being dragged back to the palace by the servant without mercy. At that time, I knew that even a servant could be disrespectful to you. I think your life in Xiong Mansion is not good. If the green onion returns to you, it will probably either starve to death or become food in someone else's mouth. It is a spiritual dragon cult, and it shouldn't be buried like this. After recovering from its wounds, Daikong thought about sneaking back to find you, but was caught by the servants. At that time, I whispered to it that if it went to find you now, it would either starve to death or be slaughtered. If it went to the battlefield with me, I would come back and let you be its mistress. When Yin Junyo said this, Daikong snorted, as if responding to what he said. Seeing that Xiangjila's tears were getting more and more violent, he finally reached out and pulled her into his arms, softening his tone. After I brought you to it as the mistress, Daikong knew it was you, and I have been waiting for you to recognize it. Just such a short sentence deeply touched Xiangjila's string of expectation that had been tense all along. For a moment, the joy of fulfilling his expectation filled Xiangjila's heart, and at the same time, there was a sense of grievance and guilt that surged like a tidal wave. It turned out that she was the one who forgot them. Originally, their life would not have been so bumpy. If she knew it was him at the beginning, she would not have assassinated him later. So. Xiangjila suppressed his mixed feelings and said in a trembling voice, "In the past. In the next 2 years, after I was injured, the golden wound medicine appeared on my pillow in my room, and those foods. Seeing that even Yusong's affairs had been confessed to Xiangjila, Yin Junyo touched Yusong's hoarse face and nodded frankly. The answer was firm. It was my order. When my elder brother was seriously ill and the king of Pingnan died in battle, I was ordered to lead the troops to fight against Nanchu in person, and I was not in Kyoto. So I sent someone to keep an eye on you. If I remember correctly, the medicine was prepared by Uncle Li, and the one who brought you medicine and food was Bai Lu. He paused, and his voice became a little lighter. But the previous Bai Lu died while performing other tasks, and the current Bai Lu didn't know about it. After I settled the war in Nanchu and returned to Kyoto, your life in Xiong Mansion was not so difficult, and you were less injured. I didn't send anyone to do those things again, so as not to damage your reputation. He had never expected that the war, which he thought could be ended in a few months, would be dragged on for nearly a year because of the old fox commander Huang Fujing. It was funny. The final overwhelming victory of Da Huang was just because of a little girl. At that time, the war between the two countries had already fallen into fatigue. However, news came from Kyoto that Su Shi intended to inquire about the slightly powerful widowers around Kyoto, and wanted to marry her to others as a concubine after she came of age. After counting with his fingers, she was only 12 when he left Beijing. He thought he could wait for 2 or 3 years, but he didn't expect Su Shi to be so impatient to push her into the fire pit. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and spent the next few days planning how to sneak into the Nanchu tent at a risky price. Finally, he succeeded on a rainy night. He not only beat Huang Fujing, but also put his Yinwei sword on his neck to force him to sign a letter of surrender, asking Nanchu to withdraw 300 miles. The next day, he returned to the court with a letter of surrender signed by Huang Fujing. That year, she was 13. There were still 2 years, and he had to stay in Kyoto as long as possible until the little woman came of age. As he spoke, he pulled off Yusong's outer robe and put it on her. Seeing her shocked look, he couldn't help but frown. What's the problem? What's the problem? It's a big problem. Xiangjila didn't care about his right hand, which was still tied with a splint, and turned around to grab his collar tightly with both hands. Under the light of the fire and the moonlight, her eyes were frighteningly red. Why didn't you say it? Yin Junyo lowered his eyes, and glanced at the collar she was holding, seemingly not understanding why she was so excited. Why would you say such a small thing? Let her know that he has cared about her since the beginning, and then repay her with a favor? He disdains to do such a shameful thing. Compared to the hypocritical deception of pretending to be nice, he prefers to directly expose his truest side to her, so that she will willingly accept and tolerate him. A small matter? He actually said it was a small matter? God! Xiangjila suddenly felt a surge of blood, and a mouthful of old blood choked in his throat. What stupid things did she do before? From the beginning to the end, she had recognized the wrong person. Yin Beimo, how could he be so shameless? How could he say it's my duty so confidently when she thanked him? So, even if she forgot about him at the beginning, they actually had some interactions later. But she didn't dare to associate the good-looking boy with the cold-blooded and cruel Regent. How wrong was Jun Nua? How wrong were their last life and this life? They could have been together in their last life. With a dull pain in his chest, Xiangjila smiled at Yin Jun Nua with red eyes, and gritted his teeth. Yin Jun Nua, you idiot. I am also a big idiot. Chapter 259. Not noticing Yin Junyuo's increasingly strange expression, Xiangjila still grabbed his collar, his heart pounding. Crying and laughing. Wow, Junyuo, it turns out he was wrong, you were right. Yin Junyuo, who was a little confused at first, understood why she was so excited after hearing her words. He immediately put his hands on her shoulders and looked at her. His usually silent phoenix eyes were a little more angry. Xiangjila, don't tell me that you were attracted to Yin Beimo before because you recognized the wrong person. Because of his anger, even his tone was less self-restrained than usual. Halfway through her tears, Xiangjila was choked back by his sudden loss of composure. At this moment, she was as guilty as an ostrich, wishing to fall to the ground and pretend to be dead. Seeing her like this, what else did Yin Junyuo not understand? Thinking of her confusion, and then thinking about her love for him. He was angry, distressed, and helpless. Immediately, he dispersed his anger, stretched out his hand without hesitation, pinched her cheek, and pulled her to the side. Xiangjila's expression suddenly became very funny. His eyebrows twisted into a funny arc, and his face was full of regret. How blind are you to recognize the wrong person? It would be fine if she recognized the wrong person, but she actually mistook him for Yin Beimo, that coward. It would be fine if she mistook him for Yin Beimo, But she actually stabbed him for that coward. So on the wedding night, she should have called out his name. If she hadn't called out the wrong name, it wouldn't have affected his mood, and he wouldn't have had a stomach disease later. But because she was blind and recognized the wrong person. This breath is unbearable. He was simply the wrong one. So, the person who had just been angrily demanding an explanation for the Jade Horse incident became the one who kept apologizing. While apologizing, she did not forget to plead for herself. June Newell, I didn't mean it, really, who made your uncle and nephew look so similar in profile. You can't blame me entirely. Woo woo woo, is she asking for trouble? June Newell gritted her teeth and raised her chin to look at him. He told her clearly, word by word, we look different. I'm prettier than that loser. Seong-jila nodded repeatedly, so vigorously that even her hair bun loosened. I know, I've always known it. Apart from their similar eyes and profiles, they can be distinguished from each other at a glance from the front. Yin Junyo is indeed better looking. Straightening her head with one hand, Yin Junyo looked at her solemnly and emphasized again. I am better looking. Yes, Junyo is better looking, Junyo is the best looking. After saying what he meant, she paused, and turned her face away again, with a guilty conscience, not daring to look at his murderous eyes. But I'm not the kind of person who only looks at appearance. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the Regent would be so bored and appear in the back alley of Seong Mansion? Yin Junyo looked up at the sky helplessly, suppressing the anger burning in his chest. You? As soon as he started, Seong-jila immediately let go of his collar and raised his left hand. I will compensate you, the joy I had before, now I will double the compensation, okay? Double compensation? A person who promised to give him proof every day but didn't, who promised him not to get hurt, but always got hurt, and whose credibility with him was almost zero, told him to double the compensation? Yin Junyo lowered his eyes, and glanced at the person in his arms, who looked like she was afraid of death, but wanted to tease him. In the end, he sighed in resignation. Forget it, this woman was born to annihilate him. I never want so-called compensation. Hearing that his tone was much lighter than before, Seong-jila secretly glanced at him from the corner of his eye. After making sure that he would not get angry again, she rubbed all the tears on her face onto him. Seong-jila. His voice was very light and soft, like the breeze carrying catkins, lingering in her ears. It was particularly clear on the empty mountainside. She immediately left his arms, sat up straight and looked at him. I'm here. Because of this unexpected look, she saw the unbridled pampering in his silent phoenix eyes that he had not had time to hide. Her ears turned slightly red, and he calmed down. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears that had not been wiped away in the corners of her eyes with his fingertips, and sighed helplessly. Open your eyes, and don't let yourself get hurt again. What else can he do to her except a few words? A stupid woman who cries at every turn. She has to comfort herself when she cries after being scolded. She stretched out her left hand to cover his right hand that was resting on her cheek, and nodded solemnly. Okay. From now on, unless you do it yourself, I will never let anyone hurt me again. It was late at night, and a few strands of cool wind slowly blew from the mountains. Yin Junyo covered the fire with sand, held her in his arms, and got on the horse again to go back home. Seong-jila glanced at the collapsed cave, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Just go back like this? It was such a rare time for the two of them to be alone, and nothing happened yet. You don't want to go back? Yin Junyo tightened his grip on her waist. Seong-jila, who was originally sitting sideways on the horse, immediately turned around and adjusted his posture to face him. She put her arm around his shoulders, blushed and leaned close to his ear and whispered, I haven't ridden a horse with you yet. Under the moonlight, the little woman's fox eyes, which were watery because of crying, were particularly attractive, just like the night when she was drunk. Yin Junyo's eyes dimmed slightly, and he stretched out his hand to tighten the outer robe draped over her body, and said in a hoarse voice, The moonlight is just right, suitable for riding a horse. The second half of this full moon night was definitely an unforgettable night for Yusong. Even when he fought with his master on the battlefield, it was not so unforgettable. First, her nickname that she couldn't bear to look back on was exposed by the master, and then the mistress suddenly cried, and soon after she finished crying, the two masters got on the horse. Then, it ran all night in the deserted mountain, and the mistress probably felt sorry for it, crying all night to ask the master to stop. Until the sky was about to dawn, the mistress cried too much and had no strength, and the master tightened the reins to signal it to go back home. Alas, I miss the days when Chushan carried me to run. When Yan Zhenyo came out of the bath after cleaning the two people, it was already bright. The little woman in his arms seemed really tired. She didn't even move a finger except for a few hums. Fortunately, when he lost his mind, he remembered that her right hand was injured, so this time her right hand was not further injured. When passing the corridor back to the main courtyard, he met Li Yu, who was wearing a green summer dress, holding a wooden rabbit in her hand and stroking it, and was still dressed in men's clothes. Yan Zhenyo's eyes fell on the beautiful scarlet on her lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Facing Li Yu's steps to approach him after greeting him, he easily blocked Li Yu's view of Xiang Jila by leaning sideways. Li Yu glanced at Yan Zhenyo's defensive back in confusion, thinking that Yan Zhenyo was avoiding the poison in her body. She explained in a calm voice, "She has a poison-repelling bead on her body, and my poison can't hurt her." Worried that he didn't understand, she added very patiently, "I won't hurt innocent people either." With a cold snort, Yan Zhenyo ignored what she said and strode forward. After walking a few steps, his footsteps paused. With his back to Li Yu, he said in a cold voice, "She is mine?" Li Yu looked at the cold and oppressive back and raised her eyebrows slightly. After a while, she suddenly realized it. He turned his back to Yan Zhenyo in silence and walked in another direction. The footsteps behind him were getting farther and farther away. Yan Zhenyo lowered his eyes and glanced at the little woman who was still sleeping sweetly in his arms. His brows, which had become cold just now because of facing Li Yu, softened a lot instantly. He was really a guy who made people worry. However, if that little poisonous creature really fell in love with his woman. Thinking of someone who came here from Nanchu, a hint of interest flashed quickly in Yan Zhenyo's eyes. Chapter 260. After settling Xiang Jila back to his bedroom, Yan Zhenyo, who had not slept all night, did not leave the mansion, but worked in the mansion. He had to find the right time to feed a certain injured person. Chu Shan placed several piles of documents, like a small mountain on Yan Zhenyo's desk. "Your Highness, these are all memorials from the south, and in addition." At this point, he turned around and took a bamboo tube wrapped in waterproof canvas from another guard, which was as thick as a child's arm. It was handed over from the Pingnan Palace. Yan Zhenyo raised his chin and motioned him to put the things aside. He took out a pile of documents and read them carefully. While making comments from time to time, he also took the time to ask Chu Shan, "Where is Nanchu now?" Chu Shan secretly calculated the date in his mind and replied, "If the pace is faster, we can reach Kyoto on May 1st. Yan Zhenyo nodded. "Send a message to Huang Fujing and ask him to arrange the time to enter the capital on May 4th. The palace banquet on May 5th is just right for meeting old friends." Seeing Chu Shan was about to leave, Yan Zhenyo suddenly remembered the person he met when he returned to his room. His eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and he waved to Chu Shan, "Wait, come here." Chu Shan looked at the master, who smiled at him as if he had seen a ghost, and approached the master cautiously. "Prince? Why are you so far away? You're close." "Why are you so close?" Chu Shan didn't dare to ask, so he had to shrink his neck and trembled as he put his ear close to Yan Zhenyo's mouth. After listening to Yan Zhenyo's instructions, he looked up at Yan Zhenyo with a strange look. Finally, he managed to utter a sentence. "Prince, you are chopping bamboo and bamboo shoots together, which will harm your brother-in-law's family. Is there any problem with the princess?" Yan Zhenyo frowned and glanced at him coldly. Chu Shan felt a chill on the back of his neck, and without waiting for him to speak, he immediately retreated like a puff of smoke. I will leave now." After Chu Shan closed the door, the tight and cold lines on Yan Zhenyo's face gradually softened. After quickly reviewing the official documents in his hand, Yan Zhenyo took out another one with his backhand, and the back of his hand accidentally touched the bamboo tube wrapped in waterproof canvas. He frowned slightly, but finally opened the cloth package and took out the bamboo tube. The bamboo tube has a layer of wax layer inside and outside that is extremely waterproof. It is a special letter tube for sending letters in the south. He used a thin dagger to pick up the sealing wax paper, and there were several letters that were already old. At the bottom was a relatively new mounting paper with delicate patterns. Yan Zhenyo looked down one by one, and the more he looked back, the colder he felt. In a moment, he put the letter away again. A cold voice sneered. "Shen Yanshu. No wonder the late emperor wanted to sentence him to death. It seems he should speed up." His sight fell on the last piece of exquisite mounting paper, and he unfolded it inadvertently. He only took a glance, and his narrow and long phoenix eyes froze instantly. At that moment, he felt as if something was tearing his heart out. That word. It was exactly the same as the one on the red jade bamboo pendant that he always carried with him. Whether it was the handwriting or the content, there was no deviation. In his mind, Shinmachi's words seemed to echo again. Some things, maybe you don't believe them when I tell you. But your disbelief can't change the fact that she and I had a common past, nor can it change the fact that she was just compensating you out of guilt. The corners of Yin Junyo's eyes turned red slightly, and his slender hand slowly covered the red jade bamboo pendant that he had never taken off since she asked him to wear it, and held it tightly, with such force that it seemed as if he would crush the red jade bamboo in the next moment. However, he finally loosened his hand slowly with red eyes and slight trembling. Almost at the same time, a corner of the desk was unexpectedly crushed by a white, slender hand with distinct joints. It was dusk when Xiangjila woke up. She moved her body with difficulty, as if she had been run over, and felt a burst of pain. God, how strong is Yin Junyo! After turning over with difficulty, Xiangjila couldn't help but stretch out her left hand to rub her waist. Since Xiaosen had the repair function, she hadn't experienced this feeling of an old waist for a long time. Unexpectedly, now that Xiao 3 has been upgraded, even the repair function has temporarily failed. Fortunately, because of Yin Junyo's care, the right hand was not injured anymore, and the pain was relieved. I will never ride a horse with him again. This is the conclusion Xiangjila came to after considering all the unpleasant things in her body. There was a faint voice outside the door, and she immediately opened her eyes and held her breath to concentrate. Is the princess not awake yet? It was Yin Junyo's voice. Chiosi replied respectfully, not yet. Prepare water for washing. Then, the door was gently pushed open. She was about to close her eyes and pretend to sleep, but she was caught before she could do so. Don't pretend if you wake up. As soon as the voice fell, the man walked to the bed and sat down. Xiangjila blushed, struggled for a while, and decided to sit up. She touched her injured hand again without paying attention, and she shrank back without making a sound. Yin Junyo reached out and picked her up, putting her on his lap. Okay, wash up and eat, don't move around. Xiangjila complained with a red face. It's all because of you. When Yin Junyo held her, he saw that her left hand was still supporting her waist, so he immediately pulled her left hand down and stretched out his hand to massage her. She nodded in a rare way. Well, blame me, is the strength okay? Thinking that she couldn't get up for lunch, and now seeing her pitiful appearance, he really felt sorry for her, blaming him for losing his sense of proportion when he was in love. When I applied the medicine to her in the morning, it was swollen. Xiangjila snorted in a reproachful way, and fell softly in his arms, watching the maids outside the room file in, each doing their job to prepare clothes for her to wear and hair accessories for her hair. The second-class maid bowed her head and handed the washed delicate handkerchief to Yin Junyo's bony hands. Then, the beautiful hand rubbed her face with the handkerchief. Before Xiangjila could react, a cup of flower tea for rinsing her mouth was handed to her. Only then did she realize that Yin Junyo was going to personally help her wash, change clothes, and go to dinner. Fortunately, except for the face washing, which made her immediately energetic, the other steps were not wrong. The two were finally carried out of the room by him before dark. After dinner, Xiangjila, who had slept for a whole day, was no longer sleepy and was clamoring to digest the food. Her waist was uncomfortable when she sat in the wheelchair, and her legs were weak when she walked on the ground. In the end, Yin Junyo snorted coldly and carried her slowly along the lake in the backyard. The lights in the mansion were gradually turned on, and the April sky was slowly beginning to have the dryness of early summer. Junyo, supported by steady hands, Xiangjila lay on his back and called softly. Yeah, he responded softly, with inexplicable emotions. I'm sorry, she said. If I had noticed earlier that Dakon's mane was different from other horses, maybe. Before she finished, she felt the hands holding her gently pinch her legs. She said in confusion. The person who pinched her leg just now stopped, looked forward calmly, and spoke softly. I was also wrong in this matter. If I had explained it to you clearly, maybe that misunderstanding would not have happened. So frankly admitting the mistake, this is not in line with his personality. Before Xiangjila finished wondering, the abnormal person continued to speak. Xiangjila. An inexplicable ominous premonition made Xiangjila tremble for no reason. I will never be reasonable with you, because you are my reason. Whether you are right or wrong, I will always be there. If you are right, I will support you by your side. If you are wrong, I will stand in front of you and make everything consistent with you. As he spoke, he had already walked with her to a pavilion. The lights on the four corners of the pavilion emitted soft light, and the breeze carried the warmth of the lights, making the atmosphere between the two of them inexplicably charming. He held her in his arms, as usual, and sat her on his lap. He raised her chin with his hand, and asked her to look at him. Under the light, his eyes were like tiny starlight, which attracted her attention at once. He spoke to her word by word, very seriously and clearly. So, no matter what it is, as long as it is about you, I hope that I will be the first person you can tell in person. Do you understand? Seong-jila saw that his phoenix eyes were full of seriousness, and immediately became serious. Nodding gently, I understand. Then, besides the matter of Tu-do, Chushan and Chan-cho, are there other things you are hiding from me? Yin Junyo's eyes at this moment were too penetrating. Seong-jila felt that he seemed to see through everything at this moment. Her heart skipped a beat for no reason, and her left hand curled up slowly into a fist. Then, she smiled pretending to be afraid. She bit her finger and said timidly, I fought with you in disguise, wearing a mask. Does that count? Just last night in the palace. Weighing the two evils, she would rather confess the matter of Mu Junyan than the matter of rebirth. After all, he usually made a lot of noise, but did little when it came to such issues that violated his marital status, and let her bluff and let it go. However, this time, he did not pay attention to this, but lifted her chin again to look at him. Besides this matter, is there anything else? Her body stiffened slightly, and she struggled in her heart for a while, then Seong-jila shook her head decisively. No. Shinmachi's rebirth has always been a knot in her heart. She has thought about telling Junnuo, but once she tells it, everything in her previous life will come to the surface. The past that was like a nightmare was so unbearable to look back on. Not long ago, he was so desperate in her memory. How could she bear to let him experience that heart-wrenching pain again? Besides, once Junnuo knew about the previous life, he would definitely have doubts. If Junnuo asked whether they were together in the previous life, how should she answer? Should I tell the truth, or a white lie? If I tell a white lie and say they are together, but Junnuo has suffered the pain and suffering in his previous life, it would be unfair to him. But if I tell the truth and say they are not together, what should I say when Junnuo asks why they are not together? Some pains and injuries. She just needs to bear them. Her silly Junnuo should be happy and proud to feel her wholehearted love in this life. Intentionally avoiding this heavy question, Seong-jila pushed his hand away, leaned gently into his arms, and said coquettishly, Junnuo, I'm sleepy. Let's go back and rest, okay? Yin Junnuo, who never missed any of her subtle expressions, naturally did not miss the struggle in her eyes when she said nothing. In fact, from the moment the word nothing came out of her mouth, his breathing was obviously disordered for a few breaths. After a while, he spoke slowly. Okay. After that, he carried her on his back and walked slowly towards the main courtyard. On the way, Seong-jila leaned on his back and asked softly, Junnuo, you are a little abnormal today. Did something happen? Around the flickering lights in the palace, Seong-jila seemed to hear him sigh. Then he whispered, No. No. Who are you kidding? Definitely. Even after sighing, his tone was still so lost. As the regent, what he wants to do is to kill people everywhere. Why should he learn to sigh and lose? Yin Junnuo didn't seem to want to get entangled with her anymore, and even his voice became a little colder. No, I mean no. Seong-jila put his left hand around his neck, using the force to lie higher, and said in his ear with a fake smile, Yin Junnuo, you idiot, if you dare to think about it again and feel sad alone, I will run away from home to show you, and I won't coax you back for a year or two. Yin Junnuo was still entangled in the matter of Hong Yuju's handwriting, and her sudden threat made his face darken. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, and when he turned to look at her, his eyes were red as if he wanted to eat her alive. Seong-jila, you stupid woman, if you dare to run away from home, I will break your legs with my own hands. Seeing that he had regained his vitality, Seong-jila immediately kissed his cheek when he turned his head, and said with a smile, I dare not, stupid woman, I will not go anywhere, I will stay in this mansion, warming the bed for the prince every day. Is the prince satisfied with this? Humph. At the same time, Pingnan Prince's mansion was in an uproar. In the brightly lit front hall, Shinmachi looked coldly at the people and guards, who were shaking like a sieve in the mansion. I ask again, who has entered my study during my absence? You don't even know that a thief has entered the mansion. What use do I have for you? As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Shinmachi with anger, and the table beside him shattered into pieces. All the servants were even more silent. Luyun walked in quickly from outside. Shinmachi's peach eyes lit up slightly, and his tone was slightly calmer. How did you find it? Luyun shook his head. It was probably taken away with the secret letter. Hearing this, Shinmachi's hand holding the folding fan tightened slightly. Investigate, we must know where he went no matter what. Yes. After leaving the matter to Lu Yun, Shinmachi returned to the study. Seeing the fake letters on the desk, he swept the letters to the ground. A cold flash flashed in his eyes, and an unpredictable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 261. The past few days have been a nightmare for Yin Beimo. Not to mention that he was scolded by the emperor's uncle for several minor mistakes during the court session. After the court session, the carriages returning to the palace were either the horses were released and the guards were put in sacks, or the horses were still there, the guards were put in sacks, and the wheels were removed. In public, he couldn't find a single witness. In order to find out the pranksters, he sent people to secretly stake out the surroundings. But even those people were beaten and sent back to his palace with bruises on their faces. Last night was even worse. An assassin came from nowhere and beat him up. It was not enough to beat him up, but he also hit him on the face, making his handsome face unrecognizable. Helpless, he couldn't even go to the morning court today, so he could only send someone to the palace to ask for leave. Thinking over it, he himself didn't know who he had offended. It's not that he didn't suspect Yin Junyo, but Yin Junyo was targeting him so obviously. If he did these little tricks behind his back, wouldn't it be unnecessary? What's more, Yin Junyo had trampled on his mother a few days ago because she sent him a beauty. Even his brother couldn't do anything to him. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yin Junyo did have the ability to kill him. As for Xiangjila, it's not that he didn't want to see her, but judging from the strict guards in the regent's palace, if that woman refused to come out to see him, wouldn't it be stupid for him to go to the regent's palace? In the absence of a scapegoat, he would be crazy to face Yin Junyo directly. On the chaise longue, a pretty woman in bright red was gently and attentively ironing his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, with boiled eggs to help the swelling go away faster. A tall and thin guard with steady steps and restrained eyes came forward with a tray in his hand. Your Highness, this is the waist badge I found in the mansion last night. It was probably left behind by the assassin. Waist badge? Yin Beimo's panda-like eyes slightly opened. His sight fell on the small wooden badge in the tray, which was as thick as 2 adults, made of ebony and engraved with the word 9 in Chinese characters. He uttered a name softly from his thin lips. Zhai Jiomo? Although his movements were small, he still pulled the wound at the corner of his mouth inadvertently. He hissed, took a breath of cold air, and the muscles of his entire face twitched. His expression suddenly became ferocious. The hand of the person who helped him iron the egg shook, and the egg came out of the silk handkerchief. The egg, which was still a little hot, bounced on his bruised face before landing. Yin Beimo pulled the woman over with one hand and pushed her to the side without mercy. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. The woman fell flat on her face due to the force, and even her forehead bled from hitting the floor. Her eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, were immediately filled with moisture. Yin Beimo was angry when he saw this timid look. Take her back to be a maid, and don't let her wear red clothes anymore. This timid look made him feel as if he saw Xiangjila before she married Yin Junyo. But he knew very well that no matter how similar they were not her. After the woman was dragged away, he looked back at the waist badge. His voice was as cold as frost. Check. He knew that Zhai Jiomo was his brother's man. He had always been cautious, and had done everything perfectly. Now this waist badge suddenly appeared. He had to wonder if someone wanted to use Zhai Jiomo to try to sow discord between him and his brother. In the pavilion of the regent's palace, Xian Yin and Dongren were guarding outside the pavilion on the left and right. Chiosi stood behind the stone table in front of Xiangjila, with his head down, as if reporting something. After carelessly closing the last account book, Xiangjila looked at Chiosi, who was reporting to her, with a surprised face. My mother's close friend? Since she was a close friend of her mother, shouldn't she be surprised to see her? What is she guilty about? Thinking of a possibility, Xiangjila's fox eyes narrowed, and even his eyes turned cold. Chiosi nodded. That rogue seems to have a lot of handles on Zhao Lianshi, especially the fact that he was a close friend of Madame Xiang. From what that scoundrel said, Zhao Lianshi seemed to have done something to offend Madame Xiang, and then broke up with Madame Xiang. But every time that scoundrel wanted to tell the story, Zhao Lianshi interrupted him and agreed to his request to do something shameful. Xiangjila stacked the several account books in front of him together, called Xian Yin, who had been waiting outside the pavilion, and asked him to take the account books back to the account office, then laughed sarcastically. It seems that the two of them had a deep friendship in the past. Have you found out the identity of the rogue? Chiosi replied respectfully, Lu Dan's childhood friend, Gao Daong, is from Li Village, Yin County, Chizhou. He is from the same hometown as Su's maternal ancestor, Lu Dan. After waiting for a long time, Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows before Chiosi could continue. That's it? Chiosi's face flashed a trace of guilt. I am incompetent. He gently covered his wrist, which was still bandaged, and rubbed it. Xiang Jila thought about it, made a plan in his mind, and smiled at Chiosi. It's great to be able to find these things these days, and you have other things to help me do, which is already great. As she said that, she changed the subject. How is Yan Beimo? Thinking of Yan Beimo's screams last night, Chiosi pursed her lips and pressed down the corners of her mouth. The badge has been thrown into a hidden corner, and will be discovered soon. Very good. Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows, and then waved to the winter ninja, who was waiting on the other side of the pavilion. Dongren, come here. Dongren stepped forward respectfully. Princess, what do you want? Looking at Dongren's figure that looked very similar to his own, Xiang Jila's mouth curled up with a mischievous smile. You and Xia Yan will help me do something tonight. After learning that the envoy from Nanchu was General Wang Fujing in the morning court, the first thing Xiang Shi did when he returned home from court was to drag Xiang Yun to the study. With a serious face, Yuner, this matter concerns the future of our Xiang mansion. You must listen to your father's words. After these days of treatment, Xiang Yun looked much better than before, although his basic condition was still bad. At least his face was not so pale. Father, please tell me. Before General Wang of Nanchu comes to Beijing, you must find a way to build a good relationship with Zila. After he comes to Beijing, you two brothers and sisters will go to see him together. Find a way to build a good relationship with Xiang Jila. Xiang Yun immediately jumped up, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Father, I don't agree. Let's not talk about why I want to meet that Nanchu General Wang. Just based on what Xiang Jila did to me before, I will never forgive her in my life. Because of his excitement, his face flushed, and he coughed violently a few times. That bitch, that bitch. How dare she plot against him like this, disregarding the brother-sister relationship at all. Shut up, you keep calling me bitch, where is your self-restraint? The sudden roar of anger, and the sound of bang made Xiang Yun shudder. Realizing that he had overreacted, Xiang Shi cleared his throat and slowed down his tone. Jilo looks like your mother. He seemed to feel that it was inappropriate to say this, and changed his words. Anyway, listen to your father. Your father is trying to find a future for you. Now that our Xiang family has been abandoned by the emperor, and has offended the regent, it is unknown when your father will lose his position. Your mother had a friendship with the general king. If he knew that you were your mother's children, if he could not stay in Dahuang one day, and went to Nanchu, he would definitely accept you for you and your mother's sake, and would not let you suffer. The most important thing is that for the sake of Prajna's child, Qin Shaojing will certainly love the whole family, and will not treat Xiang Fu unfairly. Will he not suffer any loss? Xiang Yun was full of doubts. Who is that General King? Why does he know my mother? A trace of cunning darkness flashed across Xiang Shi's eyes. You don't have to worry about this. Just listen to your father. Xiang Yun blurted out unwillingly. In this case, isn't it okay for the child to bring Sister Tiange to tell the General King that we are twins? Isn't it better to give the future benefits to Sister Tiange than to that bitch Xiang Jila? He would rather throw away or smash the good things than let that bitch get a penny. Xiang Shi choked, as if he didn't expect Xiang Yun to be so persistent and unwilling to make peace with Xiang Jila. He looked at his son in surprise, as if he had just met him on the first day. Yuner, when did you become so fussy? You don't have any courage as a man. How can you take up the responsibility of Xiang Mansion in the future? Not only does he not have any foresight, he doesn't even understand the most basic and obvious principle of a little impatience will ruin a big plan. How could he say such nonsense? Does he think Qin Shaojing is blind? Or does he think he is stupid enough not to ask? Just based on Xiang Jila's face, if Qin Shaojing was told that Qin Prajna only had one child, Qin Shaojing would definitely believe that the child was Xiang Jila and not Xiang Yun. Forcibly suppressing the urge to step forward and slap Xiang Yun twice to make him sober up, Xiang Shi repeated it again. Anyway, listen to your father. Your father will not harm you. Outside the study, the two people who were excitedly communicating because of their disagreement did not notice that a thin figure in plain color was carefully bending his body, and holding his breath, and moving away step by step. Prince, are you okay? This was the third time Chu Shan was worried about the fate of the red jade bamboo pendant in the past few days. He didn't understand why the prince was always staring at the pendant these days. The look was like an ice knife. Obviously, the prince loved her very much before. How could he change his face so suddenly? Did the prince quarrel with the princess? But the prince still went back to the mansion on time to feed the princess these days, so it shouldn't be that bad. What happened? Chushan. The master suddenly called out softly, and Chushan thought he had heard it wrong. How lucky was he to be called so gently by the prince? Your subordinate. Your subordinate is here. Damn, he was so flattered that even his tongue was tied uncontrollably. How did you make Chuncho fall in love with you? It was night. Regent's palace. Xiangjila, who was sleeping in bed, patted the place outside the bed with her bandaged right hand, signaling the person who came out from behind the screen to come over and talk. Yin Junyo lay down beside her with a normal look and helped her adjust her posture so that she could lie comfortably on his chest. His slender hands patted her soft back like coaxing a child to sleep, and he did not forget to remind her softly. How many times have I told you not to move your hand until it's healed? Ah, Junyo is so gentle tonight. Xiangjila raised his head and raised his hand to shake it in front of him, smiling and saying, "It's much better now." Look, the imperial physician even took off the splint when he came to change the dressing this afternoon. Without the splint, the wrist position does not look that serious. Reaching out to hold her back in his arms, Yin Junyo's tone softened a bit. Take care of yourself. If I find out that you're hurting yourself again, you won't have this hand anymore. Xiangjila pushed his hand away. TSK, silly Junyo, can you not say such words in such a gentle tone? It's really creepy. This attitude of disdain. Yin Junyo's eyes were half closed, and Chu Shan's slightly complacent voice in the afternoon echoed in his ears. Your Highness, don't be too strong in front of the princess. You should show your vulnerability at the right time to make women feel distressed. Your Highness, you should take it step by step and let the princess see your lovely side. Women all like cute things. You were too strong in the past, and your subordinates were afraid of you. Why don't you try to act coquettishly with the princess? Ahem? Cute? Acting coquettishly? He is a grown man. What love? What coquettishness? What's more, he was strong in the past, and he didn't realize how scared the stupid woman was of him. What's useless? He immediately chased Chushan away, and carried the jade horse until dark. However, he didn't notice it in the past, but now he realizes that the stupid woman dislikes him so much. No matter how much love there is, it will slowly be worn away by dislike, right? Never mind. When he was her heaven, he could give her supreme honor. Now, it was just a matter of changing from heaven to earth. Even if he was stepped on by her, he could still give her confidence. Just try it this once. Take a deep breath. He had no experience in acting like a spoiled child and closed his eyes. He turned over and pressed the defenseless her under him, burying his head in her neck so that she could not see his expression. His voice, which was always clear, became more seductive than before because it was tinged with a bit of grievance. You dislike me, don't you? Of course I do. But it's useless to dislike me now. Since we've slept together, I'm yours. You can't dislike me, and you can't be irresponsible. As he said this, he held her tighter. Because he was so immersed in the role, his voice even became choked. Stupid woman, can't you cherish me a little more? Even if it's just a little bit. Chapter 262. The bed curtains were not drawn, and under the flickering lights in the room, Yin Junyo's eyes turned slightly red, slowly spreading around. He knew that she had her in her heart, and he also knew that she was with him not because of guilt. But it was not enough. That was not enough. She still had some reservations about him. She didn't say it, but he knew it all. After being in power for many years, how could he not see Shinmachi's provocation? The letter brought back by the guard was real, and Shinmachi's intention to use Shinyenchu's previous letter to let him point the finger at Shishia was also real. But that piece of calligraphy. When he looked at it carefully later, he found a clue. The vigorous handwriting looked almost exactly the same as the pendant in his hand, but the writer's technique and habit were different, so the handwriting only had form but no spirit. Such a clumsy way of alienating. It was such a clumsy way that easily disturbed his mind just because it involved her. If there was no original work, how could the content be the same? He couldn't accept that he was not her only one. A barely audible sigh pulled him back to his thoughts, and the surge of possessiveness in his chest slowly calmed down. His long and thick eyelashes were slightly moist, hiding the increasingly thick dark color under his eyes. Arnold. This time, she didn't call him Junyo or call him by his name, but called him Arnold in a clear voice. In her tone, there was a calmness and self-control that he rarely heard. His breathing stagnated slightly, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Trust me, she said. No matter what happens, I will not leave you, and I will not do anything to hurt you. Having said this, she leaned to the side, letting him let go of her, and then changed her posture, leaning down from above to look him in the eye. In her fox eyes, which were raised at the corners of her eyes, there was a lingering, unconcealed affection. Her warm and fragrant breath gently sprayed on his face, dyeing his porcelain-white skin with a layer of attractive crimson. She took the opportunity to press his thin lips, which were slightly open due to his daze, and buried her head in his neck. Her voice was shallow, but her tone was extremely serious. I don't know why you've been acting strange recently, but I know it's definitely because of me. Now I solemnly promise you that I will be with you through life and death, even if it means death. I will die in your arms. Before she finished speaking, her mouth was covered by a slender hand. Don't talk nonsense. At this time, the blush on his face had faded, and a trace of panic flashed across his silent phoenix eyes, and even his tone became a little hurried. Can you say the word death casually, stupid woman? Seong-jila looked at him tenderly, and pulled his hand away. She reached out, and pulled him towards her, chuckling. Okay, I won't say anything. Anyway, I will follow you to the end of the world. You don't have to be so pretentious. The you I like is all of you, including you when you are angry, furious, and... At this point, Seong-jila's face flushed slightly. You when you can't control yourself. Damn, after saying all these sweet words, why did she feel as greasy as if she had drunk 2 cups of lard? Sure enough, you would rather change the subject and mention this aspect? A trace of loss and pain flashed across Yin Junyo's silent eyes. The question that was about to be asked became, is it true? Faced with someone's unconfident temptation, Seong-jila nodded without hesitation. It's true, so Arnold doesn't have to worry about me leaving. I am yours, only yours. I can't run away, and I won't run away. Won't run away. Can you believe it? I wanted to ask for another promise, but his mouth worked faster than his brain. Okay, I trust you again. Even his demeanor changed quickly before he could react. The aggrieved look with red eyes just now disappeared completely, and his expression changed so quickly that it seemed as if the person who had just cried and asked her to cherish him more was not him. He also threatened, if you dare to leave me, I will. Before he finished speaking, Seong-jila raised his hand and answered, I know, you can catch me and break my legs yourself. Stupid man, he always uses the same trick. Yin Junyo, Suddenly I felt so useless. Also, what does her expression that looks like she sees through him mean? Is he such a cruel person? However, her words do have the magic power to make him feel at ease. As long as she doesn't leave, everything will be fine. With peace of mind, Yin Junyo, who hadn't slept well for a few days, adjusted his sleeping position and was about to take her into his arms. But the person who was supposed to be in her arms was faster than him. Her well-proportioned and slender legs crossed over his waist, and with a little effort, she climbed onto him. Yin Junyo's phoenix eyes were half closed, with some vigilance. What are you doing? You want to be on top again. Don't even think about it. Seong-jila, whose intentions were seen through, had a flash of guilt in his fox eyes, and touched his nose. Who do you think I am? How could I have such an idea? I just want to ask. Zhang Qianer said someone to deliver a letter to ask me out in the evening. Can I leave the house tomorrow? Zhang Qianer is definitely a very useful helper in destroying the Xiang mansion. Even if Zhang Qianer didn't secretly send someone to find her in the evening, she would have wanted to find an excuse to ask her out. Yin Junyo reached out and grabbed her left hand that was restlessly reaching down. Go if you want to. When did the mansion restrict your freedom? His voice was as clear as usual, with a hint of hoarseness and mellowness before going to bed. Seong-jila withdrew his left hand and smiled awkwardly. Isn't it my intention to respect my husband first? Yin Junyo turned over, put her back in his arms, and nodded. Do you need to send a few more people to help you? Seong-jila, who had no meat to eat, suddenly slumped down. I'm not going to fight. Thinking that she was suppressing her nature for him again, he thought for a moment and encouraged her. It's okay. Fight if you want to, and I make up for it if you poke a hole in the sky. Inexplicably, Seong-jila was amused by his words. Come on, my God, poke it for me. It took him a long while to realize what she meant. His face turned red, and he took her back to his side and put her back in his arms again. He patted her back like he was coaxing a child to sleep, and said, as a matter of course, you are not capable of poking your sky, close your eyes, and go to sleep. Seong-jila popped his head out unwillingly. Really not giving it to me? It's been several days, isn't he hungry? You are not fully recovered yet. As he said that, Yin Junyo put her back in his arms again, and pulled down the bed curtain to block the light outside the bed. In the darkness, he seemed to sense the woman's depression. He turned over and let the woman lie on him, reminding her unintentionally. Is there any proof left? Xiangjila, who almost fell asleep, suddenly became alert. Fortunately, there was soup. Her mouth was half curled, and suddenly she remembered his refusal just now, and she was reluctant to get close. My hands can't move, come closer. Someone snorted proudly, lifted her up reluctantly, and kissed her cheeks on both sides of her face like she did before, then pressed down the back of her head skillfully, and kissed her mouth quickly. Xiangjila was finally satisfied this time. He kissed both sides immediately, and finally imprinted his thin lips. Seeing that the man still held her slender waist to let her fix it in front of his chest, and had no intention of letting her leave, she said in confusion. Isn't it proved? It's still half a year away. Chapter 263. Xiangjila was trying to make up the proof. Xian Yin and Dongren were not idle either. According to Xiangjila's instructions, they asked Chu Shan for some drugs and then, looking at the black and shiny hair in her hand, Dongren imitated the tone and voice that Xiangjila taught her during the day. Does Sister Tiange have to be so cruel? Although I don't like Master Zhaijio this. Master Zhaijio woke up and found that his hair was gone. He must have killed someone. Xian Yin immediately said sarcastically, What are you afraid of? Our young lady is pregnant with a nobleman's child. With that nobleman around, how dare this small businessman go to trouble our young lady? Besides, if his people hadn't come to collect the debt and empty the Xiang family's assets, would my young lady still not be able to marry her ideal husband? Mr. Mu, this is your chance to repay the favor. My young lady can't get married because the man you found is unreliable. Do you dare not listen to my young lady? Don't you want to vent my lady's anger? Dongren said helplessly, but, alas, it is indeed Gai Jui who broke his promise first. Never mind. Sister Tiange is like my own sister, who led Shai Jui offend my sweetheart. Listening to Dongren's words, Xian Yin couldn't help but shudder. It's too corny. Dongren glared at him, and Xian Yin immediately held back his laughter, and listened to Dongren continue to sing. You should greet that nobleman. I haven't finished my work, and I was called back by Sister Tiange with an urgent letter. How easy is it for me? After Dongren finished speaking, Xian Yin's expression changed in an instant, and he said arrogantly, Stop talking nonsense. If my young lady didn't know martial arts and the young master wasn't in good health, why would he need a mudleg like you? Zhaijioma slept very restlessly that night. In his dream, it seemed that someone was always talking about Sister Tiange, and wanted to cut his beautiful hair. But at that time, his eyelids couldn't be open no matter what. Until the sky was red, and the crowing of roosters sounded one after another. He opened his eyes tiredly. After waking up, his first reaction was when did he fall asleep on his stomach last night? His second reaction was to immediately reach out and touch his carefully maintained black hair. However, when he pushed his hair forward, his carefully maintained waist-length black hair now only reached the shoulder position, and could only be tied up with a hair crown. Come here. With a roar of anger with the momentum of a storm, the servants waiting outside filed in one after another. Seeing Zhaijioma's black hair that barely reached his shoulders, he could feel the undisguised majesty of the black-haired owner from far away at the door. The look on his face gradually changed from shock to horror. Without any reminder, they all knelt on the ground. The burly middle-aged man in the lead shook his beard and called out cautiously, Zhio? Jui? Even though he was still some distance away from his master, it did not affect his ability to hear the creaking of his master's knuckles. To be precise, everyone kneeling on the floor in the room could hear that voice that made their scalps numb. I don't know how long it took. Those who were on duty last night, stay, the rest, get out. His voice was not loud, and very calm as the eve of a storm. The people present who were on duty last night wanted to get out, but they couldn't. The people who didn't have to be on duty last night also wanted to get out. But their legs were weak, and they couldn't get up. Who can tell them? What kind of master is so wicked that he didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and actually came to cut other people's hair? The sun was shining brightly, and the envoys of the Great Phoenix were resting by the official road. Huang Fujing sat in his own armchair, looking at the beauty in front of him, who was wearing a delicate pink woven flowered cross-collared gauze long skirt, 2 luxurious hairpins in her chicken coop-like hair, tall and graceful, walking around without any manners, and with stiff movements. There was uncontrollable anger in her beautiful eyes. Stop shaking that hairpin on your forehead, it makes me dizzy, other people's hairpins are all in a proper manner, look at you. What kind of a thing is it? The beauty had a pair of beautiful fox eyes with upturned corners, 2 exaggerated rouges on her fair face, and lip balm that was bigger than her mouth on her thin and beautiful lips. At this time, she pushed her chest roughly, lifted her skirt, and turned to look at Huang Fujing. Her eyes were resentful. "Father, you have changed. You have now turned to the old man's camp." Huang Fujing felt guilty for a moment after being looked at by Huang Fuxiao, and cleared his throat. "If you want to live in the regent's mansion and see Xiaoxila every day, this is the only way. If he wants to go to the regent's palace, doesn't he also need to rely on the excuse of looking for his daughter? Besides, she has a brother in Kyoto. If you enter Kyoto with this face, it will immediately alert the enemy. It's better to be cautious." Thinking that he can see his sister more in Kyoto, Huang Fuxiao's tone softened a bit. "That's what I said, but someone has to help me dress up, right? Does he have to go to see Xiaoxila with this face? Does he have no face?" After looking his son up and down, Huang Fujing waved his hand with a twitch of his mouth. All right, now we don't have the conditions. In the wilderness, who cares how he dresses? Besides, if you walk out in this outfit, it's others you scare. What are you afraid of? It's not you who's pretending to be a woman, you must have said that." Huang Fuxiao didn't dare to refute Huang Fujing openly, and remembered that Ah Yin secretly laughed at him last night. He gritted his teeth and rudely lifted the sagging chest again, complaining, "Being a woman is really tiring and troublesome. No wonder you have to be supported by a maid." If he couldn't punish his father, could he not punish Ah Yin? Maid, that's right. Huang Fujing suddenly realized. No wonder I always felt something was missing. It turned out to be a maid. As he said that, he waved to Ah Yin, who was looking at her master not far away, and wanted to laugh, but pursed her lips and dared not laugh. "Come here." When Ah Yin walked in front of the two people nervously, Huang Fujing put Huang Fuxiao to Ah Yin's side, and let Ah Yin support Huang Fuxiao to walk a few steps. After the two of them supported each other, and turned around in front of him twice, Huang Fujing stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, I feel like a princess for a day. Ah Yin will also wear women's clothes with the young master from tomorrow, and learn some manners." Ah Yin, eh? If I had known, I would not have secretly laughed at the young master last night. He never dreamed that retribution would come so quickly. Chapter 264. When Xiaoxila brought Li Yu, Xiaoxi and Xian Yin to the private room in Baicui building, Zhang Qian'er had already been waiting in the room. As soon as they entered the room, a strong smell of perfume mixed with a faint stench of rottenness mercilessly penetrated Xiaoxila's nose. She frowned almost imperceptibly, and soon returned to her usual expression. Her eyes fell on Zhang Qian'er, who had stood up since she saw her enter the room. Today, Zhang Qian'er was wearing a half-worn light blue gauze dress embroidered with white orchid, and a plain veil hat, the veil of which had been completely lowered. Under the translucent veil, there was a face half covered by a gauze scarf. Below the eyes is a scarf, and above the eyes is a pair of beautiful eyes, but unfortunately the eyes have lost their former spirit. Through the translucent veil, she can vaguely see the black scars with pus and blood around Zhang Qian'er's eyes. TSK, what a pity for such a beautiful face. Xiaoxila looked at Zhang Qian'er, and Zhang Qian'er was also looking at Xiaoxila. She was wearing a light yellow cloud-patterned smoke-caged gauze, and next to the plain brocade waistband embroidered with delicate patterns was a crystal-clear warm jade. Under the soft and flowing skirt, there was a pair of soft-soled silk shoes with the same color and pattern as the waistband. Her face was flawless and white, and her fox eyes with slightly raised tails flashed a few cunning and smart eyes from time to time. Zhang Qian'er's eyes flashed a little dark. She quickly calculated in her heart. According to Xiaoxila's current situation, he could have rejected her invitation. But Xiaoxila did not refuse. Not only did he not refuse, he also showed up on time. It was enough to show that the purpose between the two of them was tacitly understood. She had to be patient and wait for Xiaoxila to speak first. The person who takes the initiative at the beginning is most likely to become passive. Then she can get the biggest bargaining chip for herself from the request made by Xiaoxila. With this plan, Zhang Qian'er tried to suppress the hatred in her heart, lowered her eyebrows and bowed to Xiaoxila. Her voice was soft. "Thank you, princess, for your help in marrying into the Xiang mansion." Xiaoxila raised his eyebrows slightly, and then smiled harmlessly and coldly. "Should I call you Zhang, or Miss Zhang? Zhang Qian'er's eyebrows were still submissive. "If the princess doesn't mind, you can just call me Qian'er." Qian'er? Was this a way to show her his attitude and show her goodwill? She didn't think Zhang Qian'er was a generous person. Xiaoxila raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes at all, and nodded gently. "Qian'er." Then she gestured to Zhang Qian'er to sit opposite her. After the two sat down, Xiaoxila called Li Yu, who had been frowning since entering the room, to his side and looked at Zhang Qian'er inquiringly. I let my friend sit down too, Sheer won't mind, right? Zhang Sheer said quickly. Sheer doesn't dare. Everything is up to the princess. Xiang Jila's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Okay. He invited Liu to sit next to him, and saw that Zhang Sheer looked like she was waiting for her to make the decision from beginning to end. Xiang Jila sneered and spoke slowly. Yesterday you sent someone to deliver a letter to me, saying that you had something to discuss. To be honest, I didn't want to talk to you at first. Her voice was cold and calm, as if she was stating something insignificant. Zhang Qian'er's hands, which were placed on her knees under the table, tightened slightly, and she did not speak. As if she had expected her silence, Xiang Jila's unhurried and cold voice came again in front of her. But I'm bored, and I want to have some fun, so I came to see what you want to keep secret. So, if you ask me out just to let me see what level you are at now, and you want to be around the bush and wait for me to say something, I'm sorry, I don't have the time to waste with you. After saying that, she really stood up, looking like she was ready to leave at any time. Zhang Qian'er didn't care about the chips or whether she was passive or not, and immediately stood up. Princess, please stay. Xiang Jila, who was about to turn around, stopped and didn't look back at her. Zhang Qian'er gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and finally decided to tell Xiang Jila what she was thinking. Cheer wants revenge. I hope the princess can help Qian'er. It was noon when Zhang Qian'er hurriedly left Baitsue building with Lingxi carrying a bag on her shoulder. After Zhang Qian'er left, Xiang Jila summoned a secret guard to follow and stare at Zhang Qian'er. After everything was arranged, she looked at Liu. Can you remove the poisonous leeches on her face? Maybe it was because her eyes were too bright, or maybe it was because the sunlight outside the window was too bright. Liu's cheeks couldn't help but get hot, and she nodded gently. Yes. The crisp and pleasant voice was still indistinguishable from male and female. However, Xiang Jila still noticed her abnormality at the first time, and couldn't help but reach out to touch her forehead. What's wrong with you? Why is your face suddenly so red? The slightly cool and soft palm touched her smooth forehead, and a sweet osmanthus fragrance came from the wings of her nose. With a boom, Liu's mind suddenly went blank. At this moment, she thought time was still, because she could only hear her heartbeat like a drum. The blush on her face spread uncontrollably to her ears. She hurriedly stood up and took 2 steps back. Her movement was too big, and she even overturned the chair. Xiang Jila looked at Liu, who was a few steps away from her, with a puzzled look on her face. She frantically took out the wooden rabbit in her arms, and pulled it a few times. She looked at her hand that was suspended in the air, thinking that Liu was bothered by her touch. She suddenly realized and quickly stood up to apologize. Sorry, I was so nervous that I forgot that you don't like others touching you. I will pay attention next time. After saying that, she very considerately moved away from Liu's sight, turned to Qiuxi and instructed, find a way to lead Prince Qing to the vicinity of Xiang Mansion. If he can't get out of bed, find someone to carry him to Xiang Mansion. Qiuxi took the order and left. Xian Yan immediately stepped forward to replace Qiuxi's position, bowed his head and said respectfully, Where are you going now, master? Xiang Jila looked down at the busy street from the window of the private room. He turned his head and looked at Liu, whose expression had gradually returned to normal, and then smiled at Xian Yan. It's a bit lively, I want to go and see it myself. The first step of cooperation, I hope Zhang Qian'er can show more sincerity in cooperation. In a delicate villa with red walls and green tiles in the north of the city. Since the dull sound of heavy objects hitting the flesh in the morning, a low breath has been lingering. The oppressive atmosphere around made Zhang Qian'er tense for no reason. This feeling was more uncomfortable than the first time she negotiated with Zhai Jioma. I don't know if it's my illusion. She always felt that there was a faint smell of blood behind the red lacquer gate of the exquisite villa. Even the smell of perfume on her body couldn't cover it up. She jumped off the carriage with shaking legs under the support of Lingxi. She accidentally glanced at the bundle with the corner of her eye. After seeing a few strands of hair overflowing from the bundle, her face became even paler. But thinking of the hell she had been through in the past few months, she took a deep breath and hid all the bad emotions in her eyes. As long as Xiang Jila was willing to cooperate with her, she would rush to give him her head, not to mention her hair. In the face of absolute strength, it is the most stupid thing to confront him head-on. What she has to do is to take advantage of the situation. By taking advantage of Xiang Jila's power, she overthrew the Zhang family and destroyed the Xiang family. Chapter 265. In the villa. After cleaning the bloodstains on the ground, Zhai Jioma lazily half lying on the beauty couch temporarily placed under the big tree in the courtyard, Two beautiful maids behind him were fanning him. His slender and white fingers were tangling the short hair in his hand. After a few turns, the short hair passed through his fingers. The aura around him suddenly became cold. The maids behind him served him even more cautiously. He did not give up and wrapped the short hair around his hand again. A masked tall man in black clothes stood respectfully in front of him. Seeing Zhai Jiumo playing with his hair, he dared not make a sound. Until a lazy and charming voice sounded in the air. "Speak, how about it?" Zhai Jiumo sat up from the beauty couch. The maid beside him immediately put down the exquisitely crafted satin fan, and put on his outer robe in a well-trained manner. The man in black immediately knelt on one knee respectfully. "My lord, the second lady of the Xiong family, Xiong Tiange, did have a casual relationship." The amorous peach blossom eyes were slightly half closed, hiding the murderous aura that flashed in the eyes. A casual relationship? Does that mean she is pregnant? It seems that what the people said last night is true. The Prince of Qing is the brother of the Emperor of Dahuang, so he is a noble man. The man in black bowed his head and replied respectfully, I deserve to die. I didn't see whether she was pregnant, and the people of the Xiong family didn't seem to know whether the second lady of the Xiong family was pregnant." After a pause, the man in black added, "I guess that the King of Qing should not know the existence of the child, otherwise, he would not have completely ignored the second lady of the Xiong mansion." Zhai Jiumo lowered his eyes. When he first found that his hair was twisted, he was really angry, and wanted to send someone to the Xiong mansion to kill the woman immediately. But after calming down and thinking about it, it felt wrong. Generally speaking, if someone dares to openly express his difficulties when doing bad things, it is likely that he is trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. As long as he is a little impulsive, he will become a knife in someone else's hands at any time. But his hair couldn't be cut in vain, so he immediately sent people to Xiong's house to continue collecting debts. In addition to collecting debts, he also asked his people to find his hair back. By the way, he sent people to investigate the credibility of the conversation between those people last night. If what those people said was true, he could kill people everywhere. So he waited patiently for the whole morning. Unexpectedly, the result he waited for at noon was like this. However, all is fair in war. It is also possible that the other party guessed his speculation and did the opposite. Knowing that he would not give up, he would definitely find someone to investigate, and then he would find someone to give some half-true and half-false information. For example, the matter between Prince Qing and the second lady of the Xiong family, were they together? His guess was that they were definitely together. Because no noble lady in Kyoto would be willing to joke about her reputation when she was innocent. In this way, the second information was established naturally. No matter whether the second information was true or not, as long as the matter was exposed, Prince Qing must be responsible. With this guess, he, who prided himself on being smart, immediately connected the cause and effect of the matter. First of all, he was sure Mu Junyan must have a relationship with the Xiong mansion, and must have a relationship with the second lady of the Xiong mansion, otherwise Mu Junyan would not have troubled him again and again because of the Xiong mansion's betrothal gift. Secondly, I heard from the mean maid yesterday that the second lady of the Xiong mansion emptied the Xiong mansion's family because his people came to collect debts, causing her to be unable to pay the dowry and marry. As far as he knew, the second lady of the Xiong mansion had reached the age of marriage for several months, and the Regent princess was 16 when she married into the Regent mansion. Well, it seemed reasonable. Could he also understand that she was just impatient, but couldn't get married, so she took it out on him? Haha, treating him as a soft persimmon will not end well. Just when Zhai Jiumo was about to send someone to kidnap Xiong Tiange again, the doorman came to report that a lady who claimed to be from the Xiong mansion came to return something to Jui. Thinking of his own beautiful hair, Zhai Jiumo did not delay at all. After the maid tied up his hair and put on his clothes, he strode to the front hall. In the front hall, Zhang Qianer sat upright and reservedly. On the rosewood table beside her was an already opened bundle. On the bundle, a bunch of neatly arranged, shiny black hair lay quietly. She felt an invisible sense of oppression behind her, and instinctively looked back. Zhai Jiumo was looking at the long hair beside her with sinister eyes. Zhang Qianer immediately stood up and said to him, "Master Zhai Jiu, there was a misunderstanding. Qianer was ordered to come here to explain. My little aunt is young and ignorant. I hope Master Jiu will be magnanimous and not offend me." Her voice was a little hurried, as if she was afraid that if she spoke slowly, Zhai Jiumo would reject her. In fact, only Zhang Qianer herself knew that her heart was about to jump out of her throat because of fear, and even the silk handkerchief in her hand was soaked with cold sweat from the palm of her hand. She didn't understand why the man in front of her was so oppressive when he was just a businessman. Even her father, who had been an official for more than 10 years, might not have his majesty. Jai Jioma looked at his carefully groomed hair lying quietly on the table like a broom tail, his fists clenched so tightly that they made a clack sound. He spoke each word as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "Hand over that bitch, and we can let this matter go." His heart was bleeding. His hair. His black, smooth and fragrant hair. Before he could finish mourning for his hair, Zhang Qian'er spoke in embarrassment. "Master Zhaijiu, everything else is fine, but I will never hand my aunt over to you. I will never hand her over." Zhai Jioma raised his eyebrows and sneered, with murderous intent looming in his eyes. "Let's not talk about the fact that your Xiong mansion owes me money, and has been dragging on paying it back. And now you are twisting my hair. This new hatred and old hatred add up." Chapter 266. The terrifying feeling around her became more and more real, and Zhang Qian'er was afraid that she would not be able to leave the villa alive. Before Zhai Jioma finished speaking, she quickly interrupted him according to Xiong Jila's instructions. "Although it is impossible to make friends, Jui can try to ask for marriage in person. If you can turn hostility into friendship and conflict into a happy event, wouldn't it be a good thing?" When she said this, Zhang Qian'er felt like she was dreaming, and she regretted it after she finished speaking. Could it be that Xiong Jila wanted to use Zhai Jioma to kill her? Propose to marry her? Since seeing his lifeless hair, the coldness in Zhai Jioma's peach blossom eyes has never faded. After hearing Zhang Qian'er's lies in front of him asking him to marry Xiong Tiange, he couldn't help laughing. The eyes were evil, and the tone was cold. "Do you think your Xiong family is a rich and powerful family? Propose to marry her? You have a big appetite." "But," this woman reminded him, "didn't Xiong Tiange take it out on him because she couldn't get married due to the loan sharking? The baby is secretly pregnant. Such a happy event. Everyone must know about it." Happy? His thoughts turned, and the terrifying aura on his body subsided a little. "Are you sure the Xiong family will agree?" This slightly relaxed attitude, but still wanting to kill Xiong Tiange, was exactly the same as Xiong Jila's guess. Was it luck? Or did Xiong Jila already know this Zhai Jui? Zhang Qian'er, who was originally skeptical of Xiong Jila's words, nodded quickly. Continued to speak according to Xiong Jila's instructions. "We had a bad relationship with Master Jiu before, and Xiong Mansion wanted to find an opportunity to mend the relationship with Master Jiu. Since Master Jiu didn't give up, Xiong Mansion dared not to make trouble. If it weren't for the fact that her face was really shameful, she would have wanted to lift the veil to let Zhai Jioma see her sincere eyes. In fact, Xiong Mansion didn't take Zhai Jioma, a businessman, seriously at first. After all, everyone knew that a small businessman could never bully a court official. However, there are always exceptions in reality. When Xiong Shi discovered that Zhai Jioma, a businessman who seemed to have some background, had a deeper network of relationships than himself, who had been an official for more than 10 years. His first reaction was that it was fake. It must be fake. He immediately reported to the Jing Zhaoyin, suing Zhai Jioma for lending money at too high an interest rate and slandering the Xiong Mansion to infringe on the property of the Xiong Mansion, hoping that the Jingji government office would strictly investigate and deal with it. Unexpectedly, the Jing Zhaoyin sent someone to reply to him soon. The general meaning of the words was, the government office had sent people to collect evidence according to his statement, and Zhai Jioma cooperated very well and provided a series of documents and lists of his voluntary transactions with the Xiong Mansion, one by one, clearly listed, without any ambiguity. The Dehuang law has already detailed that the money borrowed is for emergency relief, not for poverty relief. Therefore, if Zhai Jioma lends money borrowed to poor people, the Jingji government office has the right to arrest him. However, the Xiong family is not a poor family, and Xiong Shi is a third-rank official in the court and still breaks the law. It is really a case of one side willing to fight, and the other side willing to be beaten. If Lord Xiong wants to get the notice back, he can only go to the emperor in person, bypassing the Jingji county office. Xiong Shi was completely frozen in place at that time. When Lingxi danced and imitated Xiong Shi's demeanor to her, she was actually very happy in her heart. Although she knew that what happened in the north of the city was inevitably caused by Zhai Jioma. But it didn't matter. The months of purgatory had already worn away her pride and innocence. It was ridiculous that a woman's love for a man could turn into hatred so easily. What was even more ridiculous was that many things could be figured out by her, as long as she used her brain a little. But she had to fall into a big fall before she understood. She blamed herself for being blind and falling for Xiong Yuan and trusting Xiong Tiange, that bitch. She foolishly acted as the external force she had mentioned to deal with Xiong Jila. As a result, Xiong Jila saw through her intention and used his own method to fight back. It's not that she didn't hate Xiang Zila, but compared to Xiang Zila, who she couldn't touch for the time being, she hated Xiang Yun and Xiang Tinga more. When she was first poisoned by leeches, the Zhang family was actually willing to find a doctor to treat her. Although for the Zhang family, daughters, whether legitimate or illegitimate, were just tools to win over court officials. She herself understood that the reason why she had been valued by her father in the past few years was because Qin Wenyan Beima liked her at the beginning. Unfortunately, she was very proud at that time. She knew that the king of Qin could not have only one wife, so she fell in love with Xiang Yun, the clean-looking boy. Unfortunately, the cleaner something looks, the dirtier it is. This is true for Xiang Yun and Xiang Tinga. At first, she actually had hope for Xiang Tinga. On the 5th day of being poisoned by leeches, after learning that her face was completely beyond repair, and that the king of Qin had never come to visit her, the Zhang family abandoned her without hesitation. Even after knowing her original motive, he was afraid that Xiang Zila's incident would offend the regent and thus implicate the Zhang family. His father, the Minister of Personnel, actually personally ordered to give her a quick death. Oh, how ironic. I thought that the emperor's family was ruthless, but I didn't expect that the family of an official would be so cold. If she hadn't bit the hand that was about to give her medicine like a madman. And because her mother arrived in time and knelt in front of her father. And she also deliberately pretended to be crazy. I'm afraid Zhang Qianer is long gone in this world. After saving her life, she immediately sent Lingxi to find Xiang Tinga. Her purpose was simple. She wanted Xiang Tinga to think of a way to preserve her appearance, and she would let bygones be bygones for the rest. Unexpectedly, Xiang Tinga actually said such shameless words as it's all her own fault. In that case, you go back first and ask the Xiang mansion to prepare, and I will come to visit in person later. Zhai Jiomo's calm voice instantly brought back her surging memories. Zhang Qianer didn't dare to stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Zhai Jiomo, she took Lingxi back to the carriage. It was not until the carriage had gone a long way that she realized that a thick layer of cold sweat had already climbed up her back. It was clearly early summer, but she still couldn't help but feel cold all over. Miss? Lingxi's slightly anxious call came to her ears. Zhang Qianer quickly came back to her senses. What's wrong? I was going to ask you what's wrong. I've called you several times. Zhang Qianer looked at the maid who had always been loyal to her, and her tone was a little more patient. Nothing, just thinking about something. Hearing that her tone was normal, Lingxi finally put her mind at ease. So are we going back to Xiang Mansion now? Remembering the dozen or so fierce thugs she ran into when she went out, Zhang Qianer's face hidden behind the scarf showed a rare bit of spirit. Go back. How can I watch the fun if I don't go back? Chapter 267. The Dungeon of the Regent's Palace. Screams came one after another. Blood was everywhere. Yin Junyo was wearing a dark-colored cloud-patterned waisted robe, and his deep eyes were like a calm ancient well. When he looked at the thing in front of him that didn't look like a human, it was as if he was looking at a dead person. Chu Shan said coldly behind him, "This is your last chance. If you don't say it this time, it will be useless to regret it later." The thing in front of Yin Junyo moved. In the end, no sound came out. Chu Shan. Yin Junyo called out to the person behind him. Chu Shan understood and immediately ordered, "Drag him away, don't let him have such a good time." After leaving the dungeon, Chu Shan followed Yin Junyo step by step. "Your Majesty, you don't have to go there in person. It's strange to say that if it was other torturers, the prince would never take it seriously. Only the spies stationed in Kyoto by the Pingnan Palace, the prince would personally watch and force the confession, for fear of missing any words spoken by those spies." Yin Junyo paused. Chu Shan thought he had listened to him, so he tried harder to persuade him. "What I mean is that your time is precious. Isn't the princess back yet?" Chu Shan choked in the middle of his words. He almost choked to death. "Your Majesty, can you change the subject less next time?" He glanced at the sun, which was already in the middle of the sky and very dazzling. He shook his head respectfully at Yin Junyo. "Not yet. But at noon, Chiosi came back and said that the princess was going to join in the fun today and would be back home later." Join in the fun? Did something special happen in Kyoto today? Even he didn't know. Thinking of the leech in that mansion, Chu Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. "It's just a small matter. Not long after the princess went out in the morning, the Xiang mansion was chased for debt. I guess the princess probably went to join in the fun. It's not new for the Xiang mansion to be chased for debt. I haven't seen her join in the fun before." Thinking carefully, the secret guards have been frequently not doing their job recently. Xian Yin and Dong Ren were sent out again last night. Yin Junyuo's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Without saying a word, he walked towards the gate of the palace with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the gate of Xiang Mansion was already crowded with people who were watching the excitement. In the front yard, more than a dozen burly men who looked fierce were confronting Su. Around the two groups of people were the servants of Xiang Mansion, who were lying on the ground and wailing. Among the burly men, there was a young man in a gray shirt with a slightly kinder face and a bookish air. That tall and thin figure and special temperament made him stand out among the group of tall and strong men. He stepped forward, bowed to Su, and said politely, "Madam Xiang, it is clearly written in black and white that it was your Xiang Mansion that borrowed money from our ninth master. Now you have been dragging your feet and not returning it. This is already against the rules. Even if you want to sue the officials, you will not be justified. Look at you all still wearing silk and satin, with hairpins and rings all over your hair. It is obvious that you have money, but are deliberately not returning it." At this point, the gray-shirt young man's eyes were cold, but his tone was very helpless. "Since the ninth master asked me to come here, I certainly don't want to fight with you, but your non-cooperation makes it difficult for us to do anything." The people watching the excitement outside the door started to speak up. "I heard that the Xiangfu's wedding was quite grand, but I didn't expect it to be just a show. That is to say, when they offered the betrothal gift to the Grand Tutor's mansion, they were so arrogant that they patted their chests and promised the Grand Tutor's mansion in the street that they could raise more if it was not enough. TSK. I don't know where they got the confidence from. I guess the Grand Tutor's mansion must be regretting it now." He secretly glanced at the common people outside the door, who stretched their necks to look inside. Su's mouth raised an arc and then lowered it, changing her usual smooth and worldly manner when facing other people. She gently tucked her eyes with a silk handkerchief and spoke with a sob. "Don't talk nonsense. Although my Xiang family is not a scholarly family, we are also officials. How could we do such a thing? Besides, the betrothal gifts and money we used for the wedding were all purchased by the Regent Princess herself. There is really no reason." Before Su finished speaking, the gray-shirt young man interrupted him with a sarcasm. "How many thieves admit that they are thieves? Is this woman okay? Such a simple way of shifting the blame. Do you really think he can't see it?" Su choked. Then her voice suddenly rose. "What do you mean?" The young man in gray shirt didn't talk to her anymore, nor did he get entangled with her. Instead, he turned to look at the strong man behind him and said with a smile, "It seems that we can't reach an agreement. Let's move to Xiang Mansion today." After the words fell, the well-trained strongmen responded loudly yes, and then entered the house one after another, and took out the valuables when they saw them. The servants who had finally climbed up from the ground couldn't stop them at all. Su's face turned pale, and she shouted angrily, "Are you going to rebel? You dare to break into the residence of a court official?" The gray-shirt young man raised his eyelids and said with a fake smile, "Madam Xiang, the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. If you can borrow money and not pay it back because you are court officials, then other adults can also follow your example and use their official positions to pressure us when they come to collect debts. Then why should we lend money at high interest?" He was obviously just a gray-shirt scholar, but Su felt an invisible pressure on him. The pressure was pressing on him. At this moment, Su felt like he was abandoned by the whole world. Even when Su was Xiangxi's mistress, she had never been so isolated and helpless as she was now. Xiangxi had not returned yet. Zhong Xiuxiu had entered the palace. Xiang Yun was ill. Zhang Qianer was missing. Xiang Tiange was still waiting to be married, and the remaining Xiang Wenji and Xiang Lai were still children, and they were of no help at all. At this time, it seemed that the only person who could be used was Xiang Jila, the ungrateful bitch. She saw the strong men taking her things and walking out under her nose. She didn't know where she got the courage from, and she roared at the group of strong men. "Put your things down. This is the mother's home of the Regent Princess. How dare you be rude to the Regent?" Seeing that the strong men seemed to be afraid, Su's expression became arrogant. "Even if it was our Xiang Mansion that borrowed the money, so what? My son-in-law is the regent of the current dynasty. If you know what's good for you, put your things down and write off the debt. Otherwise, I will let the regent come in person. Then you will be in trouble." Xiang Jila, who had rushed to the crowd with Liu in her veil, suddenly heard her man being called. Her face immediately became gloomy, and even her body began to linger with a faint pressure. She immediately turned her head and glanced at the two civilian-dressed secret guards not far away from the crowd. The secret guard understood, nodded respectfully, and immediately squeezed into the crowd. Chapter 268. When Sue said this, the gray-shirted young man was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Sue as if he was looking at a fool. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I still want to live. After saying this, he waved his hand and ordered, "Be quick." At this time, in the crowd, two people were about to start talking, but they were covered and dragged out of the crowd. The people who were unaware of the little episode behind them began to talk again. Oh my god, Madame Xiang is so bold that she dared to bring up the name of the regent so openly. Isn't this blatantly saying that the regent is bullying others by taking advantage of his power? But the Xiang family has been chased for debts for so long, and we haven't seen the regent's mansion come forward. At this time, a clear, pleasant and androgynous voice in the crowd attracted the attention of the people around. Is it possible that the Xiang family did something to offend the princess, so the regent ignored them? The veiled Xiang Jila looked at the person next to her, who was half a head shorter than her in surprise. The man seemed to have noticed something, looked at Xiang Jila indifferently, then turned his head to look elsewhere, holding the wooden rabbit tightly in his hand. At this moment, another clear voice in the crowd echoed that voice. I think it's possible. Do you remember the vegetable farmer Asen who delivered vegetables to Xiang Mansion? He hasn't delivered vegetables in the past 2 years, and his son took over. Another deeper voice responded, I remember, the vegetable farmer Asen picked up a little girl covered in blood from the mountain and sent her back to Xiang Mansion. I watched at the time. The vegetable farmer Asen said that it was the eldest daughter of Xiang Mansion. At that time, the eldest daughter of the Xiang family seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old. The Xiang family seemed to say that the eldest daughter was naughty, and sneaked to the mountain to play, and accidentally rolled down the rocks. Before he could finish, another rough voice interrupted him, and even the tone was a little heavier. Sneak to the mountain to play? Bullshit, it was freezing cold, and adults might not be willing to go out at night, let alone a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Did so many people know about what happened back then? Xiang Jila looked back in surprise. Over the crowd, her sight fell on a tea house not far from the Xiang Mansion. Opposite the entrance of the tea house, there is a wonton stall with a simple tint. On the stall, a luxurious and familiar dark figure glowed softly in the scattered sunlight. The exquisite figure was out of tune with the simple stall, but it made Xiang Jila's nose sore for no reason. At this time, another voice in the crowd spoke weakly. I heard that this Madame Xiang is a concubine. Is it possible that, if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather? The stepmother can't tolerate the son of the original wife, and the biological father indulges the stepmother to throw the child to the mountain? As soon as the voice finished speaking, the crowd suddenly fell silent, followed by a series of gasps. At this moment, they all imagined in their minds a drama, in which a concubine used a trick to force the wife's child to death. In a corner of the back alley of Xiang Mansion, Xian Yan covered his face, holding a short dagger in his hand, and skillfully wielded a knife in front of 2 people who were tied up and gagged. The 2 men looked to be in their early 20s, each wearing a light-colored woven gauze robe and a headband of the same color and material. They did not look like poor people in terms of their clothes. However, the 2 of them were probably often idle in the past. Although they didn't look like rats, they didn't give people a good impression. In their 2 pairs of not small eyes, the look in the bottom of their eyes was distracted, and occasionally a few cunning lights flashed. Their skin was dark, and their noses were short and flat with upturned nostrils, and a few nose hairs were sticking out. Typical nouveau riche. Tell me, who gave you the courage to dare to make up stories about the regent princess in public? Hearing this, the 2 of them widened their eyes in horror and shook their heads. They are not. They didn't. If they did, don't say anything. Seeing their frightened and hesitant expressions, Xian Yan skillfully put the thin blade of the dagger on the face of one of the people wearing a light gray woven gauze robe. In fact, even if you don't tell me, I know it's the woman from Xiang Mansion, right? The gray-shirted man clearly felt the sharpness and coldness of the dagger, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Because the trembling was too large, Xian Yan didn't have time to do anything, and the dagger cut a small cut on the man's face. The man felt a sharp pain on his face, and his eyes rolled back. His body softened, and he fell to the ground powerlessly. And where he had just stood, a pool of water with a foul smell appeared. Xian Yan frowned in disdain and looked up at another person, who had not fainted, wearing a dark green gauze robe. Seeing that the man was about to faint after closing his eyes, she immediately put the dagger to his neck. The voice was calm. Dizzy, why are you not fainting? The man's eyes were red, and he had already broken into a cold sweat because of fear. Almost at the same time, the thing that was blocking his mouth was taken out. And the voice of the person who took the thing out of his mouth was as calm as before. If you don't faint, then tell the truth obediently. After explaining clearly, I will tell you to do something. After hearing that there was something to do, the man's eyes lit up quickly. It's okay as long as he doesn't die. In his current situation, it's more than just telling the truth and doing something. Even if the person in front of him only gave him half a penny to sell his ancestors, he would definitely nod without hesitation. Behind the gate of Xiang Mansion, Xiangxi, who had just returned from the court, saw that the mansion was so lively, and immediately reported it to Jing Zhaoyin. However, it was not very useful. The arrival of Jing Zhaoyin only increased the number of people watching the excitement. Just when Xiangxi and Su Shi were both fuming, Zhang Qianer pushed through the crowd and returned to Xiangxi and Su Shi leisurely. Seeing Zhang Qianer's nonchalant demeanor, Su immediately questioned her. Zhang, how big is your heart? Such a big thing happened in the mansion, and you still have the mind to go out and hang out. Zhang Qianer did not answer Su's words. But she quickly found the young man in gray among the people moving things. She tried her best to walk in front of the young man in gray with her best manners, and nodded slightly to him. Thank you for troubling Mr. Chen to make this trip. I have personally apologized to Mr. Zhaijio. Mr. Zhaijio will arrive at Xiang Mansion later. I wonder if Mr. Chen can have someone restore the things that have been moved to their original places to keep Xiang Mansion respectable. After saying that, she turned her head, and glanced at Lingxi behind her. Lingxi immediately took out a wooden sign, with a finger width, and a big red tassel from her sleeve pocket, and held it in front of the young man with both hands. The young man in gray shirt naturally recognized the wooden sign, so after taking it, he did not make it too difficult for Zhang Qianer. He turned around and said lightly, "Put your things back in place, and wait for Master Jiu." Chapter 269. While waiting, Xiangxi went back to change his court robes. Zhang Qianer seemed to be afraid of something and suggested to Su that it would be better to deal with such family affairs behind closed doors. She had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted mercilessly by Su. "What do you mean by closed doors? I just want everyone to see what Xiangxi has done to our Xiang Mansion." When she said this, she snorted coldly, with a mocking tone. "She has caused her mother's family to be in turmoil, but she has a soft bed and pillows. I don't know if she can sleep at night." Xiangxi, who was mixed in the crowd and had relatively good hearing, said. If it wasn't because she rode a horse that day, Yin Zhenyu felt sorry for her and didn't want to touch her before she fully recovered. She would have almost no time to sleep at night. In the crowd, the people's whispered discussions were heard. It was nothing more than whether she was really ungrateful or the Xiang family had gone too far. Xian Yin returned to her side calmly and nodded to her. Xiangxila's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Not long after, a low-key ebony carriage slowly entered the sight of the onlookers. Next to the carriage were 4 servants wearing pure black clothes and holding long sticks, who looked like guards. Under everyone's attention, a young man, with a purple gold crown on his hair, wearing a waisted robe with fiery red embroidered complex patterns, a palm-sized exquisite golden abacus hanging around his neck, and sheepskin boots on his feet got off the carriage neatly on the horse stool after the carriage stopped. The jewels and precious stones all over his body could not conceal the unique scholarly aura of the man. His eyebrows were long and his eyes were full of passion. His face was like a jade crown, and his mouth was like red wine. Everyone was stunned. This look, this elegance. I'm afraid only the king of Qin can compare with him. Just when everyone was wondering which nobleman came to Xiang Mansion at this time to confront that Master Zhaijio, the young man in gray, who was giving orders in Xiang Mansion just now, had already stood respectfully in front of him. Master Jiu. The man nodded slightly, and led by the gray-shirted young man, he walked quickly to the back of Xiang Mansion with the servants, who had just been guarding the carriage. It was not until Zhaijiomo entered Xiang Mansion that someone in the crowd squeezed out a voice in disbelief. Oh my god, this man is the head of the Lone Shark? Oh my god, I heard about Master Zhaijio before, and I thought he was a violent man with scars all over his face. After seeing Master Zhaijio, I found that I seemed to be more violent than him. In the crowd, Xiangxi, who had dealt with Zhaijiomo several times and knew how much Zhaijiomo liked to dress like a scholar, could hardly imagine how determined he was when he dressed up in such a dazzling array of jewels. However, to be fair, doesn't Zhaijiomo look much better in red than in white? It's just, thinking of his beautiful hair that barely reached his shoulders, and the luxurious purple gold crown on his head, Xiangxi couldn't help but smile maliciously. I'm really worried that he will get excited, and the crown will fall off. Backyard, Tianga Garden. Xiang Tianga tried to wrap a few more strips of cloth around her waist to tighten her belly. Morning sickness made her look more delicate than before. After knowing that she was pregnant, she had thought about aborting the child. But as soon as the idea came out, she stopped. She was unwilling. Since she had paid, then her gains must be equal to or higher than her efforts to count. Originally, she thought of using the beauty trap that day, just pretending to sleep with Yin Beimao, and let Yin Beimao help get her mother out of jail. Unexpectedly, something went wrong in the middle of the process. Her high-grade incense was replaced with cheap and strong aphrodisiac. When she reacted, Yin Beimao had already drunk a few mouthfuls. She wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to escape. She tried to get the backup drug from her clothes, but she was no match for Yin Beimao, who knew martial arts. Before she could get the drug, her clothes were torn to pieces, and her most precious thing was taken away by Yin Beimao at that moment. There was nothing she could do. She could only endure the pain of being torn apart, and listen to Xiang Jila, who Yin Beimao had called all night. If she just covered herself with a blanket and slept for a while, saving her mother would be enough for her. But their night was not simple. Saving her mother was not enough. Unfortunately, since saving her mother, Yin Beimao seemed to hate her, and was determined not to have anything to do with her. He did not even come out for Zhong Xiuxiu's invitation. In order to see him, she pestered Zhong Xiuxiu, the brainless woman, to take her into the palace to create an encounter with him. He discovered and dodged every time. After several times, Queen Mother Zhong discovered her motives, and ordered Zhong Xiuxiu not to bring her into the palace without summoning her. Unable to find someone to replace her medicine, and unable to see Yin Beimao, Xiang Tiange felt like he was going crazy during that time. Fortunately, after more than a month, she discovered the abnormality of her body. Her intuition told her that the piece of meat in her belly was definitely a bargaining chip that could allow her to enter the Qing palace. No one in the palace, including Su, knew that she was good at medicine and poison. This might be her chance. Thanks to the 8-year-old Xiang Jila, who kindly took a ragged blind beggar woman when she was 7 years old. She was bored and wanted to have fun, so she just wanted to hurt the blind beggar woman and frame Xiang Jila so that her father could teach her a lesson. Unexpectedly, the blind beggar woman thought she was Xiang Jila. When thanking her, she said that she guessed that her life in the mansion must be very difficult, so she taught her how to raise poisons and make poisons so that she could protect herself. During that period, in addition to secretly studying medical theory and toxicology every day, she also had to find ways to plot against Xiang Jila every day so that she could not contact the blind beggar woman. She was really exhausted. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After a month of study, her foundation was stable, and the blind beggar woman only left her a sentence: poison can harm people, but it can also save people. In a moment, life and death are at stake, and left without saying goodbye. In the end, she naturally did not take the blind beggar woman to heart. After all, she did not save the person, and she learned what she should learn. In the end, where the person went, whether he was dead or not, was not her concern. If he really died, it was Xiang Jila who committed the sin. What did Xiang Tiange have to do with her? Chapter 270. When she thought of Xiang Jila, she couldn't help but think of those exquisite and noble headgear. Those things were originally hers. If she had known that Xiang Jila was coming to take the headgear away that day, she would have poisoned it long ago, but unfortunately, the more she thought about it, the more indignant she felt. Her lower abdomen moved slightly from inside to outside. Xiang Tiange took a deep breath and tightened the cloth strips. Outside the closed door, Hongdo's cautious voice came. "Miss, someone came from the front yard and said he wanted to marry you." The master wanted to agree, but the lady didn't agree. Someone came to ask her to marry him. Xiang Tiange paused slightly while wrapping the cloth strips around her. Who is this person? It seems to be... Hongdo tapped her head outside the closed door and tried to recall. Jiu Yi. Those people called the man in red clothes Jiu Yi. Jiu Yi? Shy Jiu Yi? Xiang Tiange shuddered. A layer of cold sweat inexplicably climbed up her back. Hongdo didn't know, she couldn't have not known. That Jiu Yi, wasn't he the lowly businessman who sent thugs to collect debts every day and smelled of money? According to legend, that man was as strong as a bear, as ugly as a demon, and he would kill a woman every night. These are not the main points. The main point is... Hongdo said that the master wanted to agree, but the lady disagreed. How could his father do that? How could he agree to marry her to that lowly businessman for just a few million taels? Thinking of those lowly men in business, who were all greasy and fat, Xiang Tiange's stomach churned. Trying hard to suppress the discomfort in her stomach, she took 2 steps at a time and walked to the door and opened it. "Hurry, help me dress up before I go." "No, let's go find my brother first." In the front yard, Zhai Jioma sat cross-legged on the armchair carried behind him by the servants, his slender hands supporting his smooth jaw, his body slightly leaning forward, with a sense of laziness and leisure, just like a master. Just now, Zhai has made the conditions very clear. As for whether you agree or not, please discuss it and give me an answer. Zhai doesn't have that much time to waste here. In the crowd, because of Zhai Jiomo's proposal, the enthusiasm of the onlookers reached an unprecedented high. Everyone was curious and wanted to move forward. Finally, the officials of Jingzhou Prefecture could no longer bear it and stepped forward to close the gate to isolate all the people. They were stopped by Su. No one is allowed to close it. Because of her excitement, Su's voice was a little sharp and particularly harsh. The onlookers outside the door started to discuss again. Is Madame Xiang sick? I think she is seriously ill. Everyone hopes that the family's dirty laundry will not be exposed to the public, but she is eager to expose it. Just now you said shamelessly that this is the Regent Princess's mother's family. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Regent Princess? But then again, this Regent Princess is really tolerant. Her mother's family has been bullied like this, but she can still ignore it. She is simply cold-blooded. Humph, it's not just cold-blooded, it's worse than beasts. It is said that there are no parents who are not good in the world. No matter how bad the Xiang mansion is to her, it is the place where she was raised since she was a child. I didn't expect that this villain would even forget his own surname after climbing up the social ladder. Hey, brother, you seem to know the relationship between the Regent Princess and the Xiang mansion very well. Can you tell us about it? Yes, we want to know too. Hearing the crowd's comments that they all sided with the Xiang mansion and attacked Xiang Jila, Su's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Her people finally worked. The dark figure on the wonton stall disappeared at some point, which made Xiang Jila a little disappointed. When Zhai Jioma arrived, Xiang Jila took Liu and Xian Yin to retreat to a dark alley to wait for Qiuxi. After about half an instant's stick of time, Qiuxi finally came to join them. I am sorry for my poor performance, and for keeping the princess waiting for a long time. Xiang Jila supported Qiuxi, who bowed to her. Is it done? Qiuxi nodded. Prince Qing is unwilling to leave the palace, and perhaps he is afraid of being beaten. The security of Prince Qing's palace today is stricter than I imagined. I can't tie him up for a while, so I have to pretend to be a maid of Prince Qing's palace and reveal the fact that Master Shijiao came to ask for the second lady of Xiang's palace, and hinted indirectly that Xiang's palace has been collecting 2 doses of pregnancy-preserving medicine recently. After listening to Qiuxi's report, Xiang Jila's fox eyes immediately flashed with a hint of sarcasm. It's too obscure. Yin Beimao won't associate it with me. Do you have any other explicit hints? Qiuxi thought for a while. My subordinates also mentioned that the second lady of the Xiang mansion has been staying indoors recently, and always sends her maids to buy sour plums. Sour plums, as the name suggests, are a kind of candied fruit that is so sour that it makes your teeth soft. It is usually used to stop vomiting when pregnant women have severe morning sickness. If the King of Qing still can't hear such an obvious hint, then it can't be blamed on her poor hinting. It's obvious that the person who understands it is not smart enough. Very good. Xiang Jila's face was full of smiles, his eyes were cold. After watching the excitement for so long, it's time to join in the fun. When Xiang Tiange, wearing a veil, followed the pale Xiang Yun to the front yard, he was immediately attracted by the man in red sitting on the armchair. Behind the man were more than a dozen well-trained thugs, and beside him was a young man in a gray shirt. Even with all the jewels on his body, he could not hide his outstanding and elegant temperament. When his amorous peach blossom eyes glanced at Xiang Qi, there was a sense of majesty in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to be a bit inferior to Yin Beimao. Didn't they say that Master Shijiao came to the house? Could it be? This outstanding man in red is the Master Shijiao, who is as strong as a bear, as ugly as a demon, and kills a woman every night. With this guess, Xiang Tiange's mind instantly filled in a story that Master Shijiao's people accidentally glimpsed her beauty when collecting debts, and reported to Master Shijiao. Since then, Master Shijiao has been sending people to collect debts in an attempt to attract her attention. It feels like the man in red has been looking at him since he showed up. Thinking of his own beauty, Xiang Tiange suddenly felt more confident. The look she gave Zhai Jioma was also full of pity. No matter how outstanding he looked and how rich he was just a businessman. It was a pity for his good-looking face and his hard work. She would never fall in love with him. Thinking of this, she blurted out. Master Shijiao, Gur is still young now. She just wants to be with her parents and doesn't want to get married so soon. While she was talking, she didn't forget to secretly take a look at Zhai Jiomo's outfit. TSK, the things on his body were exquisite and valuable, but it was far from the betrothal gift that the Regent King gave to Xiang Jila. Zhai Jiumo, who had been keeping his eyes on Xiang Tiange since she appeared, changed his mind about proposing when he heard Xiang Tiange say, "I just want to be with my parents," in a pretentious tone. Is this the woman who let Mu Junyan twist her hair? Such a brainless behavior, saying such disgusting words. How blind was Yin Beima to have anything to do with such a woman? Resisting the urge to kill her, Zhai Jiumo didn't even bother to smile, and just glanced at her lightly with his sparkling peach blossom eyes. "Miss Xiang, we meet again." Again? Have they met before? Xiang Tiange frowned slightly. Just as she was about to meet his gaze, she suddenly found that she was blocked by a not very tall figure in front of her. "Zhai Jiumo, don't try to get Gur." The speaker was Xiang Yun. Just now, Gur told him that Zhai Jui had taken a fancy to her, and her father also wanted to give her to Zhai Jui to pay off his debts. Zhai Jiumo was just a businessman, but their Gur was a lady from an official family. It's just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Zhai Jiumo was not annoyed by Xiang Yun's hostility, and even said with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Xiang is in good spirits today. You became a model, and are still praised in the north of the city." Just this sentence made Xiang Yun inexplicably think of a day in the north of the city a few months ago that he would never forget. He was openly seen naked. To this day, when he occasionally goes out and meets a few people from the north of the city, they all look at him with ill intentions, saying that he is gifted. His pale face was covered with annoyance, and his eyes gradually became colder when he looked at Zhai Jiumo, wishing to eat him alive. At this moment, the crowd outside the door gasped. "No way? So, then Miss Xiang was a complete victim? Is there really such a brother? He would rather wrong his own sister than promote his stepsister. Really, if you don't believe me, go ask Mr. Xiang." The man who made the promise to the crowd was a man in a dark green gauze robe. I didn't expect that Mrs. Xiang, the stepmother, was so vicious. She taught the brother and sister to be separated from each other. Bah, the eldest son of the Xiang family is such a person who can abuse his own sister. He is not worthy of being a human being. Su, who had been focusing on Zhai Jiumo, turned her head and looked at the crowd immediately after hearing that the target was wrong. She found that the person she gave the silver to was actively confusing right and wrong. Except for the few words that scolded Xiang Jila at the beginning, the rest of the words were not said by her. She gave a look to the middle-aged woman in brown clothes beside her. The middle-aged woman immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up! Who allowed you to talk nonsense outside the Xiang mansion?" The person who had just spoken immediately spoke in grievance. "Mrs. Li, you gave me 20 taels of silver to let me speak ill of the Regent Princess at the door. Have you forgotten?" It seemed that she didn't expect that person to sell out her people so openly. Facing Xiang Shi's slightly surprised eyes, Su's face immediately blushed. "Master, he is talking nonsense." Xiang Shi obviously lost a lot of his former gentleness and care for Su, and his tone was slightly impatient. "Don't you think there are enough things?" As he said this, he glanced at the servants, who had stood up behind him. The servants immediately understood and rushed into the crowd with long sticks in their hands to catch people. The man in green shirt shouted, "Master Xiang, are you going to silence me?" Seeing that the thugs were getting closer and closer to him, the man in green shirt hurriedly went deep into the crowd, and did not forget to shout, "Madam Xiang, Master Xiang, we should be kind. Although you gave me money to discredit the Regent Princess, my conscience does not allow me to sell my conscience. Even if you want to catch me and beat me to death, I can't make some dirty money against my conscience. Tell me, who gave you money to discredit this princess?" A crisp and somewhat majestic female voice sounded, followed by a small group of personal soldiers, who cleared the way and separated the crowd into a small path. The man in green looked in the direction of the voice. He found that not far in front of him, a masked woman in red clothes, who was full of nobility, was walking slowly. The woman had a pair of bright fox eyes, and the tails of her narrow eyes were slightly upturned. When she looked at the man in green, her eyes were half closed, giving others a feeling of smiling. However, only the man in green shirt knew how cold the woman's eyes were. You. Before he could say anything else, Xiang Jila nodded immediately. "Okay, this princess knows." Then he glanced at the guards beside him, and the guards took the man away. The man who was just coming aggressively to catch people, after seeing Xiang Jila, immediately returned to Xiang Shi's back without even saying hello, like a stealing mouse meeting a cat. The first reaction when Xiang Shi saw Xiang Jila stepping into the gate of Xiang Mansion was a cold snort. However, thinking that Huang Fujing would come to Beijing soon, the cold snort was stuck in his nose, and he squealed like a pig. Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows slightly. What? I haven't seen you for a few months. Now you are not even a human being? Xiangxi blushed as soon as he said that. The words that were about to be cursed were squeezed into don't talk nonsense. Xiangyan was not as polite as Xiangxi. Seeing Xiangjila's pale face, he immediately flushed with anger. You still have the nerve to come back? Xiangjila, this bitch, hurt him so badly, how can she still have the nerve to appear in front of him? You still have the nerve to come back? TSK, every time you come back, you ask this question, can't you change it to something fresh? Xiangjila looked at Xiangyun, his eyes were calm, and the corners of his mouth raised sarcastically. You opened the main gate to let all the people in Kyoto see the joke of Xiang Mansion. Isn't it just to let me come back and take a look? In Xiangjila's cold eyes, Xiangyun could no longer find the slightest admiration she had for him in the past, and the inexplicable anger in his heart made his tone worse than before. Xiangjila. Just as he started talking, there were two crisp paw sounds, and the people watching the excitement outside the door were startled, and almost at the same time, they reached out to cover their cheeks. The burning pain on both cheeks, and the stars in his eyes made Xiangyun stunned for a moment. He covered his cheeks in disbelief, and looked at Xiangjila. Xiangjila's eyes were still locked on him, frowning and stretching his left hand with red palms and backs to Chiosi. My hand hurts, help me rub it. Chapter 271. After realizing that Chiosi was not Yin Junyo, Xiangjila awkwardly retracted her hand in Chiosi's puzzled eyes. Due to the deliberate maintenance over the past 6 months, the thin calluses on Xiangjila's hands left by working in the early years have long faded. Now her slender hands are as white and tender as tofu. The slightest external impact can turn them red, not to mention that she just hit Xiangyun's face. Xiangjila regretted it so much. She had a bad memory, and temporarily treated Xiangyun as a human being. Now, she didn't have the internal force when something happened. It was like killing 1,000 enemies, and losing 800 of her own. Before she finished regretting, Xiangyun had recovered from the shock. His face was filled with rage. How dare you hit me? I am your brother. Brother? Xiangjila glanced at Xiangyun's eyes, which were the same as Xiangxi's, and smiled. Didn't Master Xiang always say that he didn't recognize me as his sister? What? We haven't seen each other for just a few months, and you have forgotten what you said so quickly? Xiangyun gritted his teeth, and regardless of the fact that his body was different now, he stepped forward to attack Xiangxila, but was stopped by Xiangxi. Yuner. There was a warning in his eyes. Xiangyun understood what Xiangxi meant. The general of Nanchu was about to arrive in Kyoto, and he couldn't break up with Xiangxila yet. If he didn't teach her a lesson, would he let her do whatever she wanted? Because he was constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, between forbearance and outburst, Xiangyun's face turned green and red, and even the muscles in his cheeks twitched slightly because of gritted teeth. Compared with the Xiang family, who wanted her to come back to settle things, but looked down on her, Zhai Jiumo's performance was obviously much better. I greet the princess. He did not kneel, but bowed, and even the etiquette was the courtesy between scholars. Because of his sacrifice of hair last night, and worried that his crown would fall off if he lowered his head, Xiangjila did not care too much about him, and nodded slightly to him, indicating that he did not need to be polite. Obviously, Zhai Jiumo recognized Chiosi, and knew that Chiosi was the guard beside the Regent princess, so he naturally guessed Xiangjila's identity. Xiangjila was also unambiguous, and simply looked at him. During the brief intersection of their eyes, they exchanged a tacit look. In addition, Xiangjila's appearance here now, his attitude towards Xiangyun is enough to show everything. Zhai Jiumo naturally understood that the Regent princess was telling him clearly she would not protect Xiang Mansion, and let him do it himself. He was worried that Yin Junyua's woman would ruin his plans, but now it seems that he was worrying too much. Su saw that Xiangjila now didn't even take Xiangyun seriously, and she felt angry and uneasy at the same time. The tone that was originally intended to order Xiangjila also softened. Jila, princess, you should tell him that Yinner's betrothal gifts were all bought by you personally, and we didn't borrow any money from him. After saying that, she took 2 steps forward and tried to grab Xiangjila's right sleeve, but Xiangjila raised his hand to avoid it. When he raised his hand, a bandaged wrist was suddenly exposed in front of people. Xiangjila was injured. Did he get beaten by Yin Junyo? This was the first thought that flashed through Xiangyun's mind. Other people in the Xiang mansion also had the same idea, seeing that Su wanted to drag her down no matter what. Xiangjila put his right hand behind his back calmly and smiled bitterly. Aunt Su, you don't need to say more. You found me, and then found someone else. It's obvious that you don't trust me. Now when I think about it, I feel like a fool who was kept in the dark by you. The phrase find someone else directly nailed the matter of Sue's loan on the board. The onlookers were in an uproar. No wonder the Regent Princess didn't care about this. It turns out that this Madame Xiang is not kind, and wants to have it both ways. It's fine if they take everything, but they actually want the princess to take the blame. The Xiang family is too bold. Just now I saw that Mr. Xiang was accusing the princess. No wonder the princess slapped her brother twice. If it were me, I would have a good temper if I didn't beat up that idiot who took the thief as my mother, and cut off ties with him. Hearing that Xiang Yun was also scolded, Sue gritted her teeth and pinched herself secretly, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she had suffered great humiliation. Ji Le, why do you think so? Where's your aunt? Under Xiang Ji Li's frighteningly cold gaze, the mother that Sue wanted to say turned into an awkward aunt. You also know the situation of the Xiang mansion. If I hadn't been desperate, why would I have asked you for help? Speaking of this, Sue's face was full of sincere apology. I know that I was impulsive when it came to Yunner's matter. I shouldn't have come to your house and hurt you without knowing the truth. But Yunner is your biological brother. How can you drug your brother and ruin his reputation just because you are unhappy for a moment? At this point, Sue couldn't control her tears anymore, and they flowed like a flood. She choked and said, if I did something wrong, you can punish me, but Yunner is your biological brother. Now that you are in a high position, you are harming your brothers and sisters like this. Harming brothers and sisters? This is very serious. Unexpectedly, there was another reversal, and the people behind him were once again in uproar and talking about it. It turns out that the Regent Princess is not an easy person to deal with. I said that how many women who can climb up the ladder are simple. It turns out that the Regent Princess was the one who fought 2 women. TSK, I really can't believe that a woman can be so vicious. Oh, now that you mention it, it seems that a beautiful woman with injuries all over her body was carried out from the Regent Palace not long ago. Could she also be the Regent Princess? Hey, my voice. Why has my voice become like a woman's? The deep male voice that was just fine just now turned into the shrill voice of a palace eunuch, which gave people goosebumps. Almost at the same time, another shrill voice sounded next to that shrill voice. You have a rash on your face. Hey, you have it on your face too, and your voice has changed too. Mine too. The crowd that was still talking about Xiangjila just now suddenly became chaotic. Go find a doctor quickly, don't get any strange disease. Yes, save your life first and find a doctor. Instantly, the gate of Xiang Mansion, which was originally crowded with people, was left with only a handsome young man in a green shirt stroking a wooden rabbit, who had squeezed into the crowd at some point, and 3 civilians with strange expressions. Just now, it was crowded with people. The circle of 10 feet square was now like a barrier. People outside the circle all leaned out to watch the excitement, but they dared not get closer. Naturally, they could not see more other things. Her ears suddenly became much quieter. Xiangjila turned her head in confusion, and found that the people at the door had already dispersed. Only Li Yu, who looked indifferent, and 3 other civilian-dressed secret guards were left. A smile flashed across her eyes. She knew that they were all weird guys who said one thing and meant another. Chapter 272. Without the support of external forces, Su Shi changed her strategy immediately, and even her interpretation was a little more forceful. Ji Le, I beg you, since you are here, can you help Xiang Mansion again? As long as you are willing to help this time, we can forgive the past, and Yunner can still treat you the same as before. After saying that, she also winked at Xiang Yun. Isn't that right, Yunner? Xiang Jila followed Su Shi's gaze to look at Xiang Yun, and just saw Xiang Yun nodding reluctantly. Similarly, she did not miss the resentment in Xiang Yun's eyes. Heh. Resentment? She resented him no less than he did. Unfortunately, he was not the target today. How can Aunt Su help you? Her tone was neither hurried nor slow, her fox eyes became more crystal clear, and the coldness on her body tended to be calm. Thinking that Xiang Jila was willing to take a step back for Xiang Yun, Su immediately stepped forward, held her left hand, pulled her aside, and spoke in a low voice. Aunt Su, to tell you the truth, we really didn't borrow money from this man, but your father has always been honest, and when someone came to collect the debt, he honestly paid the money back without asking the reason. As she spoke, Su shook her head helplessly, and sighed to show her sincerity. It's okay to suffer such a loss, after all, suffering a loss is a blessing. But you also saw the situation today. This person insisted on coming to Tienga's house to ask for the loan, and Tienga is still young. No matter whether Xiangjila is sincere or false at this time. Anyway, he has to get through this hurdle first. In Su's opinion, although Xiangjila looks very luxurious now, who knows what he is like behind closed doors when he returns to the palace? If the regent really liked her and loved her, how could he bear to let her get hurt? She knew better than anyone that Miss Zhang was beaten and carried away by Xiangjila when she came to his house. Perhaps Xiangjila beat her because the prince knew that she hurt a beauty out of jealousy. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Xiangjila might have fallen out of favor, and Su's reason for Xiangjila's sudden visit to the Xiang mansion made sense. Perhaps Xiangjila was just looking for a way out now. After all, she had no family behind her, and could not have children. Once the regent divorced her, she would have nowhere to go. Thinking of this, Su's mood suddenly became much brighter. Little bitch, I let you go crazy. When you are divorced and come back, I will slowly control you. Su was distracted by herself, so she naturally didn't see the cunning flashing in Xiangjila's eyes. When she reacted, Xiangjila had already spoken in a sharp voice. So you mean that Master Shijiu deliberately framed you for Sister Tienda and made the Xiang family owe a huge amount of money? The voice was so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. Su never dreamed that Xiangjila, a fool, would be so stupid as to misinterpret her meaning like this. Before she could explain, Shijiumo's face darkened on the spot. The Xiang family is confusing right and wrong just to avoid paying off the debt? She stepped forward and tried to confront him, but the other party was just a gangster turned businessman, and he could actually suppress him, a court official. He suddenly felt that he couldn't save his face. Just when he was considering whether to betroth Xiang Tienge to him, Xiangjila shook off Su's hand and walked between him and Shijiumo, solving his dilemma at the right time. Master Shijiu, don't you have anything to say? Xiangjila's voice was cold, and one could not tell whether he was happy or angry. For my sister Tienge, did you really do such a despicable thing? Xiang Tienge listened from the side, and his contempt for Shijiumo increased a little more. Sure enough, the lowly merchants use such despicable methods. But in her heart, she silently expected Shijiumo to look at her affectionately and nod and say yes. While she was struggling, Shijiumo had already bowed his head and met Xiangjila's gaze. You are wrong, princess. I am just a merchant, and have no reason to frame the Xiang family. Then why did you come to ask for Tienge's sister's hand in marriage? Xiangjila didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. Don't tell me it was love at first sight. Shijiumo choked and said something in a sarcasm. This is Zhai's private matter. Princess, you are a little too lenient. Xiangjila glanced at him with a smile. This is also the Xiang family's business. Now that I am back, I can't throw my face on the ground and trample on it when I see someone bullying me. Shijiumo was stunned, and felt that this look was familiar. He couldn't think of where he had seen it for a while. After all, in this world, the number of people who dared to look at him like this could be counted on one hand. Princess, you are too kind. I am just a businessman, and I naturally dare not disobey you. But now it is natural to pay back debts, but the Xiang family asked you, the princess, to come in person. The meaning behind this is self-evident. Either the Xiang family wants her to pay off the debt, or the Xiang family wants Xiangjila to use his power to directly erase the debt. Stop changing the subject. The two of them exchanged sharp words, with no intention of stopping. Xiangxi and Su's faces looked better because of Xiangjila's words of defense, but Xiang Tienge's face became paler and paler. Because she was pregnant, she was not suitable to stand for a long time. In addition, her pregnant belly was always tightly squeezed by her. She would feel a dull pain after standing for a long time, which was naturally more difficult than that of ordinary pregnant women. Su naturally knew Xiang Tienge's situation. She secretly winked at Li Ma beside her, and was about to take Xiang Tienge away to rest. However, as soon as she turned around, she was stopped by Xianggjila. Where are you going, Sister Tienge? Xiang Tienge's body stiffened slightly, and she turned around and forced a smile. Gur is a little tired, and wants to go back and rest first. Xiangjila changed his previous domineering look, and his expression was a little more relaxed than when he just came back to fight Xiang Yun. Your complexion is very ugly. Why don't you ask a doctor to take a look? After saying that, without giving Xiang Tienge any chance to refuse, she turned around and ordered Xiaoxi, go and ask a doctor. Xiaoxi took the order and left in a hurry. Shijiumo frowned and said, You look so weak, you don't have any hidden illness, anyway, since you are here, you don't need the money to ask a doctor. After saying that, he turned around and ordered the gray-shirted young man not far behind him. You also go and ask a doctor. Chapter 273. Two doctors came to check her pulse at once, and cold sweat slowly oozed out of Xiang Tinga's palms. Su's face beside her was not much better either. Xiang Jila suppressed his smile and looked cold. He didn't look at the two again. Zhang Qian'er, who had been standing aside, as an invisible person from beginning to end, secretly glanced at Xiang Jila, and then at the expressions of the other people in Xiang Mansion. The corners of her mouth under the veil slightly curled up, and the embroidered handkerchief in her hand was slightly clenched. The sun was getting hotter and hotter. Seeing that Xiang Tinga was about to faint at any time, Xiang Yun said distressfully, "Sister Tinga, why don't you go to the front hall and sit for a while?" Xiang Tinga bit his lip and looked at Xiang Jila awkwardly, then said to Xiang Yun softly, "It's okay, brother, Gur can still hold on." Both cheeks were still burning with pain. Xiang Yun had learned his lesson. He softened his tone to Xiang Jila. "It's so hot. Why don't you let someone wait in the front hall first?" Xiang Jila raised his eyebrows coldly, and when he looked back at Xiang Yun, a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Xiang Yun choked, trying to suppress the urge to strangle Xiang Jila, gritted his teeth and smiled word by word. "I'm teaching you how to deal with the world." Xiang Jila sneered. "How to deal with the world?" As she spoke, a trace of sarcasm flashed across her eyes. Then she glanced at the scattered people standing around and spoke lazily. "But you have a point. The weather is indeed hot, but if everyone goes in..." Zhang Qian'er, who was silent on the side, tentatively said, "How about, the princess goes to the front hall first, and we all wait here, and then we go in after the doctor arrives." "Let Xiang Jila go to the front hall first to wait? What about Gur? How could she be so selfish and ignore Gur?" Xiang Yun's face immediately became gloomy, and he looked at Zhang Qian'er with a cold look as if covered with frost and snow, but Zhang Qian'er didn't even glance at him this time. Feeling that his dignity as a man was trampled on, he ignored the pain on his face and squeezed out two words with gritted teeth, "Zhang. I'm here." Zhang Qian'er bowed her head and responded obediently, but she didn't look at him. "You are so bold." Before he could finish his angry shout, the lazy voice sounded again. "Xiang Yin, so noisy, tell him to shut up." Xiang Yin, who was following her, turned around immediately, and before Xiang Yun could react, he slapped Xiang Yun in the face with his backhand. Xiang Yun's right face, which had already swollen, swelled up again like a steamed bun. Su immediately screamed, "Xiang." The word Xiang that came out of her mouth was swallowed by the short dagger that Xiang Yun took out like a magic trick. Without looking in the mirror, Xiang Yun knew how embarrassed he looked at the moment. Su looked at Xiang Yun with a distressed face, and Xiang Shi's face turned red. Seeing Xiang Jila being so arrogant now, he dared not resist at all. Xiang Tinga wanted to step forward and play the role of a good sister, but seeing that Xiang Jila did not seem to feel the same pity for Xiang Yun as before, he put down his half-raised foot without a sound. Zhai Jiumo looked at Xiang Yun, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and the Xiang family with strange expressions with interest, and then looked at Xiang Jila, who was sitting elegantly in the front hall, with an unclear look in his eyes. "Earlier, I heard that the Regent Princess was almost obedient to her brother. Now, it seems that these two are more like enemies than siblings." Interesting, interesting. While Zhai Jiumo was staring at Xiang Zila, there was another person who was also eyeing Xiang Zila. It was not until Xiang Zila sat down in the front hall that Xiang Tiange noticed that Xiang Zila was becoming more and more outstanding. Her eyes darkened, and she called Hongdo. She didn't know what she said. Hongdo's face turned pale at first, and then she retreated respectfully. Soon, two elderly doctors came almost at the same time, as if they had made an appointment. They took the pulse of Xiang Tiange and Su in turn. The conclusions they came to were Mrs. Xiang's hard qi is in a state of anxiety due to excessive worry, so she should be more open-minded and take a few pills of liver-soothing and qi-regulating medicine. As for Miss Xiang Er, her pulse seems to indicate that she is undernourished, so she should pay more attention to nourishing her body. Hearing the doctor's conclusion, Xiang Jila's eyebrows jumped slightly. June knew his information could not be wrong. 5 months pregnant, the doctor couldn't even take her pulse? Compared to her strange expression, Xiang Shi and Xiang Yun were relieved. Su's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, and Xiang Tiange's eyes flashed a trace of satisfaction. The surprise in Su's eyes, and the satisfaction in Xiang Tiange's eyes flashed very quickly, but they were still caught by Xiang Zila. The attitudes of the mother and daughter made Xiang Zila understand immediately. How could she forget? Xiang Tiange knows poison. Medicine and poison are inseparable. Those who know how to treat medicine may not necessarily know how to poison, but those who know how to poison will definitely treat medicine. Otherwise, if you accidentally get poisoned and lose your life, it will not be fun. But she didn't expect that Xiang Tiange's medical skills were so good at this time that he could even hide it from the doctors in Kyoto. If she was willing to help, Xiang Yun's body and Zhang Qian'er's face should have been saved. Unfortunately, she didn't. Not only did she not help, but she also hid the fact that she knew medicine so well. It was enough to show that she was an extremely cold and selfish person. A maid who was unfamiliar with her placed a cake and a cup of tea next to Xiang Jila and retreated respectfully. Xiang Jila gave Qiuxi, who was standing outside the door, a look, and Qiuxi lowered her eyes and retreated, following the maid who served tea. Zhai Jioma watched from the side, and he thought of the same thing as Xiang Jila. In this case, it is not surprising that Mu Junyan has drugs. A woman who can poison, it is too dangerous for him to keep her by his side. But his hair cannot be tangled in vain. Since he is here, let's play a big game. After lunch. In the Qin Palace, Yan Beimao, with two shiny black iron beads in a circle, closed his eyes, and leaned on the beauty couch, letting another cute maid iron the bruises on his face. Several secret guards, who were sent out by him to inquire about the news, came back one after another. He didn't even lift his eyelids when he heard the noise. How? The leading secret guard knelt on one knee and bowed his hands and said, "The second lady of the Xiang family is indeed pregnant. I heard that she has been pregnant for more than 5 months, but because the fetus is malnourished and she was drugged, I'm afraid she can't be saved." With a pain on his face, Yan Beimao glanced coldly at the maid who was ironing his bruises. His tone was calm and casual. "Why can't she be saved?" "Because there are masters around. The subordinates can't hear clearly. The general situation is that the Regent Princess is jealous of the second lady of the Xiang family being pregnant, and she also knows that the child is yours." With a bang, the hollow carved screen 5 steps away from Yan Beimao shattered, and the iron beads in Yan Beimao's hand had long disappeared. "Who dares to talk nonsense?" His tone was sinister, completely different from the calm and casual tone just now. Several secret guards knelt on the ground. Subordinates deserve to die. Xiang Mansion. The front hall was in chaos. The doctor who had just been sent away was brought back, and the officials from the Jingji government office were also invited back again. There was a broken teacup and a plate of scattered cakes on the ground, which were brought to Xiang Jila by the unfamiliar maid just now. Xiang Tiange fell to the ground and let Hongdo support her. She looked painful, pale, and her lower body was red. The veil on her face fell off at some point, revealing her distorted features. When the doctor said that Xiang Tiange was 5 months pregnant, and now the baby can't be kept, Zhai Jioma said the family education in the Xiang mansion is really good and left angrily. Su stood aside with a guilty conscience and stole a glance at the furious Xiang Shi. Regardless of the presence of outsiders, Xiang Shi looked at Xiang Tiange and Su with a face full of anger. Xiang Yan was also shocked. "Gur, whose child is it?" Xiang Tiange was in so much pain that she had no strength to speak. Her mouth and nose were crooked, and saliva was dripping from the corners of her mouth. She looked at Xiang Jila with eyes that were as if poisoned. She spoke weakly and slurred, "Eldest sister. I know you are jealous of your brother for being nice to me, but why do you want to hurt me like this?" "Damn it, who changed her tea?" Seeing that Xiang Tiange was in such a horrible state, and still didn't forget to frame her, Xiang Jila smiled. "Are you sure you want to frame my elder sister in public?" She hadn't even touched the tea and pastries brought by the maid when she heard the system's reminder, saying that the tea contained extracted snake venom. If touched, the poisoned person would have a crooked mouth and nose, and saliva would flow out like a stroke. She had never intended to touch anything in the Xiang mansion, and after hearing this reminder, she was even more alert to when Xiang Tiange would make a move. Fortunately, she didn't wait for Xiang Tiange to make a move, and Xiang Tiange was hit first. Recalling the meaningful look that Zhai Jioma gave her before he left, what else did she not understand? That stingy person is avenging for his hair. But she was really curious, how did he get Xiang Tiange's poison, and how did he add it to Xiang Tiange's tea in public? Xiang Tiange is now like this, he has shot himself in the foot. The officials of the Jingji government stood at the door of the front hall and looked at each other. From beginning to end, it was the second lady of the Xiang family who was slurring her words to accuse the princess of her motives, and the princess had an expression of "I don't have time to play with you" from beginning to end. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was a frame-up, but the people in Xiang Mansion were blind, and even their focus was different. "Whose child is it?" Xiang Shi spoke again in a low voice. "Master, now is not the time to ask these questions. Hurry up and find the midwife to deal with Gur's affairs first, and then give Gur justice." "Give Xiang Tiange justice?" Xiang Jila sneered twice. "Since you want to give justice, It's better to wait for Jing Zhaoyin to come and confront him directly. Seeing Xiang Jila's cold smile, Xiang Yun wanted to step forward and tear her face apart immediately. You vicious woman, don't you see how miserable Gur is now? You are still talking nonsense here? Xiang Jila glanced at him with contempt. I don't want to touch you today, don't force me to change my mind. You are vulgar. Xiang Yin. A soft call was accompanied by a pop sound, and Xiang Yun's face swelled again. Taking advantage of Xiang Yun's turning around, Xiang Yun, unwilling to give up, pushed Xiang Jila hard. Xiang Jila didn't expect Xiang Yun to be so bold all of a sudden. He lost his balance, and sat down heavily on the armchair. The bracelet in his hand hit the table beside him due to inertia. The table broke, and the bracelet also had a crack. Xiang Yin turned around, and kicked Xiang Yun to the door of the front hall. Xiang, she was about to explode. Almost at the same time, a low voice came from outside the door. This subordinate greets the Regent Princess. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and a tall man in plain clothes and a plain hat was standing half a step in front of Jing Zhaoyin. Without waiting for Xiang Jila to react, Xiang Tinga, with a crooked mouth and a crooked nose, didn't know where he got the strength from. He broke away from Hongdo and flew in front of the man in plain clothes, regardless of the pain on his body. With a pale face, he pulled his wide sleeves with both hands and cried pitifully. Prince, you must seek justice for our child. Hearing Xiang Tinga say this, Xiang Shi's face suddenly turned from red to white and then to red. He was excited in his heart. Prince? Could it be that the child Gur was carrying was Prince Qing's? When did they progress so fast? Seeing the woman lying beside his legs with crooked eyes and nose, drooling and slurring her words, Yin Beimo pulled back his wide sleeves with disdain and sneered. Second Miss Xiang, be careful with your words. Xiang Tinga was stunned by Yin Beimo's unfamiliar second Miss Xiang. She knew he hated her, but she didn't expect him to hate her so much. Your Majesty Gur. Before Xiang Tinga finished speaking, Yin Beimo raised his hand to interrupt her. Miss Xiang Er was not disciplined herself, and I don't know whose child she got pregnant with. Now she is determined to put the blame on me? The bloody scene, the child must have really been lost, so he can rest assured. Before he married his first wife, he would not allow any child to exist. His first child must be born by his first wife. Yin Beimo's words were too harsh, and Xiang Tinga's tears fell even harder. Prince, you, how could you? Perhaps he didn't want to argue with Xiang Tinga anymore, or maybe he didn't want to smell the blood in the room. Yin Beimo turned around and said to Jing Zhaoyin, I leave it to you. Jing Zhaoyin nodded respectfully. After getting Jing Zhaoyin's approval, Yin Beimo snorted coldly and left. After Yin Beimo left, Jing Zhaoyin immediately asked people to present a series of witnesses and evidence. Chiosi pushed the tea-serving maid to the front hall without mercy. He said coldly, this person has confessed everything, and the accomplice is among the people in the front hall. As if she realized that the tea-serving maid was staring at her, Hongdo immediately moved her eyes away guiltily, and Jing Zhaoyin saw through the clues at a glance. All the truth was found out, and the maid testified that it was Hongdo who gave her the poison. In order to express his anger, Xiang Ji asked the servants to kill Hongdo on the spot, and asked someone to quickly invite a midwife to deal with Xiang Tinga's affairs. Xiang Tinga didn't seem to expect Yin Beimo to be so heartless. After all the truth was found out, she could only let the servants carry her back to the room with a pale face. If she had known, she would have been patient, and not dealt with Xiang Jila so quickly. The matter came to an end. Jing Zhaoyin respectfully said goodbye to Xiang Jila, and turned away with the officials. Xiang Jila glanced at Xiang Shi and Xiang Yun who were present, sneered, and turned around to leave. But he was stopped by Xiang Yun, who was full of anger. Xiang Jila, you hurt Gur so badly, and you are going to just walk away like this? Chapter 274. Xiang Yun's mind was full of Xiang Tinga's weak and heartbroken appearance. Seeing that Xiang Jila not only had no intention of caring for and compensating his sister, but also wanted to leave in a weird way, he naturally had to help Gur fight for her compensation. As if Xiang Jila had expected Xiang Yun's attack, he stopped and smiled indifferently. What? She wants to blame me for her miscarriage. Did I make her pregnant? Or did I ask her to poison? Or did I let her shamelessly crawl into a man's bed? A series of questions left Xiang Yun speechless. He could only yell at Xiang Jila in a timid manner. Shut up. I won't allow you to slander Gur like this. At this time, his eyes were slightly red, his fists were clenched, and his swollen face seemed to be even redder. How could Xiang Jila be so cold-blooded? If she had helped the Xiang mansion a little more when she knew it was in crisis, and asked the people in the Regent Palace to flatter the Xiang mansion, how could his Xiang mansion be bullied by everyone, In the end, it's still her fault, ungrateful. Kur is so innocent. How could she do such a thing that is immoral? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangyun felt a dull pain in his chest, and then he flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. Xiangjila flew up and stomped him to the ground again before he got up, looking down at him condescendingly. Xiangyun, if I teach you a lesson, you can open a dyeing factory? The servants around him wanted to step forward, but Xiangyun whipped out a long whip and knocked down a large group of people. How could an ordinary guard be a match for the top secret guards? Xiangyun couldn't count how many times she had hit him today. Although he despised this reason, at this moment, he had to use his trump card again. Xiangjila, you are not worthy of treating me like this. Before he finished speaking, there was a dull sound. He felt stars in his eyes. Xiangjila. She actually kicked him in the face. How dare she? Before he could start to curse, his collar was rudely lifted up. His cheeks were swollen, and the area around his eyes was also swollen to a slit. It was very difficult to open his eyes. When he met those fox eyes that were as silent as a deep pool, he instinctively trembled. Xiangjila's face was almost close to his, and he said with a grin, Xiangyun, how good I was to you in the past, how much I want to kill you now. But, at this point, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. God is merciful, and I don't need to care too much about a person who has no descendants. Sometimes, death is the greatest mercy to you. You, what do you mean? Facing Xiangyun's weak questioning, Xiangjila smiled and loosened his collar, smoothing the wrinkles on his collar. He leaned close to his ear and chuckled softly. His breath was as cold as a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, entwining Xiangyun's breath in circles. The poisonous leech will be transmitted to the man's body through the woman's body. The man's appearance will not be damaged by the poisoning, but his offspring throughout his life will be used as nutrients for the poisonous leech. Boom. Xiangjila's words were like a thunderbolt in Xiangyun's ears. He didn't know whether it was shock or fear, but at this moment, he seemed to be acupunctured, and even his breathing was disordered. Zhang Qianer became such a ghost because of your sister Tinga, you can't be too heartless to her. Since Xiangjila came close to his ear, Xiangyun's spirit was already highly tense, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. After Xiangjila stood up, Xiangyun, who regained his freedom, hurriedly used his hands and feet, using his hips as a fulcrum, and left Xiangjila a few steps away. In his eyes, Xiangjila was more terrifying than a flood or a beast. Xiangjila looked at him with interest, and reminded him, by the way, the last time I entered the palace, I saw Zhong Xiuxiu playing catch monsters with a guard in the bushes. It was so exciting. Catch monsters? Catch what monsters? Suddenly, Xiangyun's eyes widened a lot more than before. Was she telling him that Zhong Xiuxiu's child was not his? Impossible. Even if Zhong Xiuxiu had 1,000 courage, she would not dare to do such a thing. Xiangjila must be trying to sow discord. But he really couldn't think of any reason why Xiangjila wanted to sow discord between him and Zhong Xiuxiu. Xiangyun was stunned. He was really stunned this time. His intuition told him. This was not Xiangjila. The real Xiangjila would not be so vicious, and would not treat him like this. Thinking of this, he blurted out, You are not Xiangjila, who are you? Xiangjila paused and turned back to give him a cold smile. Guess? Returning from the backyard to the front yard, Xiangji saw the servants of the mansion lying on the ground, and several of them were holding long sticks and standing more than 10 steps away with alert faces to protect themselves. His son's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he sat on the ground with anger on his face. The rebellious girl, who had been crooked since she got married, was looking down on his son with contempt. He was really angry this time. Xiangjila, what are you doing? Xiangjila turned around and smiled at Xiangji as he did last year, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. Can't you see? I'm helping you teach your son. Seeing that his 2 children had changed because of Xiangjila's return, Xiangji was instantly overwhelmed by anger, and did not care about the envoy of Nanchu or whether the relationship should be repaired. He shouted with all his strength. You rebellious girl, you beat your brother, are you rebelling? As he spoke, he flew in front of Xiangjila, raised his right hand to teach Xiangjila a lesson, but was blocked by Xian Yinling, who grabbed his wrist with his backhand. Master Xiang, are you going to disrespect the princess? There was a dull pain in his wrist, and Xiangji wanted to break free, but found that the other party was holding his vital point. He didn't dare to move at all, and could only grit his teeth and say, even if she is the Regent princess, her surname is Xiang, and she is my biological daughter. You, a servant of the Regent palace, dare to disrespect your master's father? Heh. Xiang Jila sneered. Thanks to Lord Xiang's kindness, since this princess is a rebellious daughter, then this princess will carry out this rebellious word to the end today. After saying that, she directly kicked out horizontally, and the delicate sole of her shoe swept across Xiang Shi's face. With a dull bang, Xiang Shi turned over on the spot with a beautiful arc like a roller, and collided with Xiang Yun, who was a few steps away. Because the force was too strong, a red shoe print appeared directly on Xiang Shi's left face. It was not until a dull pain appeared in the buttocks that Xiang Shi reacted. This rebellious daughter actually dared to kick her biological father. Xiang Jila, you openly beat your father. Be careful of being struck by lightning. Xiang Jila's voice was louder than his. Xiang Shi, return your mother's dowry. Chapter 275. Xiang Shi's face turned pale. He first stood up and asked people to carry Xiang Yun away, and then acted like a stern father to Xiang Jila. Ridiculous, how can you, a married daughter, have the face to go back to your parents' home to ask for your mother's dowry? Xiang Jila sneered as the servants carried Xiang Yun away. No parents would embarrass their daughter by sending her 128 empty boxes to her husband's home on her wedding day. Now I didn't ask for my 128 dowry back, but only took back my biological mother's dowry. I'm already grateful for her years of raising me. The grace of raising me? She really dares to say that. Xiang Shi snorted coldly and said, as a matter of course, if you really care about the grace of Xiang Mansion for raising me, you won't be so fussy. Your Aunt Sue just stabbed you once, and you didn't die. Are you so stingy that you want to send someone to complain to the Emperor and ask the Emperor to order that no one in the mansion can find you? Just stabbed her once? Listen, is this human language? In Xiang Shi's eyes, as long as she didn't die, she should forgive Sue, and continue to lick her face to help Xiang Mansion empty the Regent Palace. Where does he get the face? Xiang Jila was so angry that he laughed. Since Lord Xiang is so generous, why don't you let me stab you with a knife and try it out? As soon as the words fell, Xiang Yin took out a long knife from somewhere and handed it to Xiang Jila. Xiang Jila pulled it back. With a clang sound, a bright cold light reflected on Xiang Shi's face. Not seeing any false expression on her face, Xiang Shi's face suddenly changed, and he pointed at Xiang Jila with a shaking finger. You rebellious girl, how dare you rely on the support of the regent to murder your biological father? I must file a complaint and expose your crimes to the emperor. Xiang Yin. As soon as the gentle call fell, Xiang Shi had no time to dodge, and was slapped again. The shoe print on his face was superimposed with a slap mark, and half of his face was swollen. Xiang Jila took his sword and skillfully swung the knife flower, step by step in front of Xiang Shi. He did not forget to preach to Xiang Shi. Parents are role models for their children, just like the pillars of the family. Fathers are the backbone of their children. Lord Xiang, as a father of a beam, you have no role model effect at all. You always confuse right and wrong and do not know right from wrong. At this point, the smile on her face slowly turned into mockery. Now that you, the top beam, are not straight, do you still expect me, the bottom beam, to be straight? Xiang Shi watched her getting closer and closer. Not caring about the burning pain on his left face, he instinctively stepped back. Xiang Jila, stop. Xiang Jila smiled gently. Lord Xiang, be good, just stab once, close your eyes, and sleep it off. Sleep it off? That's a long sleep. Now, Xiang Shi didn't care whether he was a loving father or not. Seeing Xiang Jila was like a mouse seeing a cat. He ran away, she chased. There were several times when the knife could have been used to chop him off, but Xiang Jila seemed to be teasing him. After several times, Xiang Shi could no longer hold on to his elder attitude, and turned around and shouted at Xiang Jila. Xiang Jila, are you crazy? He looked as cowardly as he could be. At the end, he did not forget to play the family card again. Don't forget, I went through a lot of trouble to find a master to teach you your martial arts. And now you want to use this martial arts to kill your father? Going through so much trouble to find an expert to teach her? Xiang Jila was really broken this time. Maybe it was because she had been running for too long, or maybe it was because Xiang Shi's words were really funny. Xiang Jila stopped, covered her stomach with her injured right hand and laughed. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell echoing in the front yard of Xiang Mansion. It seemed that the owner of the voice was in a very happy mood at the moment. I don't know how long it took, she seemed to be tired of laughing, and then she reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten about it. Changing the subject, her tone was full of mockery. Master Xiang, how can you ask an expert to teach me? You are clearly here to teach Xiang Yun, But Xiang Yun is as dumb as a pig and has no talent for martial arts. You are determined to let Xiang Tiange learn, but Xiang Tiange refuses to learn. You are afraid that Xiang Yun will be punished by the expert for being too stupid, so you send me to learn the same martial arts with Xiang Yun to try to divert the attention of the expert. You probably can't have expected that I am much more talented in martial arts than Xiang Yun. In her previous life, she found out much later that the one who taught her martial arts when she was a child was Lei Il, the best swordsman in the martial arts world. During a time when she was being hunted by her enemies, she fell into their trap and was saved by her grandfather. She and Xiang Yun were taught martial arts just to repay her grandfather. Xiang Shi, this shameless man, not only replaced her real brother, but also dared to take credit in front of her. Xiang Shi, who didn't show any displeasure at all, was panting, and didn't forget to point at Xiang Jila and say harsh words. Xiang Jila, if you dare to come here again, I will make you regret what you did in Xiang Mansion today. The bracelet on the left wrist quickly flashed a red and green light. The words I will make you regret what you did in Xiang Mansion today from Xiang Shi's mouth made Xiang Jila slightly startled, almost at the same time. Another identical voice sounded in Xiang Jila's ears. Xiang Jila, you dare to slaughter my Xiang Mansion today, I will make you regret what you did in Xiang Mansion today. Even if you go to the 18th level of hell, I will sue you to the 10 kings of hell for killing your father and brother. You have no humanity, and you are not worthy of being a human being. As your closest relative in this world, I will curse you, this cold-blooded devil, to hold hatred in your heart forever, to never be loved, and to never enter reincarnation. A surge of anger rose up in her heart for no reason. She stopped one step away from Xiang Shi. Hate surged in her fox eyes. Anger and hatred surged, and at this moment, she seemed to see how she chopped off Xiang Shi's head with red eyes in her previous life, and the hot blood splashed on her face. A twisted sense of pleasure surged in her heart. As her emotions fluctuated more and more, she ignored the green light from the tiny crack of the bracelet that continuously seeped into her skin. At this moment, her left hand wearing the bracelet was trembling slightly, and her mind was full of thoughts of personally picking up a knife to chop off Xiang Shi's head. If gods stand in her way, kill gods. If Buddhas stand in her way, kill Buddhas. Everything she saw was red. From afar, she seemed to hear someone calling her princess. That voice was what she wanted to hear in her dreams. The redness in her eyes gradually became clear, and she seemed to see a dark figure appearing in front of her as if out of thin air. Before falling into darkness, she smelled a familiar and reassuring sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance. Chapter 276. Xiang Jila felt like she was floating weightlessly in the air. She could only slowly open her eyes when she heard a sound in her ears. Her eyes were blurry, and she could only vaguely see that she was lying on the bed, with a plain figure and a pink little ball beside her. With every breath, there was a cold sandalwood scent. She tried hard to see everything clearly. However, it was as if there was a thick veil blocking her eyes. No matter how she looked, she could only see the outlines of two groups, one tall and one short, one white and one pink. If you are full of hatred, you are prone to demons. You should live freely instead of being blinded by hatred. When the hatred is gone, you should practice well. If you are lucky, it is possible to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The voice was clear and a little warm. Although the tone was gentle, it gave people a feeling of being out of reach. This is Jun Nuo's voice. No, Jun Nuo would not speak to her in this tone. Xiang Jila moved her lips to speak, but unfortunately her throat seemed to be strangled, and she could not make any sound. Almost as soon as the young man finished speaking, another soft and cute voice could not wait to speak. Hearing the tension in her tone, it seemed that the young man had made a wrong decision. Master, this little ghost is going against the will of heaven, and has committed many sins. If you help her, you will also be involved in the cause and effect. Why? Shan Shui. A gentle call interrupted the cute voice. Shan Shui, probably the owner of the cute voice. The tone of the young man's voice remained unchanged, but Xiang Jila was sensitive to his displeasure. When she wakes up, send her back to where she should go. The man called Shan Shui seemed very indignant, and it took him a long time to respond with a yes. After a slight noise, her side returned to silence. Not long after, a soft and tender little hand, with a bone-chilling coldness, covered her forehead and brushed away the broken hair on her forehead. Xiang Jila guessed from the feeling on his forehead that the owner of the little hand should be a child of 7 or 8 years old. The voice was Shan Shui's. The soul is stable and should recover soon. Then, as if he was confused, Shan Shui murmured beside her, "Do you have a connection with the master? Otherwise, why are you so obsessed with the master that you are willing to risk your soul to break into the master's immortal palace?" Little ghost cultivator, how lucky are you to be enlightened by the master. The master has never been nosy, but now he has personally taken away all your hatred to help you practice and let you return to the human world. Put away all the hatred? Help her practice? Before Xiangjila could think about it, she felt a sharp pain in her head. The familiar spasm in her chest came over her again. Her breathing gradually became difficult. Princess. Princess. Two strange yet familiar voices came from far away. Xiangjila had a splitting headache and instinctively reached out to support her forehead. She slowly opened her eyes until the headache eased. Her mind was blank. She only remembered that she seemed to have a dream, in which Jun Nuo and Gongjing No. 3 were chatting. As for what they talked about, she had no impression at all. The only thing that was certain was that the tone of Jun Nuo in the dream made her feel uncomfortable. The murderous intent in her heart suddenly rose, and she urgently needed comfort and calm down. She looked around the bed coldly, but did not see the person who made her feel at ease. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is the prince?" Chiosi came forward and helped her lean against the bed, and stuffed two soft pillows behind her. Xian Yin brought the ginseng tea that had been warming in the small stove to Xiangjila and spoke respectfully. "Princess, drink some ginseng tea to moisten your throat first. The prince has entered the palace for something and will be back later." The strong hatred for the Xiang family in his heart made Xiangjila want to see blood all the time. Lowering his eyes to hide the bloodthirsty coldness in his eyes, Xiangjila said him softly, took Xian Yin's ginseng tea with his left hand, sipped it twice, and then handed it back to Xian Yin. With the nourishment of ginseng tea, Xiangjila's voice was finally not so hoarse. What happened? Her tone was a little chilly due to the influence of hatred. Chiosi frowned imperceptibly. Xian Yin was unaware. After turning around and putting the teacup away, she stood by the bed with her head down and reported yesterday's situation to Xiangjila. Yesterday, the princess chased Mr. Xiang with a knife to give him a blow. The princess's moves were full of murderous intent, and the subordinates could not stop you. Just like that, Mr. Xiang pulled Su to the front and let Su block the blow. The prince also arrived at that time and took away your knife before you chopped off Mr. Xiang's head. Princess, you also fell into a coma due to excessive stimulation. The room was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Xiangjila spoke softly, without any emotion. So, the prince entered the palace because of the Xiang mansion. No doubt, but affirmation. Xian Yin and Chiosi nodded at the same time. The 5 fingers of his left hand, which was casually placed in front of him, slowly clenched into a fist, and Xiangjila said, "I know, you all go down, let me rest for a while." Seeing that Xiangjila's eyebrows were indeed tired, Chiosi carefully helped her lie down again. "Then, princess, please have a good rest first." Xiangjila closed his eyes and nodded, as if he didn't want to communicate with the two anymore, until he left the bedroom. Xian Yin breathed a sigh of relief. After what happened in Xiang Mansion, she finally understood why Chiosi reminded her, as long as the princess wants to do it, just cooperate. Because the prince's partiality to the princess is completely without bottom line. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the princess hunted down her biological father and stabbed her stepmother. If any other woman did this, her husband's family would be eager to tie this woman up and take her to the government office in Jingji to kill her relatives for the sake of justice. But the prince rushed to the scene and took the unconscious princess away. Before leaving, he said, "The princess is naughty. As a father, Lord Xiang knows that. Just bear with the minor shortcomings of your children." It is obvious that the prince wants to make a big deal out of a small matter. But the people in Xiang Mansion are unwilling to let it go. They insist on going to the palace to file a complaint. Now, the emperor has issued an order to invite the princess to the palace. The prince personally received the order and went to the palace. It is estimated that he wants to seek justice for the princess. But speaking of it, the Xiang family is really hateful. She had never seen such a biased family member. It was obvious that Mr. Xiang and the princess were siblings, but she felt that the second lady of the Xiang family was more like Mr. Xiang's sister than the princess. In the Yongqing Palace, Yan Beiki sat majestically behind the imperial desk. Yan Zhenyuo and Meng Xiu stood in front of the imperial desk, standing opposite each other. Xiang Shi, with half of his swollen old face, knelt in front of Yan Beiki with Xiang Yun, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, crying, "Your Majesty, I want to sue the Regent Princess for taking advantage of her power to bully her mother's family, beat her father and brother, stabbed her stepmother, and made her stepsister bedridden." Listening to Xiang Shi tearfully listing Xiangjila's crimes, Yan Beiki immediately slammed his hand on the table, his face full of anger. Uncle, what else do you have to say about what Xiang Aiqing said? Xiang is so domineering. As the regent princess, she can't be a role model for the people. How can she be the regent princess? How can she be a super first-class imperial lady? Facing Yan Beiqi's anger, Yan Zhenyuo stood with his hands behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. Your Majesty, please calm down. The 3 words "please calm down" fell into Yan Beiqi's ears, which undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Not to mention that the please was too much. Even the perfunctory tone of the word calm down was obvious. However, facing the emperor's uncle, who had a stronger aura than himself, Yan Beiqi couldn't use any dragon power. The hands hidden in the sleeves tightened slightly, and Yan Beiqi's back teeth clenched and relaxed, and adjusted his breathing several times, and his face was slightly relieved. When this happened, I wanted to directly hand it over to the Jingyi government office for handling. However, Xiang's status is special, and the emperor's uncle is in charge of the punishment of Da Huang. He must know that Da Huang attaches great importance to the word filial piety. Now that Xiang beat her father and brother, and hurt her mother and sister, please give me and the Xiang mansion an explanation in front of Elder Ming. Explanation? Yan Zhenyuo narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Since the emperor mentioned the word filial piety, this king also has doubts in his heart, and I hope the emperor and Elder Ming can answer them. Yan Beiqi's face turned ugly on the spot. Ming Xiao, who was suddenly called by Yan Zhenyuo, looked stern and immediately bowed to Yan Zhenyuo humbly. Please ask, Your Majesty. Yan Zhenyuo nodded slightly to him. As the saying goes, a father is kind so that the son can be filial, a brother is friendly so that the younger brother can be respectful, and a husband is righteous so that the wife can be obedient. If the father is not kind, how can the son be filial? If the brother is not friendly, how can the younger brother be respectful? If the husband is not righteous, how can the wife be obedient? Ming Xiao blurted out. So if the father is not kind, the son will be unfilial. If the brother is not friendly, the younger brother will be disrespectful, and if the husband is not righteous, the wife will be disobedient. Yan Zhenyuo continued. Xiang Shi favors his concubine over his wife, and values sons over daughters. Can this be considered as a loving father, and a righteous husband? Ming Xiao shook his head. No. Yan Zhenyuo nodded slightly and asked again. Xiang Yan favors his stepsister, and makes things difficult for his legitimate sister. Can this be considered as a brother whose blood is thicker than water? Ming Xiao shook his head. No. Every time Yan Zhenyuo asked a question, Ming Xiao gave him a negative answer. Xiang Shi, who was standing aside, was anxious. Who is Ming Xiao? He is a veteran of 3 dynasties of Da Huang. In the past, he was upright and disdained to form cliques. Even the emperor would accept his words, with a pinch of salt. If Yan Zhenyuo continued to ask questions like this, Ming Xiao would probably have to report to the emperor to punish Xiang Zhila leniently without Yan Zhenyuo asking. Thinking of this, he didn't care whether he was offending his superiors or not, and immediately straightened his back and interrupted. Your Majesty, the prince is deliberately changing the subject. Even though they were both stabbed, why could Xiang Zhila make the emperor order the Xiang family not to come to her? But they couldn't use this to ask the emperor to take back the imperial edict? They were unwilling to accept this. Xiang Zhila turned the Xiang family upside down, and hurt them so much that it would not be too much for him to die. They would never allow Xiang Zhila to get away so easily. Xiang Shi gritted his teeth and knocked his head heavily on the ground, as he felt more and more unwilling. Your Majesty, please understand clearly that the regent is intentionally favoring Xiang Zhila, the rebellious girl. Deliberately changing the subject? Favoring? Yan Zhenyuo raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he disagreed with Xiang Shi's statement. Did he do it so inconspicuously? Only let people see that it was favoritism? He called it unscrupulous protection. Yan Beiqi, who was at the top, frowned slightly and glanced at Xiang Shi, but did not express his opinion. Xiang Shi gritted his teeth and was about to speak, but Yan Zhenyuo's attention suddenly shifted from Ming Xiao to him, and he said coldly, Since Lord Xiang has said so much, then I will give you a chance. If you are even half right, you don't need the princess to give you an explanation for the Xiang mansion. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Seeing that Yan Zhenyuo was not going to push Xiang Zhila out no matter what, Xiang Shi's face was full of disbelief. My lord, are you determined to condone that rebellious girl's crime? Yan Zhenyuo snorted coldly. Master Xiang, please be careful with your words. My princess is only seeking justice for herself, and has not committed any crime. This is the first point. Second, Xiang Zhila is my princess. She has not violated the 7 grounds of divorce, and has not violated the wife's principles. I am her husband and her heaven, so I have the obligation to protect her. If even I don't support her, can I expect you, an unkind father, to show her any mercy? After Yan Zhenyuo's words, Xiangxi was even more furious. The prince's partiality is so blatant that even if I am right, I cannot get justice. Talking to him about justice? Yan Zhenyuo leaned over to Xiangxi's ear and smiled contemptuously. That also depends on what kind of justice you two blood relatives, father and brother, have given to my princess. After saying that, he straightened up, put his hands behind his back, and looked down at Xiangxi and his son, and every word was sonorous. You keep saying that my princess intends to humiliate my mother's family. I would like to ask you, as my mother's family, besides taking advantage of my princess's name and smearing my princess's reputation everywhere, have you fulfilled any of your obligations as a mother's family? When a daughter gets married, which family would openly withhold the betrothal gifts from the husband's family, and not even give the dowry? The Xiang family got started by relying on the dowry of the previous Xiang madam. The Dahuang law states that a woman's dowry can be freely disposed of during her lifetime. After death, the dowry can be divided equally among her biological children, according to the number of children. If a woman is the legitimate mother of a family, the legitimate sons and daughters will take 80%, the illegitimate children will take 10%, and the husband will take 10%. Now, where is the 40% of the biological mother's dowry that my wife took? At last, Yan Zhenyuo sneered. The Xiang mansion wants to be the mother's family of the princess? Okay, first return the dowry and dowry owed to the princess's biological mother. Want me, the princess, to give an explanation? Okay, when you really become the mother's family of the princess, I will make the princess's faults clear, and I will not give you a penny less for the medical expenses. Talk about justice with me? Oh, I'm afraid your Xiang mansion can't afford it. Yan Zhenyuo's relentless chain of questions and self-answering made Xiangxi's face suddenly purple and red. It's not that he is guilty or guilty, but he can't bear to part with the money. Xiang Yan knelt beside Xiangxi and planned to peek at Yan Zhenyuo. When he raised his eyes halfway, he found that Yan Zhenyuo was also looking at him. He suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and dared not look up again. Chapter 277. Yin Beiki, who was at the top, saw that the situation was getting worse and worse, and immediately interrupted. Uncle, stop now. What I am discussing with you now is that Xiang beat his father and brother in public. Yan Zhenyuo stood tall, without any guilt. Beat his father and brother? How does the emperor know that this is not just one-sided statement from the Xiang family? It said that it was in public. How desperate must my princess be to do such a brutal thing of beating in public? Besides, everyone present was from the Xiang family. How does the emperor know that the Xiang family's servants would not give false testimony? After several aggressive questions, Yin Beiki was a little embarrassed. Xiangxi immediately crawled forward a few steps, pointed at his face with shoe prints and slap marks, and cried with tears. Your Majesty, the shoe prints on my face are the evidence, and the size of the soles is the best proof. You can send someone to get the shoes of the rebellious woman and compare them. Take the shoes of my wife? Yan Zhenyuo sneered. My wife is the Regent Princess, and Lord Xiang said to take the shoes, so take the shoes. At this point, Yan Zhenyuo's narrow and long phoenix eyes glanced at Xiangxi coldly. I am not dead yet. Lord Xiang is so eager to trample on the face of the Regent Palace? Xiang Yun hung his head the whole time and dared not say a word. Even his father, the father-in-law Yan Zhenyuo, did not show any mercy, let alone his brother-in-law. What Yan Zhenyuo said was that he abided by the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues. Ba in his eyes, Yan Zhenyuo was just a villain who did not recognize his relatives and played power games. If he didn't have the military power, why would the emperor be afraid of him? Just when he was distracted for a moment, Xiang Yan heard Yan Zhenyuo's clear words intermittently, all of which were disdainful of the Xiang mansion. The Xiang mansion is used to doing stupid things that kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of its own. If something happens to the Xiang mansion in the future, I will definitely have reason to suspect that it was the revenge of these leeches in the mansion to frame my princess. After speaking, Yan Zhenyuo paused and looked at Yin Beiki, with a rare helpless tone in his tone. Your Majesty, you have always been very perceptive. You shouldn't be easily fooled by such a trick, right? Fooled by a trick? He felt that Yan Zhenyuo was indirectly scolding him for being incompetent. If he continued to hold on to this matter, wouldn't it be equivalent to confirming the name of a tyrant? Yin Beiki, who was originally planning to say a few words for the Xiang family, choked and threw the hot potato to Meng Xiu at the right time. Ahem, I naturally won't. What do you think about this matter, Mr. Ming? Meng Xiu bowed respectfully to Yin Beiki and performed a standard courtier's salutation. I think what the prince said is reasonable. Xiangxi knelt forward a few steps, Your Majesty. In order to show his insight, Yin Beiki raised his hand to interrupt Xiangxi's words, his tone serious. My dear Xiang, I think I have indulged you too much, and you even framed the regent princess. Hearing this, Xiang Yin immediately raised his head. The movement was too big, which immediately attracted the attention of Yin Beiki and Yin Junyuo. In order to show his fairness, Yin Beiki frowned slightly, suppressed the anger in his heart that was suppressed by Yin Junyuo, and said in a deep voice, Why, do you have something to say? Xiang Yin lowered his eyes, endured the pain on his face, and tried to speak clearly. I dare not speak nonsense. Because of Yin Beiki's aura, Xiang Yin wanted to retreat just after he started. But thinking of his sister Tiange, who was still lying in bed with a pale face, he had to bite the bullet and said, There is indeed one thing, and I want to ask the emperor to do justice. Tell me. My stepsister Tiange lost her virginity to the king of Qin because of instigation. Now she is pregnant, and the fetus is stillborn because of the harm of the traitor. But the king of Qin refused to admit it. I beg the emperor to give justice to my stepsister Tiange. Since Xiangxi couldn't be touched, he would find a way to bite off the king of Qin. In short, it was okay to hurt them, but if he hurt sister Tiange, no one would have a good life. For him, it didn't matter if Xiangxi hit him, hurt his father and mother. But it was absolutely not okay to hurt sister Tiange. Xiangxi had no intention of provoking the relationship between him and sister Tiange. His sister Tiange was so young and so innocent, how could she do such a vicious thing? That poisonous leech was just right for Xiangxi, but Zhang Qianer was useless, hurting herself and him. As for the bastard in Zhong Xiuxiu's belly, when he returned to the mansion, there would naturally be ways to make that bastard fall out, which would also be an honor for Zhong Xiuxiu, so that her child could accompany sister Tiange's child. When Yin Beiki heard Xiang Yin say that Xiang Tiange was pregnant and the baby died in her womb, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes for a moment. He had heard about the absurd things between Xiang Tiange and Yin Beimo, and at that time, he had reminded Yin Beimo that he was deceived by Xiang Tiange. And his royal brother was indeed obedient, and had basically no contact with the Xiang mansion during those days. Now the pregnancy suddenly came out. Based on his understanding of his royal brother, if Xiang Tiange had not concealed it tightly, he would not have been unaware of it. Thinking of this, even his eyes looking at Xiang Yin became deeper. He opened his lips slightly, praised the king of Qin. Ming Xiu, who was standing by, had his impression of the Xiang mansion lowered again after hearing what Xiang Yin said. He really couldn't understand why General Qin married his daughter to a man like Xiangxi. After dealing with Xiangxi's beating of his brother, and then dealing with Xiang Tiange and the king of Qin, Yin Junyuo returned to the palace when the moon was already high in the sky. The first thing he did when he returned to the palace was to walk towards the main courtyard bedroom as fast as the wind. The lights in the dormitory were still on. Xiangxi had already removed her complicated bun. She was now wearing plain clothes and a goose-yellow cape with intricate patterns. She was standing in front of the door, looking around. When she saw the familiar dark figure, the coldness in her eyes disappeared. Instead, she was filled with joy and a strong sense of guilt. It was a late night in April with heavy dew. She was about to help him take off his cape, but he took the opportunity to hold her in his arms. She had a sweet scent after a bath and the sweet-scented osmanthus incense he often used. Yin Junyuo's uneasy heart calmed down all of a sudden, and even his tone became a little lighter. Are you feeling better? Thinking back to the crazy and red-eyed look when he saw her during the day, his heart couldn't help but ache. What did Xiang Fu do to make her suddenly become bloodthirsty, as if she was stimulated? If he had arrived a step later, Xiangxi's head would probably be separated from his body today. Xiangxi deserved to die, but he couldn't die in her hands, which would dirty her hands. Xiangxi reached out and hugged his neck, buried his head in his neck and nodded, and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry to trouble you. Chapter 278. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt her buttocks being gently patted. Stupid brains often have wild thoughts. Her nose was sore, and she was about to protest, when she heard the man's clear voice again. Your business is my business, why bother? She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that the tone of his speech tonight was a little more affectionate than usual. Looking up at his eyes, she found that the narrow and long phoenix eyes were as cold as usual. Her mouth suddenly shrank. I knew it was an illusion. Yin Junyuo held her and walked into the house. Hearing her slightly disappointed tone, he couldn't help but ask, what illusion? She raised her fox eyes and wanted to act like a spoiled child to him as usual, but her heart was full of hatred and guilt towards him, and the words she wanted to say were stuck. Even her expression became stiff. The 5 fingers of her left hand curled up slightly, and she tried to make her tone natural. She smiled at him. Nothing. The tone was a little wrong. Yin Zhenyu instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He could only hold her up and not let her escape. Recalling Chu Shan's request that he not be so strong, he tried to lower his voice. Just say it if you have something to say. What have we not done? Do we still need to hide it? What have we not done? Xiang Jila's mind suddenly showed many strange pictures. She blushed, and quickly shook her head, and buried her head in his chest, not daring to look at him. It's really okay. Yin Zhenyu frowned. Is it really okay? I always feel that something is not right. The next morning, when Xiang Jila woke up, Yin Zhenyu had already left. She looked at the bed curtain with lifeless eyes. She couldn't communicate with Gongjing number 3. Even she didn't know where this hatred came from. At this moment, she only knew that the surging hatred in her heart was clamoring all the time, asking her to massacre the Xiang mansion and kill Yin Beiki and Yin Beima. She had only one thought in her mind. Anyone who had heard Zhenyu in the previous life should die. In the last life, Jun Nuo lost something because of her. In this life, she will help him get it back with her own hands. So, the deployment in the south must be accelerated. Shinmachi must not be allowed to become stronger. With an idea in mind, her eyes slowly regained their spirit. Chiosi, she called out. Chiosi pushed the door open and walked in. The moment she saw Xiang Jila, she was slightly startled. Today's princess. Her expression was cold, and she looked like another prince, completely without the happiness of the past. Princess. Xiang Jila nodded. Wash and prepare breakfast. I ask you to do something later. A distinguished guest came to a small courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing early in the morning. The guards with swords surrounded the small courtyard, and the leader was Chu Shan. Zhai Jiuma's mood had recovered a little after he avenged his hair in Xiang's mansion yesterday. However, when he saw the distinguished guest sitting in the main seat with a big sword and a golden horse, his mood was no longer beautiful. He could only respond with a fake smile. I am Zhai Jiuma, a humble person. I am honored to meet the prince. I wonder what advice the prince has for coming here with so many troops. Yin Zhenyu narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Shangwan Che. Zhai Jiuma's expression froze slightly, but soon returned to normal. He was full of questions. Your Highness, are you looking for someone? Yin Zhenyu ignored his tricks. A charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. He tapped the table beside him with his slender fingers with distinct knuckles, and said slowly, You have played in my Dahuang for a few years, and that's enough. Do you want to go back to Beiki by yourself, or do you want me to send someone to send your head back to the Beiki camp? If he hadn't found people from Beiki around Xiang's mansion yesterday, he wouldn't have realized that Shangwan Che had been operating under his nose for so long. He also used the pseudonym Zhai Jiuma to deal with officials in his court. If it weren't for the handiwork of the Yin Beiki brothers, he would never believe it. Oh, that's great. Are his 2 good nephews afraid that the kingdom of Dahuang will not be handed over in time? After Yin Zhenyu said this, Zhai Jiuma knew that there was no point in hiding, so he simply stopped pretending. The radiant peach blossom eyes blinked at Yin Zhenyu. You are still you, worthy of being you. A murderous intent flashed across Yin Zhenyu's eyes. I underestimated you. You concealed your identity so well back then. Zhai Jiuma felt a chill on his back, pretending to be calm and unrestrained as he opened the folding fan in his hand. Seeing the master signal, more than a dozen secret guards flew out from the dark, and well-trained guards protected their master behind them. With the secret guards, Zhai Jiuma's confidence returned a little, and he shook the folding fan a few times with a calm demeanor. She said calmly, It's natural for me to cherish my life so much. It's not his fault that he doesn't have martial ethics, but for a cold-blooded person like Yin Zhenyu, he alone is probably enough to fill Yin Zhenyu's teeth. With more people, there will be a better chance of winning. Yin Zhenyu raised his eyelids slightly, and snapped his fingers. Chu Shan led the way in from outside the door. Your Highness. Seeing the guards behind Chu Shan, who were half the number of his own secret guards, Zhai Jiuma fell silent. Yin Zhenyu raised his eyebrows. Why, don't you cherish your life? You won't resist? Zhai Jiuma folded his fan, and signaled the secret guards to retreat. Your Highness, do you think I still have room to resist? Yin Zhenyu didn't buy his tricks. When you sent people into the palace to assassinate me, why didn't you think that this day would come? Zhai Jiuma's face darkened, and a chill emanated from his body. It would be fine if he didn't talk about the assassination, but he got angry when he mentioned it, because Yin Zhenyuo's interference caused him to lose so many water ghosts for no reason. Seeing through his thoughts at a glance, Yin Zhenyuo looked at him with an increasingly cold look. Why, you can't stand the stability of the court of Dahuang, and you want to give Dahuang a national mourning to cause chaos among the people, so that your father, who is far away in Beiki, can send troops to attack Dahuang? Putting his right leg on his left leg and naturally overlapping it, Yin Zhenyuo changed his posture. His tone was light, but with a sense of oppression. Where do you get your confidence from? Do you think that if Yin Beiki dies, you, Beiki, can take advantage of the situation? The strength of the folding fan in his hand tightened slightly, and Zhai Jiumal gritted his teeth and smiled at Yin Zhenyuo. Are you sure that the prince is not misled? Misled? Yin Zhenyuo sneered coldly. Do you think I am Yin Beimo? Chapter 279. The man in front of him looked lazy, his narrow and long phoenix eyes slightly raised, and the cold light in his eyes was cold, but he had no intention of taking the next step. Zhai Jiumal's expression did not change, but his charming voice became cold involuntarily. What do you want? He thought his demeanor was already very intimidating, but the man in front of him did not even raise his eyelids. It happened suddenly. If Yin Zhenyuo wanted to touch him at this time, his people would be unable to do anything. He could not just fall into the hands of Dahuang. Thinking of this, his tone softened a little. Things are not what you think. Thinking back to the choice Yin Zhenyuo asked him to make when he first came, and seeing that he had not expressed anything until now, he went through his words one by one. Finally, after a quick analysis and weighing of the pros and cons, he spoke tentatively. Shall we discuss cooperation? As soon as the words came out, the person at the top finally responded. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression in his eyes was unclear. Cooperation? Zhai Jiumal immediately heard the rising tone of the word cooperation and immediately changed his words. No, it's not cooperation. I have a request to the prince, and am willing to serve the prince during my stay in Dahuang. Xiang Mansion. The imperial edict from the palace was received as soon as the sky brightened. After listening to the eunuch's reading, the faces of Xiang Shi and Xiang Yun, father and son, with colorful scars, all turned green. Xiang Tiange fell to the ground with a pale face. Xiang Yun bravely raised his head and asked, Excuse me, eunuch, this? Yesterday, they clearly asked the emperor for the imperial concubine. Why did the imperial concubine be ordered today? The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict glanced at the two of them arrogantly. His voice was shrill. A woman who has not been married yet, and has been hiding the fact that Prince Qing has left a child. If it weren't for the emperor's kindness, I'm afraid she would be beaten to death. And she dares to make so many requests. The eunuch's attitude was enough to show how much the emperor disliked them now. Xiang Yun felt that his sister Tiange was being despised, and was about to speak, but Xiang Shi held down his clenched fist. After receiving the order humbly, the eunuch left. Zhang Qianer, who was kneeling at the back, had a light veil on her face, and her lips slowly raised a happy arc. Regent Palace. After instructing Qiu Si to do the work, Xiang Zhila called Xiao Nian to his side. Can you use a long whip and a long spear? Xiao Nian bowed his head respectfully. Yes. Teach me. Ah, yes. When Yin Zhenyuo returned to the palace, the first news he heard was that the princess was in the martial arts training ground. Thinking that her hand had not yet fully recovered, his face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The direction of her feet immediately turned. In the martial arts training ground, Xiao Nian held a spear in her hand, and her moves were fierce. With a neat leap, she turned around and shot back, and the spearhead flashing with cold light immediately pointed directly at Xiang Zhila's face. Xiang Zhila lifted the hem of her skirt to her waist, swept her leg sideways, and blocked the spear. No need to show mercy, go ahead. After saying this in a cold voice, she kept her right hand behind her back the whole time, and blocked Xiao Nian's moves with her left hand and leg. After the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, Xiao Nian's spear was taken away by Xiang Zhila's backhand. She immediately knelt on one knee and bowed her head. I'm sorry for offending you just now. I hope the princess will forgive me. Xiang Zhila nodded and let her get up, with a trace of admiration in his eyes. As quiet as a virgin, as agile as a rabbit, good spearmanship. After carefully examining the spear in her hand, she found that the spear was not heavy. The spear shaft was made of ox tendon wood, and the outside of the spear shaft was covered with bamboo pieces, which were tightly wrapped with copper sheets. It was very tough, and the spear head was made of the same material as the daggers they carried, made of black iron, shining with a reddish cold light in the sun. Is the spear specially made? She asked casually. To answer your question, yes. Although it looks no different from ordinary weapons, The fact is that the weapons in their hands are specially made according to their usage habits. Because the weapons are handy, their skills will be more agile than ordinary secret guards. Handing the spear back to Xiang Yin, Xiang Jila raised his mouth slightly. Put it away, go back, and when this princess's right hand is fully healed, we will officially start. Xiang Yin held the spear, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I thought the princess was just saying it casually to test her martial arts skills, but I didn't expect that what she said was true. However, the princess could also take her spear with one hand and learn spear skills from her. Are you sure the princess is not here to urge her to improve her martial arts? Yin Zhenyu rushed to the martial arts training ground and happened to meet the master and servant who were leaving the martial arts training ground. When he saw Xiang Yin holding a spear, he frowned slightly. This is the surging guilt, since seeing him, could not help but float in my heart, and even my chest ached. Xiang Jila lowered his head quickly, walked forward and took his arm as if nothing had happened. She smiled at him lightly. I'm bored in the mansion. Let Xiang Yin show me how to use a gun. Yin Zhenyu looked at her inconspicuously. He was relieved to see that she really didn't seem to have used any martial arts. After sending Xiang Yin away, Xiang Jila took his arm and walked slowly with him. Lulu. The person next to him spoke softly. Xiang Jila still didn't look up. The emperor gave Xiang Tiange to Yin Beima as a concubine. The hand holding is slightly tightened, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in Xiang Jila's eyes. She looked up at Yin Zhenyu, her lips slightly raised, and her tone was full of undisguised gloating over the Xiang mansion. It's what they deserve. It's good for the scumbag and the bitch to get together, so that they can settle the accounts when the time comes. After all, in the last life, the Xiang mansion was a big deal. Moreover, Xiang Tiange still had a grudge against her, so naturally he couldn't be as merciful as he was to the Xiang mansion. Seeing the little woman say the word "it's what they deserve" with high spirits, Yin Zhenyu was a little surprised at her calmness. That's it? No need to do anything else. It's rare that Yin Zhenyu is so proactive in caring about such a trivial matter. Xiang Jila thought he had misheard. What else? Do you want to overturn the blue sedan chair that Xiang Tiange was carried into the Qing palace? And beat Yin Beima so hard that he can't get out of bed? Yin Zhenyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Why not? Since he wants to vent his anger, he should have a beginning and an end. The pain in his chest became more and more obvious. Xiang Jila waved his hand in disapproval, wrinkled his nose, and groaned. This is too childish. Since you want revenge, how can you just take the interest? Have you got a plan? Faced with Yin Zhenyu's question, Xiang Jila took the opportunity to rub his chest, took a breath, and smiled, of course. Then, she stood on tiptoe, and whispered a few words in his ear. When she stood up again, Yin Zhenyu's eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles. If you need help, just ask Chushan for it. This is a must. Do I need to be polite to you? After saying this with a smile, Xiang Jila reached out to climb his shoulders, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed him on the lips, and before he could react, he ran away with a red face. Until he ran away from Yin Zhenyu's sight, making sure that he had not caught up and there was no one around, Xiang Jila flashed into the space. As soon as she touched the ground in space, her face immediately turned from rosy to pale. She fell to the ground helplessly, her eyes red, her teeth clenched, and she clutched the front of her clothes tightly. Chapter 280. A wave of fine and sharp pain continued to come from her chest. Because she was holding the collar too tightly, her knuckles turned white, and her hair on both sides was soaked with cold sweat. Afraid that Yin Zhenyu would notice something was wrong, she didn't dare to bite her lips, and could only endure it with more inhalation than exhalation. I don't know how long it took, but the familiar feeling swept over her again. She seemed to be in the clouds. Not long after, the scene where the hatred was suppressed appeared in front of her again. The two hazy balls in front of her slowly took shape, although they were still as unclear as last time. However, this time she could see the white outline, with hazy facial features, white clothes, black hair, slender figure, and a red spot between the eyebrows. She didn't pay much attention last time, but this time she paid special attention. The pink-clothed ball named Shan Shui had the same voice as Gongjing No. 3. The only difference was that the pink-clothed ball had richer emotions than Gongjing No. 3. The same words, the same scene, kept repeating in front of her. When Xiang Jila regained consciousness, she didn't know how much time had passed. She felt that her whole body was soaked with cold sweat, dripping like she had just been pulled out of the water. If someone was nearby, they would definitely be shocked, because her lips and face were the same color, both white with a hint of dead gray. Until the pain subsided, she gently turned over and lay flat on the ground, slowly opening her eyelids. Her body felt wet, and she realized that she had been lying in the potato field. Because of the pain in her chest, she rolled unconsciously on the ground for a few times, and even her clothes were stained with a lot of mud. But now she was powerless to care too much, and could only helplessly look at the endless and empty sky in the space, with cold eyes. The pink ball must be related to Gongging number 3, but who is the man in white? A breeze blew, carrying the smell of soil and the sweetness of grass, and Xiangjila's sight slowly shifted from the sky to the fertile grassland in the distance. Due to the automatic exchange of the system, countless cattle and sheep were lying or standing on the endless grassland, eating grass or drinking water. She slowly walked to her dry functional soil. The bare land now looked a little damp. Although it was still bare and dry, it was much better than before. "Xiao San, how long will you upgrade this time?" she murmured softly. Now she really had too many questions to ask the dog system. After resting in the space for a long time, Xiangjila made sure that his condition was gradually stabilizing, and no one would notice any clues, so he came out of the space. The setting sun sprinkled on the calm lake, gilding half of the palace with a layer of warm light. At this time, the servants of the Regent Palace were working together to patrol the palace. Xiangjila appeared in a mess at the place where she disappeared at noon. She had thought that she could go back to the bedroom to wash up without being noticed by anyone, but she was discovered by a servant who was passing by in a hurry almost at the same time. When the servant saw her, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "The princess has been found." Xiangjila, ? The bustling palace finally calmed down. Xiangjila, in a mess, was brought to Yan Zhenyu like a child who had done something wrong. Yan Zhenyu's face, which had become gloomy because she suddenly disappeared, suddenly changed when he saw her neatly dressed, covered in mud, and even her hair was covered with a lot of grass debris. He didn't care about scolding her, and immediately went forward to hold her arms and carefully checked her. "Why are you so embarrassed?" Because of nervousness, he even spoke faster than before. Maybe it was the influence of the repeated dream in the space. After just half a day, when Xiangjila saw him again, he felt as if he was in another world. What surprised her was that after the pain in her chest, when she saw Junnu again, she didn't seem to feel as uncomfortable as last night and at noon. Without thinking too much, Xiangjila just wanted to comfort him at this moment. The mansion had mobilized so many troops, and I heard that even Chushan had taken people out to look for her. He must be worried. She pinched her thigh quietly with her left hand, and the sharp pain came quickly, and her tears came. When she looked up at him, his dirty little face was full of tears. "Wow, Zhenyu, the palace is too big. I got lost and fell into a pit." Beside the bath, Yan Zhenyu sat on the shore and meticulously untied her tangled and wet long hair, and wiped the water off her long hair with a towel from time to time. Xiangjila, wearing a dry underwear, rested her head on his legs, and said weakly, "Zhenyu, I'm so sleepy, are you okay?" After being tortured by the pain in her heart for so long, her strength had long been drained. If she hadn't been afraid that Zhenyu would worry, she would have fallen asleep long ago. After taking a look at her face, which was slightly red from the hot spring, Yan Zhenyu felt that she looked thinner after not seeing her for a long time. "I have never seen anyone who can get lost in their own home. Xiangjila, what should I do if you are not with me?" His voice was not as majestic as usual, but cold and tender. It sounded particularly pleasant to Xiangjila's ears, and made her feel at ease. Her eyelids kept drooping, and she finally yawned lazily with her left hand covering her mouth, muttered something inarticulate that Yan Zhenyu could not hear clearly, and then fell into a deep sleep. After finally helping her dry her hair, he found that someone had fallen asleep and was snoring softly. Yan Zhenyu's eyes slowly softened from cold to wet when he looked at her. Finally, he carefully put his hands behind her neck and knees, and with a little force, he hugged her in his arms, letting her lean comfortably in his arms. "Your hair is not dry yet, pig." But he looked down at the sleeping little face again, stretched out his fingertips with thin calluses, and gently traced her eyebrows and facial contours. When his fingertips landed on her cheek, he stopped. A flash of darkness flashed in his eyes. Before yesterday, there was still a little cute flesh on both sides of her cheeks, which felt good to pinch, but now it feels wrong. It's not a visual problem. She really lost weight. His heart tightened, he bent down and kissed her little mouth. Without any further delay, he directly hugged her and left the bath. After settling her down, he immediately summoned Li Guanjia. "When Chushan comes back, ask him to ask Dr. Gongsun to come." After Li Guanjia took the order and left, Yan Zhenyu's cold expression slowly climbed a bit of solemnity. In less than 2 days, The stupid woman actually lost almost a circle of weight, which was definitely not normal. Chapter 281. The sky was as dark as ink. The lights in the Regent Palace were still bright. In the outer room of the bedroom, Gong Sun Ming was holding one end of the golden thread with one hand, and the other hand was carefully placed on the golden thread. His bright eyes were half closed, and his ears were slightly tilted. The other end of the golden thread was firmly tied to a white wrist behind the screen in the bedroom. After a while, Gong Sun Ming raised the hand holding the golden thread, and the other end of the golden thread returned to his hand from the white wrist as if it had life. After he put the gold thread back into the medicine box in a gentle manner, he saw Yin Junyo coming out of the inner room. He immediately bowed respectfully to him. "Your Majesty?" Yin Junyo nodded slightly to indicate that he didn't need to be polite. "How is it?" Gong Sun Ming stood up straight and told the truth. "From the pulse, the princess is fine, but..." Seeing Gong Sun Ming's rare puzzled expression, Yin Junyo's heart inexplicably shrank, and he quietly waited for Gong Sun Ming's next words. Gong Sun Ming frowned. The princess's constitution is much colder than that of ordinary women, and she is worried too much. Worried too much? This time, Yin Junyo frowned more tightly than Gong Sun Ming. She never had to worry about the household affairs of the mansion. Is it because of the Xiong mansion? Gong Sun Ming nodded. The princess's hard blood is not flowing smoothly, and she is easily frightened and uneasy. This time she is worried too much. I am afraid it is also because she is too worried. Worried too much? Gong Sun Ming did not notice the flash of enlightenment in Yin Junyo's eyes, and his increasingly cold expression after enlightenment. He carried the medicine box on his back and bowed to him. "Others are fine. I will prescribe a few medicines for the princess later. They are for treating coldness and poor blood circulation. The prince can send someone to follow me to the medicine house to get the medicine." The coldness subsided a little. Yin Junyo arranged for Chu Shan to follow Gong Sun Ming to the medicine house to get the medicine, and then turned back to the bedroom. The soft light in the room formed a sharp contrast with the bright candlelight in the outer room. Xian Yanqiasi bowed to him, and left one by one, not forgetting to close the door. Yin Junyo locked the door with his backhand, and moved step by step to the bedside. With every step he took, his fists tightened. The corners of his eyes began to turn red, and the bright red was slowly spreading around. This time, he did not get on the bed, but sat on the step bed and lay on the side of the bed. Looking at her still sleeping, he stretched out his hand with tender eyes to hold her slender neck inside, and slowly tightened it. However, at the moment of tightening, he changed his mind. His slightly calloused hand went along her slender neck to her collarbone, and then slid into her collar. Through the thin fabric, he could clearly feel that her heart, which claimed to beat for him, was still beating strongly. Gently kneading the softness under his hands, his narrow and long phoenix eyes were dark, and the strong possessiveness in his eyes could not be hidden. Is he worried too much? Now her attitude towards Xiong Mansion and the pressure she put on him are completely one-sided. Therefore, it is unlikely that she has such a heavy heart for Xiong Mansion. If it is not Xiong Mansion, then it is very likely that there is only the reason he dare not think about or ask. Every time he faces this question, he can't help but laugh at himself for being useless. I want to gamble, but I am afraid of losing. His slender hand slowly pulled out, and he went to bed with his clothes on, resting his head gently on her chest, listening to her heartbeat. Finally, he chuckled in frustration. What should I do? I don't seem to believe in myself again. Sometimes, I really want to dig out your heart to see if there is me inside. But, if you dig out your heart, you will not survive. Compared to breaking your legs or turning you into bone products to keep you by my side forever, I prefer you who are alive and can run and jump. But, I remember you said that we should make good use of each other's time and not waste it on misunderstandings. How about tomorrow? Tell me the truth, okay? If you don't say anything, I take it as your promise to be honest. Xiong Jila, promise me that if you want to lie to me, you can lie to me forever, okay? If you don't say anything, I take it as your agreement to my request. Your health is not good, so don't focus on planning for Shinmachi, okay? Only useless men need women's planning. The man's soft whispers echoed in the bedroom until the moon shadow set in the west. The next morning, Xiong Jila, who was sleeping on her side, was awakened by being pressed. When she turned over, she found that her left hand seemed to have been pressed by a big stone, and the stone was still pressing on her arm. Yawning tiredly, she, who always had a bad temper when she woke up, didn't even look at it. She instinctively reached out to push the stone away, but the place she touched was as smooth as satin, and there was a cold metal-like thing poking her hand. She looked down quickly, and saw that her hand was pressing on a loose man's bun. She shuddered and almost thought she was dazzled. Junnuo, why are you sleeping like this? He always pays attention to his image, but he actually, he looked like a good baby, with his hands folded in front of his chest and his head buried in her shoulder. He not only slept in his clothes, but he didn't even take off his shoes. When she called him like this, the man who was sleeping like a child also opened his eyes sleepily. Seeing him wake up so cutely for the first time, Xiangjila's mouth corners couldn't help but rise a little. He joked, "Prince, your image is shattered." As soon as he finished speaking, the world spun around, and the man who had just rested his head on her arm turned over and pulled her to his body. She looked up, and he lowered his eyes. After seeing those pure fox eyes without other complicated emotions, his restless heart seemed to be comforted a little, and the idea of locking her up came up again. Feeling uneasy at his eyes, that looked like he was staring at his prey, Xiangjila couldn't help but reach out and touch her cheek. "Is there something on my face?" He concealed the dim light in his eyes, pressed her head to his neck, and reached out to climb onto her back, patting her lightly from time to time. Xiangjila said in confusion, "Junnuo, do you have something to ask me or something to tell me?" She had slept with him for several months, and she was very familiar with his subconscious little movements. She must have done something stupid again, and he was trying to beat her up. But thinking about it, it seemed that she had only disappeared for half a day yesterday afternoon. Could it be that he didn't believe her saying that she had fallen into a trap and thought that she had gone to find a strange man? As soon as the thought came out, Xiangjila's brain started to work quickly. Just as she was about to speak, the person holding her spoke in a very low voice. "Are you familiar with Shinmachi?" Shinmachi? A cold light flashed in Xiangjila's eyes. Without thinking, she shook her head vigorously. "Not familiar. From now on, they will be enemies, so no one will have anything to do with him." The two words "not familiar" were like the sun breaking through the thick fog, and Yin Junyo's eyes lit up slightly. Even the hand holding her tightened. Enough, as long as she said that she was not familiar with Shinmachi, that was enough. Realizing that something was wrong, Xiangjila wanted to look up at him immediately, but he stretched out his hand to press the back of his head. Soon, his slightly hoarse voice came to my ears. Then are you willing to confess to me?" An ominous premonition gradually crept into my heart, and Xiangjila frowned. Confess what? Hope rose in his heart, and Yin Junyo seemed to have made a great determination. He took a deep breath and said, "What kind of? Between you and Shinmachi." Before he finished speaking, Xiangjila immediately sat up from him like a kitten with its fur blown up. He put his hands on his waist angrily. "Silly Junyo, why did you mention that stranger? You don't believe me. Something is wrong, very wrong." Junyo wouldn't keep mentioning Shinmochi for no reason. Shinmochi must have said something to Junyo. Junyo misunderstood. Now Junyo's cautious look is very similar to the time when she was reborn. No, she is more cautious than when she was reborn. She knows his temper too well. If it is not handled well, it may go back to the old path of the previous life. Long farewell. As soon as this terrible thought came out, fear came over her like a tide. Xiangjila put down her hands on her waist with a slight tremor. She did not hesitate to cover him with her body, buried her head in his neck, greedily absorbed his warmth, and tried to calm herself down. "Junyo, you said you would believe me." "Stranger?" Yin Junyo's eyelids jumped. Such deliberate avoidance. Is she trying to protect him? So, the unfamiliar just now was also a lie to him. With this understanding, the familiar tearing feeling at the heart position returned. Yin Junyo resisted the pain in his heart, and immediately stood up, and pushed her away. He stood by the bed with a neat movement, looking down at her sitting on the bed in a mess. "What is your relationship with Shinmachi? You are not familiar with each other in this life, so what about the last life?" When the word last life came out, Xiangjila was struck by lightning, and all kinds of unbearable things quickly filled her mind. The fox eyes that looked at him quickly flashed a trace of panic. That trace of panic was too obvious. Yin Junyo caught it immediately. "You are hiding it from me." His eyes slowly turned colder. Jealousy that grew and spread like weeds gradually blinded his reason. He pinched her chin without mercy and looked at her. "So, Shinmachi is right, you have experienced a lifetime, and then returned to me because of guilt. You hate Xiang Mansion because of your previous life, so you are so decisive. You and him are the ones who truly love each other, right?" A series of questions, each sentence was related to the last life. The fig leaf that had carefully covered everything seemed to be torn off at once, and Xiangjila's heart was extremely flustered. He could only shake his head and deny it. "It's not like that." The hot tears fell on the back of his hand. He loosened his hand that was holding her jaw as if he had been electrocuted, and took a few steps back. Xiangjila had never seen Yin Junyo like this. His face was calm, his tone was cold, but he made people feel inexplicably cold and desperate. Anxious, she knelt forward and her knees were empty. She was about to fall to the ground, but she fell into a warm embrace as expected. She didn't care about the recovery of her right hand injury, nor whether it would be more serious. At this time, her hands tightly grasped his collar, and she looked at him with red eyes and an earnest tone. Junua, if you want to know something, just ask me, I won't hide it anymore, and don't look at me like that, okay? Now she was really scared. Afraid of losing him. His mind suddenly recalled those strange, but heartbreaking dreams in the south. Yin Junyo's sight slowly shifted from the two red satin soft pillows embroidered with mandarin ducks beside the bed to her. He helped her sit back on the bed, leaned over and looked at her. His tone changed from the coldness just now to a gentle one. Okay, then tell me, when I was by your side in the last life, did you love me? In addition to giving your body to me, have you given it to anyone else? Her body. Xiangjila's mouth moved slightly, but he couldn't say a word. Yin Junyo's eyes darkened, his tone suddenly became heavier, and even his voice was filled with a bit of majesty. Be honest, answer. Thinking back to the 3 days and 3 nights of inhuman torture. Xiangjila shrank slightly, not daring to look up at him. You care a lot? As soon as he said this, Xiangjila clearly felt that the muscles of his arm supporting her suddenly tightened. She clutched his collar tightly, fearing that he would disappear in front of her the next moment. Her voice became hoarse because of the continuous crying. The tone was a humble plea. Even if I have only you in this life, can't I? The humble plea, in Yin Junyo's ears, took on another meaning. So in the last life, she really loved Shinmachi, so she remarried him. And in this life, she only felt guilty about him, and she still loved Shinmachi. He finally understood why she was so desperate to follow him to the south. It turned out that it was not for him, but to reminisce about the old times. No wonder Shinmachi would appear so coincidentally whenever she was there. But he was just like a fool, being deceived and played by her again and again. His eyes slowly changed from sharp to disappointed, and then to a layer of crazy possessiveness. Yin Junyo slowly let go of her hands, and he laughed hoarsely, and said word by word, Xiangjila, you dirty liar. A crystal tear quickly slid from his face to his chin, and disappeared in his clothes. His eyes were red, and he said calmly, let go. Let go. He asked her to let go. Xiangjila's vision blurred again. It turned out that what Yunyang said was not necessarily right. It was dirty, and it would never be clean no matter how you washed it. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Xiangjila slowly loosened his hand that was grabbing his collar, and did not forget to help him smooth out the wrinkles on his collar. He lowered his head, and half knelt on the bed, not wanting him to see her crying. She straightened her back, put her palms together in front of her forehead, lowered her eyebrows, and gave him a standard salute. I am shameless, and have soiled your clothes. I hope you will forgive me. Chapter 282. It was as if something important was being torn away from her heart. The piercing pain in her chest came again. Xiangjila felt that she had difficulty breathing. She lowered her head and bit her tongue, trying to keep herself awake. Her face was getting paler. Yin Junyo put his right hand behind his back and clenched it into a fist to suppress the urge to move forward. His narrow phoenix eyes slowly closed, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his eyes were clear and there was no more tears. He turned around and stopped looking at her. His voice was cold and without any emotion. Since you know that you are wrong, stay in the room and reflect on your mistakes. After taking 2 steps outside, his footsteps paused. He reached out and pulled off the red jade bamboo pendant that he always carried with him, and held it across his arm for Xiangjila to watch. Anticipating what he was about to do, Xiangjila endured the heart-piercing pain, went to the ground barefoot with a pale face, tightly grasped his sleeves, and knelt beside him. With eyes full of sorrow, she said weakly, Junua, please don't do this. That was her heart, her true feelings for him. Xiangjila. His voice was slightly hoarse, and his tone was faintly relieved and calm. I once thought that you were sincere to me. Even if you were only half sincere, I would. Here, he stopped talking and urged his inner strength. Under Xiangjila's broken eyes, the bright red jade bamboo pendant was broken into powder bit by bit, and scattered on the ground like fine sand along his palm. Just like her heart. Just like his heart. He had made the same mistake more than once. It's not that he didn't give her a chance. Thinking of his constant testing and self-persuasion, He couldn't help but curl his lips with red eyes and self-mockery. Perhaps, the so-called opportunity was just his wishful thinking, and she didn't take it seriously at all. Just like his sincerity. Her hot heart gradually cooled down. His tone was as calm as before. "My king, I use the same thing as others." After saying that, he pulled back his sleeves, stretched out his hand, and pried open her 5 fingers that were tightly grasping his robe, letting her fall to the ground helplessly. "Let go of your dirty hands. Put away your poor acting skills. My king is disgusted by it." With tearful eyes, she watched his robe disappear from her sight. Only when the door of the inner room was closed did Xiangjila fall heavily to the ground, clutching his clothes with both hands. Outside the bedroom, Chiosi, Xianyan, Chushan and Dongren, who came back early in the morning, were in a mess. "What should I do? The prince seems very angry. Wasn't it fine before? Why did they quarrel today? It was fine yesterday too. I don't know why the prince got angry. There is no movement anymore. Could it be that the princess was accidentally killed by the prince? If it doesn't work, just kick the door." After a moment of silence. "Good suggestion. But who will kick the door?" As soon as the question came out, 3 pairs of eyes fell on the person who just said to kick the door. Chushan swallowed nervously. "Why are you all looking at me? I swear to be loyal to the prince until death." Chiosi said expressionlessly. "Chuncho wrote to me 2 days ago." Chushan immediately raised his hand to interrupt. "Saving the princess from the prince is also a manifestation of loyalty to the prince." After saying that, Chushan walked back into the bedroom with an expression of "leave it to me," kicked at the door of the inner room. The door opened from the inside out. Chushan stopped in time. Facing Yan Zhenyuo's more harsh and cold aura than usual, Chushan almost knelt down in front of his master. Fortunately, Yan Zhenyuo was not in the mood to trouble him today, but directly passed him and looked at Xianyan, Chiosi, and Dongren. "From today on, the princess will stay behind closed doors to recuperate, and all the services will be done by the 3 of you personally. No one is allowed to visit her, let alone let her leave." He wanted to say leave the room, but then he remembered that she committed suicide in protest because he locked her in the room in his dream, and then he thought that her health was not very good now, and she needed a range of movement, so he immediately changed his words and said, "Leave the main courtyard half a step. Those who disobey the order will be beheaded." After giving the order in a cold voice, Yan Zhenyuo left with his hair messy and clothes slightly wrinkled. In the room, Xiangjila was lying on the ground, his hands tightly grasping his clothes, and his knuckles were already white. He was soaked with cold sweat, and his body was wet as if he had been fished out of the water. His lower lip had been bitten by her, and left a deep tooth mark. The intense pain came in waves, and she felt it was getting harder and harder to breathe. Just when she felt that she could no longer bear this wave of pain, a warm current spread from her bracelet to her whole body, relieving her pain. Then, a long-lost and familiar voice sounded in her mind. "Host, I've only been away for a few days. How did you become like this?" After a while, Gongging No. 3's voice sounded in Xiangjila's ears again. Because of the excitement, even the tone became sharp. "How come even the bracelet and memory hairpin are cracked? Host, what did you do?" After his body relaxed a little, Xiangjila, who was about to enter the space, heard a small noise outside the door and immediately forced himself to sit up from the ground. The one who came in was Chiosi holding a basin of water. Seeing her pale face and sitting on the ground, supporting her upper body with her right hand, Chiosi, who was usually calm, was also shocked. "Princess, are you feeling unwell? The wound on your hand has not healed yet. Be careful that the injury worsens." At this time, Xianggjila realized that she had just used her injured right hand. The pain in her heart had long overshadowed the pain in her hand. She raised her lips slightly and wanted to tell Chiosi that she was not in pain, but before she opened her mouth, tears fell first. Chiosi easily lifted her up from the ground and took her to the bed. "Please rest for a while, and I will help you wash up first." Xiangjila sat on the edge of the bed and asked in a choked voice, "Where is he?" "He?" Chiosi understood at once. The prince asked the princess to rest well in the courtyard during this period of time. "Rest? Are they going to confine her to her feet?" Xiangjila smiled bitterly and said nothing more. After calming down for a moment, she connected what Jun Nuo said and roughly guessed what Shinemo Chi had said to Jun Nuo. The influence of preconceived ideas, no matter how she explained, there would be a thorn in Jun Nuo's heart. She underestimated Shinemo Chi's shamelessness and boldness. He dared to tell Jun Nuo something as shocking as rebirth, and distorted the facts. Jun Nuo must have been hurt. But she was his accomplice. Because she was afraid that Jun Nuo would be angry with her, and not want her if he knew the truth of rebirth, she selfishly chose to conceal it, giving Shinmachi an opportunity to take advantage of her. Her selfishness finally made her taste the bitter fruit. She must let Shinmachi experience this pain. Clenching her fists slightly, hiding the tears in her eyes, Xiangjila tried to cheer herself up. Is Dongren back? Chiosi nodded. Waiting outside the door, waiting for the princess's orders at any time. Okay. Looking down at her own mess, Xiangjila whispered. Please wash and change my clothes for me. Chapter 283. After washing up, Chiosi took the breakfast and Chinese medicine brought by Xian Yin and placed them in front of Xiangjila. Because he had no appetite, Xiangjila didn't eat much of the breakfast, and when he saw the bowl of black Chinese medicine with a strange smell, Xiangjila's brows were tied into a knot. Xian Yin persuaded her, Princess, you were in a coma yesterday. The prince was worried about your health. Last night, he specially sent someone to invite Dr. Gong Sun to come and see you. The prince also asked Commander Chu to get this medicine. Jun knew. That fool. With a lump in her throat and a sour nose, Xiangjila reached out without hesitation to pick up the medicine bowl and drank the dark Chinese medicine in one breath. Her mouth was filled with bitterness, and she felt that her heart seemed to be more bitter than the medicine. Her eyes quickly filled with tears. Taking advantage of the effect of the medicine, she took the opportunity to pass the medicine bowl to wipe away the uncontrollable tears in her eyes. She ordered, The medicine is bitter, remember to prepare sugar next time. Xian Yan quickly took the medicine bowl she handed over and retreated. After getting up in the morning, she had a fight with Jun Nuo, and her chest hurt for a while. At this time, Xiangjila clearly felt that her body was beginning to get tired. After letting Chiosi help her back to bed, she forced herself to cheer up and meet Dongren. As expected by the princess, when Zhao Liang saw the subordinate disguised as the princess and dressed in civilian clothes to deliver rice and food to her, he immediately closed the door and didn't even want the rice and food. Then what? The subordinate hid in the dark. Gao Daong came out and saw no one, turned around and scolded her for being guilty. After thinking for a while, Dongren looked at Xiangjila with a more solemn expression. Princess, back then, the former wife gave birth to a child after 8 months of pregnancy. Xiangjila frowned. 7 or 8. Dongren nodded. So, it is very likely that the former wife was pregnant before she married into the Xiang family. Xiangjila lowered her eyes, and was silent for a long time, then asked, Is there any news about the midwife who delivered the baby back then? I checked and found that on June 18th of that year, only 3 families around Kyoto, and in Kyoto gave birth on the same day, but except for the Xiang family, all the babies were daughters. All daughters? Where did Xiang Yun come from? Xiangjila frowned. Check the days nearby for a few days, and don't let go of any loopholes. Dongren was about to respond, but she remembered Yin Junyuo's instructions, and looked at Xiangjila in embarrassment. The prince asked me, Xian Yin, and Chiosi to take care of you these days to get your body back to health. Xiangjila narrowed his eyes, and his tone was a little colder than before. Your master, is it the prince or me? Without thinking, Dongren blurted out. Princess. That's it. I asked Chiosi to bring Chu Shan to see me later. If the prince blames me, I will protect you. Don't worry. But the prince was very angry just now. We all thought that the prince killed you by mistake. Just as she started talking, she saw Chiosi nodding slightly at her. Dongren said yes respectfully and then left. The ears were quiet again, and the fatigue on Xiangjila's face was obvious. Princess, do you need to rest for a while? Xiangjila closed her eyes and nodded. She let Chiosi tuck in the quilt for her and draw the bed curtains. Xiangjila slowly opened her eyes until the door closed softly. She flashed into the space. Seeing Xiangjila, Gongjing number 3 immediately flapped its wings and flew in front of her. Host, there is a crack on the bracelet. It must be repaired. When Xiangjila saw the pink egg-shaped body of Gongjing number 3, she inexplicably thought of the pink little ball in her dream. Even the voices of the two were almost exactly the same. A flash of inspiration came to her. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Gongjing number 3, imitating the tone of the man in the dream, and said, Shan Shui. Gongjing number 3's machine eyes flashed. Then he laughed. Host, do you think Xiao 3 went to travel? Xiangjila narrowed his eyes. Shan Shui, you don't have to pretend anymore. I recovered a memory. In the dream, there were 2 people, one tall and one short, one white and one pink. The one wearing pink was a little girl. That little girl was you, right? You can't have seen. Gongjing number 3 wanted to take back his words halfway through his surprise. Impossible to have seen it? Why is it so sure? A feeling of being deceived swept over Xiangjila, and her chest ached again. She angrily set out her guesses from the past few days. You really lied to me. You are not a system at all. Even the so-called copy and the mission are fake. Gonging number 3 immediately flew in front of her and kept half a step away from her, with a hurried tone. Host, don't get excited. Repair the bracelet first, otherwise your heart-wrenching pain will only get worse, and then even Xiao 3 won't be able to relieve your pain. Oh heaven, earth, who can tell it how its original bracelet broke so easily? It's okay if it breaks, the problem is, Gonging number 3 just feels that things have been going beyond its expectations, and it is so annoyed that its eggshell is about to break. Repair the bracelet first, otherwise the heart-wrenching pain will only get worse? Xiangjila's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. The bracelet must have something to do with her. In order to deceive Gonging number 3 to tell the truth, she tried hard to recall the pain of yesterday and this morning. She half knelt on the ground with a face full of pain, her brows were more tightly furrowed than before, and even her tone was much weaker than before. The whole person looked like she was breathing in more than out, and even her speech was intermittent and weak. I had a quarrel with the Regent this morning, and I have no desire to live. Now even you are deceiving me. If you don't tell me the truth again, then I will die in pain. Host, you. Seeing her face getting paler, Gonging number 3 was silent for a while. The mechanical eyes flashed a few times, and slowly landed beside her. Host, do you really want to know Xiao 3's origins? With the previous experience, Xiangjila gritted his teeth and said angrily, Don't try to deceive me this time. Gonging number 3 leaned towards Xiangjila, and the soft and sticky lowly voice was a bit helpless and sincere. Since you can see the memories of the original world, it means that Changju's seal is no longer strong. Maybe the crack in the bracelet gave Changju this opportunity. After a pause, it seemed to be organizing its words. Xiangjila sat beside it patiently and listened to it tell its origins. I was originally a remnant of a crane soul. My master saw me dying during a trip and said that we were destined to be together. He took me in as a bodyguard and gave me the name Shan Shui. He also found the Xietian Divine Stone for me as a temporary body to help me cultivate and shape the body of a fairy servant. The bracelet on your hand is the Xietian Divine Stone that was given to me as a temporary body. After my fairy servant body was shaped, this stone was polished into a bracelet by the master himself. Chapter 284. Hearing this, Xiangjila couldn't help but look down at the floating flower bracelet on her hand. The master you mentioned, is it Ju Newell? Gonging number 3 paused slightly. After a while, the soft and sticky lowly voice slowly sounded. Yes. At first, I didn't take the bracelet seriously, until later, a faint soul broke into the fairy mountain. Speaking of this, Gonging number 3 moved a little and jumped onto Xiangjila's lap, and the dark machine eyes looked at her. As you thought, that soul is you. When you broke in to peek at the master for the first time, the master didn't know it was you. He thought it was another little ghost who wanted to kill himself, so he asked me to kill you. But I felt that you were different from other little ghosts, so I helped stabilize your soul and put you back to Ghost Ridge. The second time I saw you, I found that you were secretly following the master and were injured by the barrier of the master's fairy palace. Recalling the name in the dream, Xiangjila tilted his head and asked, The little ghost you called, is it me? Gonging number 3's machine eyes flashed. It was you. You are not what you are now. Although you used a trick to become what you are now, my master and I saw at a glance that half of your face was covered with scars. It was very ugly. Also, I didn't know the origin of you and my master at that time. I was just surprised that a little ghost cultivator like you could catch my eye. At this point, Gonging number 3 stopped and changed his words. This matter is long and complicated. It will take a while to explain it clearly. In short, what I can tell you is that the Divine Stone bracelet is now my true body, and this true body is not an ordinary thing, and it should not appear in the secular world. It appeared because you transformed your cultivation into blood, and then irrigated it with your heart blood for several years. Realizing that Gonging number 3 intended to change the subject, Xiangjila hurriedly asked, Then, what about him? What about your master? In the past, she didn't feel much. I don't know if it's because she knows more and more things. During this period, her body has become more and more out of her control. As long as it was related to the past, her heart would spasm and ache uncontrollably. I remember hearing a voice before, it was him, saying that he would not reincarnate for all his lives in exchange for a chance to start over. As she spoke, she seemed to see a blood-red scene in front of her eyes, and in front of her was a spotless and finely embroidered cloud-patterned robe. because her eyes were full of blood red, even the robe was bright red. Seeing that this topic could not be avoided anyway, the white light in Gonging No. 3's machine eyes slowly turned red, and he sighed. You are a daughter who has taken up arms, which is intolerable to heaven and earth. Heaven seems fair, but in reality. As he spoke, Gonging No. 3 sneered. Ghosts pick on the weak, and Buddha picks on the weak to suffer. The world is in chaos, and someone has to take the blame, and you are the scapegoat chosen by heaven. Wars are endless, lives are in ruins, and you are carrying the sin of killing and cursed by your loved ones. There is no better scapegoat than you. Heaven's scapegoat. With a guess in his mind, Xiangjila slowly clenched his fists, and the corners of his eyes were slowly stained with a layer of fat color, which gradually spread to the eye sockets, and a burst of water vapor was condensed. What happened next? Her voice was slightly choked. You guessed what happened next. Gonging No. 3's soft and tender voice seemed to be affected by Xiangjila, and it was also choked a little. You were not together in the original world. The master fought against the way of heaven in order to let you start over again. When Gonging No. 3 paused, Xiangjila seemed to hear the sound of it swallowing saliva. For some reason, Xiangjila felt its despair and pain. The mist in his eyes fell with the word sacrificed himself that Gonging No. 3 slowly said. The spasmodic pain in her heart suddenly became sharp, her eyes went dark, Xiangjila felt a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed out like a water arrow. Gonging No. 3 immediately glowed red all over her body, and the red light spread rapidly, enveloping her whole body in an instant. After a while, Xiangjila recovered from the blackening in front of her eyes, and her face turned gray. How do I repair the cracks in the bracelet? Her voice was hoarse, and her whole strength seemed to be drained away at once. She couldn't listen to the tragic things that happened later. Gonging No. 3 looked at her weak appearance now, and his tone was full of pity. I knew it would be like this. Your blood is needed to repair the bracelet. Can you give me blood in your current situation? Bleed? Xiangjila reached out to wipe the blood from his lips, frowning slightly. Why does the bracelet need my blood? As if it had recalled its sad past, Gonging No. 3's machine eye turned red again, the light red slowly becoming darker. The Xiantian divine stone is not an ordinary thing. If it falls into the mortal world rashly, it will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. In addition, the bracelet was stolen by the two of us, so we will naturally have to pay a greater price. At that time, the master used up his last cultivation to seal the Changju, intending to seal everything about him in your memory. Unfortunately, he underestimated your feelings for him. Under his seal, you could still remember so many things from your past life. He took on all the backlashes you needed to experience in your rebirth as a real dragon, and broke the curse of your blood relatives. You were spared by the heavens, and his soul was scattered from then on. After his death, you did not return to the past node immediately, but knelt in front of me and begged me to help you steal the bracelet and Changju. You wanted to return to the human world with him to find him. I wanted to tell you that the master gave you a chance to be reborn, and also gave another person who wanted you but couldn't get you in the mortal world a chance to start over, but you said that you didn't want anyone except the master. Maybe I was moved by you, and for the first time, I did something that went against the master's decision and stood on the same side with you. In the following decades, we have been looking for ways to turn immortal things into mortal things. Xiangjila naturally took over Gonging No. 3's words. That method is my heart blood? Gonging No. 3 sighed. Yes. But that method requires a lot of cultivation, and has a very low success rate. The Xiantian divine stone is taken from an extremely cold place. If it is just ordinary heart blood, it will probably be attacked by it before it can nourish it at all. Therefore, in order to increase the success rate, you ignored the dissuasion and refined your cultivation in the extremely cold place, and gathered it in your heart meridian. Then, every half a month, you let out half a bowl of blood to nourish it, and this continued for 3 years. Fortunately, we succeeded, and you also exhausted all your cultivation, and your heart meridian was severely damaged, and you fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 285. It was agreed that the two of them would go together, but it ended up being the only one left. Recalling the loneliness and helplessness at the beginning, Gonging No. 3 slowly blurted out, "At that time, I was really panicked." Halfway through, Xiangjila didn't understand its worry and immediately corrected it. It means very scared, which is a saying in China. During the time when your spirit body was sleeping, I was worried that you would not wake up after everything happened, so I didn't dare to take the risk of sending you back to the node set by the master for you, so I brought the bracelet all the way to China, intending to wait for you to show signs of waking up, and then I would send you back. The world there is full of wonderful things. I saw many things I had never seen before. When I first entered Huaxia, I didn't realize how tempting my immortal servant body was to those who practice Taoism. Soon, I was targeted. That thing practiced Wuji Dao, which is also a kind of ghost practice. However, he often took shortcuts and did bad things. He was not tolerated by the heavenly Dao, so his cultivation level could not break through. My existence was the opportunity for him to break through. Because of my limited cultivation level, I couldn't beat him, so I started to flee. At this point, Gonging No. 3's tone became much more lost. I didn't expect the outside world to be so complicated. After getting rid of the ghost cultivators, I was targeted by a master in black clothes. Fortunately, the master swore an oath with blood, clearly stating that he only wanted my immortal servant body, and would not touch me with anything else, and would help me fulfill a wish. In the end, I exchanged an imaginary space with her, with the immortal servant body that I had shaped for more than 600 years. She also kept her word. After separating my soul from the immortal servant, she did not take away my cultivation, but used the Xiantian divine stone as my body and helped me integrate the space into it. She also told me that the node where you and the master are located belongs to a parallel world of ancient martial arts. If I appear too abruptly and no magic, I will be burned to death as a monster, and it may also implicate you and the master. Therefore, she asked me to look more at the things called TV and computer there, so that I would have a reasonable reason to appear in front of you. I accepted her advice and looked around. I found that most of the computers there that had space were called systems, so I asked that person to help me train me into a qualified system. The expert also said that the systems all had names and asked me if I had any wishes. I said, I hope you can have a good ending with your master, and have many children and grandchildren in the future. So, the master named it Gonging System, and in order to highlight the difficulty of the system, she also asked me to call myself Gonging No. 3, because there were failed No. 1 and No. 2 before. In order to support you and your master to reunite, the master helped me think of many tasks to enhance your relationship, and also gave me many useful gadgets. Over time, the space has become what it is now. Hearing this, Xiangjila felt pity for Jun Nua and Gonggang No. 3. She regretted losing her temper with Xiao No. 3 before, and she also regretted calling it a dog system at every turn. It is not a cold system, it also has emotions. She is not qualified to nitpick the strange task Xiao No. 3 gave her, and the rewards that were too embarrassing to talk about. She is also not qualified to ask what it actually did during the upgrade, because it has been working hard for their perfection. When she first came back, she always thought that she had the chance to start over again because of God's mercy. However, now she knows that there is no such thing as you can start over as long as you repent in the world. It's just that someone has paid enough for you in advance. Xiao 3, she tried to suppress the bitterness in her nose, stretched out her hand to hold it in front of her, smiled at it with red eyes. Thank you for your efforts for us, you have worked hard. Gonging No. 3's machine eyes dimmed. No need to thank me, you have also paid a lot. According to the plan, I didn't intend to tell you this. But I never expected that Changju would have spirituality, and wanted to break the seal on its own. Let's not talk about the fact that Changju and the bracelet are now in a symbiotic relationship. As long as one side breaks, the other side will also break. The most important thing is that since your blood beads have been hidden in the bracelet, it has recognized you as its master. From then on, it is your lifeline. If it breaks, you die. And Changju not only seals your memory, but also the owner's memory. Once the seal is broken, the owner's memory will definitely be restored. Hearing the seriousness of its tone, Xiangjila couldn't help but ask, will the consequences be serious? Will it be more serious than now? Gonging No. 3 said in a deep voice. Very serious. You know the master's temper very well, don't you? Xiangjila opened his mouth slightly, but couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Indeed, Jun Nua's temper is extreme. Once he loves deeply. Similarly, once he decides to give up, he will not leave any way out for himself or each other. She knows. From the moment he crushed the pendant, he decided not to love her anymore. However, what if he didn't leave a way out for each other? Couldn't she make one herself? How do I get the blood? She asked softly. The blood from the heart is the most difficult to get. She couldn't go back and stab the dagger into her heart, right? Gonging No. 3 flew up, scanned her body with a machine eye, and landed again. Take it easy. When your emotions are stable, and there is no dull pain in your heart, I will help you get it. Okay. Xiangjila nodded very cooperatively, and asked, from now on, should I call you Shanshui or Xiao 3? Gonging No. 3 flapped his wings. It's okay, it's just a name. Okay. Xiangjila nodded again and asked, so, My frequent heartaches these 2 days are also because of the internal cracks in the bracelet? Gongging number 3 thought for a while, and replied, there are certain reasons, and more importantly, your hatred is slowly recovering. You must stabilize your emotions, otherwise, you will easily have demons. Sitting on the ridge of the field with his knees bent, he stretched out his hand to hold Gongging number 3 in his arms, and Xiangjila tentatively said, why don't you help me recover all my memories of the previous life? Chapter 286. This time, Gongging number 3 did not hesitate as usual, nor did he avoid the topic as usual. With Xiao 3's current strength, at most I can help you recover to the scene before your death in your previous life. How much of the memories of the original world you can remember depends on your luck. Chongju can no longer be used. After hesitating for a while, it reminded, if all the memories of the previous life are restored, the erosion of hatred will bring you severe heartache, and the process is a bit long. Are you really sure you can do it? Heart-piercing pain. Recalling the pain that almost made her unable to endure these 2 days, Xiangjila's 5 fingers shrank slightly, and her voice trembled. If you get through this pain, will it hurt again in the future? She was not afraid of pain. What she was afraid of was that if the pain was so severe every time, what if one day she couldn't catch her breath? She couldn't imagine how devastated Jun Nua would be. Gongging number 3's machine eyes flashed. If you get through this time, you won't feel pain again unless you are overly emotional in the future. But, are you sure you can control the devastating hatred? Destroy the heavens and the earth? Xiangjila's fox eyes darkened, his expression firm. I can do it. I have to do it even if I can't. Her rebirth was exchanged by Jun Nua and Xiao 3 at a great price. How could she boil the frog in warm water like before? Xiangjila's resolute expression made Gongging number 3 seem to see the little ghost cultivator who came to it for help. When everyone was pessimistic about them, she was the only one who persisted. Okay, then you go back and have a good rest. When your chest area is no longer dull tomorrow, we will repair the dark pattern and suppress the long tactic, and then restore all your memories of the previous life. Worried that she would be scared, Gongging number 3 comforted her. During the memory restoration, I will try my best to help you share the pain. Remember, keep your mind steady, and don't let hatred cloud your mind. Xiangjila hugged it again with gratitude. Okay. Letting Xiangjila hug him, Gongging number 3 whispered, the master seems to have a misunderstanding between you and the reborn one. Some things are unfair to him if they are kept secret from him. Do you need to let him see all the truth of the previous life? All the truth? Knowing all the truth and seeing her ugliness and filthiness, he would probably hate her even more, right? Xiangjila lowered his eyes and thought for a while. If possible, when the Xiang Mansion's affairs are resolved, I will find a chance to get close to him. Then you help me. Gongging number 3 was right. It was really unfair to hide it from him. Before, she was selfish and only worried about being abandoned. She didn't think about him from his perspective at all. Many things are not scary in themselves, but they are scary only when they are covered with a veil of unknown. She and Shinmachi knew many key things in the previous life, but Jun Nua didn't know. It was too easy for Shinmachi to do bad things. If she had to choose between Jun Nua being hurt by Shinmachi and Jun Nua hating her, she would rather choose Jun Nua hating her than want him to be hurt. With the decision in her heart, she was like a cloud of fog, no longer depressed. She still had a lot of things to do. She also had to cherish the time when she could still see him openly. Gongging number 3's persuasive voice pulled Xiangjila back to his wandering thoughts. But misunderstandings and other things must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise it is easy to miss each other. Xiangjila shook his head. In 2 days, the envoys of Nanchu will arrive in Beijing. Kyoto is full of undercurrents. The Regent's mansion has been coveted. Yin Beiki is expected to make trouble at any time. I must maintain the dignity of the Regent's mansion for him, so that he has no worries. Even if she loses the title of princess, she will guard this home for him. With a sigh, Gongging number 3 slowly said, well, I still have the fancy clothes ready. If you need to use the beauty trick, I can help you put them on at any time. Listening to Gongging number 3's serious tone saying such ridiculous words, Xiangjila didn't know what expression to make for a moment. He could only touch its eggshell. Little 3. Maybe, I won't need the fancy clothes in the future. What he wanted was her innocence for 2 lifetimes. Even if it's just this life, it won't do. How could such a clean person be willing to touch dirty things again? Gongging number 3 flapped his wings and jumped a few times in front of her. You have to work hard, don't you? What if the master doesn't care about your experience in the last life? If he didn't care, he wouldn't be so angry. Xiangjila smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Before leaving the space, she asked Gongging number 3 to help her repair the wound on her hand. After Gongging number 3 repaired her, he advised, "You should get hurt less. Injury to the bones is different from your usual muscle soreness. My spiritual power is not endless. If I use too much at once, I will overdraw it." Xiangjila moved his wrist to make sure it was no longer painful before asking, "What will happen after overdrawing?" "I have to accumulate it again." Suddenly remembering the new system function before, Xiangjila's face turned red. "The so-called new function to help me repair my body, is it also your nonsense reason?" Gongging number 3 coughed twice. "I swear, when you are in love, the space automatically blocks everything from the outside world. I can't see anything really." Xiangjila narrowed his eyes. "Then why can you always guess so accurately what June knew, and I did?" Gongging number 3 felt hot. "The divine stone is one with you, it can feel. As for why I know the master's intentions, it is actually because the master used a few drops of his heart blood to repair my residual soul in the last life, so I can feel his heartbeat frequency and guess his current situation." After a pause, it added, "Don't underestimate this shell of mine. Inside is the high-tech of China. At that time, that expert helped me hack into many systems to get the functions. As long as it involves data analysis, it can't be difficult for me." Xiangjila, "Forget it, I don't understand." It was late at night. A small green figure holding a wooden rabbit in his hand cautiously avoided the patrol of the guards. He approached the hemming hall cautiously. Under the moonlight, under the cover of the bushes, seeing the main courtyard not far away with layers of guards, Li Yu's beautiful eyebrows suddenly twisted up. She was indeed under house arrest. No wonder the atmosphere in the mansion is so wrong today. What's wrong with the old man? He actually locked Xiangjila up? Was it to protect her? Soon, Li Yu gave up this idea. Impossible. If he was protecting her, he would have found a way to deal with her quietly. For the first time, Li Yu hated herself for not knowing martial arts. Her shoulder was gently patted, and Li Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She dared not breathe, and slowly put the hand holding the rabbit into her sleeve. Chapter 287. "Hush, don't make any sound, it's me." It was a familiar voice. Even if it was a whisper, she could recognize it. Li Yu turned her head immediately, her beautiful eyes lit up. Just as she was about to speak, the man covered her mouth. "Follow me." She nodded. There was a woodshed behind the kitchen of the Regent's palace. In the past, few people stayed there except for the rough servants. At this time, the moon was gradually setting in the west, and the servants were on duty or resting. Two petite figures appeared in the woodshed that should have been quiet. "Just wanted to find you." Xiangjila pulled down the black scarf on his face. The visible haggardness scared Li Yu. Even if she was smiling at the moment, she couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes. "What happened between you and him?" In fact, what she wanted to ask more was, why were you locked up by him? But seeing her evading the layers of guards without anyone noticing, she understood that if she didn't volunteer, Yin Junyo couldn't trap her at all. Xiangjila smiled. "This is the interest between him and me, you don't understand." After laughing, she changed the subject. "I came out this time to borrow something from you." Li Yu tilted her head and raised her eyebrows slightly. Xiang Mansion. Zhong Xiuxiu had just returned to her room from the palace when she found Xiang Yun sitting upright in front of the bed, as if waiting for her. Under the flickering light, his hair was slightly messy, his eyes were red, and his thin face looked particularly pale, like a ghost. Zhong Xiuxiu's heart jumped inexplicably, but the door had been closed long ago, and she had no way to retreat. She thought that he would not do anything to her for the sake of the child, so she pretended to be shy and walked to his side. "Husband." Xiang Yun glanced at her slightly protruding belly, his voice slightly hoarse. "You go to the palace so frequently. Do you still have the Xiang Mansion in your heart?" Zhong Xiuxiu, who was frightened by Yin Junyo's visit to the palace a few days ago, felt a strong ominous premonition in her heart. She took a step back without leaving a trace, and smiled with trembling lips. How could it be that I don't have it? Xiuxiu, isn't this back? I thought the palace was your home." A cold snort was accompanied by a dull sound, and with a clang sound, an exquisite jade cup on the small table at the bedside was swept to the ground by Xiang Yun's backhand. Zhong Xiuxiu's eyes suddenly widened. Her beauty jade cup. This beauty jade cup was originally her mother's dowry. It was made of Hetian warm jade. The outer layer was exquisitely carved with cold plums, and the inner layer was a warm jade liner as thin as a cicada's wing. Drinking flower tea soaked in dew with it for a long time can make the skin white and tender again. She begged her mother for a long time before her mother agreed to give her a dowry. Now, Because of Xiang Yun's inexplicable temper, he threw it back and broke it. Broken. Zhong Xiuxiu looked at the broken jade cup with pain, and the frustration she had suffered in Yuquan Palace a few days ago seemed to have a gap to vent. She didn't care about her guilty conscience or her pregnancy, and walked to Xiang Yun with anger in her eyes, changing her previous gentleness. Xiang Yun, you have to compensate me for the jade cup. Xiang Yun grabbed her hand and pulled her in front of him, gritting his teeth, and said, "What on earth did you go to the palace for?" His eyes were full of hatred, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity, as if he could kill the other party with one blow if he moved a little. Zhong Xiuxiu was not a good-tempered person either. The continuous questioning had already worn out her patience. Relying on the child in her belly, she sneered at Xiang Yun. "What am I doing in the palace? Don't you have any idea?" She kept saying that she went to the palace frequently. Wasn't it his mother's request that she went to the palace? At his mother's request, she went to the palace to complain to her aunt about Xiang Jila. Her aunt was reluctant to let her stay for 2 more days. What's the problem? If it wasn't for his mother's request, would she have seen such an unforgettable scene? Since she was frightened that day, she had been recuperating in Yuquan Palace for many days. After finally coming back, he started to blame her without asking why. If it wasn't because of the incident in the north of the city that made her famous, would she have been forced to marry him because she was too ashamed to see anyone and share a husband with that ugly guy from the Shangshu mansion? If she had known the result would be like this, when she knew she couldn't marry the regent, she might as well have married her cousin Beimo. Do you have a clue? A bloodthirsty light flashed across Xiang Yun's eyes. The hand holding Zhong Xiuxiu's arm exerted force again, pushing her onto the bed, and then he pressed his whole body against her. I do have a clue. While speaking, his hand slowly reached the collar of Zhong Xiuxiu's clothes, and was grabbed by Zhong Xiuxiu in a panic. What do you want to do? How could she, who had experienced sex, not understand what kind of hint that was? Don't forget, I'm still pregnant now. Following the curve of her body, Xiang Yun's eyes once again stopped at Zhong Xiuxiu's belly. Recalling that he had seen several doctors today, and the doctors all gave the same result, Xiang Yun smiled at her sarcastically. Child. As he said that, he suddenly reached out and pinched her jaw, using force without mercy. You actually mentioned a child to me? Don't think I don't know that you entered the palace just to flirt with others. Xiang Yun's words were like a thunder, boom, and Zhong Xiuxiu's mind was blank. She was stunned on the spot, with only the following thoughts in her mind. What should I do? How could he know? How can I make it up? She didn't react until she felt cold and Xiang Yun bit her neck like a dog. You let me go, are you crazy? The man on her raised her hands to her head, unmoved. The tone was cruel and bloodthirsty. Zhong Xiuxiu, if you do something bad, you must bear the consequences. Since the child is not mine, I will personally get rid of the evil seed in your belly. A strong fragrance wafted through her nose, and Zhong Xiuxiu felt a faint pain in her lower abdomen, and she struggled even harder. You are really crazy. Xiang Yun answered with a cruel curl at the corner of his mouth. His long finger penetrated without leaving any room for maneuver. Zhong Xiuxiu screamed on the spot. Just as the two were in full swing, a deep and magnetic voice shouted, "Come quickly, the young master is beating the young mistress." Xiang Yun, who was originally planning to take up his gun and go into battle, was yelled at by this voice and shuddered immediately. Zhong Xiuxiu, who just wanted him to leave her body, didn't care too much and kicked him mercilessly at that restless place. A man's shrill scream resounded through the night sky above Xiang Mansion. Chapter 288. In the dark, accompanied by increasingly chaotic footsteps, a petite figure quickly disappeared into the darkness and went in another direction. West Garden side room. Zhang Qianer, who was sitting neatly on the bed with her face covered by a veil, heard 2 heavy and 1 light knocks outside the door and immediately stepped forward to open the door. Xiang Jila was dressed in pure black, with his hair and the lower half of his face wrapped in a cloth of the same color, revealing only a pair of bright fox eyes. Zhang Qianer's eyes lit up slightly. You're here. Xiang Jila nodded slightly. Xiang Yun will be in chaos later. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right? Zhang Qianer nodded twice. I know, you said you can help me remove the poisonous leeches. Xiang Jila took the lead and walked to the carved washstand beside the bed. There was a copper basin on the shelf, and a special towel for washing faces in the copper basin. Xiang Jila didn't say a word. Stretch out your right hand. Her right hand was the hand that was poisoned by the leeches. Zhang Qianer didn't doubt him. After locking the door, she immediately walked to Xiang Jila, rolled up her sleeves, and handed her thin white wrist to Xiang Jila. Xiang Jila took out a small black bamboo tube from his belt, opened the lid, and tilted it slightly downward towards her wrist. Not long after, a red spider the size of a woman's thumb slowly crawled out of the small bamboo tube. A slight stinging pain came from the wrist. Zhang Qian'er's pupils shrank, and her outstretched hand trembled uncontrollably. If you don't want your face to recover, just move. Xiang Jila's cold and slightly hoarse voice forcibly suppressed Zhang Qian'er's trembling. As long as her face can be restored, she would be willing to let the red spider do whatever it wants on her hand, even if she had to swallow a poisonous leech alive. The stinging pain did not last too long, and soon, Zhang Qian'er felt something moving slowly down her cheek. Just like when the poisonous leech crawled onto her face, now the poisonous leech also swam very quickly along her meridians to her wrist. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door, and Lingxi's voice came from outside the door. "Miss, something big happened in the main room. Except for the person who is still in bed, everyone else has gone there." Zhang Qian'er glanced at Xiang Jila. Xiang Jila motioned her to look at her wrist. The poisonous leech that was swimming towards her wrist just now had turned into a small bulge. And the spider that was red all over was also taken back by Xiang Jila. With a flash of cold light, Xiang Jila raised his knife, and the black blood in the small bulge immediately splashed out. Zhang Qian'er felt as if her wrist was cut off alive. When she screamed, she immediately stretched out her left hand to cover her mouth. The black and foul-smelling blood instantly dyed her face-washing towel black. After Xiang Jila cut her hand, he was not idle. He put the dagger behind his waist, and squeezed the black blood on her hand until it turned bright red. Then she pulled another soft handkerchief on the washstand, and wrapped her hand tightly. "Try not to touch your hands and face with water for the next 2 days. When the matter of Xiang Yun is settled, I will help you remove the existing scars." At this time, beads of sweat had already appeared on Zhang Qian'er's face, and the look she gave Xiang Jila was more sincere. After putting down his hand, he said to her with a weak breath, "Thank you." Xiang Jila seemed surprised by her thanks. His eyebrows slightly raised. "Next, I will make the Xiang mansion restless these days." Zhang Qian'er quickly raised 3 fingers of her left hand and promised, "Don't worry, you helped me, I know how to repay you." Xiang Jila's mouth corners slightly raised under the cloth, and his fox eyes still had no other emotions. It is obvious that he did not trust Zhang Qian'er because of her promise. Lingxi knocked on the door again. "Miss, have you rested?" Zhang Qian'er said to the outside. "Don't come in yet, wait until I'm ready." Xiang Jila nodded slightly at her, turned over neatly, and jumped out of her room window. Tiange Garden. Xiang Tiange had a miscarriage a few days ago, and still couldn't get out of bed. The noise outside seriously affected her sleep. She called out irritably, "Zhu Ying," who was guarding outside the door, shrank slightly, and then pushed the door open without hesitation. Even though several days had passed, the room was still filled with a faint smell of blood. Zhu Ying walked respectfully to Xiang Tiange's bed and knelt down, with his head lowered, as if he was a child who had done something wrong. "Miss." Xiang Tiange's face was pale, and he spoke weakly. "What's the noise outside?" Hearing the displeasure in Xiang Tiange's tone, Zhu Ying's head almost fell to his chest. "Miss, the noise seems to come from the young master's west garden." Hearing this, Xiang Tiange frowned impatiently and said, "What do you want to do in the middle of the night, brother? Is there anything that can't be solved during the day? Why do you have to do it in the middle of the night? And make such a big noise? Doesn't he know that she, a patient, needs to rest now?" Thinking that Xiang Yun and Xiang Jila are siblings, and she still needs to borrow Xiang Yun's hand to take Xiang Jila's things, she took a deep breath and hid the impatience on her face. Turning to look at Zhu Ying. "Help me up." Seeing Zhu Ying shudder slightly, Xiang Tiange's tone suddenly became heavier. "Are you deaf? I asked you to help me up." Zhu Ying immediately stood up and walked forward with her head down in fear. Carefully, she let Xiang Tiange half lean on the bed, and Zhu Ying carefully put a soft pillow under her lower back. After ensuring Xiang Tiange's comfort, she trembled and wanted to push him away, but she didn't expect Xiang Tiange to move faster than her. The pointed fingers followed her arm that was about to be retracted and pinched a soft part of her arm with a backhand. With a smile on his face, he asked softly, "Are you afraid of me?" The sudden sharp pain made Zhu Ying's eyes red, but she didn't dare to, because she knew that if she cried, her mistress would only abuse her more severely. She gritted her teeth, bent her knees, and knelt down beside the bed again, whispering, I dare not. I dare not." After repeating these 2 words softly, Xiang Tiange slapped Zhu Ying in the face with his backhand. With a crisp snap, a clear 5-finger mark appeared on Zhu Ying's face. Xiang Tiange rubbed his wrist, which was sore from exerting too much force, and spoke in a cold tone, making his usually well-behaved features look inexplicably ferocious. I think you are very brave. You look weak and pitiful outside all day long. What's wrong? Want to tell everyone in another way that I bullied you? Zhuing lowered her head, bit her lip, and dared not say a word. Chapter 289. Seeing Zhuing's appearance, Xiang Tiange was furious. Why don't you help me dress up and change clothes? This bitch is becoming more and more tactless. If Hongda was here, she wouldn't have to worry too much. It was all Xiangjila's fault. She dared to steal her tea and killed Hongdo. If it weren't for the baby in her belly, her face would be ruined. What a pity. She could have been a princess, but now she has become a concubine. It was all Xiangjila's fault. That bitch just couldn't bear to see her do well. After cursing Xiangjila thousands of times in her heart and wishing her a miserable death, Xiang Tiange finally dressed up under Zhuing's help. With a haggard face, she let Zhuing and another little maid help her to go to the west garden. After the master and servants left, the room fell into silence, and the dim candlelight brought a bit of creepy weirdness. A petite figure in black tights appeared like a ghost, dumped a few chubby and colorful cuties on Xiang Tiange's bed, and then climbed out of the window again. After returning to the Regent's palace, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. With the cover of Gongjing No. 3, Xiangjila easily avoided the sight of the guards. After working for most of the night, she was already exhausted. Rubbing her heart, which was still slightly painful, she took off her nightgown and stuffed it at the bottom of the closet. She put on a plain inner garment at random. She crawled into the bed like a sleepwalker and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, she seemed to hear the door being pushed open. Half asleep and half awake, she felt someone gently touching her face and stroking her hair. A faint sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance came from her nose. A dreamless night. When she opened her eyes, it was almost noon. Chiosi had just put down the exquisite carved copper basin. Seeing Xiangjila open her eyes, she immediately stepped forward to help her up. Princess, do you feel better today? Xiangjila moved her wrist and breathed hard a few times. It didn't hurt anymore. She nodded to Chiosi immediately. Much better. Chiosi showed a rare look of relief on her face. She turned around and wrung out a delicate embroidered handkerchief for washing her face and handed it to her. Xian Yin was also outside the door asking for an audience. After getting Xiangjila's approval, she walked to Xiangjila respectfully. While Xiangjila was washing his face, she told Xiangjila the information sent back from Xiang Mansion early in the morning. Princess, something happened in Xiang Mansion last night. Xiangjila's face did not have much other expression. After handing the embroidered handkerchief to Chiosi, she took the tooth powder and flower tea handed to her by Chiosi, listening quietly to Xian Yin's next words. Last night, the eldest son of the Xiang family tried to forcefully offend his wife, and his penis was broken by a kick. Broken? Zhong Xiuxiu's leg skills are pretty good. Xiangjila paused for a moment while rinsing his mouth, and then quickly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Then what? Xian Yin's eyes quickly flashed with a trace of gloating. Mrs. Xiang's child was kicked away by the eldest son of the Xiang family. The Xiang family and the Taisher family both went to the Jingji government office. The Xiang family scolded Mrs. Xiang for not being a good wife and getting pregnant with a bastard, and the Taisher family scolded the eldest son of Xiang for killing his own child, saying he was worse than a beast. The spectacular scene was comparable to a shrew scolding in the street. Xiangjila curled her lips coldly. The Grand Tutor's mansion really wrongly blamed Xiang Yin this time. Then, she looked at Xian Yin again. In addition to this, did anything else happen in the Xiang mansion last night? Princess, you are really smart. Xian Yin raised her eyebrows slightly. 6 poisonous red snakes appeared in the room of the second lady of the Xiang mansion last night. The little maid beside her was bitten because she was not careful for a moment and died immediately. Even the body rotted quickly. When Madame Xiang arrived, she saw the body of the maid who was rotten to the point of only a skeleton left after death. She fainted on the spot. In a panic, Lord Xiang immediately sent people to find the snake nest, and he really found more than 10 poisonous snakes with red bodies. Hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed across Xiangjila's eyes. More than 10? Xiang Tiange must be feeling pain. No. Li Yu is also feeling pain. Recalling Li Yu's expression when he wanted to give her some little cuties, but didn't want to, Xiangjila felt guilty for no reason. Those chubby little cuties were Dua's favorites, and Li Yu's newest favorites. If Li Yu knew that her new favorites were gone forever except for Red Spider, she didn't know if she would kill her. It was agreed to be alone, but it never came back. At the beginning, Li Yu's poison could restrain Xiang Tiange's poison, So she guessed that Li Yu would definitely have a way to draw out this kind of poison. Unexpectedly, she was right. In addition to biting people, those poisonous snakes can also spray venom, which can kill people with just one drop. In order to eliminate that large nest of snakes, more than a dozen servants died in the Xiong mansion. The second lady of the Xiong mansion was so scared that she cried because she couldn't bear to see the poisonous snakes being beaten to death. Xiong Yin didn't need to describe it. Xiong Jila knew what Xiong Tinga's expression was. She was not crying out of fear, but out of pain and heartbreak. In the previous life, the dozen poisonous snakes that Xiong Tinga raised were all black and red. If he killed one and threw it into the well, it would be enough to make a small village with hundreds of people dead within a radius of dozens of miles, leaving no one alive. Although it is only red all over now, and its toxicity is not as good as in the previous life, it is estimated that if Xiong Mansion cannot handle it well, it will be very dangerous. It depends on whether Xiong Tinga is willing to take action. However, with her selfish nature, she will never feel pain unless the fire burns herself. Just like in the last life, she stood in front of Xiong Tinga, who knelt on the ground and begged in front of her, but she was unmoved. He even wanted to stand up and bind her with family affection. Xiong Jila, I have already knelt in front of you to apologize to you. How can you not forgive me? I just scattered Yin Junyuo's ashes. Do you really want to kill me? Yin Junyuo is dead, so you made me kneel until my knees hurt? Do you still have the Xiong family in your heart? Do you still have the blood relationship with your sister? Listen. What do you mean by just throwing Jun Nuo's ashes? What do you mean by Jun Nuo is dead and gone? The hatred in the memory suddenly increased, quickly eroding Xiong Jila's reason, and Xiong Jila's eyes slowly turned red. Everyone wants her to think about family affection? Then who will fulfill her love with Jun Nuo? Xiong Tinga, that vicious woman. She will personally chop off her hand that threw Jun Nuo's ashes and dig out her kneecap. The murderous intent in her heart gradually became stronger. She ignored the dull pain in her chest and pulled out the long whip with bloodshot eyes. With a sharp kick, he kicked the two people in front of him away, his hair flying, and he rushed out like crazy. Before the guards outside the door could react to what happened, they felt a pain in their bodies, and the whole person flew a distance in a free parabola and fell heavily to the ground. His butt seemed to be split into two pieces, and the pain felt like it was not his own. Now, they finally reacted. Oh no, the princess is trying to escape. Go and inform the prince. Chapter 290. Just as Xian Yanqiasi, who had followed the guards, was trying to stop Xiong Jila, a red light flashed. In full view of the crowd, Xiong Jila was in front of him. Disappeared. It's all over. In space. The egg of Gongjing number 3 faded from its original pink color and turned back to its original pure white color. Although it looked like a cold robot egg, the obvious seriousness that permeated its body made it impossible to ignore its emotions. When it comes to the master, you lose control easily. How can I help you recover all your memories? Listening to Gongjing number 3's words, Xiong Jila stared at the long whip in her hand in a daze. She didn't seem to understand why she suddenly lost control. At the moment before her consciousness drifted away, she only felt that her world was covered with blood. The world is so big, without Jun Nuo, there is no place for her. Little 3, she gripped the whip handle a little harder, and her voice was very soft. Take the blood, repair the bracelet, and restore everything you can help me recover. Except for losing Jun Nuo, she was not afraid of anything. Everything that had not happened in the previous life. She wanted to kill it all in the cradle. The scorching sun was hanging high, and the air was also filled with a sense of heat. In front of the Hemming Palace, Yin Jun Nuo looked at the dozens of people kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered in front of him with a murderous look. Her hands behind her back were slowly clenched, her thin lips were tightly pursed, and her narrow and long phoenix eyes were as silent as a pool of stagnant water. However, the powerful aura and the faint smell of blood in the air made everyone clearly know that the so-called silence was just a superficial appearance, just the calm before the storm. A living person. I just disappeared in front of you. His tone was calm, his voice was clear and magnetic. If the atmosphere wasn't too scary, listening to him speak would definitely be a pleasure. Silence. Strange silence. Answer me. The suddenly high voice made the people present tremble for no reason. The leading soldier lowered his head and said, Reply to the prince's words. I dare not hide a word. At first, I thought the princess used some tricks, but... At this point, the tone of the leading guard was mixed with a bit of anxiety. But the subordinates have searched every corner, but there is still no trace of the princess. We are just short of digging 3 feet into the ground. After listening to the report of the leading guard, Yin Junyo suddenly recalled the previous dream. In the bedroom, basins of blood were brought out. She was willing to die in order to escape. His eyes slowly covered with a layer of red, and his tone became grim. If we can't find it, let alone digging 3 feet into the ground, even if we dig 1,000 feet into the ground, we must find it. She is using a trick, and the key is the time difference. Mobilize all the people in the mansion, and don't let go of any clues. Yes. After the guards took the order and left, Xian Yin and Chiosi still bowed their heads and knelt in front of Yin Junyo. You failed to take good care of her, and your crime is even more serious. After you find the princess, you will accept the punishment yourself, and the same goes for Dongren. Without any hesitation, Xian Yin and Chiosi both kowtowed in response. After feeling that Yin Junyo had left, Xian Yin and Chiosi slowly straightened up and stood up again. Recalling Xiangjila's haggardness in the past 2 days, Xian Yin couldn't help but ask Chiosi, "Tell me, did the prince and the princess have any misunderstandings? I remember when the prince first transferred me to the princess's side to serve her, it was not like this. I really can't figure out what happened that could turn a loving couple into enemies overnight." Chiosi has always been a man of few words. But when facing Xian Yin's questions, she also expressed her opinions as much as possible. I can only think of 2 points, either the prince has changed his mind, or the princess has changed her mind. Listening to Chiosi's wooden cold words, Xian Yin frowned. Do you think this is possible? Chiosi shook her head. Impossible, so I can't think of it for the time being. Xian Yin, Chiosi, do you think you are very humorous? Back in the study, Chu Shan was already waiting. Yin Junyo changed his cold and stern attitude and sat down dejectedly behind the desk. How? Chu Shan's face was very ugly. Your Majesty, maybe? It would be better for you to ask the princess in person. Speak. With a loud shout, Chu Shan's neck shrank, and he closed his eyes, and told Yin Junyo the news of his return from the south in one breath. After the prince left Bailing, the princess met Qin Pei, the legitimate son of Qin Buku. They talked about something, and the princess left with Chiosi and Liu the next day. How long did they leave? 2 days and 1 night. Bang! The grand and expensive desk with a broken corner shattered, and the papers were scattered all over the floor. In the space, the red light in the sky dissipated. The small wings of Gongjing No. 3 became translucent again, looming. Xiangjila lay on the lawn, his face gray, and opened his eyes. She opened her mouth slightly, and before she could say anything, tears from the corners of her eyes rolled down and disappeared into her hair. Her memory was erased of the most unbearable part for her. In the previous life, she killed his Qilin guards. At that time, she had gained his trust effortlessly and stole his token. While he was out, she and Yen Beimel worked together to gather all the Qilin guards and led them to an airtight cave, where they were thrown into the highly toxic smoke prepared by Xiang Tianda. After the Qilin guards were completely annihilated, he blocked Chu Shan's gaze that wanted to eat her alive for her. Holding her shoulders, looking into her eyes, he said very seriously, "As long as you are well, everything else is nothing." In the previous life, the Yin Beiki brothers framed him because of the fake will. As a bedside man, she stood on the side of justice without hesitation, leaving him isolated and helpless in the court. If it weren't for his achievements, the old ministers in the court died to advise. If it weren't for Chu Shan finding the Wolf King in the south at the last moment, I'm afraid he would have been succeeded by the Yin Beiki brothers in that fake will incident. Afterwards, Yin Beiki wanted to charge her with deceiving the emperor, but it was still him who saved her. His suffering and tiredness were all caused by her. Even his mission to the border and guarding the border were used by Yin Beiki brothers because of her obstruction. In the previous life, he and she were forced to die step by herself. In the previous life, she deserved to die. And how innocent was he in the previous life? Her tears were like a stream, with no tendency to stop. In her previous life, after she encountered misfortune, the scene of the first time they were alone together still lingered in her mind. It was a July day, and the sun was scorching. She was so battered that she felt cold all over. She covered herself with layers of quilts. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw those unbearable scenes and the obscene words that were hard to hear. She chose to escape from everything, refused to eat or drink, and refused to take medicine, trying her best to commit suicide. Yin Junyo personally brought the boiled medicine to the bedside and helped her up to cheer her up. And what did she do at that time? She knocked the medicine in his hand over, snatched the empty bowl from his hand, and smashed it on his head, shouting hysterically at him, "Yin Junyo, everything I have now is thanks to you. thanks to you. I am like this now. Do you feel a sense of satisfaction that you have achieved what you wished for? Seeing his forehead was disfigured by her, blood kept dripping down. A hideous smile appeared on her face. Do you really want to kill me? If you want to kill me, just do it. Don't you kill people like crazy? What? Can't you even lay your hands on a woman? Coward. Yin Junyo pursed his lips tightly, his expression a little darker than before. Looking at his slowly tightening palm, Xiangjila laughed even more wildly. Bean-sized tears slid down her cheeks from her eyes, dripping onto the brocade quilt embroidered with delicate dark patterns, leaving dark marks one after another, looking dirty and abrupt. Just like her dirty and dilapidated body. Yin Junyo, do you want me to walk out of this shadow? Sure, go die. If you die, I can live freely. A world without you is a pure land for me. When he said the last sentence, she clearly felt his body tense. Do you really think so? That was the first time Xiangjila heard his voice, that was not as clear as before. Hoarse and weak. Xiangjila looked up and met his eyes, and clearly saw the panic in his eyes, that had not faded away in time. Yes. Her thoughts at that time were very simple, since she was already dirty, and since he would not allow her to commit suicide. Then, she would just make him angry and die in his hands, at least it would make him feel relieved. To her surprise, he did not do it, but smiled at her in an uncharacteristic way. Okay, when you recover, everything will be as you wish. At that time, she rarely saw him smile, especially this kind of smile from the heart. She had never seen anyone smile as beautifully as him. At that moment, his eyes were full of elegance. Her eyes could only accommodate him. Blood flowed down his forehead and across his left face, looking enchanting and dazzling. After that, his meticulous care for her seemed to have given her all his tenderness in his lifetime, which amazed her during that time when she was not in the sun. And she, in that brief time, slowly let go of her resistance to him. After that, the people in the palace summoned her. Before entering the palace, he gave her a last hug. His strength was so great that it seemed as if he wanted to rub her into his bones and blood. He buried his head in her neck and said to her very gently, Xiangjila, you must remember that it is not you who is dirty. A woman's chastity is never under her skirt, and you will not be inferior to others because of misfortune. Your name contains Lu, so you should smile more. I hope that you will be happy and smooth in the future. At that time, she didn't know that he was saying goodbye to her, and she was still looking forward to him coming back to see her. She didn't understand what the look in his eyes, when he looked at her before he left meant. It was not until she lost him that she realized that the look in his eyes called relief. His relief gave the two of them the last tender time, and also gave her an incomparable warmth, which made her sink from then on. Her care for him grew day by day. The more she cared, the more dirty she felt. She was obviously not worthy of him, but she still wanted him to look at her. However, he left resolutely. Since entering the palace, he no longer saw her, and did not allow her to visit. In order to attract his attention, she did not hesitate to self-mutilate, self-torture, and commit suicide, just to ask him to look back at her. Uncle Lee couldn't bear it, so he scolded her. There is no need to indulge in sadness for the past. What you need to do now is to seize the present, and make up for it. Gongging No. 3's voice drew her attention back. She reached out, and wiped the tears from her face, and sat up from the lawn. She said in a hoarse voice, Xiao 3, you are right. What I need to do now is to confess everything to him, and make up for him with all I can. This is a knot that must be untied. Whether he can accept it or not, she will stay by his side. If he doesn't mind, she will continue to love him openly. If he does, then she will love him quietly, retreat behind the scenes, give him advice, and share his worries and troubles with others. Gongging No. 3 leaned beside her and comforted her. Relax, it's good for both of you to be honest, things may not be as bad as you think. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiangjila now doesn't want to stay in the space for a moment. She wanted to find him, tell him everything, and ask him to forgive her for hiding it, and give her a chance. Can you take me back to the dormitory? Gongging No. 3's machine eyes flashed. Yes, but my spiritual power is seriously depleted today. I'm afraid I can't let the master see the truth with his own eyes. Try to convince the master as much as you can. If you can't convince him, I will help you when my spiritual power recovers in a few days. Okay. After that, Xiangjila stood up. A white light flashed before his eyes. Xiangjila stood on the bed in a mess. The room was unusually quiet. The sun shone in from the west window, and the wind that blew past brought an irritating heat. Xiangjila got out of bed without stopping, not caring about her hunger at the moment. She also didn't care about how to kill Xiang Mansion. Now, she just wanted to hug Yin Junyo and explain everything to him. She meticulously washed her face, changed her clothes, and tied her hair into a bun. Because she was worried that her bad complexion would scare him, she specially applied a thin layer of powder on her face and lip balm. Strived to appear in front of him in the best appearance. After waiting for a long time, no one came in, and it seemed that no one was waiting outside the door, so Seongjila couldn't help but open the door. Surprised to find that the personal guards of the main courtyard had withdrawn at some point, and the surroundings of the main courtyard were terribly quiet. Chapter 291. She frowned and walked to the front yard. Just then, a frightened male voice sounded not far behind her. Princess. Princess? Seongjila turned around. Before she could speak, the guard who saw her immediately put one hand on the sword at his waist and rushed out quickly. I found the princess. His steps were so hurried that it seemed that if he stayed for a moment longer, his life would be in danger. Seongjila was at a loss at first, and then he suddenly remembered that he lost control in the morning and hurt Xianyin and Xiaozi. Her heart skipped a beat, and she realized it belatedly. Under Xiao 3's care, she seemed to have performed a magic trick this morning. However, once Yin Junyo knew the truth of the previous life, he would definitely not be able to hide the matter of the bracelet. With this realization, Seongjila used his consciousness to communicate with Gongjing No. 3. Gongjing No. 3's soft and tender lowly voice was a little surprised. Bring the master into the space? No, is it not possible? Seongjila blinked and asked anxiously. Gongjing No. 3 sighed. It's not impossible. Also? Not impossible? Then you are? Chongju is a hairpin that the master carved and polished before, and the seal on it was also made by the master himself. If you rashly bring the master into the space, I'm afraid. Feeling that its tone was getting more and more serious, Seongjila couldn't help but get a little nervous. I'm afraid, how? Gongjing No. 3 in the space was smoking. He looked like he didn't want to pay attention to Seongjila, and said faintly, what else can we do? If the seal on the Chongju is automatically unlocked, we will all be dead. So, for safety reasons, don't bring him in first. Since Gongjing No. 3 has said this, Seongjila naturally understands the seriousness of the problem. Then Before she finished speaking, Gongjing No. 3 interrupted and said, if there is really no other way, you can also let him know my existence. As for how to say it, and how to make him believe it, it depends on your performance. There was a small noise behind her, and Seongjila immediately regained consciousness. She turned around and saw the familiar dark figure walking towards her in the sunlight. Behind him were a large group of guards and servants. Seongjila's eyes slowly lit up. Although he was more fierce and terrifying than before, she was not afraid at all and smiled at him comfortingly. She was about to explain June. Just as she started to explain, her left wrist was mercilessly pulled up by a big hand with thin calluses, and she was carried into the bedroom like a chicken. The force was so strong that it seemed to crush her wrist bones. June knew you heard me. She frowned and tried to pull her hands away, but the big hand was like an iron clamp, and the thumb was still pressing on her vital point. She didn't dare to use force easily. She could only let him drag her back to the room. Seongjila had just stepped into the door a moment ago, and the man pushed her hard and pressed her against the heavily closed door panel. With a click, the door was locked. Her hands were raised above her head, and then a warm breath with a minty fragrance came. Just like that, they kissed each other's lips. Every breath they took was filled with a warm scent of mint and the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. The air was sucked out at once, and her mind went blank. Her breathing became shallower and shallower, and she finally couldn't help but open her mouth, giving him the opportunity to take over. Just when she felt she was about to suffocate, her lower lip hurt, and a fishy and sweet taste quickly filled her mouth. And he finally let her go, and the hand that had been controlling her hands grabbed her jaw forcefully, forcing her to look at him. You become even more skilled in order to escape. Should I break your legs myself, or should I make you shine? He wiped the blood off his thin lips with his fingertips, and his upturned mouth corners made his smile look extremely strange. There was no warmth in his eyes. When he looked at her, he was like a beast that had found its prey. As long as the time came, he would tear the prey into pieces without hesitation. This extremely aggressive look was something she had never seen before. Even in the last life, she had never done that. Oh my god, what stupid thing did she do? She forced Junnuo into this state. Her heart trembled slightly, and she called him softly. Junnuo. He slowly approached, and the cool breath, with the sweet fragrance of osmanthus gently sprayed on her face. Seongjila slowly closed her eyes, and waited for his next move. Just when she thought he was going to get close to her lips again, he looked at her closed eyes, smiled mockingly, and his eyes were slightly red. Seongjila, in your heart, I am just a fool, right? After saying that, he let go of the hand that was grabbing her jaw, and covered her eyebrows and eyes very gently, along her cheeks to the corners of her mouth, and then to the lower lip that he had just bitten. Feeling that his tone was wrong, Seongjila immediately opened her eyes, and met his eyes, with a crazy look. A trace of pity flashed across her eyes. She was about to reach out to smooth out the wrinkles between his eyebrows, but he turned his head to avoid her. He smiled and gently stroked the small wound on her lower lip that he had just bitten, muttering to himself, "Isn't he just a fool? I believe whatever you say. Even if there are doubts, I am trying to convince myself to trust you more. But how did you repay me?" After saying that, he increased the strength of his fingertips. The sudden pain made Seongjila flinch, but he didn't dare to retreat. "Jun-nuo. I can explain." With a casual sneer, Jun-nuo smiled calmly. "What to explain?" "Explain how you and Shinmachi spent 2 days and 1 night away from home while I was away, and relived your so-called old dreams together." "Oh, that's not right." As if he had really said something wrong, Jun-nuo seriously corrected him. "The old dreams in the last life are what you call old dreams, and you should call this life a continuation of your past relationship. Come." As he spoke, he dragged her to the bed, and with a cold face, he pushed her onto the bed, then pressed on, ripped off her belt with his backhand, lifted her hands above her head, and tied them to the head of the bed. "Show me how you continued this relationship with him." As he spoke, his big hand reached down quickly through the thin fabric. Feeling that he was becoming more and more rational, Seongjila broke the gauze belt with force. "Jun-nuo, I can explain it to you, as long as you are willing to listen." As the sound of tearing cloth sounded, she paused without any preparation. Her fox eyes suddenly widened and met his cold eyes, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation spread to her limbs. The light in her eyes slowly dimmed. Chapter 292. The moment he put his finger in, Jun-nuo regretted it. Because at that moment, he clearly felt that her vitality was drained away, and her whole brilliance suddenly became dim. She gave up struggling, and did not try to explain like before. Instead, she asked calmly, "Jun-nuo, in your heart, I am so lowly and so fickle, right? You have never trusted me, right?" He pulled his hand out without hesitation, sat up in a panic, and tried to help her put on her clothes, but she gently pushed them away. Her hand, which still had her warmth, slowly cooled down under his slight tremor, just like her heart. Seongjila sat up like a puppet, woodenly putting on her loose clothes and messy hair. She shrank to the inside of the bed, lowered her head, and spoke hoarsely. "You are in a high position, and I can understand your suspicion, but, Jun-nuo, we are husband and wife, and you are unwilling to give me even the most basic trust between husband and wife, so we will not go on. No, we will not go on." She curled her lips in self-mockery. "You have already convicted me in your heart. Even if Shinmachi is not here now, there will still be Zhang Machi and Li Machi in the future. You don't have enough confidence and trust in me. As long as there is a little disturbance, it will be enough to cause a crack in our relationship. Then, we are destined not to grow old together, so what is there to talk about in the future?" For the first time, Jun-nuo felt regretful. "Lulu." Without giving him a chance to speak, she spoke on her own. "Didn't you always want to know if I only gave my body to you in my last life?" Speaking of this, she looked up at him and smiled desperately, her eyes red, and choked up. "I gave it to more than you, but not one of them was Shinmachi. In my last life, Seongyeon sealed my power, pressed my mute point, fed me a sterilizing soup, and threw me into the lowest brothel. After that, I was raped by more than 20 filthy and smelly beasts for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you know how desperate it was when the sight in front of me changed from color to black and white, and then to blood red? That bunch of beasts." With his fists clenched, he shouted with red eyes and a sullen face. "Enough." Seongjila didn't even look at him, and didn't even pause for a second. "That bunch of beasts pushed me to the ground without a care. I said enough." He emphasized to her word by word. In his eyes, there was a murderous intent that was ready to tear something into pieces at any time. Seongjila smiled gently. "Your Majesty, the truth is in front of you. What else are you dissatisfied with? In my last life, I was so dirty that I couldn't be cleaned up no matter what. Do you feel comfortable listening to this? The things in my last life are just a constant reminder that I am not worthy of staying by your side, so I don't want to mention them again. Are you willing to accept such an answer, Your Majesty?" As for Shinmachi, in my last life, he was just a partner who who helped me to overthrow the great Phoenix Empire. Apart from that, there was nothing else. And in this life, he and I have nothing to do with each other. I was missing for 2 days, and 1 night because I wanted to chase you, but I fell into his trap, and was imprisoned by him for a night. But I have never done anything to let you down. In Xiangjila's heart, there has always been only the domineering and cute Yin Junyo with strange habits. Where the heart goes, the body goes. In this life, Xiangjila has only Yin Junyo from beginning to end, and only accepts Yin Junyo. After saying this, does the prince still have doubts? The clenched fist trembled slightly in the sleeve, and Yin Junyo's Adam's apple rolled slightly. The murderous aura around him was completely suppressed. He stood up and faced her with his hands behind his back. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually gathered, and the red at the end of his eyes became more and more intense. He spoke softly in a hoarse voice. "You are tired, take a good rest first." After that, he took a long step, and was about to leave. He really didn't believe her. Xiangjila smiled sadly, and his vision gradually blurred. If the prince wants to see it with his own eyes, I can also arrange it. But I have to wait until I move the Xiang mansion to the ground. I hope the prince will be convenient these days, and don't make it difficult again. Wait until the matter of Xiang mansion is settled. I will not hide the truth from the prince anymore. No matter whether the prince wants to give me a divorce letter or a divorce letter, I will be very grateful for the love and care of the prince these days. Yin Junyo's hand, which was about to touch the door, paused slightly. Then he opened the door and left without any reluctance. As the door closed again, the tear that Xiangjila had been holding in her eyes finally fell heavily on the back of her hand. That afternoon, all the personal soldiers and guards guarding outside the main courtyard were transferred away. Hemming Hall returned to its usual state. Liu rushed to Xiangjila's bedroom. When she saw Xianggjila, who looked pale, and was drinking medicine under Chiosi's help, she tightened her grip on Rabbit's hand. She sat beside her casually and said, pretending not to care, "Why are you sick again?" Xiangjila gently placed the exquisite gold-painted porcelain bowl on the tray, and smiled at her mischievously with a casual wink. "When you get old, you naturally have more problems." "Old?" Looking at her eyes, that were still slightly swollen, Liu turned her head away, and stopped looking at her. "Xiangjila, your smile is ugly. If you are unhappy, don't smile." After a pause, she added, "If you have any use for those little things, keep them. They are just nutrients in my hands." Xiangjila's breath was slightly choked at first, and then he stretched out his hand to pinch her chubby face. "Ah, I didn't expect you to be so generous." Liu slapped her hand away with one hand. "Go away." After seeing Chiosi and Xianyan both retreat, Liu carefully approached Xiangjila and whispered to her, "Is Yin Junyo not good to you?" Xiangjila's pupils shrank slightly, and then she reached out and poked her head in a pretended angry manner. "What are you thinking about in your little head?" Liu had a look of "Don't try to fool me." "Xiangjila, before you lie to me, please close your eyes that are more swollen than walnuts, and don't treat me like a child." Seeing Xiangjila's face full of disbelief, Liu's face became more serious. "I'm serious. Isn't there someone from Nanchu coming to Kyoto recently? If Yin Junyo really treats you badly, we will find a chance to leave here and go to the south." "No, the person in the south is Yin Junyo's man. We can't go to the south. Let's go to Nanchu and seek refuge with Brother Xiao." Chapter 293. Rely on Brother Xiao? Xiangjila looked at Liu with a strange look. Brother Xiao and Uncle Jing are the envoys of Nanchu who came to Kyoto. Don't you know? Liu lowered her eyes, thought for a while, and looked at her seriously. "You didn't tell me." "No one told her. Why should she know?" Xiangjila touched his nose guiltily. Okay, blame her. However, compared to where she was going, she was more concerned about Zhang Qian'er's ability. Zhang Qian'er's mind has always been active. Now that the poison leech has been cured, there is no guarantee that she will not turn against her at any time. Although she did not completely trust her, she planted the poison seed of the red spider in her body while detoxifying it just in case. However, if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Once the Xiang mansion fell, she and Zhang Qian'er are still enemies. Seeing her expression gradually become solemn, Liu thought she was unhappy and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Touching his chin, Xiangjila said truthfully, "I was wondering, once the red spider's poison seed is implanted in the body, how long will it take for it to take effect? If it takes too long, she will have to find someone to keep an eye on Zhang Qian'er." Liu first spun the wooden rabbit in her hand, then stuffed the rabbit into her arms, turned her wrist, and took out a thumb-thick green bamboo tube like a magic trick. Under Xiangjila's gaze, she skillfully poured out the contents of the bamboo tube, another red spider the size of a little fingernail. The poured red spider obediently stayed on the back of her hand with black spots. Liu raised the back of her hand between the two of them, and explained in a cold voice, although the red spider's flames need time to travel, the poison is overbearing. The poisoned person usually doesn't feel anything special. After the poison is planted, it will generally travel throughout the body in about 3 days. If you want to kill the other party, you only need to feed the mother goo in your hand with clean water, and the poisoned person's internal organs will be scalded by the flames. The whole process is so fast that even the poisoned person can't react. This is a very pleasant way to die, so the flaming flame is also called the gentle land. Xiangjila doesn't know poison, and the red spider is the best thing she can do if she can guarantee Xiangjila's safe use. She doesn't trust her to touch other poisonous insects. Hearing this, Xiangjila felt relieved. It was not bad to hear Liu say it was so subtle. But, if it was someone else who could poison, could they see the existence of Lian? Gently putting down the hand with black spots, Liu lowered her eyes, and stretched out her other hand to touch the obedient red spider on the back of her hand, and then put it back into the bamboo tube. Shaking her head. Unless that person has seen more poisonous creatures than me, otherwise, even if the poisoned person dies on the spot, no one can find the clues. At this point, Liu looked at Xiangjila with serious eyes. Yan Zhenyuo treats you badly. Before she could finish, Xiangjila, who heard the intention behind her words, immediately stood up and interrupted her harshly. Don't touch him. Because of nervousness, her voice even changed in tone. Liu looked up at her and calmly stated again. He treats you badly and locks you up. Why can't she touch him? If he treats me badly, then there will be no one in the world who treats me well. Knowing that Liu always did what she thought, Xiangjila grabbed her collar and leaned in front of her, almost touching her face. His warm breath sprayed on Liu's breath, dyeing her ears red. Being so close to her, Liu felt that her heart was about to jump to her throat, and completely ignored Xiangjila's murderous eyes. In her chaotic mind, she could only hear Xiangjila's warning word by word. I don't care who you want to poison or harm, but you can't hurt him, even if it's just a simple punishment. A sour feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Liu blurted out, he is not worth it. He is worth it. At this point, Xiangjila loosened his hand holding her collar. He straightened his back and nodded to her condescendingly. Liu, he is worth it. At this time, Xiangjila looked at Liu like a child who was eager for adults to give him recognition. He was eager to let Liu include Yan Zhenyuo in the category of her own people, and not have the idea of poisoning him just because he had a quarrel with her. Seeing that Liu had no reaction, Xiangjila's tone softened. Liu, Junnuo is more important to me than my life. Speaking of this, her tone became more serious. If you really regard me as a friend, please don't have such thoughts anymore, otherwise. Xiangjila didn't say the rest, but Liu knew. Between her and Yan Zhenyuo, Xiangjila would definitely choose Yan Zhenyuo without hesitation. Liu knew that Xiangjila liked Yan Zhenyuo. But she didn't expect Xiangjila to like him to this extent. Treating a man as your life will easily lead to failure. Alas. This silly woman. She felt inexplicably unhappy. Liu didn't even want to raise her eyelids, and replied with a dull tone. Got it. After getting her assurance, Xiangjila put his hands on her shoulders, and when she looked up at him, he smiled gratefully at her. Liu, thank you. The person who was thanked felt hot in the ears, and his expression was indifferent, and he didn't say anything else to Xiangjila. Now, there is a more important thing to consider in her heart. Yan Zhenyuo is not good to Xiangjila, and Xiangjila, this stupid woman, does not allow her to poison. Then she can only wait for Huang Fuxiao to come and persuade Huang Fuxiao to find a way to coax Xiangjila to go to Nanchu and leave Yan Zhenyuo. In the study, Chu Shan respectfully held a list in front of Yan Zhenyuo. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Rites has prepared the list for tomorrow's palace banquet. Please take a look. The invitations have been distributed one by one, but I'm afraid Xiang Fu will not be able to enter the palace tomorrow. Yan Zhenyuo glanced at the list Chu Shan handed him, and asked casually, isn't it settled yet? When mentioning Xiang Mansion, Chu Shan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Jing Zhaoyin is still worried about this matter, and I'm afraid the Queen Mother won't let it go. Fortunately, the princess had already drawn a clear line with Xiang Mansion, otherwise, with Xiang Mansion as a big weight, it would definitely hold the prince's mansion back. After quickly going through the more than 20 pages of the list, Yan Zhenyuo handed the book back to Chu Shan. Where is Xiang Yun? Yan Zhenyuo's voice was very calm, and no one could hear anything unusual. But Chu Shan's intuition, who had followed Yin Junyo for more than 10 years, told him that the prince would never care about an insignificant person for no reason, even if that person was the prince's nominal brother-in-law. The miscarriage of the eldest daughter of the Zhong family is not a trivial matter. Because of the Queen Mother and Master Zhong, the Jingji government dared not release her easily, so they detained Mr. Xiang. But that Miss Zhong was indeed fierce, and she actually kicked her husband. At this point, Chu Shan couldn't help but feel a chill in his crotch. It was broken by the kick. A trace of bloodthirsty coldness flashed across Yin Junyo's eyes. Since it's already broken, it's just a hindrance to keep it. Tell the Queen Mother to treat this brother-in-law well. Chu Shan didn't hesitate after receiving the order. He was about to retreat with a list in his hand and return it to the Ministry of Rites, and carry out the task assigned by his master. Wait. Chu Shan paused halfway back and looked up at Yin Junyo in confusion. Prince? The veins on his fist bulged in his sleeves, and Yin Junyo whispered to Chu Shan, "It's boring in prison. Send 30 or 50 strong men to accompany Xiang Yun for a night and keep him alive. By the way, tell Zhai Jioma to collect debts and do it well. Don't be idle all day long." Since the morning when he went to the Jingji government office with the Taishar mansion to make a scene, the news that Mr. Xiang kicked his wife to miscarriage was immediately spread everywhere, and even the long-forgotten Nor City War was brought to the stage again. Now the whole capital is full of the heroic deeds of the eldest son of the Xiang mansion. I don't know when it started, but some people actually made up one erotic story after another based on Xiang Yun, and promoted them in tea houses and performed them in theaters. Within a day, the tea houses and theaters were all full. The people watched with blushing faces and heartbeats, watching and cursing, cursing and watching. Xiang mansion. As if he had seen his own disgrace, Xiang Shi kicked the stool beside him angrily. Because of the strong force, the stool flew too high and knocked down the only top-grade oxblood coral tree in the front hall that could support the facade. Xiang Shi's flying speed was not faster than the free-fall speed of the coral tree. After a dull sound, the blood-red coral tree was instantly torn into pieces. Su, who had not slept for almost a day and a night since last night, resisted the urge to explode, walked to Xiang Shi's side with a face full of grievance, tucked the non-existent tears in the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief, climbed up Xiang Shi's arm and choked to Xiang Shi, "Master, what kind of evil has our Xiang family done?" Xiang Shi pushed Su's hand away angrily, and said angrily, "What other evil can there be? Xiang Shila, that rebellious girl, was born to rebel against her mother's family. She is simply a disaster. She should have been thrown into the river and drowned." As soon as the voice fell, the two doors of Xiang Mansion, which people almost forgot the correct way to open, were kicked open again without mercy. "Master Xiang, I heard you scolding at the door. At your age, your liver fire is too strong. It's not good." This voice. Xiang Shi felt a chill on his back and looked in the direction of the voice. At the wide-open middle door, the person came in with a purple gold crown on his hair, wearing a fiery red dark embroidered gold silk robe, and a delicate pure gold abacus hanging around his neck. He waved his folding fan, and walked to the front yard of Xiang Mansion with 3 steps. There were a dozen burly men following behind him. When Su saw Zhai Jioma now, it was like seeing the plague god, and she wanted to drive him as far away as possible. She didn't even want to be polite. "What are you doing here again?" Zhai Jioma took the booklet handed to him by the follower calmly, and pretended to flip through it. It is natural to pay back debts. Now that the debt owed by the Xiang Mansion has been delayed for so long, it is time to settle it. Su gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, saying that something was better than nothing. "My 2 sons-in-law are both princes of the dynasty, and you are just a small merchant. How dare you dare to challenge them? Both sons-in-law are princes of the dynasty? It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. But as far as I know, your daughter is just a concubine. The other wife is favored, but it seems that she has a bad relationship with your entire Xiang Mansion. You say, if your 2 prince sons-in-law know that you are using their names to bully others, what will be the consequences?" Zhai Jiomo's words strangled Su's life. Su's face immediately turned the color of pig liver. Xiang Shi saw this, and immediately pulled Su behind him, and bowed to Zhai Jiomo. "Master Zhai Jio, everyone makes mistakes. Besides, why did our Xiang family owe such a huge debt? Master Jio, don't you know it well?" Zhai Jiomo threw the account book behind him casually. After the attendant caught it steadily, he opened the folding fan and shook it a few more times. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a chill in his sparkling peach blossom eyes. "How the debt was owed is not something I should care about. I only care about when Mr. Xiang will pay off his debt. If the Xiong family does not pay off the debt today, I will have to go to the Jingji government office and beat the drum to let the Jingji government office decide. Because many people died last night, the Xiong family looked particularly depressed today. Side room in the north garden of the Xiong family. Zhang Qianer put down the wolf hair brush in her hand and rubbed her wrist, which was still painful because the wound had not yet healed. Lingxi stepped forward and carefully folded the last few pages of rice paper with dried ink and hid them in her arms. Miss, is your hand really okay? Zhang Qianer looked at Lingxi comfortingly. It's okay, go and come back quickly. Don't let anyone find out. Seeing that Zhang Qianer seemed to be fine, Lingxi hurriedly took the manuscript and sneaked out the back door. After feeling Lingxi running away, Zhang Qianer put away the smile on her face. Emotions kept surging in her eyes. How could the pain on her wrist compare to the pain caused by the Xiong and Zhang mansions? Xiong Yuan, Xiong Tiange, Xiong Mansion. Wait for destruction. As for the Dong Mansion. Thinking of Zhang Qianer's obsession with Yin Zhenyuo, Zhang Qianer's mouth quickly raised a strange arc. Xiong Zhila, please don't let me down. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled all over the earth. Xiong Zhila, who was listening to Qiu Si's report in the pavilion, felt a chill on the back of his neck for no reason, and couldn't help shivering. Feeling Xiong Zhila's strangeness, Qiu Si frowned slightly and asked softly, Princess, do you feel uncomfortable? Xiong Zhila reached out and touched the back of his neck, frowned and muttered to himself, I don't feel uncomfortable, but I always feel like I'm being watched. Thinking that time was getting tighter, Xiong Zhila hurriedly shook his head and forced himself to concentrate. Hurry up and send someone to pass the letter to Chunshou, telling her to be careful of Shinmachi and not to take it lightly. Yes. After Qiusi left, Xiong Zhila stood up and straightened the wrinkles on his clothes and casually told Xian Yin, go to the kitchen and ask He Dazhuang to come. Chapter 294. After Xian Yin left, Xiong Zhila turned around and slowly walked to the front of the beauty, with his hands behind his back, looking at the sparkling lake. The sunset was red, dyeing her fox eyes scarlet. Her cherry lips were tightly pursed, and a layer of water vapor slowly filled her scarlet fox eyes. It was not until all her memories were restored and the hatred that destroyed the world tore at her sanity, that she completely understood how stupid and disgusting it was for her to have hope in Xiangyun, the so-called brother, when she was just reborn. In her previous life, she did not forgive Xiangyun from the beginning. On the contrary, since she knew that Yin Zhenyuo was going to war, she had been closed to visitors, and did not want to see anyone, for fear that her words and deeds would implicate him. Until one day, Xiangyun appeared in front of her with wounds all over his body, and told her that Yin Zhenyuo led troops at the border to make amends for his crimes, but because of his serious injuries, he was accidentally ambushed by the enemy and his life or death was unknown. Under her pleading, he very embarrassed to take her to the bloody Shura field at full speed. Unexpectedly, the beast colluded with the enemy army of Xixia. Princess, do you have any instructions for me? He Dazhuang's honest and respectful voice sounded behind her. Xiong Zhila quickly concealed the hatred in her eyes, and raised her head to hide the mist in her eyes. She did not turn around immediately, but kept her hands behind her back and asked softly, How is your appetite these 2 days, my lord? He Dazhuang's face became hot, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. It's the same as before. Basically, the food is brought back to the dining room, the same way it was brought to the study. Hearing this, Xiong Zhila's hands behind her back moved slightly. The thousands of words she wanted to tell He Dazhuang turned into just a reminder when she came to her mouth. Your Highness is picky, you can't keep making the same few dishes over and over again. He Dazhuang thought Xiong Zhila was going to blame him, so he knelt down and lowered his head. Princess, please forgive me, I really didn't keep making the same dishes over and over again to fool your highness. With a sigh, Xiong Zhila turned and walked to the stone table behind He Dazhuang. He Dazhuang lowered his head, and his knees changed direction with Xiong Zhila's movement. Only after sitting down did Xiong Zhila say faintly, Stand up and talk. Hearing that Xiong Zhila really didn't mean to blame him in his tone, He Dazhuang stood up again nervously. She reached into her sleeve pocket, and with a thought, a thin booklet appeared in Xiong Zhila's hand. She pushed the booklet forward and in front of He Dazhuang. Here are 26 dishes, all of which are the prince's favorites. You should prepare 1 or 2 dishes for each meal. The portion does not need to be too large. About half a person's portion is enough. The prince has a bad stomach and needs to eat small meals frequently. You must remember to prepare hot soup when it is cold and cook noodles for the prince at any time. When it is hot, prepare porridge and mung bean and lotus seed soup to help him reduce his internal heat. The prince likes to eat snacks, and desserts only need to be slightly sweet. If they are too sweet, he will get sick of them. In addition, when cooking porridge, add a few drops of sesame oil to the porridge and put a ceramic spoon soaked in salt water. This porridge will be salty, fragrant, soft and relieve heat. Remember, the prince cannot eat spicy food. If his stomach disease improves in the future, you can follow his preferences, but not too much. Listening to Xiangjila telling him about Yan Zhenyuo's dietary preferences in detail, he Dazhuang, although he had doubts in his heart, still respectfully replied to Xiangjila, I know. After getting he Dazhuang's response, Xiangjila continued to add, the prince doesn't like to eat onions, and he doesn't like oily and heavy food. Speaking of this, her voice choked slightly. Looking up to hide the tears in her eyes, she stood up in a slightly embarrassed manner, turned her back to He Dazhuang, and waved to him. You should leave first and study hard. Although the prince doesn't have the habit of eating midnight snacks, it's best not to leave the kitchen alone at night. Yes, princess. At night. Because of the blood from her heart, and the pain of recovering all her memories, she had an unpleasant experience with Yan Zhenyuo after coming out of the space. Xiangjila was already exhausted. Knowing that she was running out of time, she forced herself to cheer up and raced against time to help him take care of all his daily life, while she could still appear in front of him openly. The original plan to go to Zhao Lianshi with Dongren was also changed to 2 days later, waiting for Brother Xiao to come. After bathing and changing clothes, Chiosi carefully helped her to loosen her long hair. Princess, the envoys of Nanchu will come to Beijing tomorrow, and the palace will hold a banquet. Chu Shan asked his subordinates to ask you, will you go to the palace with the prince, or go alone? The thick eyelashes gently closed, hiding the flash of pain in Xiangjila's eyes. She said calmly, I will go to the palace by myself. The prince is busy with official duties, and I believe there will be a lot of things to do in the palace. Yes. You leave first, I want to be alone. Chiosi took the order and left. Xiangjila turned on the dim light, and went to bed, and drew the bed curtains. He flashed into the space. The space at night was like the real world, with stars. Occasionally, there were a few frog calls. Gonging number 3 disappeared again. Looking at the space where the time of day and night is synchronized, Xiangjila can only hide other doubts in her heart. Tiredness came over her. She flashed out of the space, and after making sure that her chest was no longer painful, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyelids began to fight uncontrollably. Countless unbearable memories flooded into her mind again. This time, she could struggle on her own, and she killed all those who bullied and humiliated her with her own hands. But this is not enough. The place of her heart was cold and empty. She was looking for. What was she looking for? What did she lose? She didn't know. The more she couldn't find it, the more anxious she felt. The more anxious she was, the less she could find it. Finally, she remembered. June Newell. Her June Newell was gone. She lost June Newell again. A string called obsession in her heart broke instantly, and she collapsed. The boundless world was vast, and she was so small. What would she do without June Newell? She reached out her hand to cover her empty heart, and she sat on the ground helplessly with her knees hugged. Slowly, she began to sob, from the beginning of the soft sobbing, slowly crying out loud, tears falling into her mouth. It was bitter. Bitterer than Coptis chinensis. She was cold, she was afraid. Her restless and cold heart kept urging her to kill more people. Killing can warm the body. When the body is warm, she is not afraid. Suddenly, a warm embrace wrapped her tightly, and the sweet and warm fragrance of osmanthus filled her nose. The restless and cold heart slowly became hot and boiling, as if it had found a new support, and it settled down all of a sudden. Her crying stopped, her tears stopped, and even her breathing slowly became stable. Her eyelids seemed to be glued together, and she couldn't open them no matter how hard she tried. Instinctively approaching the source of warmth, her consciousness fell into chaos again. Chapter 295. The sky gradually brightened. The sound of iron chains hitting the ground echoed in the dark prison. Everywhere I looked, there were bloodstains. Dozens of tall and strong men were pressing a thin man to the ground. The man's naked body was covered with bruises, his face was pale, his lips were already broken, and even his screams were getting weaker. With a click, the sound of the key pointing to the lock and opening the lock sounded particularly crisp in the gloomy prison. Dozens of strong men knelt on the ground in fear when they saw the newcomer. Meet Commander Chu. Chu Shan glanced at the dying man with only half a breath left, turned around and shouted at the dozens of strong men in prison, Who gave you the courage? You even dare to touch the princess's brother. The princess's brother? The only one who can call him that is... Xiangyun tried hard to prop himself up and see the newcomer clearly. However, as soon as he moved his body, he felt so painful in his back garden that he suffocated, so he could only try to look up at the newcomer. The light was too dim, and he could only see a tall figure with his back to the light. Before Xiangjila got married, Chu Shan was the one who dealt with the Xiang family the most, so Xiangyun naturally recognized the owner of this figure. That bitch Xiangjila finally remembered to save him. Regardless of the pain in his body, he weakly raised his hand and wanted to reach out to Chu Shan. Save me. Save him? Ha! Chu Shan played the whole game, and said viciously to dozens of strong men. If you do something like this, none of you can escape, and I will settle the score with you later. After saying that, he pointed at Xiangyun, who looked like a rag, and ordered the jailers behind him, take him away. The jailers who received the order immediately went forward and covered Xiangyun's eyes with a rough cloth, and then carried him out of the cell one by one. When Xiangyun's eyes regained light, he was thrown on the ground like a dead dog, and a pill that smelled bad but could quickly increase his energy was stuffed into his mouth. The pain in his back was even worse. The cry of pain that was about to come to his mouth was immediately swallowed back when he saw the man in black clothes with a big sword and a golden horse sitting not far in front of him. He pressed the pill to the root of his tongue, knelt tremblingly in front of Yan Zhenyu, and bowed to him weakly. Hello, your majesty. The fist hidden in his sleeve had already been clenched to the point of bulging veins. Yan Zhenyu's face was calm, and he nodded slightly to him. I'm late. Xiangyun's 5 fingers slowly clasped the ground, his heart full of resentment towards Xiangjila. The humiliation he suffered was only exchanged for Yan Zhenyu's casual words, I'm late. How could he be willing? However, the situation is stronger than the person, and he must use Yan Zhenyu's power to take revenge. Recalling the obscene words in his ears last night, and one of them let the cat out of the bag, he trembled slightly and choked. Your Majesty, please seek justice for me. I was harmed by that bitch Zhong Xiuxiu. If Jila was here, she would never let me suffer such humiliation. Chu Shan, who was standing aside, rolled his eyes when he heard it. He had never seen such a shameless person. It's good, but you can't tame it. You're worse than a dog. My lord, I will mind my own business. Xiangyun choked, as if he couldn't believe that this sentence came from Yan Zhenyu's mouth. Mind your own business? Then what are you doing here? As he spoke, Yan Zhenyu continued to speak. But, the princess is soft-hearted. In other words, Yan Zhenyu came to see him because of Xiangjila. For a moment, Xiangyun found that Xiangjila seemed to be more useful than Sister Tiange. But, why is Yan Zhenyu so blind? Is his sister Tiange not good? He must obey Xiangjila in everything. No matter how much he dislikes her, it is good to have someone to help him. Yan Zhenyu's words interrupted his thoughts again. What happened in the past, I will remember it in my heart. If you dare to disrespect my princess again in the future, the new hatred and old hatred will be added together. No. Seeing his eyes, Xiangyun felt scared and promised, Your Highness, don't worry, Jila is my sister. As long as you save me this time, and help me get justice, I will treat Sister Jila well in the future. As long as it is something that can make her happy, I will satisfy her request without saying a word. Satisfy her request? You'd better keep your word. Yan Zhenyu's mouth slightly raised, and a dark red cold light flashed across his narrow and long phoenix eyes. Regent's Palace. Taking the medicine handed over by Chiosi, Xiangjila tried to ignore the bitter taste and drank the Chinese medicine. While handing the medicine bowl back to Chiosi, she asked tentatively, Did anyone come last night? The feeling of being hugged was too real, so real that it didn't seem like a dream. But, is it possible? Recalling that the prince was in a hurry to leave before dawn, and told the princess not to know. Chiosi shook her head naturally. No, did the princess notice anything unusual? Xiangjila felt a little disappointed. Nothing, help me dress up, so that someone from the palace won't come to urge me later. The streets were bustling. A long convoy, escorted by armored guards, meandered towards the palace. Hey, look, there's a very beautiful carriage behind, and there must be a beautiful girl in it. What do you think? Is it possible that Nanchu has sent some princess to marry our Da Huang? It's very likely. Didn't Nanchu say it had conquered Nanling a few years ago? At that time, it was the Regent Prince who personally led the army to drive away the Nanchu army. I guess, this princess is most likely coming for the Regent Prince. But the Regent Prince already has a princess. I heard that the Regent Princess seems to be quite jealous. Before, there was a very beautiful lady from a noble family who just flaunted in front of the Regent Princess, and was beaten by the Regent Princess so hard that she couldn't even get out of bed. No, what I heard was that the Regent Princess beat Miss Zhang so hard that her hand was dislocated because of jealousy. The versions you heard are all wrong. The fact is that Miss Zhang kept pestering the Regent Prince, and the prince did not like the chaos in the harem, so he allowed the princess to clean up the harem. But the prince did not expect the princess to be so kind and honest that she would do such a small thing as driving someone away herself. I did not expect that Miss Zhang, who looked so elegant and refined, was so thick-skinned that she dislocated the princess's hand. Okay, you have the longest words, I believe you. In the final analysis, it is the Regent Princess who is jealous and intolerant. Well, jealousy and such, isn't it the confidence given by men? In the carriage, a woman who looked almost exactly like Xiangjila listened to the discussion of the people word for word. A smile flashed across her beautiful fox eyes. Chapter 296. When Xiangjila was about to arrive at the palace gate with Qiuxi and Xianyin, many carriages were parked in the open space a few miles outside the palace gate. Many carriages were returning to the open space from the palace gate after dropping off the women. Since the assassination of Lian Qi, Yin Beiki has issued a new order that all women from all mansions, regardless of their status, must walk into the palace. Before they arrived at the carriage parking area, Xiangjila saw Chu Shan, who was walking towards her with a straight figure, holding Yusong and several guards, walking steadily. The guards of both parties met and stopped to one side tacitly. Chu Shan respectfully bowed to the stopped carriage. Your subordinate greets the princess. Qiuxi had just opened the carriage curtain. Yusong pushed Chu Shan aside and came forward. The carriage guard immediately made way for Yusong, and Yusong took a few steps forward spontaneously. It hadn't seen the mistress for a long time since running in the deserted mountains all night. When Xiangjila saw Yusong, some strange images inexplicably came to his mind. He felt a slight pain in his heart at first, then forced a self-righteous smile and approached the carriage door, stretched out his right hand, and patted Yusong, who was approaching the carriage door. Daikong, don't scare people. Feeling that the mistress was in a bad mood, Yusong thought that he was being disliked, and his horse face drooped all of a sudden, and the whole horse looked listless. Gently patting its horse face, Xiangjila reached out and touched its shiny dark green mane and coaxed softly, Okay, Chushan has something to ask me, you be good, let Chushan come first, and when I'm done with these days, I take you for a walk nearby, okay? Understanding Xiangjila's words, Yusong immediately became energetic, snorted, and obediently stepped back a few steps. As soon as Yusong retreated, Chushan immediately approached him like a lackey. Princess. Xiangjila put away the pleasant expression she had shown to Yusong and frowned slightly. Why are you here? Xiangjila's face did not show much emotion, but the thought that frightened her the most had always been lingering in her mind. He thought she was dirty, and what they had done on the back of the green onion also made him feel uncomfortable. So, he even returned the green onion to her. Without noticing Xiangjila's thoughts, Chu Shan bowed his head and replied respectfully, The prince is unable to spare time, and is afraid that the princess will be troubled like the last time she entered the palace, so he specially sent his subordinates back to the palace to lead Yusong to wait here. If the princess wants to ride a horse, she can ride a horse, or if she wants to ride a carriage, she can ride a carriage. Your subordinates will take you in through another palace gate. As soon as Chu Shan said this, the small number of guards guarding the open space near them shrank for no reason. Others might not know, but they could not have been unaware. The guards who were replaced in the palace a few days ago, in addition to a small number of executions, some were sent to the mines 160 miles west of Kyoto, working in the mines without sunlight. Every time the Queen Mother summoned the Regent Princess, the guards had to be replaced. If they said it had nothing to do with the Regent Princess, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Feeling Xiangjila's scrutinizing eyes, Chu Shan felt inexplicably guilty. In fact, what he said just now was nonsense. The prince only told him to protect the princess and not let her get involved in other right and wrong. The appearance of Yusong was completely unexpected. When he returned to the mansion in the afternoon, he was ordered by the prince to let the grooms check the mental state of all the horses in the stable to prevent any problems when the princess needed horses. As a result, Yusong, this stupid horse, kept neighing at him as soon as it saw him, and bit his clothes when he passed by, and shamelessly asked him to take it with him. Blame him for being soft-hearted. He didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if the prince found out that he secretly brought Yusong out. Although it was not very kind, the only thing he could think of was to ask the princess to help. The scrutinizing gaze was withdrawn. Xiangjila felt that Chu Shan was hiding something. There were people everywhere, so she couldn't ask too much. She could only look around inconspicuously at the people, who kept looking in her direction when passing by, and nodded gently to Chu Shan. "Lead the way. I have something to ask you when we get to a place where there are no other people." After saying that, she turned around and sat back in her original position. Chu Shan gave a look, and the carriage-driving guard immediately jumped back into the carriage and drove the carriage slowly forward. It was not until the spacious, stable, and luxurious carriage of the Regent's palace, and Chu Shan and his party had gone far away, that a slightly plain carriage parked not far away made a sound. Zhang Qin'er, whose delicate makeup still could not cover the bruises on her face, gently lowered the slightly lifted curtain and turned to look at Yao, who was sitting in the innermost part of the carriage and dressed elegantly. She had a beautiful smile and a sinister and vicious look in her eyes. "Mother, I can't wait any longer. I wish the prince could see the most disgusting and dirty side of that woman right now. The damned little beggar stole everything that belonged to her and beat her up. How could she swallow this anger?" Yao leaned forward slightly and straightened the white jade hairpin on Zhang Qin'er's temples, with an unpredictable smile on her lips. "Don't worry, that thing was bought by my mother at a high price in the south. There won't be any flaws. The worst way for a woman to die is to be disgraced and unclean." Chapter 297. Chengqian Gate, the East Gate of the Imperial Palace. Chaoyang Road at the East Gate is the imperial road used exclusively by the Emperor and Empress of the dynasty. It was always closed in the past. After Chu Shan showed his badge, the guards at the gate immediately opened the palace gate respectfully. After the carriage entered the imperial road, the speed of the carriage slowly slowed down. Xiang Jila reached out to lift the curtain of the carriage and called Chu Shan. Chu Shan immediately led Yusong forward. "Princess." The hand that lifted the curtain tightened slightly, and Xiang Jila asked calmly, "When you brought Yusong out, did the prince have any other instructions?" Chu Shan paused and looked at Yusong with a strange look, and Yusong snorted at him angrily. The man and the horse looked at each other for a while, and then Chu Shan touched his nose, knelt down and bowed to Xiang Jila guiltily. "Princess, please forgive me. In fact, Yusong was not brought out by the prince's order." Xiang Jila's heart skipped a beat, and his fox eyes lit up slightly. "Why are you standing up and talking?" Chu Shan got up and patted a stupid horse standing beside him. He sighed helplessly. "Yusong insisted on sticking to me, and I can't do anything about it. I just hope that the princess can help me, and let the prince not blame me. What he is most worried about now is that there are so many people at the palace banquet, and if he is not careful, Yusong will be hit and rubbed, and the prince will chop him up." Xiang Jila naturally thought of what Chu Shan was worried about. She lowered her eyes and thought for a while, and told Chu Shan, "Since it is not the prince's order, it is not appropriate for Yusong to stay with you, so send it back to the mansion first." As Xiang Jila was talking, Yusong's ears moved and he let out a hoarse neigh, as if protesting against the mistress for abandoning him. Xiang Jila waved his hand at him, and Yusong obediently put his head close to the car window. Xiang Jila reached out and smoothed the dark green mane on his head, looking at him seriously. "We are not going to the palace to play today. You have to be obedient and let Chushan's people take you back to the mansion." Although he was very reluctant, he immediately lowered his head when he saw that the mistress did not smile at all, which was considered as tacitly agreeing to Xiang Jila's arrangement. After Chu Shan's men settled Yusong, the carriage of the Regent Palace soon arrived at the end of Chaoyang Road. After getting off the carriage, Chu Shan had no intention of leaving. Xiang Jila couldn't help but speak. "Do you have anything else to do?" Chu Shan looked embarrassed. "The prince ordered that I should follow the princess." "Follow her? I have Xian Yin and Qiuxi here, and since the prince is too busy, you can go back and see if the prince has any other arrangements." Seeing Xiang Jila's determined face, Chu Shan still insisted. "Princess, please don't make it difficult for me." Embarrassed, Xiang Jila's brows sank slightly, and then she nodded. "This princess knows. Follow closely." "Yes." Due to the dull weather during the Dragon Boat Festival, Yanbeiqi's palace banquet was held at the Faxian Lake, located just west of the palace. The lakeside is surrounded by white marble railings with exquisitely carved white cranes and auspicious clouds, and the ground is paved with stone slabs of the same color. On both sides of the stone slabs are exotic flowers transplanted from various places in Dahuang. The breeze on the lake is slightly cool, and it rolls up bursts of floral fragrance. It inexplicably gave people a sense of relaxation and comfort. When Xiang Jila brought Chu Shan to the palace banquet, more than half of the officials and their wives had already arrived. Chu Shan was also called away by a high-ranking eunuch not long after Xiang Jila sat down. Yuquan Palace. Queen Mother Zhong took a sip of tea gracefully, and gently placed the white jade carved teacup on the tray of the palace maid beside her. After the palace maid left, she lazily glanced at the Yao mother and daughter, who were kneeling at the bottom with delicate makeup and dignified posture, and said slowly, "Tell me a reason for me to help you." Even if Empress Dowager Zhong was not very good, she was still the Empress Dowager of a country. How could Yao resist the pressure from the superior? Just by Empress Dowager Zhong's lazy glance, Yao felt cold sweat crawling on her back. She kowtowed to Empress Dowager Zhong on the spot. "Your Majesty, you are very clear-sighted. It is really the Regent Princess, who is domineering and arrogant. I have no choice but to come to see you. I hope you can help me, and give me a chance to make peace with the Regent Princess." Make peace? Empress Dowager Zhong glanced at Zhang Qiner, who was kneeling beside Yao, lowering her head and looking submissive. "You, raise your head and let me see you." Zhang Qiner secretly pinched herself with her hand on her thigh. When she raised her head, her beautiful eyes were full of water, and her beautiful face was covered with bruises that could not be concealed. She looked weak and pitiful. Empress Dowager Zhong had seen many beauties, and Zhang Qiner could definitely be ranked in the top 3 among the beauties she had seen, but unfortunately, Xiang Jila really hit her too hard. It has been nearly half a month since she heard that she was beaten, and the bruises on her face have not completely disappeared. It is conceivable how hard Xiang Jila hit her at that time. Hearing the regret in Empress Dowager Zhong's tone, Yao sighed sadly. Whether it's cruel or not is secondary. I'm just afraid that my daughter's face will be envied by the Regent Princess. Then, hearing this, Empress Dowager Zhong snorted coldly, and even her tone slightly rose. "Since you want me to cooperate, don't talk to me about these roundabout ways." Unexpectedly, Empress Dowager Zhong was so direct that Yao choked and kowtowed to admit her fault. "Yes, I know my crime." Seeing Yao so respectful, Empress Dowager Zhong's expression eased a little. "I have already said that we must ensure that there are no mistakes. If there are any mistakes, you will die to atone for your sins." Yao looked up at Queen Mother Zhong, with a desperate determination in her eyes. "Don't worry, Queen Mother, there will be no mistakes." The love potion in her hand was bought by her at a brothel in the south with great effort and a high price. It is not a cheap drug and cannot be checked. How could there be any mistakes? At that time, Xiang Jila only needs to drink the flower-scented wine and hang out with the guards. Even if nothing happened, he will definitely be unable to defend himself. At that time, Qiner will go to comfort the Regent Prince and let the Regent Prince retaliate against Xiang Jila in the way Xiang Jila treated him. Won't everything be done smoothly? The Yongqing Palace. Yin Beiqi's face was so gloomy that water could drip out at any time. Yin Junyo crossed his legs, leaned lazily on the back of the chair, and said casually, "This king personally went to the prison to see Xiang Yun. TSK, the Queen Mother is too indulgent to her niece." The red jade pen in his hand tightened slightly, and Yin Beiqi tried his best to make his face look more natural. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly, so don't worry about it, uncle. Xiang Yun is now no different from a useless person, and he has received the punishment he deserves. After all, he is also the brother of this king's wife. Even if this king dislikes him, he can't just watch him stay in prison in fear all day long." Moreover, whether the child in Zhong Xiuxiu's belly is really not his own as Xiang Yun said, there is no evidence because the child died young, so the Queen Mother directly bypassed the king and the emperor to kill her nephew-in-law. At this point, Yin Junyo sneered. The Queen Mother's arrogance and prestige. Those who don't know would think that the Dahuang kingdom has changed its surname to Zhong. Now, Yin Beiqi's face couldn't change any better. "Uncle, be careful with your words." Facing Yin Beiqi's slightly threatening words, Yin Junyo raised his eyelids, and his tone was still calm. "Instead of asking me to be careful with my words, the emperor should reflect on why a woman from the harem could easily reach into the government office in the capital." After saying that, he stood up and straightened his back and bowed to Yin Beiqi. "The dinner is about to begin, and the envoys from Nanchu should have arrived at the palace gate by now. I will take my leave first to make arrangements." Yin Beiqi suppressed his anger and tried to make his tone calm. "Thank you, uncle. I will be there soon." It was not until Yin Junyo's back could no longer be seen at the gate of the Yongqing Palace that Yin Beiqi summoned his personal eunuch and whispered some instructions. After the eunuch left, he swept the memorials on the imperial desk to the ground. In his narrow and long phoenix eyes, there was a gradually rich scarlet. The sun was about to set, and the dinner had not yet begun. Xiang Jila sat in a high seat, glanced at the empty seat beside him, and the empty seat of the emperor and empress above, and his eyes scanned around without leaving a trace. The tables below were arranged neatly, and almost all the seats were occupied. The palace maids also placed the festive meat dumplings and tea eggs on the tables. The last ray of the sun sank into the mountains, and the sky was getting dark. The palace lanterns were lit, illuminating the entire Phaeacian lake as bright as day. Soon, the eunuchs' voices rang out, "The emperor has arrived, the empress has arrived, the empress dowager has arrived." The banquet, which was bustling just now, suddenly fell silent. Everyone stood up and knelt in the direction where Yin Beiki was coming. Yin Beiki was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, a golden crown with 9 dragons playing with a pearl in his hair, and he walked to the top with great strides and dignity. He turned around and waved his hand in a domineering manner. "My dear ministers, please stand up." Xiangjila stood up with a perfunctory bow, and accidentally met the gaze of Empress Dowager Zhong. Her eyes were too calm, which made Xiangjila's right eyebrow jump slightly. Empress Dowager Zhong was not normal today. There must be something fishy. When she entered the palace in the past, Empress Dowager Zhong's eyes, that wanted to kill her, would always let her find clues no matter how she disguised herself. And this time, she could actually look at her so calmly, as if deliberately maintaining a friendly and distant attitude, eager to draw a clear line between them. Draw a line with her for no reason? No revenge. For Queen Mother Zhong, it is impossible. He quickly reviewed the people he had offended recently. After thinking about it, Xiangjila could only think of one possibility. Zhang Qiner found Queen Mother Zhong. The two must have reached some kind of cooperation. Queen Mother Zhong protected her, and Zhang Qina waited for an opportunity to act. Feeling that this possibility was more and more likely, Xiangjila suddenly became suspicious of himself and the items placed in the empty space beside him. "I pray here that the people of the world will be healthy, and healthy every year." After Yin Beiqi's lengthy speech, the Dragon Boat Festival dinner finally began. The maids came forward one by one and arranged the exquisite dishes neatly. The fragrance of flowers accompanied by fine wine and delicious food was really good. Just as everyone was gradually relaxing, the eunuch announced that the Regent Prince has arrived, and everyone felt as if their throats were strangled. Even Yin Beiqi's hand, which was about to raise his wine glass, stopped in midair. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Yin Junyo was wearing a luxurious court dress with dark embroidered dragon patterns, and a 3-dragon golden crown on his hair. In this weird atmosphere, he naturally bowed to Yin Beiqi, and turned around to sit next to Xiangjila. Seeing that Yin Junyo had no intention of making trouble, Yin Beiqi immediately raised his glass and smiled at Yin Junyo. Since the emperor's uncle became regent, he has devoted himself to Da Huang. This first glass should be toasted to the emperor's uncle. Yin Junyo's phoenix eyes darkened, and he raised his hand to raise the glass in return, his voice clear. "Thank you, your majesty." After saying that, he put the exquisite silver cup filled with wine, and carved with animal heads back on the table in front of him intact. Yin Beiqi frowned. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Yin Junyo met Yin Beiqi's phoenix eyes, and said slowly, "I have a stomach disease, and the imperial physician ordered not to drink." "Stomach disease? Is it a real stomach disease or heart attack? Or is it just a way to embarrass him in public?" Countless possibilities flashed through Yin Beiqi's mind, and finally his eyes fell on Xiangjila. "In this case, this cup will be served by the imperial aunt." Seeing that Yin Junyo did not show any displeasure, as if he had tacitly agreed to Yin Beiqi's request, Xiangjila stood up and raised his glass. "Thank you, your majesty." The wine glass slowly approached his lips, and Xiangjila realized that the wine was not right as soon as he smelled it. The smell of gardenia. Her eyes flashed with a dark look, and she smiled at Yin Beiqi. "Since I am drinking on behalf of the prince, I will naturally use the wine cup that the prince just used." After saying that, she did not even look at Yin Junyo's expression, and reached out to take the wine cup that Yin Junyo had just put down. As soon as she touched it, a system prompt sounded in her mind. "Ding, a large amount of sleeping pills were detected in the wine. Please pay attention to the dosage." It is difficult to get off the tiger. Regardless of whether Yin Beiqi knew that Yin Junyo's wine was problematic, the frequent changes of wine cups would definitely make Yin Beiqi suspicious. Xiangjila's hand holding the wine cup tightened slightly. Feeling that Yin Junyo wanted to reach out to stop him, she immediately raised her head and drank the wine in one gulp, holding it in her mouth and swallowing. Yin Junyo's face darkened. Yin Beiqi smiled brightly. As expected of the emperor's aunt, a woman is as good as a man. Xiangjila smiled slightly, and sat down again. While wiping her lips with a handkerchief, she spit out all the wine she had just drunk onto the handkerchief, and the exquisitely crafted sleeve. After doing this little action, she felt no discomfort in her body, so she looked up at Yin Junyo beside her, just in time to meet Yin Junyo's gaze that he had no time to retract. The moment their eyes met, they turned their heads away as if they were electrocuted. Braving himself, Xiangjila quietly moved closer to Yin Junyo and tugged at his luxurious dragon-patterned robe. "Your Highness." Yin Junyo's body stiffened for a moment, and he said him unnaturally, still without turning his head. Xiangjila gently moved closer to him and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "I didn't mean to use your wine cup. My wine has problems too." Chapter 298. Also, at this point, Yin Junyo didn't care that the two were still quarreling, and immediately turned to look at her. Xiangjila moved closer to him, his eyes full of seriousness. She whispered to him, "Your Highness, do you remember that I got drunk once in the south?" Thinking of that madness, Yin Junyo's ears turned red for no reason, and he nodded slowly with an expressionless face. Xiangjila gently tilted his head to signal him to look at the wine cup on his desk. "I drank this wine." Then, blushing, she quickly told him the origin of fascination that Jinhua had told her before. She was also glad that she had been tricked in the south, otherwise she might not be able to control herself at the palace banquet later. If she was with Jun Newell, it would be fine, but if she was not with Jun Newell. As soon as this idea came out, combined with her previous guess, Xiangjila met Yin Junyo's eyes, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. "Someone dug a pit for me to jump into." And Yin Junyo quickly grasped the key point of her words. "It's not an aphrodisiac, but it's more effective than an aphrodisiac. The more emotional you are, the sweeter it tastes." His eyes fell silently on her small mouth, which was not as plump as before. No wonder she was so proactive that night. Sure enough, from beginning to end, he was the only one who was sinking. A low pressure gradually gathered around him. "I will send someone to investigate." His voice was very low, with a little hoarseness. The faint aroma of wine lingered between the two of them, inexplicably intoxicating. "If the prince is investigating, then check what happened to your drink." As he spoke, a sense of restlessness surged in his heart. Xiangjila swallowed his saliva and planned to straighten his back and distance himself from him again. He saw Yin Beiki looking in their direction from the corner of his eye, and the movement of retreating immediately turned into falling to his side. Before his brain gave any instructions, his hands instinctively wrapped around her shoulders, preventing her from falling face down on his legs due to inertia. The moment he touched her, he was worried that he would not be able to resist and fall again. A trace of panic flashed through his eyes, and he instinctively wanted to push her away. Xiangjila noticed his intention and immediately grabbed his hand with one hand, and used the other hand to gently pinch his waist. After pinching for a long time, she did not pinch any fat, so she had to change the pinch to poking his waist with her fingers. Leaning on his shoulder, she spoke anxiously in a voice that the two of them could hear. "Your Majesty, the Emperor is looking at us now. If there is any conflict, we can talk it out behind closed doors in the mansion and maintain the face of the Regent's mansion to the outside world, okay? There can be contradictions internally, but there must be consistency externally." Yin Junyo deeply agrees with this truth. He tried to convince himself. It was just a show, don't take it seriously. With the connivance of his heart, his action of pushing her away turned into pulling her into his arms and letting her sit on his lap. "Since you can't handle the alcohol, you can lean on me and rest for a while." His voice was clear and his tone was light, just enough for the people sitting in front to hear it clearly. Everyone was surprised that the regent, who was always cold-hearted and self-centered, would actually have such a gentle and considerate side. Zhang Qiner, one of the female relatives, looked in the direction of Xiangjila, her hands clenched into fists, her sharp nails pinched her palms, and she still maintained a decent and perfect smile on her face. She looked at Yao calmly, and then looked at the direction of Queen Mother Zhong. Queen Mother Zhong sat upright, with a graceful demeanor, and did not even give them a glance. The two of them could not help but look at each other again and frowned slightly. The Queen Mother did not react at all. Did Xiangjila get tricked or not? Yin Beiki, who was sitting at the top, had been watching the interaction between Yin Junyo and his wife from beginning to end. Although he couldn't hear what the two were whispering, as long as they were hugging each other, it was enough. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly frowned, but the corners of his mouth raised an unpredictable arc. He was just about to find a reason to say that the two of them were not decent to be intimate in public. Andy Huang is like this. Before he finished speaking, he met Yin Junyo's deep and bottomless phoenix eyes, and a light flashed in his mind. His heart immediately sounded alarm bells, and there was something wrong with the wine. In order to clear himself of suspicion, he immediately changed his words. "Since the uncle and aunt can't drink, I will send someone to help you remove the wine, and then order someone to make a dose of sobering soup for the aunt, okay?" Yin Junyo hid the coldness in his eyes, and nodded slightly to Yin Beiki. Thank you, your majesty. One of the eunuchs following Yenbeki saw Yin Junyo nod, and immediately lowered his eyelids. When Yenbeki ordered to replace the wine with fruit tea at Yin Junyo's table, and notified the herbal medicine room to make a hangover soup, the eunuch who lowered his eyelids, and another eunuch withdrew respectfully. After giving the order, Yenbeki once again put on a humble and respectful look of a junior. The emperor's uncle has made many contributions to my Da Huang, and now he has a stomach disease because of worrying about state affairs. I feel guilty. Hearing Yenbeki's words that he wanted to seize power, even though he knew he was in poor health, Yin Junyo tightened his grip on Xiangjila's hand and replied with an unceremonious smile. If the emperor can let me worry less, I will be more than happy. He didn't expect Yin Junyo to be so disregarding of his face. No matter how angry Yenbeki was, he could only pretend to smile and change the subject. Fortunately, Yin Junyo didn't pay too much attention to Yenbeki and let him change the subject without nagging. The ministers were all relieved to see the uncle and nephew in power being so harmonious. Regardless of whether the two were sincere or fake, at least, based on the current situation, they should be able to enjoy a dinner tonight without worrying about losing their heads. The hangover soup was soon served. Yin Junyo, who was playing a full role, considerately adjusted the position of Xiangjila in his arms under the eyes of all the officials who were shocked, carefully stirred the hangover soup with a spoon, and scooped up a spoonful of black medicine from time to time, feeding it to Xiangjila's mouth without leaving a drop. The whole set of movements was smooth and natural, as if he often did this. Feeling that the atmosphere was really weird, Xiangjila couldn't pretend anymore. My lord, I feel much better. Okay. Yin Junyo nodded, put her back to her original seat without any ambiguity, and pushed the remaining half bowl of hangover soup in front of her. His movements were too decisive, and without any lingering feelings, which made Xiangjila feel that he really didn't love her. Her heart was inexplicably stabbed. The voice of the eunuch announcing the news came from outside the banquet again. Envoy of Nanchu, General Huangfu. Princess Yongle is here. Princess Yongle, not Brother Xiao? Xiangjila looked in the direction of the eunuch's announcement with a little surprise. Chapter 299. Under the palace lanterns that were as bright as daylight, Xiangjila immediately noticed the tall girl who was following behind Huangfu Jing. She was tall and wore an exquisite green silk dress. The girl was dressed in a noble manner, took slightly longer steps, and had a light veil on her face. Her fox eyes were raised at the corners, and they were so vivid that they seemed to be able to speak. As long as she glanced at him, her small eyes, which were full of smiles and charm, easily attracted everyone's attention. While Xiangjila was looking at the girl, she also winked at her playfully. The moment the two pairs of fox eyes met, Xiangjila was shocked by the familiar intimacy and almost bit off her tongue. Xiao Xiao Xiao. Brother Xiao? Looking at the sturdy and rough maid behind the girl, Xiangjila almost poked her eyes out. Although the maid lowered her eyebrows and looked submissive, she recognized it at a glance. It was Ain in women's clothes. Damn it, when Brother Xiao dressed up as a woman, his eyes were more attractive than hers. If the two stood together, she would have no chance at all. The brother and sister's gaze fell into the eyes of others, and it became that Princess Yongle flirted with the Regent Prince. The jealous Regent Princess immediately looked back vigilantly. Judging from the Regent Princess's appearance, she was probably trying to find an opportunity to ruin Princess Yongle's beauty. When everyone came back to their senses, Huangfu Jing had already brought Princess Yongle to greet Yenbeki and Yin Junyo. When seeing Princess Yongle, Yenbeki's narrow and long phoenix eyes obviously lit up, which was caught by Princess Yongle at once. She glanced at Xiangjila's position calmly, and immediately understood the intention of that light. After a series of polite greetings, the sincerity of the tribute brought by Huangfu Jing was fully accepted by Yenbeki's people. After Huangfu Jing and his son were given seats, Yenbeki first glanced at Princess Yongle, then at Xiangjila, as if he had discovered something interesting, and smiled to Huangfu Jing. I thought that General Huangfu would bring young Master Huangfu with him on this mission, but I didn't expect it to be Princess Yongle. I wonder where young Master Huangfu is. Huangfu Jing responded with a hearty smile. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty Da Huang. How can a son be more caring than a daughter? Since I found my beloved daughter, that unfilial son has been competing for favor with my sister every day, and I have driven him back to Nanchu. Competing for favor with my sister? Said back to Nanchu? Xiangjila quickly picked up the teacup and pretended to sip tea to suppress the twitching corners of his mouth. Yenbeki looked at Princess Yongle with interest. I heard that Princess Yongle had been living in Da Huang before. While speaking, Yenbeki's eyes fell on the queen beside him intentionally or unintentionally. After being told this by Yin Beiki, Huang Fujing scratched the back of his head and laughed. Romance, romance? If a man is not romantic, he is not worth his youth. Other officials at the banquet looked at Huang Fujing with contempt. It is really hard to imagine that such a person almost succeeded in leading his army into Dahuang 4 years ago. The queen received Yin Beiqi's eye signal and looked at Princess Yongle with a generous and gentle smile. Since the princess came to the table, I have felt that the princess' eyes look familiar. Just now, when I looked at the regent princess again, I finally understood where this familiarity came from. Aren't the princess' eyes exactly the same as the regent's? I think this is also a kind of fate. Before the queen finished speaking, Princess Yongle immediately stood up flattered. My daughter. Oh no, your servant. Oh no. The voice was shrill and artificial, which made everyone present couldn't help but get a layer of fine goosebumps. After hesitating for a long time and not using the right words, Princess Yongle immediately looked at Huang Fujing with red eyes, and threw herself into Huang Fujing's arms and cried, Father, I'm scared. Please ask the great Phoenix Emperor not to chop off my head, woo-woo. Huang Fujing immediately patted the back of Princess Yongle as if no one was around, and comforted her softly. My daughter is good, don't be afraid, His Majesty will not chop off people's heads randomly. At this point, he did not forget to wink at Yin Beiki. Your Majesty, are you right? Yin Beiqi's expression was more interesting than swallowing a fly alive. Originally, after knowing that Huang Fujing's legitimate son could not come, and the one who came was the newly found concubine's daughter, who was favored and given the title of princess, Yin Beiki tacitly agreed to a certain idea in his heart. This idea lasted until he saw the appearance of this Princess Yongle, and found that she had a pair of eyes that were almost exactly the same as Xiangjila, and it became stronger. Having been suppressed by Yin Zhenyu for these years, he knew how paranoid Yin Zhenyu was. Yin Zhenyu was the kind of person who would never allow others to have the same things as him. Once discovered, he would destroy it. Moreover, this concubine's princess seemed to be more favored than the legitimate son. If he got her, it was equivalent to having the support of Huang Fujing. So, if Yin Zhenyu wanted to move him, he had to consider that he had the support of Nanchu, the general king father-in-law. Unexpectedly, this Princess Yongle was so stupid that she cried when she was just named. Such a fool, who came from the common people. Even if he was favored by Huang Fujing, once he was taken into the harem, he would not know when he would disappear quietly, and he might even offend Huang Fujing. In such a flash, Yin Beiki gave up the idea of digging his own grave. Princess, don't be afraid, I won't chop off anyone's head casually. Yin Beiki tried his best to make his tone less majestic, but he really had no patience for such a fool. General Huangfu, please comfort the princess. When the ministers in the court saw the Nanchu envoy lose his composure, they looked down on Huang Fujing. He came here on behalf of his country, but because of doting on his young daughter, he made his country lose face. He always felt that Nanchu was slandering their Dahuang. Huang Fujing didn't have as many thoughts as the ministers in the court. He only knew that according to the precautions taken by the king of Nanchu against their father and son, if he behaved well in Dahuang, what would be waiting for him when he returned to Nanchu might be a catastrophe. In the past, he could still fight hard for Shower, but now there is Xiao Shila, and Xiao Shila is involved with Yin Zhenyu. The situation has become complicated all of a sudden. If things go wrong, he may accidentally become a traitor of Nanchu under the distortion of facts by those with ulterior motives. He is a soldier who stands tall and upright. He can usurp the throne, but he will never sell out his country. Chapter 300. The sound of stringed instruments continued by Faxian Lake. The fairy from the sky by the palace dancer was coming to an end. The dinner was harmonious. In the previous life, Xiangjila had never attended a palace banquet because of her dislike for Yin Zhenyu. In this life, because she had been married for 9 months, she had been in the south for 6 months, so except for the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner when she just married Yin Zhenyu, this was the second time Xiangjila officially attended such a palace banquet where all the officials and their wives gathered. In order to avoid wrongly accusing the good people, Xiangjila had already instructed Qiu Si to go out and investigate the whereabouts of Yao's mother and daughter when the dancer came on stage to perform. During this time, Yin Zhenyu got up and left the table temporarily because of something. When Qiu Si came back, Xiangjila sat upright, his casual eyes passed over the dancers, and occasionally exchanged glances with Princess Yongle. Yin Beiki, who looked at Xiangjila intentionally or unintentionally, saw her several times looking at Princess Yongle with hostile eyes from time to time, and raised her eyebrows with a little interest. While Yin Beiqi's eyes were on other places, Qiu Si touched Xiangjila inconspicuously, and when she met Xiangjila's eyes, her eyelids blinked slightly. Xiangjila called the little palace maid not far behind him, and whispered a few words to her. After the palace maid returned to her original position, she took Qiuxi away leisurely. After a simple eye contact with Qiuxi, Xia Nian stayed at the table very tacitly. In the dark corner, with the cover of the bushes, Qiuxi stood in front of Xiangjila respectfully, and bowed her head to report. Chushan seems to have encountered trouble. The prince has gone to Chushan now. The palace maid who served the wine just now has been checked by the subordinates. It is from Yukuan Palace. People in the palace said that Yao and Zhang Qinar went to the Queen Mother's Yukuan Palace first after entering the palace, and stayed for a full quarter of an hour before hurriedly attending the dinner. In this case, both mother and daughter are not innocent. Xiangjila narrowed his eyes. Where is the remaining wine now? Although love is not cheap, it is not so expensive. The small jar that Jin Yu and the others gave her to drink was the smallest specification. According to the size of the wine jugs in the palace, there should be more than half of the wine left in that small jar. Qiuxi frowned slightly. The little palace maid said that the wine jug and the wine inside were given to her by a nani. She didn't know where the remaining wine was. Unaware, Xiangjila snorted, raised her slender hand slowly, and brushed off the non-existent dirt on her fingers. Under the dim night, her white and pink nails were not painted with colorful nail polish like other noble ladies in Beijing, and looked particularly refreshing. Her fox eyes flashed coldly, and a bloodthirsty scarlet slowly climbed up the end of her eyes. The beautiful lip line was slightly hooked, raising a charming arc, and her voice was chilly. The so-called ignorance is just not seeing the coffin. Find the remaining half jar of wine within half an hour. If this princess is right, if you can give me these things, you must have prepared a man for me. In this case, don't waste them, and all the people involved in this matter must not be left behind. Qiuxi frowned slightly when he realized that Xiangjila seemed to be a little different from before. Yes. After Qiuxi left, Xiangjila did not rush back to the banquet, but went to the lotus pond where the water ghost appeared before. Because of the assassination, many assassins and guards died in the lotus pond. Therefore, in the short term, the area around the lotus pond is a forbidden area in the palace. Except for the patrolling guards, who occasionally pass by, generally no one comes. Not long after, another tall and slender figure, holding up the hem of her skirt, walked towards her with big strides. Princess sister, are you looking for me? This sharp, thin and artificial voice. Xiangjila couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. Be normal. Listening to you talk like this makes me feel a little sick. The owner of the tall and slender figure looked around vigilantly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that there was no one around except Ah In, who was standing guard not far away. He held up the weapon that was proud, and wanted to droop from time to time without any image in front of Xiangjila. He looked at Xiangjila aggrievedly. Xiaojila, why did you keep staring at me fiercely during the meal just now? Xiangjila stretched out his hand to help him straighten his hairpin, and said with a smile, You always look at me, there must be a reason for you to look at me openly. Comforted by his sister's heartwarming gesture, Wang Fujiao's tone finally became normal. Then you don't have to glare at me from time to time, right? He felt uncomfortable sitting with his sister glaring at him like this. Besides, he didn't look at her much, just once every few breaths. Frequently, Xiangjila crossed his arms and looked at Huang Fuxiao from top to bottom, smiling with ill intentions. Then I have to ask you why you wear women's clothes for no reason. You always look at me when you wear women's clothes. If I don't glare at you, others will see through our trick at a glance. Trick, 2 women can have. A creepy thought suddenly popped up, and Huang Fujiao's fox eyes were about to be widened. You can't be? Xiangjila nodded, with a naughty smile on his face. Yes, it's a war between women. After a short silence, Huang Fuxiao was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Oh my god, I'm... Realizing that his voice was too loud, Huang Fuxiao quickly moved closer to Xiangjila and lowered his voice. I'm not interested in that old man Yin Zhenyuo. While speaking, he did not forget to lift his proud weapon again. Xiangjila lifted one of his ears with her backhand, her eyebrows raised, and one hand on her waist. How do you talk like that? How do you talk like that? He's your brother-in-law, don't call him old. Huang Fuxiao covered his right ear that was held by her, and cried out without any image. Be gentle, your makeup is ruined, ruined. Xiangjila snorted coquettishly, and then let go of her hand. While letting go, she did not forget to ask Huang Fuxiao the same question again. Tell me, why are you wearing women's clothes? He also lied about his age, and said he was 1 year younger than her. Isn't it because of you? Huang Fuxiao said it as a matter of course. Father said that as long as I wear women's clothes and take your identity in Nanchu, I can have a reason to be forced into the regent's palace to live for a few days, and by the way, keep an eye on that bastard Yin Junyo to see if he bullies you. Father also said that this Princess Yonla was originally requested for you. If one day Yin Junyo dares to betray you or treat you badly, you can send us a letter, and your brother and father will protect you. With a sour nose, Xiangjila reached out and hit Huang Fujiao's arm, and cursed with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Although the little girl in front of him was dressed in a graceful and luxurious princess dress, her face with a little makeup looked healthy and rosy, and she seemed to be living a good life. However, Huang Fujiao could clearly feel her discomfort at this moment. The feeling of blockage and dull pain from time to time. He stared at Xiangjila for a long time, and when he saw her smile slowly faded, he slowly said, Xiaojila, you are very unhappy, right? You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Chapter 301. Xiangjila met his concerned eyes, smiled again, and was about to speak. But he was interrupted by the panicked voice of Ah Yin not far away. Help, come quickly, the regent princess is about to kill our princess. Xiangjila and Huang Fujiao looked at each other with fox eyes. Question marks. At the banquet, Zhang Qiner and Yao Shi frequently looked at Xiangjila's position. Seeing that she had left for a long time, and had not returned, they were both worried and expectant. At this moment, a little palace maid accidentally bumped into Zhang Qiner while adding tea for her, and slipped the note into Zhang Qiner's hand. Zhang Qiner looked around warily, and found that everyone was still enjoying the dance, so she quietly opened the note. When she saw the secret code on the note indicating success, a smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. Pulling Yao beside her, the mother and daughter discussed and left the table together. Not long after they left the table, Xiangjila and the trembling, disheveled, messy-haired Princess Yonla, who was wearing a veil to cover her face, were brought back by the guards, and stood in front of Yin Beiki. Seeing Huang Fujing, Princess Yonla seemed to have found a savior, and threw herself into Huang Fujing's arms without saying a word. Oh father, this princess sister is so scary. She called me out, saying that she wanted to chat with me. But I just said that the regent was powerful and worthy of being her husband, and she actually pinned me to the ground and beat me to death. Oh, my daughter was beaten like this, and she has lost all her dignity. How can my daughter live her life in the future? Huang Fujing almost burst out laughing several times, but each time Huang Fujiao pinched his arm hard to steady him. For a moment, he was so tired of laughing that his eyes turned red. Alas, this. Your father brought you here just to open your eyes, but you chose your own husband. There are so many people who don't like you, but you choose the regent of Dahuang. Isn't this the same as being tired of living? In Yin Beiqi's eyes, Huang Fujing's red eyes turned into a kind father who was not good at speaking and wanted to explain to him, the host, that his daughter was humiliated, but he was hindered by the tyranny of the regent princess. Knowing that Huang Fujing and Yin Junyo had fought in the Battle of Nanling before, Yin Beiqi said righteously, Regent Princess, do you have any explanation? Xiangjila bowed to Yin Beiqi in a dignified manner. Your Majesty, that woman is just acting, please understand. Ridiculous, Yin Beiqi snorted. Which woman would not even care about her face for acting? As the Regent Princess, the aunt knew she was wrong but made a mistake. She openly beat the envoy of Nanchu in the Dahuang Palace. Everyone heard the princess's accusation against you. Do you really think I dare not punish you? Convict her with just one sentence? Xiangjila looked stubborn. I don't accept it. That woman is just acting. She tricked me. I will wait for the prince to come back and make the decision. What Yin Beiqi wanted was Xiangjila's fearless attitude, relying on Yin Junyo's support to openly challenge him, the emperor. He wanted to let the minister see how domineering the regent was, and even the little princess in his house dared to ignore him, the emperor. Thinking of this, Yin Beiqi's tone slowed down a bit. Aunt, it's just a small matter, why bother uncle? Besides, you were wrong in the first place, go and apologize to the princess. I believe that the little princess is not a stingy person. Xiangjila raised her fox eyes, showing no sign of giving in. My princess did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Wouldn't an apology be equivalent to confirming my princess's fault? Xiang. Yin Beiqi's voice was deep, and there was a hint of majesty. The atmosphere between the two of them was gradually tense. Huang Fujing let go of Huang Fujiao and stepped forward to say, Your Majesty, please calm down. This matter is my daughter's fault. I just took a look and found that my daughter's injury is not serious. She was just frightened. Then, during these days in Dahuang, why not let my daughter be taken care of by the princess until she recovers? Your Majesty, Do you think this method is good? This princess does not. Before Xiangjila could say no, Yan Beiki immediately waved his hand. Just as the general said, the princess should not be wronged. During her stay in Dahuang, the princess will live in the regent's mansion, and the princess will send people to take care of the princess's daily life and diet until the envoy leaves Dahuang. He was just about to find a reason to annoy the couple, but he didn't expect that a straw bag also has its uses. Then we can find a way to make that idiot die in the regent's mansion. Just seeing Huang Fujing's daughter-slave look, Yan Beiki could fully imagine how much trouble Yan Zhenyu would be in if that idiot really died in the regent's mansion. Xiangjila was naturally not stupid. What does the emperor think of my regent's mansion? You put all kinds of things in the mansion. Auntie Yan Beiki said with a righteous face, Uncle Huang has worked hard for Dahuang. As the regent's consort, you naturally have to share your husband's worries about the affairs of the harem. Receiving Huang Fujiao's indifferent eyes, Xiangjila understood. Her face was full of reluctance, but her tone softened a lot. I, your wife, don't want to share the prince with other women. Hearing Xiangjila's concession, Yan Beiki raised his eyes. I promise you that Princess Huangfu is just a guest at the regent's palace, and will not have any other unreasonable thoughts. After saying that, he did not forget to wink at Princess Yongle. Princess Yongle, do you understand what I mean? I understand. As long as I can live in the regent's mansion and see the king. Before she could finish her words, Princess Yongle was covered by Huang Fujing. In that case, I have to trouble the princess to take care of my daughter these days. Xiangjila snorted coldly, and her unwillingness was clearly visible on her face. It was rare to win a game and suppress the regent's mansion. Yan Beiki felt much better. Compared with Yan Beiki's brief comfort, the message read by everyone present was, the regent's wife is indeed as jealous as the rumors say. And this jealousy is most likely allowed by the regent. With this understanding, many officials with outstanding daughters in their families secretly sweated, but fortunately they did not act impulsively. On Chaiyang Road, only a few palace lanterns were lit. Yan Zhenyu looked at Chu Shan with a cold look. What happened? Chu Shan bent his knees and knelt in front of Yan Zhenyu. I know my crime. If I hadn't brought Yusong out, this wouldn't have happened. The assassin saw Yusong and thought the prince was nearby, so he tried to kill him. When Yusong raised his hoof to repel the assassin, he was hit in the abdomen, and 3 arrows hit his hind legs. Those arrows were poisoned, and Yusong was afraid. Afraid? Chapter 302. The hands behind his back slowly clenched into fists, and the cold and fierce aura on Yan Zhenyu's body became more and more intense. Each word was like ice chips hitting Chu Shan's head. How dare you take Yusong away from the mansion without my order? Knowing that the master was really angry, Chu Shan's voice became even weaker. Yusong has been biting my clothes. I guess it wants to see the princess. And the princess seems very happy to see Yusong. Hearing that Xiangjila was very happy to see Yusong, Yan Zhenyu's breathing was slightly choked, his clenched fist slightly loosened, and his grim tone was slightly eased. Save it at all costs. Assassin, leave a breath, I will interrogate him personally. After a pause he added, don't let the princess know about this, so she won't worry. Yes. As the dinner was coming to an end, Queen Mother Zhong glanced in the direction of Xiangjila from time to time. Seeing that Xiangjila had always looked normal, a sense of uneasiness gradually spread from her heart. Zhang Qizheng, the Minister of Personnel, saw that his wife and daughter had left the table quietly for nearly half an hour, and he couldn't help but worry. He was about to report the matter to Yan Beiki and ask him to send someone to help him find the person. A young eunuch stumbled over to report. Report to the emperor. The patrol guards found that the Empress Dowager's Yukuan Palace had entered the Yukuan Palace when they passed by. Before the eunuch finished reporting, Empress Dowager Zhong stood up with a shocked face. What? Xiangjila glanced at her coldly. With just that one glance, Empress Dowager Zhong had read too much information. Many pieces of information intertwined in her mind, forming 4 big words she knows. And 3 exclamation marks. Her back suddenly felt cold, and the suffocating pain of being stepped on by Yan Zhenyu a few days ago, and the horror of seeing Yan Zhenyu chopping off the beauty's head came back to her. If Yan Zhenyu knew. Empress Dowager Zhong was so frightened that she fainted. The banquet was in chaos. The back hall of Yukuan Palace. It was suddenly illuminated by the palace lanterns and torches. Behind the closed door of the back hall, the woman's whispers were particularly clear in the serious atmosphere. If I heard correctly, the woman seemed to be shouting, Ju Nu. The focus of everyone's attention instantly became, is the regent in there? And Li's focus was, this voice sounds a little familiar. At the banquet, the Queen Mother suddenly fainted. After hearing the guards come to report that the villains were doing something indecent in the back hall, because the Queen Mother was not awake, the Emperor and the Queen could not get away. Yin Beima had not yet married a princess, and had to stabilize the situation at the banquet. Yin Beiki, who was concerned about Yin Junyo, would not let Xiangjila see the joke. Then, as the aunt of the Emperor, Li, the wife of Master Zhong, naturally took on the important task of cleaning up the dirt for the royal family. I didn't expect to hear such unrestrained words as soon as I arrived. The noble ladies who followed Li to watch the fun all turned their eyes to Xiangjila, who came later. As luck would have it, Xiangjila happened to hear the word Junyo. Her expression immediately turned cold, and her fists clenched, making a clucking sound. A lady standing behind her took a few steps back without leaving a trace, fearing that Xiangjila would be angry and punch her in the face. Soon, a man's frivolous whisper came from inside. This voice was not from the regent. Xiangjila clearly felt that at least half of the people present were extremely disappointed. At this moment, the woman spoke again. She and Xiangjila. Who is better? Everyone listening outside the door stared at the person, who was named with wide eyes. This time, Li finally recognized the owner of the voice. The lady who had just stepped back a few steps behind Xiangjila took a few steps back again, with a look of fear on her face. The murderous aura was too strong. Xiangjila looked back at the people who were looking at her coldly, and her voice was calmer than ever before. Why are you looking at me? Let the guards come and kick the door. Compared with the excitement of seeking justice from the Emperor at the banquet just now, it was completely different. The guard standing aside got a signal from Li's eyes, and did not dare to step forward. Xiangjila raised his eyebrows slightly. What, Mrs. Zhong knows the people inside? Such an openly obstructive look, does he think she is blind? Li's expression froze, and she smiled awkwardly. I don't know them, but the people inside dare to openly call the princess by her name, and call the prince so intimately, so they must know the prince and the princess. If we leave a way out for everything, we can always save face for each other, right? Leave a way out for everything. Save face. Xiangjila glanced at Li with a smile. This princess has never known how to behave, and only knows how to repay a debt. Since someone is so shameless as to openly find someone to pretend to be my prince, and compare with this princess naturally has to see who this person is. After saying that, she did not order the guards again, but took 2 steps forward slowly. Under the doubtful and unbelievable eyes of everyone, she lifted up the heavy robe with exquisite and complicated patterns, and kicked the closed door. With a bang, the exquisite vermilion lacquered door and its frame fell heavily to the ground, and when it fell to the ground, it also raised a cloud of dust visible to the naked eye. In addition to the cool and rotten smell of a place that has been uninhabited for a long time, there is also an indescribable smell. In the dim night, people can see a figure clearly. With the cooperation of the guards and palace servants, the room was bright, and everyone could see the woman clearly. Miss Zhang? TSK. No wonder the regent princess wants to throw her out of the palace. TSK, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. A legitimate lady of a mansion? Bah, who would act like this? Xiangjila, who was standing by, listened to the people scolding Zhang Qiner and touched her nose. She didn't expect Zhang Qiner to be so well read. Amid the scolding, Xiangjila's sight slowly moved down. When she saw the thing in front of her, she wanted to poke her eyes out. How could this be a palace guard? Before she could finish her complaints in her heart, her eyes were covered by a pair of warm, slender and bony hands. A refreshing sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance wafted into her nose. You can look at everything without worrying about dirtying your eyes. Hearing this voice, Xiangjila's heart tightened, followed by a long-lost excitement and uncontrollable heartbeat acceleration. Prince? Chapter 303. The man who covered her eyes hummed a low hum. He turned her around and led her outside the back hall. He gave a casual order. Just beat him to death, with sticks. Seeing the well-trained guards holding sticks enter the house, the other spectators did not dare to stay any longer. Another weak voice came from the bushes beside the back hall. Hurry up. Yin Junyuo's expression turned cold, and he ordered the guards in the house. Wait, tie him up and throw him to the emperor for punishment. Then he ordered the other guards. Tie up the pile of dirty things behind the bushes and throw them to the emperor. The ladies, who had come to watch the fun, dared not even breathe. They greeted Yin Junyuo one after another, and Yin Junyuo nodded slightly. Now that the matter has been resolved, please return to the banquet and don't make trouble. The calm tone, with a strong warning. The ladies left one after another, and only Xiangjila and Li were left in the front yard of the back hall, and the Princess Yongle, who was in a mess, and shamelessly clinging to the princess sister. Li stepped forward and bowed to Yan Zhenyu. Before she could say anything, Yan Zhenyu spoke directly. "Thank you for your concern, Madame Taisher. If there is nothing else important, please go back." Li glanced at Yan Zhenyu, who didn't even look at her, and then looked at Xiang Zhila, who had been as obedient as a cat since Yan Zhenyu appeared. After weighing the pros and cons, she concealed the complex emotions in her eyes, and bowed respectfully to Yan Zhenyu. "I will take my leave." Wang Fuxiao, whose makeup was ugly because he cried at the banquet just now, shrank behind Xiang Zhila and waved to Yan Zhenyu, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Your Highness." Yan Zhenyu looked at him with disdain. "Stay away from me." Wang Fuxiao touched his nose, and very tactfully lifted his weapon, and followed Li's steps back to the banquet in a dejected manner. The guards in the room lowered their heads and trotted out, their steps staggered because of nervousness. "Your Highness, the suction is too tight, and it can't be separated. Do we need to wait until the end?" Sucking. Sucking too tight? Xiang Zhila's ears turned red, and before he could be shocked, his ears were covered. Without hearing what the person covering her ears said, she saw the guard who reported the incident running into the house in fear. Soon, the two were wrapped in a sheet, and carried to the front hall of Yuquan Palace together, with the wild mandarin ducks behind the bushes. When Yan Zhenyu and Xiang Zhila arrived, Yan Beiqi's face could no longer be described as gloomy. Seeing that the two pairs of mandarin ducks were still embracing each other, as if no one was around, Yan Beiqi gritted his teeth and ordered, "Knock him out, and let Zhang Qizhen come to see me." Almost at the same time, Chiosi also came forward with one person in one hand to report to Yan Zhenyu. "Your Majesty, these two people wanted to leave Yuquan Palace secretly, but were discovered by our subordinates. When we searched them, we found a handkerchief stained with wine on them." Yan Beiqi recognized one of the two maids. She was one of the few maids in Yuquan Palace. If there were no other accidents, she would be able to leave the palace to live out her days next year. Before Yan Zhenyu could say anything, he spoke first. "What handkerchief, President?" Yan Zhenyu narrowed his eyes. "Your Majesty, why did the maid and the maid put the handkerchief stained with wine on their bodies? For safety reasons, let the imperial physician take a look at what is on the handkerchief and decide whether to present it." Even though he was not convinced by Yan Zhenyu, Yan Beiqi still had to listen to Yan Zhenyu at this time. Summon the imperial physician. Since he knew today that his mother had done a series of stupid things, he could no longer suppress his anger. Now that the incident happened in Yuquan Palace, and there were people around his mother, no matter what, it must be related to his good mother. At this point, in order to protect his mother, no matter what the final truth is, these two pairs of shameful things will definitely not survive. A farce. The curtain fell after the imperial physician revealed the origin of the wine on the handkerchief. Under the joint identification of a palace maid and a nanny, the evidence that the mother and daughter of the Yao family had ill intentions to frame the regent and the regent princess was solid. Yan Beiqi ordered the mother and daughter of the Yao family to be beaten to death on the spot, and the two guards, who had committed adultery, were first beaten to death. Zhang Qizhen, the Minister of Personnel, was ordered to be dismissed and confined for reflection because of his inability to discipline his wife and daughter. Poor Zhang Qizhen, who claimed that no one could match her, left in a hurry in the end without even a piece of clothing to cover her body. The palace banquet ended in the second half of the night. It was Yan Zhenyu who came out to announce the cancellation of the banquet. On the way back to the palace, in addition to the couple, there was also Princess Yongle, who was stuffed into the carriage by the Nanchu envoy. Along the way, the atmosphere was very awkward. Wang Fuxiao looked at the atmosphere between the two people, which seemed to be intimate but not intimate, and didn't know what topic to talk about for a while. Xiang Zhila was the first to break the silence. The Queen Mother must have been involved in this matter. The Emperor skipped all the interrogation procedures, and killed the mother and daughter of the Yao family. I guess it was just to silence them. As for the origins of the two fake guards, who had an affair with the mother and daughter, it was no longer important. Why did she know at a glance that they were not guards in the palace? Because the guards in the palace were always well-proportioned and upright, and the two fake guards were not only short, but also too ugly. Yan Zhenyu crossed his arms, his slender knuckles rhythmically tapping his arms, and slowly said, "The wine was put with a knockout drug, and it was also done by Empress Dowager Zhong's people." At this point, Yan Zhenyu's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. But she was just a pawn of others. Assuming Yan Beiqi really didn't know, then Yusong's assassination tonight and the drug in his wine were logical. Thinking of Yusong, Yan Zhenyu's eyes paused at the top of Xiang Zhila's head, and then left quickly. What does Queen Mother Zhong want to do? Xiang Jila frowned, then looked at Huang Fuxiao. I remember that Queen Mother Zhong seemed to have cooperated with Uncle Jing before. Before Xiang Jila finished speaking, Huang Fuxiao immediately raised 3 fingers and swore solemnly in front of Xiang Jila. I promise that my father will never cooperate with such a stupid woman. Yin Zhenyuo, who had a rough guess in his mind, raised his eyebrows slightly, and could not deny Huang Fuxiao's statement. After returning to the mansion, Xiang Jila could not wait to ask Xia Nianqiasi to arrange a place for Huang Fuxiao. To give the two of them a rare time alone, his concern for her at the palace banquet tonight gave her great encouragement. Maybe. Tonight, he would give her a chance to explain everything clearly, so that Xiao San would not need to let him see the tragic past. Silently all the way, the two walked side by side. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiang Jila mustered up his courage and tried to secretly extend his index finger to hook his little finger. But before he could touch his hand, he dodged it lightly. Chapter 304. He turned around and stood in front of her with his hands behind his back, obviously not allowing her to touch him. Under the reflection of the palace lamp, his facial features were cold and ruthless. With his cold eyes elsewhere, Yin Zhenyuo's attitude towards her changed from the intimacy in the palace just now to a distant and polite one. Since you have arrived at the palace, you have already done what you should do. To the outside world, the king has saved face for you. Since the princess is the mistress of a mansion, you should do your duty as a mistress, and don't lose the face that the Regent Palace should have. After saying that, he turned and left without hesitation, without even a glance, nor any intention to wait for her. Even if it was only a little bit. The index finger, that was quietly extended, was still hanging by his side in a hook shape. Xiang Jila stood there in a daze, watching the sharp and resolute back slowly disappear from his sight. Compared with the interaction at the palace banquet just now, she, who had rekindled her hope, was now like sleeping in a warm bed in the cold winter and being unexpectedly splashed with a basin of ice water that chilled her to the bone. It made her sober up all of a sudden. Is it a show? Is it really just a show? Her vision gradually blurred. Xiang Jila's mouth corners slightly raised, her nose felt sour, and 2 lines of tears that had been lingering for a long time slid down her cheeks along the curve of her mouth corners and sank into her delicate collar. Her heart felt like it was cut by a knife, and every breath she took felt like the wound was being pulled, and it hurt. You really care. Because you have gained it, and now you have lost it, you are also in pain, right? If I had known this. I should have told you everything when I came back. It would have been better for you to dislike me beforehand than to torture each other now. But after living a new life, I am still the cowardly and selfish Xiang Jila who is afraid of losing you in front of you. You hate me so much just because I know a small part of the things in the last life. If I knew everything. Whenever I think of him looking at me with the cold eyes he used to look at others, Xiang Jila's aching heart can't help but grow colder and colder. Jun Nuo, I'm sorry. Seeing her now, he must be really uncomfortable. It's even harder for him to act with her. Thinking of this, Xiang Jila stretched out his right hand woodenly to wipe away the tears on his face, and a layer of frost and snow gradually covered his fox eyes. Just let her be selfish for a little longer, and be greedy for a little more time to stay with him. Brother Xiao is here, and the matter of Xiang Mansion can be started. Since Yin Zhenyuo is separated from Xiang Jila, he met Butlerly on the way, and Butlerly followed him closely. Ever since Dazhuang mentioned that the princess gave him a recipe and asked him to study it carefully, Butlerly always felt that something was going to happen, although he didn't know what the prince and the princess were arguing about. However, the stalemate between the two of them made him feel distressed. He was really afraid that the prince, who was so stubborn that he couldn't be pulled back, would do something that would make him regret for the rest of his life. Following Yin Zhenyuo into the study, seeing that Yin Zhenyuo had no intention of resting at all, Butlerly couldn't help but gently persuade him. Your Highness, it's late at night, you don't seem to have had a good rest these days. Yin Zhenyuo was busy checking the documents without giving any response to Li Guanjiao. After swallowing his saliva, Li Guanjiao spoke again. Your Highness, in fact, these days, the princess is still concerned about you and is willing to give in to you. Why not just go down the stairs? How could your Highness have the heart to ruin such a beautiful staircase? Before he finished speaking, Yin Zhenyuo, who was buried in the pile of memorials, interrupted him softly without even giving him a glance. Uncle Li, are you teaching me how to do things? Butlerly choked. I dare not, but the princess. Yin Zhenyuo chuckled. Uncle Li, I didn't know that in just a few months, my words are no longer as effective as the princess's in the mansion. Butlerly opened his mouth slightly, and finally said weakly, "I know my crime." Not wanting to talk more about her with Butler Lee, he whispered, "Leave." There was no blame in his tone. After hesitating for a while, Butler Lee finally bowed obediently. "Yes, I will take my leave." After Butler Lee left, Yin Junyo glanced at the pile of letters in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. He naturally saw her intentional show of goodwill just now. He also knew that she wanted to be with him like before. But once a person tells a lie, he will cover it up with countless lies. He had given her more than one chance, but in return, she had carefully deceived him again and again, whitewashing the truth. He hated being deceived, and hated himself even more. He had no bottom line in front of her. He coveted the temporary pleasure between the two of them, and repeatedly indulged her concealment and deception, which led to the current situation between the two of them. The so-called past and present life were too ethereal. Her past with Shinmachi, and her so-called confession to him. Now it seems that they are not completely credible. His intuition told him that she must have concealed something, and letting him know all the truth was just a delaying tactic. Once he gave in, she would definitely laugh it off and lightly expose the matter as before. Then, all these hidden things from him would be like a sharp thorn, always piercing his heart, and over time, it would become his untouchable reverse scale. In Shinmachi's eyes, this reverse scale was his most fatal weakness. After knowing that Shinmachi had feelings for her, and had done a series of mean things, he knew that he and Shinmachi were basically the same type of people, the kind of people who were obsessed with someone or something and became more and more crazy every day. If there was no past between the two that was enough for the other to remember, Shinmachi would never have been so persistent in sowing discord. Similarly, they were not good people. The difference is that Shinmachi's evil is hidden in his bones, while his evil is blatant. Anything, as long as it involves her, they will only go forward without considering any retreat. This time, if he and her don't take the opportunity to lay everything out in the future. He is afraid that it is really as she said, there is no future. As the thought came out, his eyes slowly permeated with a morbid paranoia and madness. No, she is his, and no one can take her away from him. Even Shinmachi couldn't do it. For their future, he was willing to wait. Wait for her to confess everything to him without reservation. He stayed awake all night. The next day, Yin Junyo left early in the morning. And Xiang Jila went to find housekeeper Li early in the morning. "Uncle Li, please let me know when Chushan comes back." Housekeeper Li glanced at Xiang Jila's face, which was obviously thinner than before, and smiled at her with concern. "Does the princess need help with something? If you need help from the mansion, you don't need Chushan, and this old servant can arrange it." Chapter 305. Xiang Jila shook his head. "No need, Uncle Li. This matter can only be done by Chushan." Seeing Xiang Jila's firm attitude, Uncle Li's smile froze on his lips. Finally, he said softly, "Then, Princess, if you need my cooperation, just tell me. I will do my best to cooperate." Looking at the sincere face of the old man in front of him, Xiang Jila curved her eyebrows. "Okay, thank you, Uncle Li." Suddenly remembering the group of children she saw in the mansion before, she mentioned it casually. "Last year I saw a group of children having fun in the mansion. Are they the children of the servants?" When mentioning those children, the cloudy old eyes of Li Guanjia lighted up slightly. He nodded first, then shook his head. Some of them were bought from human traffickers when they were 2 or 3 years old. They were so small that they couldn't even stand steadily. They looked like they were going to die. They were so thin and weak that they were not worth much money. I thought it was a good deed. Who would have thought that those little radishes would grow up strong and solid as long as they were given a meal? There were also a few brought by the servants themselves. They were still in their cradles when they were brought here. The prince had committed too many sins in the wars over the years, so I thought that I could do some good things to accumulate virtue for the prince. As long as those servants were loyal to the mansion and the prince, I would let them be. I didn't expect that those children would grow up so big in the blink of an eye. No wonder the servants in the mansion are so devoted to the palace." Xiang Jila recalled the lively appearance of the children when they watched the lanterns, overlapping with the little bodies that were dead beside the plaque of the Regent Palace in the previous life. Her nose was slightly sour. The children are all good children. If they are well cultivated, they can be of great use. I saw that they seem to be more interested in lanterns. If they are interested in learning to read, I will rent a house outside the mansion and hire a few private school teachers to teach them to read and learn principles. By the way, let's see what their actual strengths are, and then teach them according to their aptitude." Butler Lee thought he had heard wrong, and his eyes were about to widen. The princess, what the princess meant was... Xiang Jila smiled slightly and nodded. with a cold and determined look in his fox eyes. Since we are doing good deeds, we should carry them through to the end. The servants in the mansion have always been loyal, so we naturally cannot treat them unfairly. We must let them know that only when the regent's mansion is good can they be good, and only by being loyal to the prince can the palace stand firm. Although the direction of everything is different from the previous life, she is still willing to take a gamble for their determination to die to protect the Regent Palace. A group of loyal people will definitely produce extraordinary people. If one or two can be cultivated, it may be a good thing for Ju Nu in the future. Butler Li, who understood Xiangjila's intention, had a gleam in his eyes. Yes, I will do it right away. Wait. Turning around and hearing Xiangjila's voice, Butler Li stopped. Princess? Don't make this public for now. Yes. In a small, nameless clinic on South Street in Kyoto, everything was in good order. The people who wanted to see a doctor lined up in a long queue. Someone said, Dr. Gongsuan's number of patients is full today. Please come back early tomorrow. The people who were still waiting in line at the back and couldn't get a doctor all left disappointed. A medicine boy, about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a green square scarf, stood behind the medicine cabinet, supporting his chin with his hand, looking at the entrance of the clinic, which had suddenly become much quieter, and shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the master wastes the number of patients every day. Another medicine boy wearing a blue square scarf, who was grinding medicine powder, looked indifferent, as if he had already gotten used to it. Since he is waiting for someone, it doesn't matter if it's a pity or not, life is like this. The medicine boy with the green scarf sighed. Rather than waiting, it's better to say that he is looking for someone. He has been traveling all over the country for these years, and has never given up. Hearing this, the medicine boy with the blue scarf paused while grinding the medicine and reminded softly, Don't say these words in front of the master in the future. Be careful, the master will make you speechless for 10 days or half a month. The backyard of the clinic is not very big. All the medicinal materials were piled together, leaving nearly half of the space, and a temporary small stable was built with clean firewood and straw. Outside the stable, there were several guards with swords, who kept waving large cattail leaves fans towards the stable. In the stable, there was a snow-white horse with dark green mane on its head, and its right hind leg and belly were wrapped with thick bandages, and it was dying. Gong Sun-ming cleaned his hands, and wiped them with a handkerchief, before walking up to Yin Zhenyu and greeting him. How? Yin Zhenyu's voice was calm, without any emotion. Gong Sun-ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was brought in time, and the wound on its abdomen was not too deep. After the rotten flesh was removed from the poisoned part, it has not yet injured its bones and muscles. After some time, wait for the remaining poison to be completely expelled, and then use the regenerating condensation as medicine. Within half a year, it will be able to recover as before. Hearing this, Chu Shan, who was standing behind Yin Zhenyu, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Zhenyu glanced at the stacked plaque baskets, and then at the simple stable not far away. Is it inconvenient for Yusong to recuperate here for the next few days? It's not inconvenient at all. Gong Sun-ming followed Yin Zhenyu's line of sight, and looked at the horse that took in more air than it exhaled. But it's just that it's hot and humid in the capital in the summer, so flies and insects are bound to bother it, and the wound is easy to rot. After roughly understanding what Gong Sun-ming meant, Yin Zhenyu stood up and walked to the stable. As if sensing something, Yusong opened his eyes weakly, and was about to struggle to get up, but Yin Zhenyu suppressed his movement with a gesture. I didn't let her know that you were injured, otherwise she would be sad. You should stay here and heal your wounds. When you are well, I will take you back to see her. Yusong wanted to snort in response to Yin Zhenyu's words, but it was too weak to snort, so it could only lie back on the haystack listlessly. Yin Zhenyu turned to Chu Shan and ordered, Send someone to the ice cellar in the mansion to get ice every day, and make sure Yusong is safe in midsummer. Seeing that his master had completely different attitudes towards him and Yusong, Chu Shan, who secretly sighed that people were not as good as horses, bowed his head respectfully and replied, Yes. The sun near noon exuded infinite heat. Huang Fu Xiao was awakened by the heat. Drowsy, he thought he was still in the general's mansion, kicked the quilt and turned over, intending to continue sleeping. The hand that reached the inside of the bed seemed to touch something. All of a sudden, he lost all desire for sleep. Chapter 306. Suddenly, he widened his beautiful fox eyes, and found that a young man in green clothes holding a wooden rabbit was lying on the inside of his bed. The young man met his eyes, and greeted him with a smile. Are you awake? With a start, Huang Fu Xiao quickly stood up and shrank back. With a bang, he fell off the bed. Li Yu? Climbing up and rubbing his buttocks that were about to be broken into 2 pieces, Wang Fuxiao glared at the person on the bed with a bad temper. When did you climb onto my bed? If you scare people, you scare them to death. Li Yu sat up from the bed, touched her nose, looked at her disheveled hair, and looked like Xiang Jila, and said innocently, I knew that a distinguished guest from Nanchu had come to the mansion this morning, so I guessed it was you, so I climbed through the window. I didn't expect you to sleep so well. Her voice was cold, and it was hard to tell whether it was male or female. Wang Fuxiao stood up, and was about to call Ayin. His back sank, and even his mouth was covered. The wings of his nose were filled with the scent of orchids, and the warm breath sprayed on his earlobes. A sense of restlessness spread, and Wang Fuxiao swallowed his saliva instinctively. Shut up, I'm talking to you about business, who are you calling? Business? Hearing Li Yu's words, Wang Fuxiao's eyebrows, which were deliberately trimmed into a woman's willow eyebrows, slightly folded and nodded. Li Yu then let go of her hand and got off the ground. The two looked at each other, and Li Yu's eyes were full of seriousness. His back felt cold, and all the restlessness dissipated, and Wang Fuxiao raised his hand to block her sight. Don't look at me like that. If you have something to say it quickly. I have to go find Xiaoxila later. After saying that, he did not forget to stretch and yawn. Xiangjila is not good. Wang Fuxiao, who was halfway through yawning, thought he had heard it wrong and forced himself to hold back the yawn. What did you say? Li Yu frowned in disdain and leaned back. Xiangjila is unhappy. Yan Zhenyuo locked her up 2 days ago. What? In front of a small exquisite villa with blue bricks and red tiles in the suburbs of Beijing. Xiangjila slipped into the space at a corner and came out dressed as Mu Junyan. In the warehouse, Zhai Jioma was settling accounts with 2 accountants for the money, house deeds and treasures that he had returned from the Xiang mansion 2 days ago. Since he failed to collect the debt and reported it to Jing Zhaoyin 2 days ago, Jing Zhaoyin ordered the Xiang mansion to pay off all the debts within 12 hours, otherwise, he could only report to the emperor in accordance with the Dahuang law to execute the sealing of the manor, the shop, and the official residence. The speed of execution was so fast that he was simply astonished. What made him even more astonished was that Yan Zhenyuo, the bandit, was like he had eyes by his side. He knew everything as long as there was a little movement. Xiang Mansion had just returned the treasures, money, house deeds, and land deeds as debts, and Yan Zhenyuo sent people to fight him 60% and 40%. Yan Zhenyuo was 60%, and he was 40%. He said that the reason why his account was collected so smoothly was mainly because he gave the order, and Jing Zhaoyin did not make things difficult for him. Since he had paid the principal, the considerate Prince Regent did not force him to be 82. Listen. Only a robber or a bandit could say this? 82? He thought he had more trouble than Samba. Bah, shameless. Why didn't he say that if that charlatan hadn't tricked him into lending the money to the Xiang mansion, they would have nothing to do later? Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder, was that charlatan named Mu Junyan really planning for the Xiang mansion? Or use him to trick Xiang mansion? You can't talk about people during the day, and you can't talk about ghosts at night. Not long after he finished thinking, the 2 accountants in front of him fell on the table. The familiar long whip broke through the air, and strangled his neck again. The secret guards he raised only had time to fly out, and didn't have time to draw their swords. Master Zhaijio, long time no see. This was a deep and magnetic male voice. Is it you? To be honest, if it weren't for the familiar feeling of being strangled, and the faint sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance was too special, he couldn't help but suspect that it wasn't Mu Junyan who came today. The voice was completely different from what he had heard before. Xiangjila chuckled. I thought Master Zhaijio would be very happy to see an old friend. I'm happy for you, Master. Zhaijiomo clenched his teeth and forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. I wonder what advice Master Mu has for you this time. Xiangjila showed no sign of loosening his whip. He turned around and glanced at the secret guards surrounding the door of the account office. Let your people retreat first. Zhaijiomo waved his hand to signal the secret guards to retreat. Only when the secret guards had completely retreated did he feel his neck relax. After retracting the long whip, Xiangjila sat on the table skillfully, his voice was smiling, and his eyes were cold. I heard that you have already collected all the debts of the Xiang mansion. Seeing that Xiangjila had no intention of accusing him, Zhaijiomo realized that he might have been used, and a cold light flashed in his peach blossom eyes. What? Do I need your consent to collect the money I collected with my own ability? He's seen. Really fooled. Damn it. He had a boat capsized in the gutter. Realizing that he had reacted, Xiangjila smiled heartily, and did not point it out. This time, Mu came here not to mention this to Master Zhaijio, but to ask Master Zhai for a favor. No. Maybe? Before he finished speaking, the familiar feeling of suffocation came back again. The person sitting at the table in front of him was smiling with his eyes curved. What did you want to say? Zhai Jiumo swallowed hard and said intermittently, if I don't help, I will seem stingy. Tell me, what do you need my help with? He felt the long whip on his neck tighten, followed by another sigh. I don't like to force. Zhai Jiumo shook his head quickly. It was almost as if not forced at all was written on his face. The feeling of suffocation became stronger and stronger. Zhai Jiumo put his hands behind his back and slowly took out the dagger from his sleeve. Just when he was about to attack the person on the opposite side by surprise, the long whip on his neck loosened, and he instinctively covered his neck with his hands, almost wiping the dagger on his neck. After being fooled again and again, Zhai Jiumo's patience was exhausted. What do you want? Xiang Jila said in a good mood. I want to borrow a few people from Master Zhaijiu. Chapter 307. The excitement of the Dragon Boat Festival and the visit of the envoys from Southern Chu did not seem to bring Xiangxi any joy. At this time, the front hall of the Xiang mansion was filled with a dead silence. Except for Xiang Yun, who was carried back like a dead dog by the people from the Regent's mansion yesterday and was injured and half-human, and Xiang Tinga, who was still bedridden to recuperate. Everyone gathered together. Xiangxi and Su were in the main seat, and Xiang Lai, who was only 8 years old, and Xiang Wenge, who was only 13 years old, were on the lower left of Xiangxi. Sitting to the lower right of Su was Zhang Qianer, who was wearing a veil and a veiled hat. The housekeeper timidly led a few guards into the front hall to report to Xiangxi. My lord, the things have been delivered. Xiangxi snorted coldly, changing his cowardly attitude in the past, and swept the teacup to the ground with his backhand. His eyes were full of resentment. Su, who was standing aside, looked at him guiltily, and with a look, the housekeeper tactfully withdrew with the guards behind him. You can also leave. At Su's order, Lingxi, who was following Zhang Qianer, and the other servants serving in the front hall also left. After confirming that only our own people were left in the front hall, Xiangxi glanced coldly at Zhang Qianer. You said that you could solve this trouble by taking charge of the household affairs, but now you have damaged the vitality of the Xiang mansion and left it with almost nothing. Do you have any explanation? Zhang Qianer stood up calmly. She straightened her back. She faced Xiangxi directly, with a gentle tone. My father-in-law also said that the household expenses would be handed over to my daughter-in-law, but before my daughter-in-law could completely solve the problem, my mother-in-law couldn't wait to take back the household expenses. My daughter-in-law can't take over the job. Su, who was sitting next to Xiangxi, quickly defended herself. No one told me that I had caused such a big mess. Under Xiangxi's gaze, Su's voice became smaller and smaller. Seeing that Su didn't continue to speak, Xiangxi continued to frown and look at Zhang Qianer. Even so, you didn't tell your mother-in-law the truth, causing such a big loss to the Xiang family. He was determined to try to get something back from her, to make up for the loss of the Xiang mansion. Especially after he learned in the morning court that the Minister of Personnel Zhang Qixing was dismissed, he was more confident. A woman without the support of her family, and a concubine, if she didn't please her husband's family, she would be sold out. However, Zhang Qianer was not a pushover. Especially after she heard the gossip in the morning that the Minister of Personnel was dismissed and returned to the mansion to reflect on his mistakes, and that the minister's wife and Miss Zhang had an accident in the palace, she knew that someone must be angry. She was very satisfied with the result. She had gone to great lengths to find out about infatuation and persuaded her mother to prepare those things for Xiang Jila. Judging from the attitude of the regent's mansion towards Xiang Jila, the regent must have attached great importance to Xiang Jila. Once her good mother and good elder sister really set their sights on Xiang Jila, even if Xiang Jila was useless, the regent would never let Xiang Jila suffer. Her elder sister. Apart from her occasional mental disorder, she only had a stunning face and was full of arrogance. She wanted to let the Zhang mansion know that without her, Zhang Qianer, the Zhang mansion was nothing. Now let's look back at the Xiang mansion. All the properties and the more valuable items in the mansion were taken away by Shi Shu to pay off the debts, leaving only this half-old mansion. With Xiangxi's meager salary alone, there is no way to go back to the old days. Maybe he won't even have pickles to eat. In addition, when Xiang Yun was carried back yesterday, he looked like he was worthless even if he was cured. What she has to do now is to find a way to give the Xiang mansion another blow. As long as she thinks of the dire situation of the Xiang mansion in the future, Zhang Qianer can't help but curl up the corners of her mouth under the veil. But her tone was very aggrieved. If my father-in-law really thinks so, Sheer can't do anything. After all, my mother-in-law has walked more roads than Sheer has eaten. Sheer didn't expect that my mother-in-law would be so courageous and really let these debts go. Xiang Wengu, who was sitting diagonally opposite her, couldn't help but speak. Little sister-in-law, you admit your mistakes to father and mother will still forgive you. Zhang Sheer turned her head to look at the face that looked 50% similar to Xiang Tiange, and curled the corners of her mouth coldly. The tone was still aggrieved. Wengu, some things can't be solved by me admitting my mistakes. She paused and lowered her voice. We are all busy pushing the loan issue onto our own people. Why don't we think about the fact that the biggest beneficiary is actually the Taisher mansion? Have you ever seen Zhong take out her own dowry to add a brick to the Xiang mansion? When she said this, Zhang Qianer's voice was still a little choked, as if she was trying to suppress some emotions, like complaining, but also unwilling. It's not just about the loan, but also about what happened the night before yesterday. They both hurt people. Why should my husband be beaten half to death, while Mrs. Zhong can go back to the Grand Tutor's mansion to recuperate safely? Is it because Mrs. Zhong is the niece of the Queen Mother that she has such privileges? Since the Jingyi government office has approved the divorce of my husband and Mrs. Zhong yesterday, why can't we go back to the Grand Tutor's mansion to get the betrothal gifts back? A word awakened the dreamer. Xiang Shi and Mrs. Su looked at each other at the same time. The palace? Empress Dowager Zhong slept until the end of the night before she woke up. When she learned that Yao, Zhang Qiner and the two wild men they found outside the palace were beaten to death, her face turned pale again. Are you sure it was the emperor who ordered it? She looked at her personal nanny, Nanishan, uncertainly. Nanishan nodded, her expression solemn. The regent and the princess were there at the time, and the emperor probably wanted to protect you. At this point, Nanishan looked at the Empress Dowager, hesitating to speak. Pinger, you have been with me since you were a child. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. With an imperceptible sigh, Madame Shen shook her head. This old servant has been wondering whether the decision made by the Empress at the beginning was right or wrong. Right or wrong? As if she was caught in a certain memory, Empress Dowager Zhong's eyes gradually blurred. I didn't feel it before, but now I find that this eldest son seems to be less and less obedient to me. Sure enough, if it is not my blood, no matter how I treat him as my own, I can't be connected with him. The outer hall said the emperor has arrived and Empress Dowager Zhong came back to her senses immediately. Yin Beiki had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Is your mother feeling better today? Empress Dowager Zhong nodded, and her expression was not much better than Yin Beiki's. Yin Beiki glanced at Nanishan. Nanishan immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Your Majesty has just woken up, so she must be hungry. I will go and prepare food and medicine for you first. After that, she took the other maids in the bedroom and left. For a moment, only the mother and son were left. Yin Beiki's face suddenly darkened. Mother, do you know why I came here today? Empress Dowager Zhong nodded and closed her eyes tiredly. I find that you are now more and more like a king. Chapter 308. Regent's Mansion. Chu Shan reported everything that happened today to Yan Zhenyu, who was annotating memorials, with a serious face. Because the mother and daughter of the Yao family died in an ignominious way, Zhang Qijing did not hold a funeral for them. Instead, he announced to the public that the mother and daughter went out to pray for blessings, and planned to announce to the public that the mother and daughter were killed by bandits in a few days. Zhang Qianer went back to Zhang's mansion to meet Zhang Qijing, and seemed to be lobbying Zhang Qijing to have a good relationship with the Xiang mansion. At the end of the day, the emperor went to the Queen Mother's Yukuan palace with a gloomy face, and came out at the beginning of the day with a smile on his face. At the end of the day, the Queen Mother's Yukuan palace was sealed. Tightening the jade pen in his hand, Yin Zhenyu asked calmly, Is Empress Dowager Zhong still alive? Chu Shan nodded and shook his head. She is alive, but according to the messenger, Empress Dowager Zhong will probably have to spend the rest of her life in bed. Yin Zhenyu's mouth slightly raised, and a cold smile escaped. She colluded with Shixia and intended to reach out to the former dynasty to disrupt the government, but she actually said that she would reveal it after it was revealed. She is really a filial son. Chu Shan choked, glanced at Yin Zhenyu, and said weakly, Maybe the emperor thinks that the Empress Dowager doesn't have the courage and brains? Folding the memorial in front of him and putting it on the right side, Yin Zhenyu took out the memorial on the left and continued to review it. If she doesn't have the courage, then force her courage out. No courage, ha! Knowing that his master was faintly angry, Chu Shan responded with a later, and continued to report the news that had not been reported. Mr. Huangfu today. The pen tip that was about to write paused, and a drop of thick cinnabar red ink fell on the memorial. Yin Junyo raised his eyes and narrowed them. What, Mr. Huangfu? Chu Shan quickly corrected himself. I made a slip of the tongue. It was not Mr. Huangfu, but Miss Huangfu. Miss Huangfu asked her maid to go out to buy snacks today, but she actually went to the Honglu temple to find General Wang. With a snap, the jade pen in Yin Junyo's hand was put down on the pen holder. Why didn't you stop it? Chu Shan was startled by his sudden action of putting down the pen, and his voice became even smaller. If you stop it, I don't know what Miss Huangfu is going to do. There was a moment of silence. Yin Junyo asked softly, Do you know why the servant went to see Huangfu Jing? Chu Shan frowned. I think it's because of the matter between the prince and the princess. Today I heard from the servants in the mansion that Miss Huangfu has been asking about the relationship between the prince and the princess. Then he looked at Yin Junyo again. Prince, are you going to stay in the study tonight? I feel that the general and his son seem to have been eyeing the princess. Chu Shan. A sudden, cool call caused a layer of cold sweat to slowly crawl up Chu Shan's back. I'm here. Add more people to the palace, and don't let your guard down when the princess goes out. If Huangfu Jing wants to see his daughter, just send his daughter out. Yes. The prince is trying to prevent fire, theft, and envoys. But he really couldn't figure it out. The prince obviously cared so much about the princess. Why didn't he tell the princess? When Xiangjila returned to the regent's mansion, it was already dark. While Xiangjila was bathing, Chiosi massaged her back and told her the news that Chu Shan had integrated and the news that Dongren had brought back. Except for the news that Huangfu Xiao sent someone to find Huangfu Jing. The information the couple received about Xiang Mansion and the palace was almost the same. When Xiangjila learned that Zhang Qianer had specially returned to Zhang Mansion, she just smiled lightly and said nothing. But when she heard that the Queen Mother was imprisoned in Yukuan Palace by Yin Beiki, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. It is impossible that the Emperor imprisoned the Queen Mother because of the mother-daughter incident. Is there another hidden reason? Chiosi paused while kneading her hands, and after a while, she spoke. The prince intends to solve the problem once and for all. Once and for all? Xiangjila narrowed his eyes. It seems that Queen Mother Zhong must have some outstanding qualities that made Junhua notice her. But in the last life, Queen Mother Zhong clearly used those methods that were not worthy of being on the stage. Wait, those methods of Queen Mother Zhong could only be implemented because of her participation. In this life, she did not cooperate at all, so those low-level methods of Queen Mother Zhong had to be replaced with more advanced ones. Recalling that Yin Junyo said yesterday that Queen Mother Zhong was a chess piece, Xiangjila lay beside the bathtub and quickly reviewed what happened last night. When her memory reached the moment when Yin Junyo left the table, her eyes, which were originally half closed, suddenly widened. The knockout drug, it took a little long to leave the table. She immediately turned her head to look at Chiosi. Did the prince encounter any danger last night? Was he injured? Chiosi was stunned for a rare moment. Princess. How did you know? Forget it, I guess you don't know even if I ask you. Hurriedly rolling up the clothes on the screen and putting them on, Xiangjila said while dressing up, Tell Chu Shan to come see me later. After a pause, she changed her words and said, Forget it, I'd better go find Uncle Li. Chu Shan is a blockhead, sometimes communicating with him will make me angry to death. After a quick dinner, Xiangjila was about to go find Butler Li, but was blocked by Huangfu Xiao who rushed over with Liu. She took a look at Huangfu Xiao who was wearing a crimson-purple dress. Except for being a head taller than herself, her face shape was softened by makeup and looked almost the same as hers. Looking at Liu, who was being dragged by Huangfu Xiao, and was almost a head and a half shorter than Huangfu Xiao, Xiangjila was stunned for a moment. Then she gave the two of them a malicious smile. You? How did you get to know each other so quickly? Stop talking nonsense. As soon as the words fell, Huangfu Xiao pulled her in front of him, looked left and right, and his tone was full of tension. I heard that old man Yin Junyo locked you up. Did he beat you? Xiangjila first raised his eyebrows and looked at Liu, who took a step back with a guilty look, then looked at Huangfu Xiao, and was about to explain. A clear voice came before the person arrived. What's the matter, princess? Are you bored and lost while taking a walk? Yin Junyo had already landed lightly, and pushed Huangfu Xiao's hand away, and then stood in front of Xiangjila. Chapter 309. I haven't seen him for a while, and the aura of the man in front of me seems to be more fierce than when they were in the south. Facing Yin Junyo, who is half a head taller than him, Huangfu Xiao is nervous, but he is calm on the surface, still crossing his arms and looking at Xiangjila. What? Feeling guilty? Don't dare to let Xiao Zhila tell the truth? Yin Zhenyo stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes fell on Huang Fuxiao. His narrow and long phoenix eyes were without any emotion. He didn't even look at Xiang Zhila. The tone was calm. Princess, what did you say? Xiang Zhila first glanced at Li Yu and motioned her to take Huang Fuxiao away, then skillfully reached out and took Yin Zhenyo's right arm, and smiled. Of course, it is a fabrication. The prince has always loved me. How could such a thing happen? With an inexplicable blockage in his heart, Huang Fuxiao was about to take 2 steps forward. Little Zhila, don't be afraid. Who knew that he was dragged out by Li Yu just halfway through his steps? Since Xiang Zhila said there is no, then there must be no. You follow me. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Huang Fuxiao's voice slowly disappeared into the night sky. Yin Zhenyo glanced at a corner in the dark, and felt the air flow in the air move slightly, and then his eyes fell on Xiang Zhila's hand on his arm. Xiang Zhila immediately let go of his hand, as if he had been electrocuted, and took 2 steps back. She forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I didn't mean to get close to you. If you think it's dirty, you can go in and change your clothes before leaving. His heart was inexplicably empty, and Yin Zhenyo felt as if something was slowly moving away from him. He suppressed the urge to pull her into his arms. His eyebrows slightly frowned, and he spoke in a cold voice. No need to bother. Since Princess Huangfu is here, we can't let the guests think that we are not getting along. Can't let the guests think that they are not getting along. When Yin Zhenyo walked to the bedroom by himself, Xiang Zhila realized that he had not misunderstood what he meant just now. He really wanted to come back to rest tonight. She hurriedly chased after him, and said to him, Then I let Jiuzi clean up, and return the master bedroom to you. Feeling inexplicably angry, Yin Zhenyo stopped pushing the door, and entering the bedroom. He didn't look at her, but his tone became heavier. You left when I came. Isn't this obviously telling that person that we are not in harmony? Xiang Zhila, who had been confused since he saw him, finally reacted belatedly. Well, it seems so. However, now that their relationship was so awkward, it was too difficult for him to act. Then the prince will sleep on the big bed in the inner room tonight? I will sleep on the Hu bed in the outer room? Xiang Zhila's tangled look fell into Yin Zhenyo's eyes, and it became that his plan was disrupted, and he was unwilling to accept it. When did the king say that he would sleep on a separate bed from you? Yin Zhenyo's expression was colder than before. Don't think that you can easily leave the palace just because Huang Fujing and his son are here. If you really dare to go to Nanchu with them, the king doesn't mind slaughtering people all the way from the border of Nanchu to Yuancheng to find the main person of Nanchu. After saying that, he snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, pushed the door, and entered the bedroom. After a while, Xiang Zhila hid the tears in his eyes, smiled bitterly and whispered, Your Highness, you worry too much. Ever since she knew the truth of her rebirth, Xiang Zhila began to believe in the so-called cause and effect cycle. Although she knew that his words were probably just to scare her. But how could she bear to let him commit murder for her? If Xiang Zhila had this idea when Li Yu mentioned Brother Xiao to her. Then, after Yin Zhenyo said this, she immediately gave up this idea. Beside the lotus pond of the Regent Palace, the slightly warm breeze rolled up the delicate fragrance of the lotus leaves, and under the lotus leaves, frogs croaked. A stone hit a frog that was croaking, and the frog jumped with its legs and jumped into the water with a plop. Everything was silent. Why are you pulling me? Such a good opportunity. Why don't you let me confront Yin Zhenyo? After Li Yu let go, Huang Fuxiao immediately put his hands on his waist, and looked at Li Yu aggressively. The person being stared at raised his eyes to meet his fox eyes that looked like Xiang Zhila, and said seriously, Xiang Zhila asked me to take you away. Why? If we really fight, you are no match for Yin Zhenyo. Is this a disguised way of disdaining him for being useless? Although it is true, it is hard for him to accept it. Huang Fuxiao paced back and forth by the lake in a restless manner, and accidentally glanced at Li Yu's gloved hands. His restless steps stopped, and his eyes gradually moved upwards. When he met Li Yu's beautiful and emotionless eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an unfathomable smile. I remember you seem to know poison, we? Before Huang Fuxiao finished speaking, Li Yu raised her hand to stop him from continuing, interrupting him with a cold voice. If I touch Yin Zhenyo, Xiang Zhila will kill me. Her expression didn't look fake. Huang Fuxiao's fox eyes blinked, full of confusion. I know the words you said, but when you put them together, I don't quite understand. What do you mean, if you touch Yin Zhenyo, Xiao Zhila will kill her? Sighing, Li Yu looked at the dim lotus pond, and her mood suddenly became lonely. That idiot Xiang Jila told me that Yin Junyo is more important than her life. Yin Junyo is more important than her life? An inexplicable anger surged from the bottom of his heart, and Huang Fuxiao, whose face suddenly became gloomy, kicked the gravel at his feet into the lake again in annoyance. As if he was still not satisfied, he looked left and right, and except for Li Yu in front of him, there seemed to be no other objects for him to vent his anger. He could only grit his teeth and say, "This stupid sister." Yin Junyo left the main courtyard at dawn. Xiang Jila, who had been tense all night and dared not sleep too deeply, dared to relax and take a nap for a while after noticing that he got up and left. It seemed that she had received an order, and it was not until dawn that Chiosi ordered the maid to come in and wash her. Then came the daily routine of eating and taking medicine. After Xiang Jila put down the gold-painted porcelain bowl in his hand, Chiosi immediately waved his hand and asked the servants to take away the breakfast and medicine bowls. "Princess, Dongren has almost prepared everything. Are you going there today?" Wiped the medicine from the corner of his lips with a handkerchief. Xiang Jila's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Yes." Honglu Temple. Wang Fujing received a letter from a servant just after returning from martial arts training in the backyard. There were only two simple words, "Old friend," on the envelope. However, this handwriting. A dark red cold light flashed in Wang Fujing's beautiful eyes. Xiangxi. Xiang Mansion. The servant who delivered the letter hurried to the front hall. Xiangxi, who was pacing back and forth nervously, saw the servant coming back and immediately reached out to grab the servant's arms and looked into his eyes. His slightly red eyes showed undisguised expectation. "How? I have never seen the majestic master with such an expression." The servant stuttered and said, "The servant who received the letter said that General Wang will arrive at the agreed place on time." Chapter 310. Xiangxi was obviously relieved after getting Huang Fujing's consent. Yun'er's current situation, he could only use Huang Fujing. Thinking of Huang Fujing, Xiangxi couldn't help but think of Qin Banruo's eyes before her death, which wanted to eat him alive. He felt a chill on the back of his neck, and trembled for no reason. Regent's Palace. After listening to the report of the secret guard, Yin Junyo was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he raised his hand to signal the secret guard to retreat. His eyes fell on the upper right corner of the desk without focus. Is he more important than her life? She seemed to have said a lot of similar things. But he waited for her all night last night, waiting for her to speak. As a result, she didn't say a word about the so-called previous life, and she wanted to draw a clear line between her and him. She was on guard all night, afraid that he would touch her. They shouldn't be like this. He clenched his hands slightly in his sleeves. His scattered eyes slowly focused on the fake calligraphy, and his eyes slowly permeated with a layer of stubbornness. It shouldn't be like this. In the past, he always felt that as long as he loved her enough, he could accept everything about her, including her not loving him. However, as he got more, he became more greedy. He was not satisfied with her just staying by his side. He also wanted her to love him wholeheartedly, with her heart and eyes full of him. That's right. As his thoughts wandered, Yin Junyo suddenly remembered. She seemed to have said before that when Xiang Mansion was leveled, she would let him see it with his own eyes. Her cold and lonely phoenix eyes narrowed slowly. Xiang Mansion. It should indeed be destroyed. In the south of Kyoto, there is a cluster of old houses. They are specially used to provide a place for homeless people from other places to stay. Led by Dongren, Xiang Jila and his party came to one of the dilapidated courtyards. The half-collapsed earth wall, the chaotic front yard, the leaky door, and the occasional curses of men and women mixed with indescribable sounds. Xiang Jila was dressed in civilian clothes, without covering his face. Standing beside him was Huang Fuxiao dressed in women's clothes. Half a step behind Huang Fuxiao was Li Yu, and next to Li Yu was Chiosi. At this time, Chiosi was holding a thin man with ragged clothes and tangled hair, who exuded a foul smell mixed with a rancid smell. In front of the half-open door of the courtyard. Without any hesitation, she asked Xiao Yan to kick the door open. A strange and unpleasant smell made Xiang Jila frown for no reason. The noise outside the door also startled the two people in the room. Gao Daong put on his pants and coat casually and opened the door cursing. When he saw Xiang Jila and Huang Fuxiao's almost identical faces, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. When his eyes fell on Lu Dan, who was covered with bruises and dying, the surprise in his eyes immediately turned into horror. Even though Lu Dan was now so thin that he looked unrecognizable, as a brother of many years, he could still recognize him at a glance. There are 200s in Kyoto. Baiquilu and Beifulu. The two tea houses are not far apart, but their styles are very different. If Baikwulu is the favorite gathering place for noble ladies in Kyoto, then Beifulu is the favorite place for Kyoto dignitaries to stop and drink tea. It was noon. Wang Fujing, wearing a noble royal blue-waisted robe, came to the box of Beifulu as promised. Pushing open the door of the box, the alluring aroma of food wafted into his nose. The moment the door was pushed open, Xiangxi also stood up. When he saw Wang Fujing was more majestic than before, a twisted emotion flashed across his eyes, a look of pleasure and jealousy. However, this look was quickly covered up by him, replaced by a familiar face. "Brother Jing, I didn't expect that after so many years you..." Wang Fujing didn't buy his tricks at all, raised his hand to interrupt him, and in his beautiful eyes, there was only indifference, and there was no joy of reuniting with an old friend. "I'm not here for you. You said Roar's child got into trouble. How is the child now?" Unexpectedly, Wang Fujing was still as domineering and rude as before. There was a long string of sentimental words left to say. Xiangxi was so anxious that he bit his tongue. It took him a long time to recover. He looked at Wang Fujing with embarrassment, wanting to say something but stopping. Wang Fujing, who wanted to tear Xiangxi into pieces, was reminded by Yen Junyuo. He sat in front of Xiangxi with rare patience, but did not touch the wine and food on the table. The two seemed to be competing for who was more patient. Xiangxi wanted to keep Wang Fujing in suspense, so that he would be more concerned about Yuner, so that the chances of continuing the conversation would be higher. Unexpectedly, the conversation ended in a cold state before it even started. Seeing that Wang Fujing didn't want to pay attention to him, Xiangxi had to bite the bullet and finish his monologue. Under Xiangxi's subjective description, Wang Fujing's ears turned red, and he was so angry that his fists were clenched tightly because of anger. Several times he almost jumped up and beat Xiangxi to death. But in order not to cause trouble to Xiangxi and his wife, he could only suppress his temper and the hand that wanted to swing the crescent moon sword. From Xiangxi's mouth, he knew that Prajna had given birth to twins with half her life. The older one is the brother, named Xiangyun. The younger one is the sister, named Xiangzila. The elder brother Xiangyun is gentle and polite, and is a young talent sought after by scholars in Kyoto, while the younger sister Xiangzila is a street fighter who spends every day walking birds and fighting cocks, and is ignorant and only cares about bullying her stepbrothers and stepsisters. I don't know how she caught the eye of the regent of the dynasty and married him. From then on, she despised her mother's family. Because she was jealous of the beauty of the daughter of the Grand Tutor's mansion, she plotted against her and ruined her reputation. Xiangyun became the good brother who loved his sister and had to compromise and marry the willful daughter of the Grand Tutor's mansion because of her mischief. I thought it was settled. But I didn't expect that the daughter of the Grand Tutor's mansion couldn't stand the loneliness, got pregnant with someone else, and kicked Xiangyun out. On the other hand, Xiangzila, because he climbed the high branch of the Regent Palace, did not even want his mother's family. When he knew that his brother was seriously injured, he did not even come back to see him. Xiangxi said a lot, and his words and deeds made Wang Fujing look down on Xiangzila. However, Wang Fujing only caught the key points he wanted to hear. You married a second wife after Prajna died? Yuner is now raised by the second wife? The Xiang mansion is now just an empty shell, and there is no money to buy medicine for Yuner? At this point, he confirmed with Xiangxi again. When you married Prajna, the Qin family's 20-mile red dowry was gone? Frightened by his terrifying eyes, Xiangxi's expression became even uglier, and even his eyes were sparkling with tears. Alas, in short, it's just a misfortune for our family. Such a rebellious daughter. Before he finished speaking, Wang Fujing grabbed Xiangxi's collar and hit Xiangxi's eyes with his fist as big as a casserole. Don't blame Prajna's children for the family-style problems of your Xiang mansion. I gave in because Prajna was concerned about you. Now you have raised Prajna's two children like this. Are you worthy of Prajna's infatuation with you?